This single virgin loser is Ryu, our protagonist. His life is a total disaster. First, he gets bullied and beaten up daily. And if that's not enough, his little brother one day got bullied so badly that they made his little brother blind with multiple fractures. And if this was not enough, their parents also died in a car accident. But wait, there is more. One day on Christmas Eve, a hot damn angel kidnapped 9 billion people from Earth and teleported them into a dungeon, giving them unique abilities. While others get abilities like super strength or mind control, Ryu ends up with a skill so trashy, it's almost laughable. Well, all his stats are below average, every single one of them, and his unique gift, when he dies, he goes back to the day of New Year's Eve to start all over again. Then, without any unique abilities and with trashy stats, he died countless times, got tortured, betrayed, you name it. Yet, Ryu grits his teeth and drags himself through the hellish floors, one after another, for years. Alone, and finally, after what feels like a lifetime of suffering, he reaches the top floor. However, the journey takes a cruel turn. To proceed to the final level, one must be part of a team of 5. Ryu, ever the loner and still a virgin, doesn't meet the criteria. So once more he dies, this time on his 99th attempt. Yet as fate would have it, the clock resets. It's New Year's Eve, and Ryu finds himself back at the starting point with one last chance to change his destiny. Seeing his hand still trembling, Ryu can't shake off the memory of the unimaginable pain he just went through. He can't believe that he died because he was alone on the last floor. It was almost too much to bear. Frustration kicks in. Clenching his fist and steeling his eyes, he gets ready to give it one more go, one final try. Ryu then yanks off his hoodie, throws it aside, and looks down at the ground. He's deep in thought, thinking about who he could possibly team up with this time around. So guys, today's goal is 2,000 likes. Please like and subscribe to support the channel. Now let's continue. The scene suddenly shifts. Now the spotlight is on this piece of shit, Youngmin, the guy responsible for turning Ryu's life into a complete, living hell. Youngmin and his underlings are all smiles, giddy about the fact that they're about to turn into adults. No more sneaking around with fake IDs to buy alcohol. They're in a chatty mood, talking about the jobs they want in the future. When it's Youngmin's turn, his smile turns darker, more dominating. His buddies ask him what's on his mind for the future. Without missing a beat, Youngmin says he's going to be a gangster. Hearing this, his friends pause. They look concerned, almost freaked out. They tell Youngmin he must be nuts. One bad move in that world, and it's curtains for him. But Youngmin, always the unapologetic jerk, brushes it off. In his view, he's got just this one life to live, so why not live it doing what he enjoys? Beating people up. His friends manage a weak laugh, but on the inside, they're pissed off. They're silently labeling him a full-blown psycho. They're also thinking about ditching him for good once they're out of school. Then, to divert the conversation, one of Youngmin's friends asked about what he plans to do with Ryu, referring to him as his errand boy. Youngmin remembered Ryu as a gloomy loser, and with a sinister grin, said he obviously wouldn't let Ryu go. Even after graduating, he would continue to mess with Ryu until he got his fill of enjoyment. Then, one of his friends noticed someone and turned to call Youngmin's attention. He pointed out that he had found Ryu, Youngmin's errand boy. Seeing Ryu, Youngmin became excited, and the countdown for the New Year's Eve began with only 5 seconds remaining. But something unusual happened. A dark aura surrounded Ryu as he removed his hoodie and turned towards Youngmin with a cold, determined look, leaving Youngmin perplexed as he sensed that something was different about Ryu. Youngmin's confusion turned into seething anger as Ryu glared at him. He clenched his fists, ready to beat the crap out of Ryu. However, his friend intervened, suggesting that they let it slide since it was the new year. Just as the bell rang to signal the arrival of the new year, a chilling voice echoed through the area, addressing all the humans as if they were insignificant creatures. This unexpected voice left Youngmin and his friends stunned, wondering where it had come from. From above the sky, the angel descended ever so slowly, dressed in a pristine white gown with enormous wings to match, one eye obscured by a piece of cloth. The angel looked down at the crowd with an amused smile. She commented that watching humans always felt like observing monkeys in a cage. Meanwhile, the crowd below was losing control, some thinking it was an event organized for the new year, while others were taken aback, finding it all too real, and some were already enamored by the angel's beauty, calling her hot and pretty. Ryu, on the other hand, glared up at her, even though she looked hot. After seeing her for the 99th time, his anger still boiled within him. The angel let out a slight laugh, calling all the humans trash for falling for her beauty. She warned them not to have any naughty thoughts, as she had no intention of mingling with trash like them, and the people just listened to her in utter silence, shocked, with her hand resting on her chin and a look that seemed like she was contemplating something delicious. The angel said that since they all appeared stunned, it must mean they can see and hear her, and so her game should begin. At that moment, a drunken man yelled at the angel, cursing her, questioning her cosplay, and even calling her a bitch. Ryu, upon hearing, felt a sense of pity for the man. In the next instant, the angel's warm, inviting smile twisted into a horrifying, deathly glare. Her eyes glowed a menacing red, her expression became scary, and with just a simple flick of her finger, the man's head popped like a bubble, splattering blood all around. The crowd, now truly horrified, erupted into chaos, scattering in every direction. Continuing with her terrifying aura, the angel pointed her finger at the crowd. She spoke in a chilling tone. "How dare a lowly human speak informally with my mighty self?" Then, as if switching a button, her aura returned to its previous kind state. She spoke politely but firmly, warning the crowd that they had no right to question her if they didn't want their heads to explode like that unfortunate man. Panic began to wash over the crowd like a tidal wave. She began to explain what they had to do and what this game was all about. Ryu, on the other hand, remained frustrated as he had to listen to her once again. With a warm smile and a kind aura, she extended her hand forward and stated that they would have to play a simple game. This game would consist of 20 rounds and would start on the 1st of every month. Their souls would be transported to another world, and after clearing each round, they could return to Earth. It sounded simple enough. Hearing this, the crowd was confused, thinking they could live just by playing a simple game. Even Youngman was a bit panicked. Then, the angel dropped another bombshell, saying, "Who said all humans will live? Even if they complete the quests, only half of the participants will survive." She then proudly declared how kind she was for sparing half of them, and Ryu just stared at her, not uttering a single word. Then, the angel let slip another piece of shocking information, that she wouldn't be taking all the humans. With a naughty smile, she explained that she would only take humans between the ages of 15 to 29. Upon hearing this, one man got incredibly happy, making strange faces and shouting that he was saved and wouldn't have to die. Another young man grabbed the old man's collar in frustration, and they began to fight. Panicked, Youngman stepped in to stop them, warning them to remember what happened to the guy who had shouted, his head popping like a bubble. The angel turned around and began counting. After some time, she declared that a total of 1.8 billion humans were present. With a warm smile, she flicked her fingers, and in the next moment, Ryu found himself in a room surrounded by nothing but whiteness. The angel started to explain that in this place, the participants could create a physical body exactly as they wanted, and their souls would be transferred into that body. Standing in front of a mirror, Ryu instantly created a character without much thought, using the body from his previous regression. He chose the nickname Black Scythe. A bright light covered his eyes, and in the next moment, a beautiful field appeared, filled with lush greenery, forests, and mountains. Ryu, with his badass character, magically appeared here with jet black hair and piercing red eyes. Clenching his fist, he mused how using this body so many times had made it feel almost like his real one. Slowly, other participants began to appear in the landscape. Their faces showed fear, panic, and in some cases, awe at their own transformation. Some had chosen appearances resembling famous movie stars or strikingly good-looking personas. Ryu looked at them and thought back to his own initial choices. He remembered that he too had first opted for a flashy, handsome appearance, but that had drawn too much attention, and because of that, he died pathetically. So now, he chose to keep it as simple as possible, avoiding unnecessary attention. Then Ryu's eyes shifted toward Youngman, that piece of work who always made life miserable for him. In this new world, Youngman looked pretty much like his real-world self, just taller and more muscular. He walked with a proud smile and eyes that sparkled. Ryu couldn't help but flash a grin mixed with sweat, noting that Youngman, true to form, had buffed up his character again. Then the angel congratulated everyone on crafting their desired bodies, mentioning how their fearful expressions delighted her. One man dared to ask, saying, "It doesn't seem like 1.8 billion people are here. Is there an error?" Hearing this laughingly, the angel replied, addressing humans as inferior, and she shouted, saying, Did she give them permission to speak? She stated that there were many angels taking care of small groups, and it was none of their business. She warned that if anyone spoke without her permission, she would pop their head like a bubble. Saying this, she started the quest. Then she commanded all the humans to say, "Status window." And as they did, a status window appeared in front of them. Just like always, Ryu's stats were trash, with his strength, intelligence, agility, and luck all at 3, without any normal or skill. The angel continued, saying, "Now that everyone has opened their status window and got familiar with this system, specially designed like a game for trash humans to understand easily," she gave an evil smile and extended her hand forward. She announced that if they increased their levels and cleared the 20 rounds, they would be granted a wish, and they could wish for anything they wanted. Hearing this, everyone, including young men, got stunned. Then, with an amused smile, she announced that now she would give everyone their unique skill. In front of them, a crystal appeared, and when they broke the crystal, they got their unique skill. As young Min broke his crystal, he was shocked, and then the angel said, "Since all of them received their unique skill, let the game begin." With a flick of her finger, a notification appeared in front of everyone, instructing them to kill 100 goblins to survive this round. And just like that, a goblin appeared in front of them. The sight of the goblin approaching them with a dagger sent shivers down the participants' spines. Just when they thought things couldn't get worse, the angel had another surprise. Spreading her hands wide, she summoned a whole army of goblins, amplifying the panic among the participants. The angel couldn't be happier, her mischievous smile reflecting her delight at the prospect of a life-or-death battle between 10,000 humans and 50,000 goblins. Suddenly, a goblin charged at the crowd. The tension was palpable. But then, to everyone's surprise, Ryu stepped forward, unarmed. As he advanced towards the charging goblin, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Everyone tried to warn him, claiming it was too dangerous. However, Ryu seemed to have a different plan in mind. With remarkable force, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the goblin flying backward and shocking the entire crowd. He changed his plans and decided to show his full power to the crowd, as it was part of his future plans. Picking up the goblin's dagger, Ryu fixed his gaze upon the angel, determined to capture her attention. Then, as 2 more goblins charged at him, Ryu got ready with his dagger. In a flash, both were slain. Again, all the people were shocked, saying how cool Ryu was. Then one person started to say that these goblins might be weak, and they too could easily kill them, believing it was not a big deal. But before he could finish their sentence, a goblin jumped at them, grinning, and stabbed them to death. Witnessing this, everyone panicked and started to run. Meanwhile, Ryu effortlessly continued to eliminate the goblins. As they witnessed the horrifying scene of goblins mercilessly killing humans, Ryu knew that now there would be only one thing on the minds of these people: survival. Some might try to run, but the area was protected by a barrier, so escape was impossible. Others might hesitate to kill a living being, but in order to survive, they had no choice but to fight or be killed. Ryu explained how he had once been like them, but after going through this round 99 times, despite being weak, he knew all the movements and weaknesses of the goblins like the back of his hand, making it easy for him to kill them. Watching the scene unfold from above, the angel was having a ball. She was genuinely enjoying the chaos of goblins and humans fighting each other. With a smirk, she commented on how the humans, who she referred to as monkeys, were struggling against the goblin. Even though the goblins had smaller, weaker bodies, when they were armed with daggers, they seemed to have the upper hand. However, her gaze eventually landed on Ryu, who was tearing through the goblins like a whirlwind. She took note of his nickname, Black Scythe, and realized he had already taken down 70 goblins in a short span. A hint of annoyance crossed her face. Ryu's dominance was ruining her entertainment. But, shrugging it off, she said to herself, it can't be helped, and shifted her focus to watch other humans fight for their lives. Ryu, on the other hand, continued his onslaught, becoming a one-man killing machine. The goblins started to fear him. Seizing the moment, Ryu checked his status window. He had leveled up to 4 and had 6 stat points to allocate. Without hesitation, he dumped all his points into agility, explaining that agility not only boosts dodging ability, but also impacts attack and movement speed. At the start, agility's the real MVP, Ryu thought. Looking at his dagger, Ryu said out loud, "This should get that pesky angel's attention." With a swift throw, his dagger found its mark, embedding itself in a goblin's head. With his arm still outstretched from the throw, he confidently declared his intent to wipe out all the goblins that day. The goblins shivered in fear, sensing the resolve in his voice. Ryu, not missing a beat, got back to work, and in no time, he had reached his goal. 100 goblins defeated. After successfully completing the quest, a bright yellow light enveloped Ryu, creating a protective shield that kept the goblins at bay. Standing there with a cool, collected expression, he remarked that the first round was a piece of cake. He'd gone all out, slicing through goblins like a maniac, just to grab that angel's attention. But truth be told, there was another reason too. Then, with a sly grin, Ryu shared that he was also aiming for a secret reward. The system, impressed by his lightning-fast completion time of 10 minutes and 21 seconds, congratulated Ryu for achieving rank 1 in all the zones, setting a new historical record. Feeling pretty pleased with himself, Ryu explained that he had an ace up his sleeve. As a reward, the system granted Ryu a coupon, a real game changer. With it, he could choose any low-rank rare weapon he wanted, absolutely free. Ryu, still sporting a hand stained with goblin blood, eagerly clicked the coupon, and before him materialized an array of weapons. However, there was a tinge of disappointment in his eyes. You see, his trusty main weapon was a scythe, a rare find indeed. So, begrudgingly, he settled for a dagger, tossing aside the measly goblin dagger like it was trash. Meanwhile, the other players were still caught up in a life-and-death struggle. Ryu, though, was in a league of his own. He casually checked his status window, and there was a title that caught his eye, one he'd never encountered in his previous 99 lives, the Last Time Regressor. This was new to him, and he couldn't help but wonder what it meant. The scene shifted to a flashback, giving us a glimpse of how Ryu earned this new title. Ryu, maintaining his poker face, had utilized the Ryun stone, causing it to slowly fade away as he revived his unique skill, regression. However, the system promptly notified him that this marked the 100th time he'd used this skill, and it was now time to bid farewell to it. Now, this wasn't much of a shock to Ryu, who had anticipated that his skill would be removed after the 100th use. Otherwise, he might have regressed infinitely. However, there was a twist in the tale. Another system notification popped up, catching Ryu off guard. It informed him that this 100th regression had earned him a special title, the Last Time Regressor. This news left Ryu genuinely stunned. You see, in this world, titles were exceedingly rare, and each one came with its own set of skills and stat boosts. Intrigued, Ryu examined his new title and what it offered. Upon death, he would be resurrected with full health, and what's more, he could choose the exact location where he'd return to the land of the living. This, however, was a one-time use ability. At this revelation, Ryu broke into a smile, a genuine one. He rested his chin on his hand, realizing he'd just laid his hands on something truly extraordinary. After that, Ryu, feeling a bit restless, stretched out his arms. He was honestly getting bored and wondered how Youngman was faring. After a quick look around, he spotted Youngman. The dude was still kicking. Ryu smirked a bit, thinking, guess he's gonna make it through this mess like before. As time went on, more participants were finishing their quests. But the angel. She looked like she was about to doze off. She even said it was getting boring since there were now as many humans as there were goblins. Down on the ground, it was a completely different story. Humans were in a real mess. Some looked like they were on their last breath, while others were sobbing, holding their loved ones close. Then, out of the blue, that mischievous angel got a wicked idea. She decided to spice things up. As if things weren't bad enough, the terrified black-haired girl watched in horror as her injured hubby started to fade away, like he was just disappearing. And it wasn't just him. All the dead bodies began to vanish. Just as everyone was trying to wrap their heads around what was happening, a massive group of goblins appeared and rushed towards the humans, causing complete mayhem. From a distance, all you could see was a messy, brutal fight. Goblins and humans were going at it like there was no tomorrow. And up above, that angel was having the time of her life, laughing like a total maniac, and even had the nerve to say she was being generous by giving them 50,000 goblins for free. Ryu, on the other hand, was just chilling, sitting protected under his barrier. He didn't even flinch or show any emotion, even though things were getting pretty wild out there. After what felt like forever, a system message popped up. It announced that 5,134 folks managed to finish their quests, marking the end of the round. Then, just as suddenly as they appeared, all the goblins vanished. This left the remaining participants totally baffled. The angel then dropped the bombshell. Since half of the folks who first showed up had passed the quest, the rest weren't so lucky. And as she broke the news, the unlucky ones began to fade away. Their cries and pleas filled the air, but the angel, she didn't bat an eye. She just sat there, soaking in the drama like it was some top-notch entertainment. Then the system notification popped up, displaying everyone's rankings, and Ryu was at number 1. He received another reward for being in the top spot, which was 1,000 gold. Meanwhile, everyone stared at Ryu with shocked expressions as they also realized he was ranked number 1. The awaited moment had arrived. The angel took an interest in Ryu, just as he had hoped. Smiling, she praised Ryu, acknowledging that someone being ranked number 1 in the entire world, region, and under her group was an accomplishment to be proud of. The angel called out to Ryu, using his nickname Black Scythe, and asked him how he became so strong. She began to inquire if he had received a special, unique skill, but stopped herself mid-sentence, cursing herself. Ryu replied, asking if she couldn't already tell what unique skill he had since she was an angel. The angel panikedly responded that of course she could, as she was a mighty angel, and she was merely asking. Ryu smiled inwardly, knowing that she couldn't actually discern his unique skill. Then Ryu dropped a bombshell, asking the angel for a favor. That wiped the smile off her face. You could hear a pin drop as everyone's jaws hit the floor. Ryu, bold as brass, said the rewards were a bit naff and he wanted something more. The crowd couldn't believe their ears. How could he talk to an angel like that? The angel, though, she was fit to burst. Rage was bubbling up inside her like a volcano ready to blow. In a voice that could curdle milk, she asked Ryu to spit it out. What did he want? Ryu, never losing his cool, said he wanted a better prize. The angel was seething, her eyes turning as dark as the abyss, a terrifying aura swirling around her, veins popping out like she was about to go supernova. Slowly, her hand reached out like she was going to squash Ryu's head like a grape, but she stopped herself mid-reach. She remembered she couldn't use her head-popping power again. Not yet. She had a 1 per day limit, and she had already used one before. In a sudden twist, the angel had an idea pop into her mind. With a cheeky smile, she told Ryu that she's got a reward Ryu will definitely like, and then she slowly came down on ground, saying normally she'd ignore such a bold request. But she's taken a liking towards Ryu, and she wanted to chat one-on-one in private, telling the rest of the humans stay for a moment as they will return soon. The angel and Ryu headed off toward the jungle, leaving the crowd with envy. They all thought, man, maybe we should have asked for better prize, too. But they quickly realized that only a top dog like Ryu could make a big ask without, getting his head blown up. As they dipped, Ryu shot a look back at Youngman, leaving the guy scratching his head. Ryu just gave a sly grin and continued on. As they ventured deeper into the jungle, the angel was like, "Why you hanging back? I ain't gonna bite. Walk up with me." And Ryu just nodded. Internally, the angel was losing it. She thought humans were mad greedy and she had some, let's say, special plans for Ryu. Her face turned all kinds of sinister and she let out a low, eerie laugh. She thought once they passed a certain rock, they'd be out of the surveillance zone. And then she'd get her revenge, giving Ryu a slow, painful end. As she reached the magic spot, she tried to put on her best smiley face, telling Ryu he was about to get his special reward. But out of nowhere, a fist zoomed toward her. Before she could even dodge, bam! Ryu's punch sent her flying and made this holy being a holy shit. The angel was in shock as golden blood spilled from her mouth. She couldn't wrap her head around the fact that she'd been punched by a mere human. Pissed off, she pulled herself together and tried to locate Ryu, but the dude had vanished. Just when she thought she'd caught a break, out of nowhere, Ryu popped up right behind her, ready to throw down. In a slick move, Ryu got one hand on her wing and the other wrapped around her neck. The angel, usually so in control, was freaking out big time. She screamed at him to back off, but Ryu, he just calmly ripped off one of her wings. The pain hit her hard, and she blacked out for a sec, and when she came back to sense, Ryu was already tearing off her other wing, and golden blood was going everywhere, and she couldn't help but scream out in agony. Ryu, cool as ice, told her to quit with the dramatic act. Then he forced her down to the ground, stepping on her back and grabbing her last wing. She begged and cried, but Ryu didn't show a lick of mercy. With one last yank, he ripped off her final wing while saying now she will not be able to run and they can talk in peace. Now the angel, trembling, slowly turned back, and Ryu asked her if she was in pain, but she didn't say anything, just ground her teeth. Then Ryu smiled and asked her if he hadn't acted like that. It would be him in her place crying in pain, and the angel would be the one smiling maniacally. Hearing this, the angel stood up, panicked, shouting, "What the hell is Ryu saying, this nonsense?" She called Ryu insane for hurting an innocent angel. But then, with cold eyes, Ryu picked up the angel's torn wing and showed her the hidden dagger hidden behind her wing. He asked her if she was not planning to kill him with this hidden dagger. Then what was it for? Putting it into her pussy. Hearing this, the angel was speechless. Ryu stood up, throwing the wing aside, saying he had done this for the 88th time, and it was still satisfying to do it, while the angel was confused, not understanding what Ryu was saying. Then Ryu dropped yet another bomb. He called the angel by her name, Burial, and told her he knew all about her and it was time for her to die. Now, scared, anger and shock mixed on the angel's pale face as she wondered how Ryu knew her name, thinking it was impossible. Ryu replied that there was no point in telling someone who was going to die and took out his dagger from his inventory, staring at it. The angel grew more and more panicked and started shouting that if Ryu killed her, the consequences would be heavy. Then, with an angry and loud voice, pointing her finger toward Ryu, she threatened him that if he didn't stop, she would use her skill and pop Ryu's head like a bubble. But Ryu calmly smiled and replied that she could do whatever she wanted, but she would not be able to use that skill, as it could only be used once per day. Now the angel was gritting her teeth in frustration, and then in panic, she warned Ryu that if he killed her, her comrades would not let him go unscathed. But Ryu, with a calm and calculating expression, simply said, "Comrades, my ass." He knew she was a virgin loser with no friends, and no one was going to come to her aid. The other angels didn't care about what happened to their fellow angel. Ryu slowly advanced toward the angel, and she began to utter threats about how he would regret killing her. But before she could finish her sentence, Ryu raised his dagger and thrust it into her chest with great force, ripping her apart. Golden blood splattered all around her, and she screamed in agony. However, Ryu's expression remained cold and calm as he stood over her lifeless form. The system then notified Ryu that he had achieved an unbelievable feat. He had become the first in history to kill an angel. As a reward for this act, he received two rewards. First, he obtained the angel's special essence, her juice, and second, he acquired an ability ruin crystal. This was the entire reason he had killed the angel, and he had succeeded in his goal. The ruin was known as the Ruin of Slaughter, and Ryu wasted no time in utilizing it. As he activated the ruin, it began merging with him, and the system promptly notified him that he had gained a unique skill known as the Butcherer. With this skill, every time he killed his target, all of his stats would increase by 1%, making him even more formidable. The system didn't stop there. It informed Ryu that he had earned the title of the First Angel Slayer. This title bestowed a tremendous advantage upon him, as when facing an angel in battle, all of his stats would double, turning him into a formidable adversary. Now, the most significant reward awaited Ryu as he held the angel's special juice in his hand. He explained that it was solely for this reason that he had taken the risk of killing the angel. This special juice, after consumption, would allow him to change his class to Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper class was considered the natural enemy of angels, making Ryu a formidable opponent against them, as angels will be a pain in the ass in future. Ryu went on to clarify that in this world, anyone could obtain a class, but the process for achieving one was shrouded in mystery. People gradually discovered the criteria through trial and error. For example, one could acquire a warrior class by defeating a certain number of goblins within a specific time frame. There were a total of 30 classes available, but some were unique and could only be obtained by fulfilling special conditions, such as drinking an angel's special essence. These unique classes were significantly more powerful than the standard ones. Ryu had explored all the classes in his previous 99 lives and found that the Grim Reaper class was the best choice, enabling him to fight angels on equal footing in future. Ryu wasted no time in claiming his rewards for coming in first place in the entire region. He carefully selected a 3x experience buff for 2 rounds, fully aware of its importance. He already possessed valuable information and a good amount of gold, but he needed to level up quickly for his future plans. As Ryu made his choices, the angel's presence began to fade, and a soothing white light enveloped the entire area. The scene then shifted, and we found ourselves back on Earth with Youngman. He was panting and bewildered, slowly raising his head as he wondered if everything that had transpired was merely a bad dream. However, Youngman noticed something odd. He checked his phone and discovered that exactly 5 hours and 20 minutes had passed, precisely the same amount of time as in his dream. Gradually, others around him began to wake up with headaches. Youngman's friend also woke up, confused, and shared that he had experienced a strange dream. But Youngman observed something even more alarming. As he pushed his friend's foot gently, there was no response. Another friend tried to rouse the motionless man, only to discover that he was dead, his face pallid. Panic began to grip them as they realized that everything that had occurred in the dream was not a mere fantasy. It was a grim reality. Anyone who had died in that dream had met the same fate in real life. This shocking revelation was too much to bear, and fear overcame them. Youngman and his friends frantically assessed their surroundings, trying to determine what to do next and how they would face the challenges of the upcoming month. Amidst the fear and confusion, Youngman was trembling, but his tremors were not born of fear. Instead, he was shaking with excitement, a strange anticipation stirring within him. He was getting excited, thinking that in that world everyone was equal, and it didn't matter whether they were a president or a celebrity. In that world, strength was king, and he could do whatever he wanted. He could kill whoever he pleased. Meanwhile, his friends were crying in panic, scared that next month he would die as a virgin if he failed to complete the quest. But Youngman scolded them, telling them he wasn't the only one facing this problem. He urged them to stay calm and explained that all they had to do was kill some monsters to survive the next round. It was as easy as spreading butter on bread. Hearing this, his friends couldn't believe what they were hearing and thought Youngman was crazy to begin with. But now he seemed even crazy. One of them sighed and called him a bastard, saying that with his miserable life, he wouldn't be missed if he died right now. After all, he had tons of things he wanted to do. Youngman paid little attention to their words. He was scanning the crowd. His friends asked him what he was looking for, and it turned out he was searching for his personal punching bag, Ryu. He wondered where that little rascal had gone. He had definitely seen him heading in that direction before he passed out. Could it be that he couldn't even make it past the first round and died there? But still, not finding him, he calmly shrugged his shoulders. It made sense to him that a loser like him didn't survive, and most likely had died. Suddenly, something in the crowd caught his attention. He saw a man in medieval armor. Young men couldn't understand who this guy was and where he managed to dig up this outdated armor. But then he realized it could only mean one thing. The status windows were working here as well. As soon as he gave the right command, his status window with his characteristics appeared in front of him. He couldn't believe that it had worked. Young men immediately shouted to his friends to all try to turn on their status windows because it worked here too. They were once again shocked that it worked. Seeing their actions, the others also followed suit. But everyone was curious if this meant that they could use all of their stats and items here. A few hours late, to test this, Young Min picked up a small pebble from the ground and squeezed it in his hand. It shattered into small pieces, and the remnants of the stone turned into a saw blade that spilled out through his fingers. Seeing this, he let out an evil smile. A few hours later, the next breaking news was announced on morning news nationwide. Multiple angels were seen worldwide, and 9 billion people died overnight, while another 9 billion people gained mysterious powers, turning the whole world upside down. Ryu Min walked down the street with a serious face, reading the news on his smartphone. He thought to himself, it's just the beginning. The real chaos is about to come. The real problem was now on round 1. People didn't become that strong. They reached just the level of a pro athlete. The real chaos would begin from round 2, when they would get magical powers, giving rise to numerous criminal activities as modern weapons wouldn't work on them. Ryu wasn't going to sit back and watch the world descend into chaos. If he had left things as they were, the Earth would likely have fallen into ruins before the 20th round arrived. There was only one solution. He would have to control the other players by overpowering them, making them his slaves. With a serious expression, he realized that he needed to gather his 5 teammates as soon as possible, and he had some of them in mind. But then he said to himself, that's not important now. There's something even more important to do. He left with determination. He reached his house and knocked on the door of the apartment building in one of Seoul's neighborhoods. No one answered or opened the door, so he retrieved the key from its hiding place and let himself in. It was dark inside, and he noticed an uneaten instant cup noodle. Slowly, he approached his bedroom. There, his little brother, Wani, slept peacefully and carefree on the floor. Seeing him, Ryu couldn't help but let out a warm smile. He was glad that his younger brother was safe and sleeping peacefully. He continued to watch over his sleeping brother with affection for a while. Ryu explained that his younger brother's name was Wani, and he was in his 3rd year of middle school. With a sad tone, he continued, saying their family had once been quite ordinary and happy, But after their parents died in a car accident, a lot of things changed quickly for them. One of the most drastic changes that happened was that Ryu became his little brother's only family and guardian. As Ryu examined his little brother, he noticed a band-aid coming off his hand and some bruises on his shoulders, as if someone had beaten him up. Gently, Ryu glued the band-aid back on and just stared at his brother, lost in thought. Morning came, and Ryu woke his little brother up, informing him that it was morning and time to wake up. Wani, still sleepy, slowly woke up and questioned why he was being awakened so early, especially when he had no classes today. Ryu, seeing how lazy his little brother was, pulled the blanket off him, startling him and waking him up in shock. Ryu explained that they didn't have time to sleep, and that he would explain everything later. For now, Ryu instructed him to hurry and dress up as they had to go somewhere urgently, his face still serious. Wani took his time, not fully understanding what was happening. He yawned and asked where they were going, but Ryu, with a serious expression, told him that they didn't have time to relax and the whole world was in chaos. Wani asked if something was wrong with the New Year ceremony he was going to attend, but Ryu urged him to get out of the house first, promising to explain everything later. As they left the house and strolled down the narrow street, Wani couldn't help but notice a significant shift in his brother's demeanor. Ryu, typically carefree and easygoing, appeared unusually serious. Wani sensed that something out of the ordinary had occurred, but he hesitated to inquire, thinking that Ryu would eventually share what was on his mind. Then Ryu turned toward his little brother and inquired if he was aware of what was happening in the world. Hearing this, Wani got confused, thinking about what could have happened while he was asleep in his state of panic. Ryu urged his little brother to check the latest news on his smartphone search feed. Wani quickly scrolled through the updates, trying to comprehend the gravity of the situation. What he read left him in disbelief. Stories of angels kidnapping people's souls and transporting them to another world, where half of them had died with a heart attack mysteriously. Panic surged through Wani as he absorbed the shocking news. In his state of anxiety, he bombarded Ryu with questions, asking, did Ryu also get transported to that world? His brother told him that he had been taken too, and he could only get out after killing 100 monsters called goblins. Hearing this, Wani immediately began to worry about his brother's health and asked if he was hurt. He bombarded Ryu with questions, but Ryu reassured him not to worry about himself. However, upon hearing this, Wani became even more concerned. After all, Ryu was his only family, his only sibling, and dearest person. Ryu was his entire world, and the thought of something happening to his brother was unbearable. To fulfill both the mother's and father's duty, Ryu became the most mentally strong individual from a very young age. But having a strong mind and killing 100 monsters are completely different things. Seeing his worried little brother, Ryu smiled and told him not to worry too much. He reassured Wani that he would explain everything later, but for now, they didn't have much time, and they needed to take action. Then Wani stopped and asked Ryu to tell him where they were going. He was willing to follow Ryu, but all the information was too much for him to handle, and he would only follow Ryu when he told him where they were going. Seeing his little brother's wounded hand, Ryu turned to Wani and told him in a cold voice that they were going to attack the hideout of Taegyu, who was the leader of the bullies in his class, shocking his little brother. Still not believing that his brother had found out, Wani asked his brother if he really knew about it. Ryu asked back, did you really think I wouldn't find out? Now, Wani bit his lip, realizing that he thought he had hidden his secret well, but it turned out that his brother had known about the bullying all along. Now worried, Wani sat there thinking how he didn't want to get his brother involved in his life when Ryu was himself getting bullied and having a hard time. Ryu, on the other hand, seeing his little brother sad, apologized to him in his thoughts and said to himself that he shouldn't have known this in the first place, but he found this out during the first regression. After returning from the first round, Ryu Min just slept the entire day in depression, and his little brother went somewhere in the morning. After a while, Ryu was awakened by the ringing of the phone. Annoyed at who might be calling him, he reached for the phone, still sleepy. He asked who was calling, to which the voice immediately asked if he was the guardian of someone named Wani. Then it immediately added that he should come to the hospital immediately. After saying that, Ryu's pupils dilated in horror. The next second, he quickly got dressed and ran out of the apartment. And that day, his little brother got bullied so badly by Taegyu that Wani became blind with multiple fractures. Looking at his younger brother, who was sitting in the corner of his room with his arms wrapped around his knees, depressed, Ryu was shocked and angry with himself because he was so weak and pathetic that he couldn't even protect his little brother. And now that he is no longer that weak, pathetic loser, he will do anything to protect his little brother. And his first mission is to beat the crap out of that son of a bully. Then the scene shifts. and we see an old factory. And inside that, Taegyu was beating someone furiously, asking why they hadn't brought him 200,000 won each as he had ordered them to. Shivering in pain and agony, the man tried to say something, but only managed to squeeze out another painful groan. Taegyu took that as ignoring him, which made him even angrier. He lifted his foot and swung it at the poor guy with anger in his eyes. Then he began to beat the poor guy again with anger, who had no chance to resist, and it would have made things worse because his assailant was not alone. Taegyu's friends stood aside watching this one-sided beating with a chuckle, but they were actually tense and afraid of Taegyu's ruthless attitude, since he was very unpredictable and very cruel. Even the other high school students were afraid of him. Taegyu was 185 centimeters tall, and he had a rather large physique for a sophomore high school student. Undoubtedly, he was an overwhelming dominant among his peers, and was famous even among gangsters for his fighting skill. After a while, the man was finally done with the beating, screaming harshly. He scratched his neck and headed towards his buddies, complaining irritably that he couldn't buy a motorcycle today, as he couldn't get the money he was going to get today. Seeing the angry guy approaching them, the group of his buddies immediately tensed up. Unfortunately for them, their fears were realized as Taegyu approached his gang and asked if any of them knew anyone from whom he could get the money to buy the motorcycle. The gang was caught off guard, and each of them scratched the back of their heads nervously. Then one of his members suddenly remembered a name, and he turned to Taegyu and asked why they shouldn't call that tall guy with curly hair who was from their class. Taegyu's lips curled into an evil grin when he realized who he was talking about. Then he added that he planned to call him today anyway, since he thought he deserved a good beating as a New Year's present. They were thinking about how they would beat Ryu-1. Taegyu, with an annoyed face, said that Ryu-1 is basically homeless, and they will not get anything from him. Then he decided that once he comes, he will beat the crap out of him and make him blind for being so poor. Then suddenly, a footstep echoed in the empty factory, and in the entrance, Ryu confidently entered the building, while Wani hesitantly followed behind him. Seeing Wani, the hooligans started laughing, saying they were just going to call him. And here he is. He came on his own. Then, noticing another person beside Wani, standing confidently, Taegyu got annoyed, thinking who he is. Then he shouted loudly, cursing Wani, saying how dare he bring someone without his permission. But Ryu just stood there silently, glaring at them, and Wani started to shiver in fear. Seeing this silent treatment, Taegyu got even more annoyed. Then he angrily, slowly came toward Wani and asked him if he brought another errand boy. But before he could say anything, Ryu stepped forward with a smile on his face and confidently stated that he was his older brother. Taegyu laughed, then turned to Wani, who was standing behind his older brother, and reminded him that he had already told him to watch his language if he didn't want to get beaten up. And now he had come with his older brother to his hideout to get revenge with a mocking smirk on his face. Taegyu clenched his fists and told Wani that he and his brother would die today. Then, turning to one of his minions, he nodded and ordered them to act. The latter, not realizing what he was getting into, nodded in agreement with a happy smile. While Taegyu was standing behind with his arms crossed, his underlings slowly walked toward Ryu and started taunting Wani, asking if his brother had ever even killed an ant before. Now, standing face to face with Ryu-min, he compared his height with Ryu, saying how small he was, and how Ryu-min was even smaller than Ryu-wan. But before he could finish his sentence, a heavy fist came flying toward him, and the next thing he knew, he was lying on the ground, blood coming from his face and mouth. Seeing his friend's defeat, the other guy immediately rushed at Ryu, intending to strike him with his fist. However, Ryu-min dodged his attack and struck him in the jaw with his fist. The blow was so strong that the guy let out a painful scream and flew a few meters away, hitting some debris behind him. At the same time, the first guy, who had already recovered from the blow, as well as the remaining bald guy who was shouting angrily for him to die, rushed at Ryu again. However, this joint attack was of no use at all, as all they got was 2 blows to their faces and started crying in pain. At the same time, Taegyu was watching his buddies being beaten up and crawling on the floor with painful groans. Then he walked past the fallen members, came close to Ryu, and with a smirking smile asked Ryu that he must have been acting this confident because he must have some boxing training from somewhere. But it's not enough to defeat him, as, however skilled Ryu is, he will not be able to overcome the difference in weight class. Taegyu was 185 centimeters tall and had a sturdy build, while Ryu-min was 165 centimeters tall and looked frail. The difference in weight classes was obvious, and one could easily predict the outcome of the fight between the two without even watching it. However, to Taegyu's surprise, Ryu didn't look scared at all. With a smile on his face, he turned to the big man and asked him if he was not watching the news. Hearing this nonsense, Taegyu charged toward Ryu with his punch, but to his surprise, Ryu dodged it effortlessly. Then Taegyu threw punches and kicks after kicks, but Ryu dodged all of them effortlessly. Now his vision was getting blurry, and he was breathing heavily, wondering in anger why he couldn't land a single hit on Ryu while grinding his teeth. At the same time, Ryu's fist lit up with a blue aura. Then he turned to Taegyu and said that if he had been watching the news, he would have known that attacking a player like him so easily was tantamount to suicide. The next moment, he threw a lightning-fast punch that hit Taegyu's jaw, sending him backward, but it wasn't enough to defeat him. Taegyu once again rushed to attack Ryu with a fierce shout of curses. However, to his surprise and confusion, his blow did not hit the target as Ryu suddenly vanished. Unable to believe what was happening, he tried to turn around with horror on his face. Before he could react, Ryu threw another punch at Taegyu's face. With a painful groan, Taegyu rubbed his nose, and then blood started to come from his mouth and nose with a broken tooth. Seeing his broken teeth, he screamed loudly in anger, declaring that today he would kill Ryu. It would not be a peaceful death. He intended to torture him before delivering the final blow. With determination, he once again threw a punch toward Ryu Min. But this time, Ryu didn't dodge the attack. Instead, he grabbed Taegyu's hand, leaving Taegyu in shock. Ryu Min started throwing a barrage of punches toward Taegyu, and from behind, Taegyu's underlings were left surprised. Taegyu noticed that Ryu was only punching his face, trying to humiliate him in front of his gang. This realization fueled his anger, and he charged toward Ryu again. But this time, Ryu kicked Taegyu with great force. Taegyu went flying and crashed onto the wall. The kick was so strong that Taegyu was holding his neck, struggling to breathe. With broken teeth, shivering from pain, and saliva coming from his mouth, Ryu slowly walked toward Taegyu, and with a cold stare asked, "Does it hurt a lot?" Ryu was consumed by anger because during his earlier regressions when he was weak, he had seen his little brother getting bullied and brutally beaten numerous times. Those memories haunted him, and he couldn't forget them. As Ryu slowly approached Taegyu, he was terrified, fumbling to say not to come close. Taegyu was still holding his neck and begged Ryu not to beat him more, saying he was sorry. However, Ryu didn't continue the physical assault. Instead, with a warm smile on his face, he gently held Taegyu's hands and asked, "Will you marry me?" He continued, stating that Taegyu shouldn't have messed with his brother. With a snap, a crackling sound echoed in the factory, and Taegyu started screaming in agony. Ryu had broken all of his fingers, and Taegyu was in excruciating pain, clutching his hand. But the torment didn't end there. Ryu grabbed Taegyu's other hand, leaving Taegyu in terror. With another snap, he broke Taegyu's other 5 fingers, and Taegyu started to scream maniacally. Witnessing this merciless scene, all of Taegyu's underlings ran away in terror, and even Wani, who had been watching, found it too horrifying to bear. With a serious expression, Ryu warned Taegyu not to touch a single hair on Wani's head. Taegyu, crying, promised that he would never do that. But then Ryu began to smile with a very happy expression. He grabbed Taegyu again, stating that Taegyu might change his mind in the future, so he had to ensure Taegyu would never mess with them. With that, he broke Taegyu's wrists as well, and Taegyu screamed in agony for hours. The scene shifted, and we see Ryu walking, his little brother hesitantly calling his name. Ryu stopped, and Wani asked in surprise how Ryu did that, and if he had learned some kind of martial art in another world. Hearing this, Ryu smiled slightly and replied that just like the news said, players could use their abilities in the real world. As an example, he pointed to his hand, which shone with a bright golden light. In the next moment, a black dagger appeared in his hand, causing Wani to gasp in surprise. Seeing the dagger magically appear in Ryu's hand, Wani got very excited and curiously, with sparkling eyes, asked how Ryu did that. Ryu, with a kind smile, replied that this is one of the skills he got from the other world, and all the other players can use it. Then, as Ryu was putting the dagger back into his inventory, Wani remembered what had happened at the factory and asked in the same surprised voice if Ryu had learned all his new fighting techniques from that other world as well. Ryu replied that he didn't learn any fighting techniques, and he was able to do that because he was faster than them. His dexterity stat had reached level 11, adding that normal people's agility stats were around 3 points, while professional athletes could reach 10 points. and his was 11. So now he was as fast as Usain Bolt. Wani followed his brother and asked what would happen if he level up. And Ryu replied that he didn't know, as he hadn't reached that level, and only by leveling up would he be able to find that answer. But from inside, he knew the answer. You see, in his 13th life, he told everything about him to his little brother that would happen in the future, and that he was a regressor. Because of that, Wani became the target of the other players and had been kidnapped by a player. Even though he was able to get revenge, he didn't want to feel those emotions again, much less have his younger brother suffer for it. Turning to look at his little brother who was following him, he told himself that he had to prepare himself to protect him in the upcoming fight between the players. Then Wani's stomach growled, and Ryu asked if he was hungry and suggested they go eat a good breakfast together. Hearing this, Wani happily nodded with shining eyes. Then the two brothers entered the nearest store. Ryu immediately headed towards the ATM. When Wani saw this, he asked where he was going, saying that the noodles were in a different place. But Ryu turned around and told him to wait for a few minutes. He went to the ATM and inserted his card. He looked at the screen and thought to himself that this was all he could save up to that point. His balance was 133,134 won, which was about $100. After selecting a transaction amount of 100,000 won, he pressed the button to confirm the transaction. Seeing the huge bills in his older brother's hands, Wani was surprised and asked why he needed so much money, to which Ryu replied that he needed it for something. Then the two reached an area selling premium foods, and Ryu asked Wani why he didn't choose something from here. Hearing this, Wani got startled, saying everything here is very expensive. Even the cheapest food here is for $20. But Ryu reassured his little brother that it's okay as it's New Year, and they should eat good food to enjoy the day. Hesitantly, Wani asked if they spend money on expensive food, will they have enough money for living expenses? Ryu replied with a smile not to worry about money, and just to buy as he has a way to earn a lot of money. Then, Wani excitedly picked up a packet of pork belly meat, saying he always wanted to taste this, and today finally he will be able to. Ryu from afar was watching his little happy brother with a warm smile. Then, Ryu approached Wani, who was shining with happiness, and suggested that they go to a restaurant together sometime and order some roast beef. But Wani smiled the happiest smile Ryu had ever seen, and replied that there was no need, as he had more than enough of what they had bought today. Seeing how happy his brother was, Ryu told himself to wait for only 5 days, after which he could give his little adorable brother as much food as he wanted. He will give his little brother so much meat that he will get tired of eating it. Then the scene shifts, and we see Wani took a piece of meat with his chopsticks and put it on a spoonful of rice. As he took a bite and chewed it, he happily said with a happy face that it was delicious, really delicious. Ryu was really happy seeing his little brother happy. Then suddenly, Ryu stood up from his seat and told Wani to wait here as he had a very important thing to do. Wani asked him where he was going, but Ryu told Wani that he will know in a second. Then Ryu returned after a while, and he loudly slammed his hand on the table, placing his pen on it. Confused, Wani then noticed many lottery tickets and asked Ryu in an uncertain voice if all these are lottery tickets. Ryu replied, "Yes, they are." As he was opening his pen's cap, Wani, with a worried voice, asked how many tickets Ryu bought, and Ryu replied, 20. Hearing this, Wani got panicked, realizing his big bro just spent his entire savings on some lottery tickets, and he asked Ryu in concern how he could do that, and if this was the way of earning money Ryu was talking about, as he should know that it was almost impossible to win them. However, his older brother calmly told him to trust him and just watch. Then he took a pen and began to circle the numbers on the lottery tickets. Wani was puzzled when he saw Ryu circling numbers on all the lottery tickets. Worried, Wani asked Ryu why did he circle the numbers on each ticket, and Ryu replied with a smile on his face that he did it because those numbers were the winning ones. Then the scene shifts, and we see the brothers sitting in their house with lottery tickets on the table. Ryu was calmly flipping through his phone, while his brother nervously held the phone in one hand and propped his head up with the other. The announcement of the lottery draw was made from his phone. Wani was biting his fingernails with worry, staring at the screen of his phone with the live broadcast. He thought they were in trouble if they didn't win a single lottery because they had wasted all their money. As the live broadcast began, Wani became more nervous and Ryu scolded him not to be so nervous and to stop biting his nails. Wani said that they would have been better off buying better food with that much money. Then the hosts announced that the first lucky number was 3, and Wani stopped biting his nails. The second number was 18, and the third was 9. Wani was shocked as he saw the numbers matching the numbers on the lottery ticket that Ryu had bought. As all the numbers got revealed, Ryu matched the numbers on the lottery ticket with the phone screen. He was overwhelmed with emotion, looking from the phone to the ticket and back again. With happiness, he asked Ryu if this was all a dream. Ryu replied it's not a dream and told Wani that he told him he had a way to earn money. Realizing it's not a dream, Wani raised his hand high, holding the lottery ticket, and happily shouted that they won the first prize. Ryu then told Wani to stop shouting, as if the neighbors heard them. They might get into trouble, and Wani stopped shouting midway. Then Ryu warmly asked Wani if he's happy, and Wani replied, of course he is happy, and asked Ryu if he's not happy. Ryu, with a smile, replied that he is, but he was not looking excited at all. He explained that he was also like Wani when he first won the lottery in his 15th regression, but after repeating it for multiple times, it became more like a mandatory process or an annual event. Then Ryu said to himself that he has to earn money quickly, as after the death of 9 billion people, and the item trading among the players will crash the economy like crazy. But it was not the end of the surprise. Ryu won first prize for all the 20 tickets. Now holding all 20 winning tickets, Wani was in shock, asking Ryu that this still doesn't feel real, and how much is the total amount will be. Ryu replied he doesn't know, but then with a smile, he said the amount is so large that it will shake the entire world. Ryu got off the bus and walked down the street. He soon saw a tall building in front of him. It was the main branch of ManhwaTop Bank where he was to receive his prize. Normally, he would have been nervous before entering, but maybe it's because this is the 85th time he is receiving the grand prize. He is not nervous at all. The bank was crowded with customers, but none of them were lottery winners. Ryu went to the front desk in the lobby of the new building, and then he approached the employee on duty, telling him he is here to collect his lottery winning amount for the first place. Hearing this, the employee smiled and congratulated him on his winnings. At the same time, he wondered to himself how the guy standing in front of him, who looked like a student, was able to get the prize for the first place. Pushing his thoughts away and searching for something on the computer, then the employee asked Ryu where he had purchased his ticket, to which he replied that it was at the Yeonwi branch. Hearing the guy's words, the employee exclaimed in shock, unable to believe what he had said. His mind immediately went back to a conversation with his colleague who told him that this time, someone won the first prize for 115 games and all first prize. However, and his senior strictly commanded him whenever that customer will come, he has to treat him like a VIP guest. The employee's thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Ryu, asking him if he is okay, and the employee panickedly replied he is, and told Ryu to just wait for a minute. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Ryu, who smiled and thanked him for waiting. After shaking hands with Ryu, he introduced himself as Juno, saying that he was the president of the bank. Ryu simply replied that his name was Ryu. The president said that since he had won the first place prize, he had to congratulate him personally. Ryu smilingly thanked the man for congratulating him. Afterwards, the man offered to escort him to the place where he could collect his winnings, telling him to follow him. As they approached the door with a sign that read, "Lottery Ticket Sales Team," the president announced that they had arrived at the place. As soon as they stepped inside, they were immediately greeted by one of the female employees who stood up and bowed to greet the president. Noticing some young man next to the president, she couldn't help but wonder who it could be. But she didn't have to speculate because the next moment, the president himself introduced the guy, saying that he was the first place winner and that he had come to collect his prize. Then he told them to make sure that their guest felt comfortable. Surprised to see the guy who was talking casually with the president, the woman could hardly believe that in front of her was a man who had won first place for 115 games. Having recovered from her excitement and doubts, she told herself that she should calm down and do her best to satisfy the customer. After greeting him, she invited Ryu to sit down with a smile on her face. He did so, sitting comfortably on the chair right in front of her. She then asked him if he would like a drink, but Ryu simply replied that he would not, adding that he would like to get right down to business and take his prize. After hearing Ryu's answer, the employee didn't take any more time and asked him to provide her with the tickets so she could confirm that he was the winner. Ryu immediately handed her a stack of winning tickets that he had brought with him. Looking through the tickets, the woman couldn't believe that he had bet everything on one combination. It could only mean one thing. Either the guy had decided to risk everything, or he could see the future. Having finished with the confirmation, the employee said that everything was in order and that he could take the prize for the first place. However, Ryu's next question about how much he would receive made the girl freeze, as even just naming such numbers was absurd. After a second of silence, she replied in a trembling voice that his prize is 22.5 billion won, which is equal to $16 million. After he received his prize, everything went pretty quickly. The first thing he did was start looking for a place to move to. That same night, he opened a stocks account because he had information from the future. He knew that the price of Bitcoin would increase by 500% next month, so he also planned to invest his money in it. After returning home, Ryu showed his younger brother pictures of their new house and asked him if he liked it. Wani happily replied that it was amazing, adding that he had never seen such a huge and beautiful house in person. But Wani was confused about one thing. He asked Ryu why he signed a rental agreement when they had enough money to buy a house. Ryu replied that he didn't have any more money, as he had spent it all. His phrase made Wani freeze in place, and Ryu casually added that he had invested all the money into Bitcoin. When his younger brother heard this, he froze in place again, unable to understand how his brother could so easily say that he had invested $15 billion into Bitcoin. Ryu Min approached his younger brother, who had turned into a statue, and patted him on the shoulder, assuring him that he hadn't done it without thinking, and he knew the price of Bitcoin was going to rise. He told Wani not to worry. Then, hugging Wani, he added that not to worry, as he had seen a dream, and in that dream, he saw new numbers of lottery tickets, and they could always earn money through the lottery. After his older brother's words, the eyes of the naive Wani shone with admiration, believing everything Ryu said. Realizing this, he immediately grabbed Ryu by the shoulders and began to shake him excitedly, asking him never to forget them. Ryu somehow broke free from his little brother's grip, thinking to himself that he couldn't forget them, even if he wanted to, after repeating it countless times. Then Ryu turned to his brother and suggested that they eat outside before heading out. Wani asked in confusion where they were going, and Ryu replied with a smile on his face that they were moving to their new house today. At the same time, at some unknown location, Youngmin was punching and made a big hole in the wall, and then with a villainous smile. He said to himself that pumping all the points into strength was the right decision. Swinging his fist at the end wall again, he added to himself that he was even able to get a power rune that doubled his strength. As he continued to strike the wall, he started to laugh maniacally, saying that now with this powerful fist, no one will be able to stop him, and veins started to foam in his hand as he clenched his fist, ready to go another round of punching the wall. Then the scene shifted, and we see Youngmin now in front of Ryu's door, slamming the door and shouting Ryu's name. When he didn't get an answer, he said first he thought Ryu died in the first round, but later he found his name was not in the list of the dead people, and Ryu was even ignoring all his calls. Then Youngmin's face became furious, thinking the way Ryu glared at him before the angel kidnapped him. He can never forget them, and he will only get satisfaction when he will beat him to death with his own hands. Then Youngmin started to slam Ryu's door continuously, saying if he is hiding inside, he will now come inside after breaking the door. However, a voice stopped Youngmin, and it was an old man standing on the stairs who turned to him and asked him what he was doing at that door. Youngmin asked the old man if he should mind his own business, since Youngmin is not slamming the old man's door. Hearing this, the old man, adjusting his glasses, replied that he was indeed the owner of the house, startling Youngmin. Then he asked Youngmin again if he had come to meet a friend. For a second he froze, not knowing what to say. He quickly adjusted himself to the situation, smiled, and said that he had indeed come to see his friend. Then he asked the old man if he could open the door for him. Youngmin added that he had suddenly lost contact with his friend, and now he didn't know how to get in touch with him. Hearing this, the old man was shocked. Then he told Youngmin that it was now an empty apartment as the student who lived there had moved out. Hearing this, Youngmin immediately asked the owner of the house if he knew when and where the student had moved to. But the old man replied that he had moved today, but he didn't know where he had moved to. Hearing the old man's answer, Youngmin was furious, and he clenched his fists in anger, wondering how he could have left without telling anyone. Then the scene shifts, and we see the duo arriving at the huge glass building. which was the size of a skyscraper. Wani exclaimed in surprise and admiration. Covering his eyes with his hand to keep the sun from shining, he said with shining eyes and amazement that the building was very tall. He was so innocent that he was even surprised that the door at the entrance was revolving. He didn't stop being amazed even when the female employee simply handed them entrance cards while his older brother confirmed their identities. Wani continued to be surprised that there was even a security guard here. Pushing himself up in the elevator to his room, he turned to Ryu and said admiringly that this place was really amazing. Stepping out of the elevator, they headed to their room. When they got to their room, Wani exclaimed again in surprise, wondering how big it was. His brother replied with a nonchalant face that it was about 330 square meters. Such a figure shocked his younger brother, as their previous apartment was dozens of times smaller. Looking at the apartment, Wani, still in disbelief that they were going to live here, asked, "Isn't it too big just for the two of them?" Ryu replied that they have a lot of money and that they should enjoy their life. Then Wani asked Ryu how much the rent had cost him, and Ryu said that it had cost about 22 million won a month, which is about $17,000 a month. The rent alone made his younger brother's head spin. He thought to himself that not so long ago, he was still concerned about the price of meat, which at that time seemed very expensive to him, and now they are spending so much just for rent. Following his older brother, who was still looking at the apartment they would be living in, Wani asked him if they could have chosen something cheaper. Hearing this, Ryu shook his head negatively and replied that the more expensive the services were, the higher the security, which was their priority after all. On the first of every month, all players will fall unconscious as their souls will get transported to another world, leaving their real bodies unprotected, and it was the period that was the most vulnerable for all players. During this time, they became vulnerable to disasters such as fire or earthquakes. But the biggest danger was not the cataclysms, but the assassins hired by other players. And so, when the time came, players would need to prepare to have their bodies in as protected a place as possible. After finishing his thoughts, Ryu turned to his brother, who had already settled in a bit, and asked if he liked the house. Wani enthusiastically replied that it was beautiful, and it still felt like he was dreaming. Then Ryu kindly said he is glad Wani is happy and that he liked it. Suddenly, Wani's face became a little sad. He then apologized to his older brother in an uncertain and worried voice. Ryu looked at him in confusion, not understanding what he was apologizing for. Wani continued in an upset voice, saying that Ryu would be transferred to another world next month, and he'd have to fight for his life. Knowing this, how could Wani enjoy and be happy? But this sad atmosphere was broken by Ryu, who patted his brother on the shoulder, asking him why he was so sad. He added, "Do you think I won't be able to come back from the next round?" But Wani didn't say anything, and Ryu jokingly told him to stop thinking about nonsense and follow him. He had heard that the shopping hall on the second floor sells really delicious food, so they should go and enjoy. Wani agreed, still worried. Then suddenly a message arrived on Ryu's phone. After reading the message, he realized it was from Youngmin, and Ryu continued to ignore him. Putting his phone in his coat pocket, he thought of giving Youngmin a visit. The next day, a sleepy Ryu came out of the bedroom and was surprised to see Wani fully dressed, preparing to go somewhere. When he asked him where he was going, Wani happily replied that he had ordered some rice cakes and was going to pick them up. Still sleepy, Ryu didn't immediately realize what he was talking about. As far as he could remember, this had never happened before. Although regression did not guarantee that everything would happen exactly the same way as in the past, it was a significant change. Turning to his younger brother, who had already packed up and intended to go, Ryu asked him why he had decided to buy them, to which Wani replied that he was going to give them away to the neighbors as a gift to celebrate their moving in, as he thought it would be good manners. Ryu thoughtfully replied that being on good terms with the neighbors was a great idea. Pleased at his older brother's praise, Wani said that he could distribute them himself, adding that Ryu could stay here and rest. However, Ryu disagreed, replying that they should distribute the gifts together. He then told Wani to wait for a while he went to change his clothes. After a while, they rang the bell of the first apartment, from which a voice came out seconds later asking who it was. Wani, with a smile on his face and a cake in his hands, good-naturedly informed them that they were their neighbors who had just moved in and now came to greet them. Opening the door, a middle-aged woman with a smile also greeted them. Then, noticing that the two looked very similar, she asked if they were brothers, to which Wani smilingly replied that they were. Handing the woman a rice cake, he advised her to eat them while they were still warm. She happily received the cake and thanked the brothers. Then, after some more time, they continued to greet their neighbors, continuing to give them gifts, and after an hour they were almost done with greeting the neighbors and heading to the last place. This was the top floor, and the most expensive and the most secure one. While Wani was ringing the doorbell, Ryu was thinking to himself that there must have been someone from a rich family or a celebrity in such a place. Even after ringing the bell for a while, no one answered his call, causing him to have thoughts that perhaps no one was home. Pressing once more and getting no answer, he turned to his older brother, who was standing by the wall, and said a bit confusedly that it looked like no one was here. Turning around, they were about to head for the elevator, but the sound of the doors opening made them turn around. The person they saw in the next moment shocked Wani, while Ryu, although a little surprised, didn't change his face much. In front of them was a girl who had a beautiful appearance and was dressed in elegant clothes, who was looking at them with incomprehension. When Wani laid eyes on Arin, he was practically speechless, and a little shyness crept in. He couldn't help but blurt out how pretty she looked, like an angel come to life, while Ryu was just staring at her, thinking about that angel that he just killed without any reaction. But before either of them could get a word out, this dude dressed in black stepped right in front of Arin. He had a real rude tone, asking the brothers who they were, and he even threw in a snide comment about whether they were her fans. That really got under Ryu's skin, and he got a bit annoyed. So with his arms crossed, he made it clear that they weren't fans and that they'd only just moved into the building today. Meanwhile, Wani was feeling a tad shy. Then Wani, all cheerful, tried to hand over a rice cake as a friendly gesture. But that bodyguard of Arin's wasn't having any of it. He rudely stopped Wani right in the middle of his offering and flat out said they didn't want anything. To top it off, he told the brothers to mind their own business and not bother them. With that, he just turned on his heel and walked away, casually mentioning that Arin ain't into sweet stuff. Left the brothers feeling pretty insulted, that's for sure. Next up, the bodyguard opened up the door to Arin's place and told her to head on inside. She followed his lead, but she couldn't help but shoot a sorry look back at the brothers. Today's goal is 3,000 likes. Like and subscribe to support the channel. Now, let's continue. Now Ryu was getting pretty mad about the whole deal. He might not know who these people were, but that man's rude behavior was really getting on his nerves. On the other hand, Wani was still standing there, practically speechless. And it ain't just 'cause he was feeling insulted. It's 'cause he realized that the lady he'd been staring at was none other than his idol, Arin. His eyes lit up with happiness, and he couldn't believe he was seeing her in the flesh. While Ryu was confused, thinking who she was, being a single virgin and a shut-in, he didn't have much knowledge about famous people. Then Wani excitedly explained to Ryu that she was Arin, and Ryu asked in confusion, "Who is Arin?" Then the scene shifts, and we see Arin sitting on her sofa, watching the news on her phone. The news is filled with reports about how some famous actors mysteriously died overnight from heart attacks, and she recognizes that some of them were her friends. She feels a growing sense of terror as she wonders what is happening to the world. She places her phone on her bed, still filled with worry and a hint of fear, and starts thinking about how she barely survived this round, all because of her bodyguard. The thought of killing those damn goblins from her own hand is still terrifying her. To lighten the mood, she thinks jokingly that if she had died today, her name might have been in the news. Seeing Arin's worried expression, her bodyguard asks what's on her mind. She initially brushes it off, but the bodyguard sits beside her and gently encourages her to share her thoughts, assuring her that he's always here to listen. With a somber expression, Arin confesses that she's thinking about how drastically the world has changed and how she might die in the next round. Hearing this, the bodyguard reassures her, emphasizing that his job is to protect her and she can rely on him. Arin smiles warmly in response and expresses genuine gratitude for his unwavering support. Arin goes on to explain that when the company first assigned her a bodyguard, she had assumed he was there merely to keep an eye on her. However, she acknowledges that without his presence, she might not have survived the first round. She shares a light-hearted moment with her bodyguard, mentioning that the new neighbors who brought rice cake looked yummy, but her bodyguard replied that she would get ugly and fat if she ate things like that. Arin replied that it was okay to take the cake, and they would not have eaten it. The bodyguard was too rude to the brothers, as they might have felt bad and insulted. The bodyguard replied that he knows all about people like them. They were just trying to be friendly for their own selfish reason, and if they had taken the rice cake, they would have bothered them non-stop. But Arin, remembering the faces of the brothers, Wani, an innocent boy, and Ryu, a Chad, and thought they didn't look like bad people to her. Then Arin notices something about one of the two neighbors. One of them looks older, possibly above 15 years old, which means he must have killed 100 goblins to survive. The bodyguard replied that he must have, and that's why he is alive. Arin again gets a little panicked, saying how amazing Ryu is. To think someone who has gone through such a cruel and hellish experience can look so calm. Hearing this, the bodyguard laughingly replied that killing 100 goblins was not that hard, and those who didn't kill them were just idiots. But Arin knew inside that it was not easy to kill 100 goblins for normal people. The bodyguard did manage to do so as he was a skilled fighter and received professional training. Then she started thinking about that guy named Black Scythe. In front of him, her bodyguard looked like a kid. Black Scythe was just too overpowered, and she almost felt bad for the goblins, seeing how brutally Black Scythe killed them. Then she started to think, who would Black Scythe be in real life, and how he looked like in real life? The scene shifts, and we see 1 month has passed, and it's January 31st. Ryu is now in his bed, and Wani is holding his big bro's hand worriedly, saying he has to promise him that he will come back alive no matter what. Ryu smilingly replied not to worry, as he is too strong to die, even if he wanted to, and not even a god can kill him. Hearing these words, Wani was still worried. Then Ryu patted Wani's head, saying not to worry too much and to eat once Ryu's soul gets transported to another world and sleep. When Wani wakes up from his sleep, Ryu will be there standing beside him. With that, Ryu's vision became blue, and he got transported again with the rest of the people. As all the remaining survivors made their way to the dungeon, they were hit with a wave of panic. Some let out screams of pure fear, while others just looked around, trying to wrap their heads around the place that looked more like a jungle than anything else. Then, one of the girls in the group spotted Ryu and called him out as the guy who ranked #1 in the last round. Ryu stood tall, soaking in the attention, and noticed whispers about him starting to spread, a good sign for the plans he had in mind. He wanted everyone to recognize who was running the show. Ryu's eyes briefly met Youngman's, but before he could dwell on that, a voice filled the area. Yep, it was another angel, and man, she was a looker. But this was a different one, and questions buzzed through the crowd about what happened to the last one. The new angel flashed a friendly smile and explained that the previous angel had gone missing for reasons unknown, and she was here to take over. Seeing her smile, the crowd's nerves started to calm. Maybe this angel wasn't going to be as much of a nightmare as the last one, they thought. But that hope was short-lived. Her smile twisted into something sinister, and with a hand delicately touching her lips, she let out a creepy laugh. She was stoked, ready for some fun after a long time. With a casual flick, she handed down the new quest. They had to pick a zone leader in 3 hours. Seeing this, everyone got confused, but then they noticed that all the people in this round can pass, unlike the previous round where half of them died. The angel noticed the confused looks on the players' faces and with a smile, decided to break down the quest for them. She explained that this round wasn't about fighting. Everyone could make it through just by picking a zone leader. The chosen leader would have the power to command anyone in their zone to do anything they wanted, from crawling on the ground to dropping dead. "Isn't that an awesome skill?" she asked, looking around at the player. As she laid out the details, a guy with green hair listened intently, and another dude, all muscles and a tattoo on his neck, seemed pretty annoyed. The angel wrapped up, saying that in 3 hours, she'd be back for the vote to decide the leader. The green-haired guy, a little shaky, raised his hand and asked if it was really that simple. Just vote for a leader, and they all get to live. The angel's grin went a bit wicked as she confirmed it. Just a vote, and then bam, they'd all be back on Earth, safe and sound. Now, hearing this, everyone got happy and started to celebrate, saying this time no one is going to die. Ryu, from behind, remained with a serious face. Then the angel bid them good luck, and then she vanished, and the timer of 3 hours began. In the next moment, the remaining players were still happy, as no one will die today, except for Youngman. He was not. He was damn angry, and while grinding his teeth, he said he was ready to fight and kill some monsters. Seeing Youngman angry, his buddy panically said to him that just to let it go, as the angel will let them live if they just vote. So, why is Youngman complaining so much? Youngman, still angry, replied that he has used all his points to strengthen, and now he can't even beat the crap out of someone, and he is just too frustrated. Ryu watched Youngman from a distance, thinking to himself that in all his 99 lives, Youngman was always the same hothead. Ryu turned away, muttering that he'd sort out Youngman when the time was right. Then Ryu noticed everyone's discussion about whom to vote for and what to do, but Ryu said that is not important to him. Then, while walking toward the forest, he continued, saying he has an even more important thing to do, which is selecting a class, the class of a Grim Reaper, the god of death. And in order to do that, he has to reach level 10 in 3 hours. Just then, a goblin sporting a red hoodie appeared. Ryu's grip on his dagger tightened. He taunted the goblin, daring it to come closer. The goblin charged, and Ryu, with an emotionless face, cut through its neck as easily as a hot knife through butter. Then the system notified that he gained experience points with 15 gold, and all his stats increased by 1% because of the ruin of slaughter. Now, standing beside the fallen goblin, Ryu knew what he had to do. He had 3 hours to reach level 10 and choose his class. That was the only way his plan would work out. As another gang of goblins neared, Ryu readied his dagger. He couldn't help but smile, seeing the goblins approach like a kid waiting for a slice of delicious cake. And the next moment, Ryu started the one-sided slaughter of the goblin. Then, after an hour of bullying the goblin, Ryu wiped the blood off his face and checked the time. 1 hour down, he muttered to himself and flicked open his status window. He was surprised to see he had hit level 9 and racked up 8 stat points already, way quicker than he'd expected. Without a second thought, he chucked all his points into agility, given his base stats were pretty much rubbish, and after living for 99 lives, his battle sense became so sharp that his body moves on its own during battle. To support his body, he needs agility. That's when Ryu noticed something and turned back with a serious look. Someone had been following him for a long time while he was caught up in the fight. Normally, he wouldn't bother with distractions since he was so focused on battling, but this was new. This hadn't happened in his lives, so he figured he better check it out. Then, with a serious look, pointing his bloody dagger toward the bush, Ryu said that he didn't know who they were, but now they had to show themselves. If they didn't come out, they better prepare for a painful death. As Ryu finished his sentence, a beautiful woman with messy brown hair panikedly came, both her arms raised up, saying she was here. Seeing her, Ryu realized she was none other than the actress he had met on the first floor, the one whose his little brother is a fan of, and Ryu started thinking why she was following him. Ahren was just about to apologize and explain why she was following Ryu when suddenly someone else jumped into the conversation. It was a familiar figure, and it turned out to be that rude bodyguard from before. He quickly chimed in, apologizing and making it clear they hadn't been tailing Ryu for any bad reasons. He just wanted Ryu to take it easy. Ryu caught a glimpse of the bodyguard's nickname, Sang-cheol, and his reaction was immediate. His eyes went wide as he recognized the name. Sang-cheol was the trusted right-hand man of Gyunrok, the eldest son of Korea's largest corporation, who was also known by the fearsome nickname Heavenly Demon. He is one of the people Ryu wants to recruit into his team, along with a priest who was rumored to have the power to bring the dead back to life. Ryu hadn't expected to bump into Gyunrok's right-hand man so soon, and it made him wonder why such a guy would be protecting Ahren. Then, it hit him. The priest might just be this skinny, innocent-looking girl right in front of him. Keeping his cool, Ryu's voice dropped as he asked them straight up why they were following him. They admitted they had been on his trail since he first set foot in the forest. Ahren seemed a bit nervous as she explained, saying she had a proposition for him. With a hopeful smile, she said she wanted to team up with Ryu and asked if they could join forces. Hearing this, Ryu smiled and replied that joining forces means both parties are helping each other. Ahren shakily replied that it's true, and Ryu replied he doesn't see how they can be any help to him, so he doesn't want to join forces with them. With a rude tone, he continued that they should go and stop wasting his time with this nonsense and go back. With that, Ryu turned back, saying he doesn't have any desire to form a team, and started going deeper into the forest. Well, it was his way to get revenge from the bodyguard. Then, as Ryu left, the bodyguard was really annoyed, saying Ryu was really arrogant. But Ahren, she just collapsed to her knees, wiped out, mumbling about how Ryu's vibe was intense, like he could take a bite out of her at any second. Then she continued, saying she really wanted to be on the same team as Ryu from the first time she saw him fight, but it didn't work out well. The bodyguard, still annoyed, said he already told Ahren that strong people like him always have big egos, and they like to act alone, and they hate to work on a team. Now standing beside the goblin corpses, they thought about what to do in the remaining time before the vote, and they decided to hunt some goblins like Ryu to level up. Then, as they started to go deep inside the forest, we see someone following them from the bushes. Then the scene shifts. and we see Ryu mercilessly continuing to kill the goblins while the goblins try to run for their lives. After killing goblins for an hour, a group of gnolls approached Ryu, and seeing them, Ryu gave a big, bright smile, saying, "Looks like something delicious came on its own." Then, as the group of wolfmen attacked Ryu all at once, Ryu, with a single swing, slaughtered them like vegetables, and their torn body parts fell from the sky like rain. With that, Ryu finally reached level 10. The system notified Ryu that as he reached level 10, he could access the shop. Then, a hidden quest appeared, to change class before the voting begins. If Ryu changed his class today, he would get a 50% discount on today's items in the shop. Ryu explained that everyone could choose what class they wanted after reaching level 10, but no one knew how to choose a class. For a warrior, one had to kill 30 monsters in under 1 hour, and one could become a berserker after battling monsters for 1 hour while constantly bleeding, and so on. And after continuously grinding for God knows how much time, Ryu gathered this knowledge. After that, Ryu held the angel's special juice in his hand. He started to absorb it, and a bright yellow light surrounded Ryu. The system notified Ryu that he had changed his class to Grim Reaper, and he got 3 unique abilities. First, when he is wielding a scythe, his attack increased by 2. Second, when he is fighting at night, his speed will increase by 50%. And lastly, at night, all his senses will increase greatly. But it was not enough, so the system gave Ryu a Grim Reaper scythe to change his class, making him the first in the entire world. Then the system notified Ryu that he had reached the apprentice rank from beginner rank. Ryu explained that there are 6 ranks in total, starting with beginner, then apprentice, then regular, then expert, then master, then grandmaster. And with each rank comes a unique skill related to the class. As Ryu reached the apprentice rank, he acquired the skill Seal of Death. Using this, he can cast a seal on a target and deal double the damage. After merging it with the 2x damage of his weapon, the Grim Reaper Scythe, he can inflict 4x damage. He also gained the skill Tracking, which enables him to find anyone's location as long as he remembers that person's face or nickname. Oh boy, I wish I had this skill to track my crush. Now fully equipped, the first person Ryu thought to use his skill on was Youngmin. He used his skill to track him, and the system notified him that Youngmin was 190 meters away, with an arrow indicating the direction. So Ryu started to follow the arrow with an amused smile. The scene changes, and we see a tired Auron struggling to stay on her feet. She collapses to the ground, and when she tries to stand up, her whole body shakes. She's hurting bad and tells her bodyguard she can't run anymore. The bodyguard, who's hurt himself and freaking out, helps her to her feet. She's standing there saying the arrow wounds are killing her. The bodyguard, still scared, throws out a guess, saying maybe if they can just last this 1 hour without dying, their real bodies won't be hurt. But before Auron can reply, they hear a voice that makes them freeze. It's Youngmin and his crew. Youngman's grinning like he's got the upper hand, telling them they're not getting away today. The bodyguard looks like he's ready to give up, thinking he can't die over this damn woman. He gets his dagger ready, though, because it looks like there's no choice left but to fight. Youngman sees the dagger and calls the bodyguard, an old man, asking if he really wants to go at it with them. He then points behind him, showing off how many buddies he's got, and asking the bodyguard if he's blind not to see them all. The bodyguard yells out, full of anger, wanting to know why Youngman's doing this and what he's gonna get from it. Youngman just smiles that creepy smile and says he's gonna get something really good, leaving them both shocked. Youngman continues, saying that he will take the woman behind him. As he's not interested in men, he can leave, and he won't do anything to the bodyguard. Youngman only wants that woman who looks like Auron, the actress. Then, Youngman's buddies, eyeing the woman who looks just like Auron, didn't care whether she was the real deal or not. In this world, where they can feel pain, they figured they could also feel pleasure, so they wanted to have some fun with Auron. Hearing this, Auron was struck with fear. Then Youngman tried to make a deal with the bodyguard, saying if he handed over Auron, he could walk away without a scratch, and they'd return Auron unharmed after they had their fun. That way everyone's happy, he said. The bodyguard was torn. If he'd known they were after Auron from the get-go, he would have ditched her and saved his own skin. He was in this for the money after all, and his life was worth more than any job. But the fear of the heavenly demon being angry if he failed his duty to protect her made up his mind. He squared up, ready to throw down. Seeing this, Youngman got a kick out of the old man gearing up for a fight. The bodyguard tried to reason, saying that what they were planning was a crime, but Youngman just laughed it off. "Who's gonna punish us?" he jeered. "No one knows what we really look like or who we are in real life." With their backs against the wall, The bodyguard and Aaron braced themselves, trying to figure out their next move. Then, out of nowhere, someone else shows up, and it's none other than the god of death, Ryu, just chilling under a tree, watching the whole showdown unfold. Youngmin saw Ryu, and panic flickered across his face, wondering what he was doing there. Then Ryu asked Aaron what they were doing there, but before they could answer, Youngmin tried to tell Ryu with his same attitude to mind his own business. Ryu cut him off midway, asking, "Did I ask you?" The bodyguard hurriedly told Ryu everything, how Youngmin attacked them, and that they wanted to have some fun with Aaron. Hearing this, Ryu glared at Youngmin and asked if this was true. Youngmin, with his rude attitude, replied that whether it's true or not, Ryu should just mind his own business. Ryu had had enough of Youngmin's nonsense. With a deep voice, Ryu said whether it's his business or not is none of Youngmin's business, and he should mind his own business. With that, he summoned his red, bloody scythe with a terrifying aura, shocking everyone. Now, with one hand in his pocket and the other gripping his sizable scythe, emitting a bloody red aura, Ryu spoke in a deep voice. He made it clear that he wouldn't let Youngmin go unscathed, especially when he knew Youngmin's intent to harm someone. Aaron and her bodyguard were left speechless, standing behind Ryu. Youngmin, grinding his teeth, witnessed Ryu coming to Aaron's aid. Aaron and her bodyguard expressed their gratitude to Ryu for saving them. However, Ryu didn't play the hero out of the goodness of his heart. He had his motives. Turning back, he explained that by saving Heavenly Demon's right-hand man, they would be indebted to him. This, Ryu believed, could help him achieve his future plans. Plus, he already had plans to take care of Youngmin, making it like killing two birds with one stone. As Ryu slowly approached Youngmin, the latter grew scared. With a shaky voice, Youngmin hesitantly warned Ryu not to come closer, threatening to kill him. Noticing a scared look on Youngmin's face, Ryu, with a sly smile, teasingly asked if Youngmin didn't want to throw down, mentioning he was itching to test his powers. So guys, today's goal is 3,000 likes. Please like and subscribe to support the channel. Now let's continue. Youngmin, annoyed and scared, wondered who in their right mind would try to pick a fight with Ryu, the one who slaughtered goblins like vegetables and ranked first in all the regions. Before Youngmin could say anything, a realization struck him. However, Ryu broke the silence, suggesting that if Youngmin was scared and didn't want to fight, there was one thing he could do. Youngmin, confused, asked what, and Ryu, arms crossed and a smirk on his face, replied that he should get down on his knees, beg for mercy, and bark like a dog. Only then would Ryu consider letting him go. Youngmin, bewildered, thought Ryu wanted to humiliate him in front of everyone. Turning back to glare at his buddies, he realized he couldn't do this. He couldn't beg in front of them. Now, Youngmin was really pissed, seeing Ryu's smiling face. Although he wanted to avoid fighting Ryu at all costs, for some reason, just looking at Ryu made him increasingly furious. Then he got an idea. Recognizing that he was no longer his previous self, he remembered how he punched the wall and destroyed it, showcasing his superhuman strength. Youngmin, thinking he could land a punch on Ryu if he tried and then mercilessly kill him. Then he started to laugh arrogantly, addressing Ryu as a bastard. He prepared his fist to strike Ryu, leaving his buddies wondering what was about to happen. Now Youngmin slowly approached Ryu while stretching his arms, saying Ryu shouldn't have messed with him, and now Ryu will die because of his arrogance. Then we see Youngmin getting happy with a sweet face, thinking he is slowly coming toward Ryu, and just like this, he will land a punch to Ryu's face, and then he will make Ryu's face his punching bag. Then suddenly the red scythe from Ryu's hand disappeared, startling everyone. Again, with a confident look, Ryu explained that as Youngmin is fighting bare-handed, so he will also fight without any weapon, as people might think Ryu is bullying the weak, and the fight will be no fun. Now, hearing this, Youngmin got really pissed off. But Ryu had enough of Youngmin's nonsense, and in an instant, he dashed toward Youngmin, startling him. Then Youngmin prepared his punch, saying Ryu is an overconfident bastard as he stored his weapon, and now is dashing toward him like a sitting duck, and because of that, he will die. With great force, he swung his punch toward Ryu's face, but Ryu dodged it effortlessly, and in return, gave a devastating kick onto Youngmin's stomach. Youngmin flew backward, heavily injured. Now Youngmin was in immense pain, lying on the ground, holding his hand, groaning and trembling. However, he didn't stop cursing Ryu. At this point, Ryu had had enough of Youngmin's cursing. Before Youngmin could do something, Ryu kicked Youngmin's face, stating that he had heard more than enough cursing, and his ear would rot if he hears more. But Ryu didn't stop there. Before Youngman could stand and think about what to do, Ryu grabbed Youngman from his collar and started punching Youngman's face like a punching bag. Now, Youngman was in too much pain, feeling like he would die from the pain. He wondered how the hell his fist could hurt this bad. It was like being beaten by a hammer. At that moment, Youngman realized Ryu's fists were as strong as his, and on top of that, Ryu was also lightning fast. Just then, Ryu prepared his heavy punch, and bam, Youngman was done for. His vision was getting blurry, and his buddies prepared their bows and weapons toward Ryu, launching an arrow toward Ryu's head. Seeing this, Aaron shouted in panic, warning Ryu to dodge it. However, Ryu, being the god of death, couldn't die with this lousy arrow, and he swiftly dodged it. Seeing this, the bow guy panicked, but before he could prepare another arrow, Ryu, with his lightning-fast speed, dashed toward the bow guy. Although the bow guy launched his arrow, it didn't hit Ryu, and in an instant, Ryu came behind him, shocking him. Ryu expressed his admiration for how skilled the bow guy was with his bow. Then, with a swing, Ryu mercilessly ripped the bow guy's hand, and he started to scream intensely. Seeing this, the dagger guy and the bald guy, although scared, also started cursing Ryu. With that, they rushed toward Ryu with their daggers. However, Ryu, with a gleeful smile, used his skill, Seal of Death, and a red eye with a skull appeared on the bald guy's head, increasing his damage by 2x. With his scythe, his attack increased by 2, and with a single swing, he chopped off the bald guy's both legs. The bald guy fell to the ground in agony, screaming and groaning. Seeing this, the dagger guy was just too scared. He felt like he would pee in his pants. Then, Ryu dashed toward the dagger guy, with a serious face stating that as they were holding weapons trying to kill someone, they must also be prepared to be killed by someone with a weapon. Again, with a single swing, like cutting a carrot, he chopped off the dagger guy's hands, leaving him in unimaginable pain with a terrified look on his face. Meanwhile, Ryu was satisfied, seeing that by using Seal of Death and adding it with his scythe, 2x damage was enough to penetrate the armor. Now the bow guy, the bald guy, and the dagger guy all were lying on the ground, screaming and crying in pain, while trembling. Seeing them, Ryu thought it was not enough for him, so he once again slowly started to walk toward them. Then, we see Ryu had slowly made multiple deep cuts on their bodies, slowly torturing them. At that moment, the pain was so intense that they started to beg Ryu to just kill them, as dying was more bearable than this hellish torture. But Ryu didn't stop there, and with a swing, he separated the blood from his scythe, saying to stop crying like a baby as he wasn't going to kill them. Now, seeing how terrified the trio was, Ryu's job was done. He didn't intend to kill them from the start. He just wanted to show them what might happen if they messed with him, as he had future plans for Youngman and his crew. Turning back towards Youngman, who cowered behind a tree with a swollen face and a bloody nose, Ryu declared that hiding was useless. Not even a god could save him now. With a swift swing of his scythe, Ryu chopped off Youngman's right hand, causing blood to spatter like a fountain. Youngman, left in unimaginable pain, wore a horrified expression. Ryu, coldly observing the scene, reminded Youngman not to be a crybaby. Compared to the pain they inflicted on him, it wasn't even close. Another ruthless swing of the scythe severed Youngman's other hand. But Ryu's brutality didn't end there. Ryu began to mercilessly torture Youngman, shocking even the bodyguard. Seeing this, the bodyguard was too shocked, his eyes wide open, not knowing what to do. He thought Ryu was just too ruthless, as he couldn't believe how mercilessly Ryu chopped their body parts like it was nothing. Even when they lost the will to fight, Ryu continued torturing them until they begged for death. Then continued saying others might feel he is too ruthless, but he liked this type of people. As Ryu was chopping off Youngman's other leg, the bodyguard was in awe, seeing the ruthless Ryu. He was in love. The bodyguard was still lost in his daydream when Ryu's voice abruptly woke him up. After the brutal torture session had concluded, Ryu strolled casually toward Ahrin and the bodyguard, inquiring if they were okay. They responded with a bit of panic, expressing their gratitude to Ryu. Pointing his thumb nonchalantly towards the incapacitated Youngman and his crew, Ryu remarked that they didn't need to worry about them. They were in a condition where they couldn't even masturbate. Aaron and her bodyguard bowed their heads once again, thanking Ryu for his intervention. Curious, Aaron asked what would happen if Youngman and his men died due to excessive bleeding. Ryu bluntly stated that if they died, they die, comparing them to wind beasts. Observing Ahrin's compassionate nature, Ryu realized she might struggle in this harsh world. However, the bodyguard interrupted Ryu's thoughts, questioning why he let Youngmin and his men live. He argued that killing enemies was better to prevent potential future problems. Hearing this, Youngmin grew terrified, but Ryu, with a knowing smile, found the bodyguard intriguing, as he knows exactly what type of world it is turning into, and only these types of people will survive longer in the future. Then, Ryu said the reason he didn't kill those guys was simple. Killing them would not bring any benefit to him. The bodyguard was a bit confused and asked if they might seek revenge in the future if left alive. Ryu glaring at them, who were so terrified that if Ryu even clapped his hands, they might shit their pants. Ryu, with a smile on his face, asked the bodyguard does he think these guys had the will to take revenge, and if they wanted to, he was ready for a round 2 of torture. Then, Ryu elaborated further, explaining that mindlessly killing people would decrease the player population. Hearing Ryu's explanation, the bodyguard had a moment of realization. He grasped what Ryu meant. Fewer survivors in each round meant fewer available spots for people to pass. In that moment, the bodyguard's admiration for Ryu deepened. He saw Ryu not only as strong, but also incredibly smart, finding him downright amazing. Understanding the situation, the bodyguard sighed, declaring that he wouldn't pay attention to these useless trash. Once again, he thanked Ryu for his assistance, but then the bodyguard stopped Ryu, asking if Ryu could tell his real name or even his bank account name so that he could compensate him. Ryu didn't stop, and with a cold voice said, "No need." And just like that, he vanished into the deep forest. Now the bodyguard was left wondering. Ryu had just helped them, and didn't even ask for anything in return. He would have to report this to the heavenly demon. However, a groaning voice interrupted his thoughts. As he turned back, it was Youngmin crying in pain. Seeing them, the bodyguard was too eager to kill them, but as Ryu told them not to, he somehow managed to control his anger. Then he spit on Youngmin's face, saying, "Disgusting," and they left. Then, the scene shifts, and we see all the players arguing about whom to vote for. They started fighting among themselves, creating a chaotic situation. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the chaos, and it's the green-haired guy. With a serious tone, he stated that only 2 hours were left, and fighting wouldn't bring any good to them. Hearing this, other players asked what they should do and if he had any solution. The green-haired guy confidently said he indeed had a plan, shocking everyone. With a smirking face, he thought that people are just too foolish, easily falling for his skill. We see all the players with hypnotic eyes following the green-haired guy, who gave an evil smile. Then we go back to the past to see what this green-haired guy's ability is. His unique skill is named Rune of Persuasion, and using this, when he talks to someone, there are high chances that they will obey his words. Initially, when he got this ability, he was angry, thinking about how he could fight using this seemingly useless skill. However, to test it, he saw a woman struggling to fight 3 goblins. He started shouting that the woman was in grave danger and that they should help her. As soon as the other players heard his words, they started running toward the woman to save her. He realized how deadly his skill was. Just by communicating with someone, he could manipulate their minds to do whatever he wanted. Now the task of becoming the zone leader was a piece of cake for him using this skill. Then the green-haired guy said they first have to decide on some candidates so they can narrow down whom to vote for, and they will select 5 candidates. Hearing this, the players said it's not a bad idea, and they don't think they have any better idea than this. Now, the green-haired guy started to laugh, thinking his plan is going smoothly. The crowd was in deep thought about which 5 people to choose, and the green-haired guy was seeing this, enjoying the show as he knew he would be there as one of the 3 candidates. Now the players started to see him as a reliable guy. Just as he thought, someone from the crowd said he wanted the green-haired guy to be one of the 5 candidates. And following him, others also started saying yes. When all the players were fighting, not knowing what to do, he was the one who guided them, so he could become a good leader. Hearing this, the green-haired guy tried to act like he didn't expect anyone would have said his name, saying he is not capable enough to be a leader. But all the players started to praise him, saying he has the qualities of a leader. From inside, the green-haired guy was just too happy, thinking about how foolish all these players are, easily getting manipulated. Then he said if all the players are saying so, although he didn't want to, he will become one of the candidates. The remaining 4 candidates went like this. They selected Black Scythe, who was ranked first. Then a guy named Life is a documentary, who was ranked second. Then the green-haired guy said, as all the candidates were selected, now he will start with a warm and kind smile. He said that if he becomes the zone leader, but before he could finish his sentence, Life is a Documentary intervened, saying this is all bullshit. As the green-haired guy turned back, he saw a muscular guy with a tattoo on his neck cleaning his ear with his pinky finger. His name was Life is a Documentary, the second-ranked guy in the zone. With an angry face, he said he can't listen to his bullshit anymore. Hearing this, the green-haired guy, with a serious face, started to say that his use of words was too harsh and people like him would not become good leaders. But Life is a Documentary got furious, saying he is not here to listen to a lecture, especially not from a weak, pathetic guy like him who looks like he still drinks his mommy's milk. Now hearing this, the green-haired guy got a little angry, but he was also shocked, thinking if his skill was not working on him, and if that's the case, then that means his level is higher than his. Life is a Documentary started to threaten the players, saying if they don't vote for him, he will kill everyone. Now hearing this, the green-haired guy laughingly started to lecture him again, saying, does he really think people will listen to him if he threatens them and chooses him as the leader? But before he could finish his sentence, Life is a Documentary's blood was boiling in anger. Suddenly, in a slash, he slashed the green-haired guy's neck and blood splashed everywhere. At first, the green-haired guy didn't realize what happened, but then, holding his neck in immense pain, he was trying to say something, but words were not coming from his mouth. And just like that, the green-haired guy died. Now, Life is a Documentary, blood on his back and clothes, and with a serious expression, said he doesn't like when someone lectures him, and if they don't vote for him, they'll also die like this piece of shit. Seeing this, all the players started shouting and panicking, saying he killed the green-haired guy and he is a psycho. Hearing this, Life is a Documentary pointed his bloody dagger toward the players and with a deadly look said, so what if he killed him? And if someone has any issue, he can come forward, and he will treat him very well. The people who got manipulated by the green-haired guy, still a little hypnotic, started saying, Life is a Documentary is a psycho, and they will never vote for him. Now hearing this, he let out an evil smile. In a flash, he dashed toward them and started slaughtering them. After a while, his whole face and clothes got covered in blood, and he was very happy and excited, killing people without worrying about the corpse. The thought that he can kill as much as people without anyone stopping or arresting him excited him even more. Then he started to laugh with a wide smile and a bloodthirsty look, thinking, now with that, everyone will vote for him. Once he becomes the zone leader, the first thing he will do is kill that arrogant bastard Black Scythe. Meanwhile, Ryu was just chilling and killing some goblins, leveling up to level 16. Now he was a bit disappointed because when he reached level 16, even after killing 200 monsters, he didn't level up at all, as the level of monsters is not higher than 10, so the experience is too low to level up anymore. But then, the 3 hours passed, and a yellow light covered Ryu's entire body. In the next scene, we see everyone slowly getting transported to a different place. Some players were dead, while some were scared, and some were heavily injured. Seeing these horrible scenes, the bodyguard and Aren were shocked and speechless, wondering what the hell just happened here, and why there are so many dead and injured people. Meanwhile, Rao from behind, seeing this, thought just like always, Life is a Documentary took the leadership role again by killing and threatening people. Seeing Life as a Documentary, Ryu himself admitted that he is a natural-born fighter and is very strong, but his personality was that of a psycho. He continued, seeing his bloody face, that it's a good idea to get rid of a time bomb like him. But then he said it's not the right time to do so. Life is a Documentary called Ryu arrogantly, saying he was waiting for him. Ryu asked what he wants, and Life is a Documentary said not much. With an arrogant smile, he said he wants Ryu to become his underling and work for him. Hearing this, Ryu gave a neutral expression, asking why he should work under him. Life is a Documentary, confidently spinning his dagger, said it's because if Ryu doesn't work under him, he will kill him. Hearing this, Ryu gave a little chuckle, startling him. Then, with a serious face, he said, so Life is a Documentary wants to fight with Ryu. Ryu chuckled a little and said, now that he is in a good mood, if Life is a Documentary gets on his knees and begs for mercy, Ryu might let it slide. Whatever he said. The musclehead got a little confused, saying he is the one who is going to kill Ryu, so why should he beg for mercy? He started to threaten Ryu again, but Ryu had enough of this, cutting him midway and asking if Life is a Documentary doesn't understand Korean. With a terrifying red aura, Ryu summoned his black scythe and said he thinks once he chops off 1 or 2 of his limbs, then he will understand what he is saying. Seeing Ryu and his terrifying aura, the musclehead got scared and panicked, realizing he messed up with the wrong guy. Ryu, on the other hand, tauntingly asked the musclehead why he's not answering, or if he forgot how to talk. Hearing this, the musclehead gritted his teeth and introduced himself as the gang leader of Jungsik. Shouting, he said he's not scared because of some toy Ryu was holding and that he's ready for a fight. Ryu, with a small smile, explained that he's brave for sure, but he can't kill him here. He wants the musclehead to become the zone leader because he plans to use him in the 3rd round. As the musclehead was ready to attack with a sparkling sound, the angel appeared from the sky. Ryu said the musclehead is lucky, turned back, and advised him to pick his opponents carefully next time if he wants to live a longer life. With that, he took back his scythe and left the insulted musclehead behind. Feeling a bit relieved, the musclehead explained that the pressure from Ryu was too enormous. He felt like he could just die from fear. Then, grinding his teeth in anger, he vowed that once he becomes the zone leader, he will kill Ryu mercilessly, slowly torturing him. Now the angel noticed that the humans killed each other and died, but said it's none of her business. With a flick of her finger, she started the voting quest. The timer started at 5 minutes, and they could vote for whoever they wanted by looking at the person for a while. They had to say the word vote in their minds, and whoever didn't vote in this 5 minutes would die. As soon as the timer started, the musclehead stood proudly, thinking about what he would do once he became the zone leader. However, his pride took a hit when he noticed a girl not looking toward him. He threatened her, saying he would kill her if she voted for anyone else. She retorted, saying she already voted for him and didn't want to stare at some musclehead with blood on his face. The musclehead, true to form, shouted that anyone not looking at him would die. When the 5 minutes were over, the angel with a kind smile announced that it was time to reveal the results. A big screen appeared with the names, and although the musclehead was in the 1st rank, he only won by a few hundred votes. Ryu, on the other hand, got a whopping 2077 votes. Furious, the musclehead started searching for people who didn't vote for him. However, the angel announced that Life as a Documentary was ranked number 1, making him the zone leader. With a clap, the angel handed over the position to the musclehead, who smirked, thinking that a little longer, and he would make Ryu regret. But before he could dwell on it, something caught his attention. Checking his skill window, he noticed that he could only command 10 people in total, and it was a one-time use skill. After he used it on 10 people to follow his command, he would no longer be able to use this skill, and it wouldn't work on players with classes. This revelation left him devastated. The angel, with a mischievous smile, continued, saying the round was not over yet. There was a hidden quest, and hearing this, everyone started to panic. Then, a quest window popped up, explaining that they could obtain a class after acquiring a class-related item, leaving everyone confused about what this meant. The angel then explained that they would have completed this quest if they had reached level 10 before the vote began. Hearing this, a man scratching his head asked how he could kill monsters when there were no monsters around. The angel's facial expression became a little intense and angry as she said there were monsters everywhere. It's just that they were too lazy and scared to find them. The angel continued, revealing that a total of 80,000 people worldwide had acquired a class in the 2nd round before the vote. She also mentioned that someone from their zone had achieved this feat. Everyone was shocked and asked who it was. With a flicker of her hand, the angel displayed a big system window with all the information. There, Ryu was ranked 1 in the entire world and was the first to acquire a class, followed by Heavenly Demon. As everyone stared in amazement, not only did Ryu get a class, but he was the first in the world to do so. On top of that, his class name was Grim Reaper, the god of death. While whispers circulated about Ryu, he stood casually with his hands in his pockets, just chilling. Now, upon seeing the words, Grim Reaper, the god of death, everyone was shocked and began gossiping about what kind of class that could be. Some commented that just the name itself sounded incredibly powerful, and they wondered if that's why Ryu was wielding that massive scythe. Amidst the gossip, the musclehead was getting annoyed because his plan was to use his zone leader skill to control Ryu and beat him into a pulp. But who would have known that Ryu had obtained a class from who knows where? So guys, today we have 4,500 likes. Please like and subscribe to support the channel. Now, let's continue. The angel explained that this ranking was based on who changed their class first. When the angel saw the system window and noticed that Ryu was not only the first in her zone to change his class, but also the first in the entire world, she praised him. Ryu had obtained his class in only 39 minutes and 42 seconds, which was remarkable. The angel mentioned that the Grim Reaper class was a hidden class, and only one person in the entire world could obtain it. After that, the class would disappear. Interestingly, Ryu's name, Black Scythe, matched perfectly with his class. With a mischievous smile, the angel even asked if Ryu could see the future or something like that, implying that his name matched his class too perfectly. Ryu, ever cool and composed with a neutral face, explained that he didn't know anything about it, and that obtaining the Grim Reaper class was purely coincidental. As they continued their conversation, the other players noticed that the angel was not talking rudely to Ryu, unlike her usual demeanor. Ryu smiled to himself, realizing that this angel was unaware of the process by which he obtained the Grim Reaper class. She only knew he was a Grim Reaper, and Grim Reapers were the natural enemies of the angel. Now, upon hearing Ryu's answer, the angel slowly placed her hand on her lips, showing interest. Her expression took on a somewhat naughty look, as she couldn't believe someone from her zone had acquired a class. This meant that Ryu would be the only one unaffected by the zone leader's skill. Hearing this, all the players got a little confused and began asking what she meant. The angel decided to explain everything related to this with a warm smile. She clarified that the zone leader's skill, authority, would not work on people who had obtained a class. This meant that the musclehead would not be able to command Ryu. She also added that she forgot to mention the most important information. The zone leader could only use their skill on 10 people, and it was a one-time use skill, not an unlimited one. After hearing this information, a chilling silence fell among the players. Meanwhile, the musclehead was greatly annoyed, and he cursed the angel, wondering why she had revealed this to everyone. He even muttered, "Is she a bitch?" The angel responded by saying that the fastest player to receive a class should receive a deserving reward. With a flick of her finger, she granted Ryu 2 rewards. The first was a low-rank armor selection coupon, and the second was a mysterious chest. Ryu wasted no time and immediately opened the armor selection. In front of Ryu, 3 different armors appeared: a plate armor, a leather armor, and a mage's robe. Without hesitation, Ryu selected the leather armor, as it would provide some durability without hindering his agility. Next, Ryu opened the mysterious chest, revealing 3 options: 3x experience boost for the round, 3,000 gold, and some information related to round 3. Ryu contemplated his choices, considering that in round 3, monsters would rain from the sky. Therefore, he decided that the 3x experience boost would be the best choice to help him level up. The angel announced that the round had ended, and they would reconvene for round 3 next month. As everyone slowly began to vanish in a bright yellow light, the angel's tone turned creepy as she expressed her anticipation for the next round and the expressions on their faces. With that, the round came to a close, and the system notified that a total of 873,500,205 people had survived this round. In the next moment, we see Youngman panicking, waking up with heavy breathing and drenched in sweat. He first checked his trembling hand, which seemed to be fine, and then his other hand and legs, confirming that they were all intact. This gave him some relief, realizing that as long as he didn't die in that world, no harm would be caused to his real body. With a serious expression, he vowed that in the future, even if God asked him to act rudely in front of Ryu, he would not behave that way again. He didn't want to experience the pain and fear he had felt today ever again. The scene shifts, and we see the bodyguard trying to comfort Aren, who is sitting on her sofa while holding a cup of coffee. She's once again terrified because of what happened, but mentions that this time she didn't do anything. It was all thanks to the bodyguard and Ryu that she was safe. Despite her fear, she smiles and expresses her deep gratitude to the bodyguard, thanking him from the bottom of her heart. The bodyguard, a bit hesitant and shy, replies that he's just doing his duty, which is to guard her body, so it's not a big deal. Aren's expression turns a little sad. She really wanted to express her gratitude to Black Scythe from the bottom of her ass, from the bottom of her heart, and asked if there was any way to do that. The bodyguard explains that since they don't know Black Scythe's real name or what he looks like, there's no way to find him. He adds that he thinks Black Scythe doesn't want his real identity revealed, as he even refused to share his bank account number, which could have led to discovering his true identity. Hearing this, Aren becomes genuinely sad, realizing there's not much they can do, even though she desperately wants to meet him. The bodyguard suggests an idea. If Aren really wants to show her appreciation to Black Scythe, she could consider giving him a meaningful present when they meet in the 3rd round. Aren agrees that it sounds like a good plan and promises to think of something that Black Scythe will definitely like. The bodyguard advised Aren to eat, get some rest, and relax, assuring her that he would see her the next morning. With that, he left her place. As he was about to step into the elevator, his phone rang, and to his surprise, it was none other than the Heavenly Demon on the line. The bodyguard congratulated the Heavenly Demon on obtaining the Dark Knight class. The Heavenly Demon downplayed it, asking about how the bodyguard and Aaron were doing. The bodyguard, a bit hesitantly, explained that due to an unfortunate incident, he and Aaron had only managed to reach level 8. Fortunately, no one had suffered serious injuries. Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Demon's tone became more serious. The bodyguard, while heading towards his car, mentioned that he was on his way to meet the Heavenly Demon and would provide a detailed report in person, as it was a long story. In a deep voice, the Heavenly Demon inquired if it was related to Black Scythe, to which the bodyguard affirmed. The Heavenly Demon instructed the bodyguard to come to his hotel, expressing a strong desire to hear every detail related to Black Scythe. As the bodyguard entered his car, someone was observing him from a distance, and that someone was none other than Ryu. Rewinding time by 10 minutes, we find Ryu waking up from the dungeon, with Wani sound asleep beside him. Ryu wasted no time and immediately activated his tracking skill, anticipating that the first thing the bodyguard would do was report everything to the Heavenly Demon. Ryu prepared himself to follow the bodyguard's trail, taking advantage of Wani's deep slumber. Returning to the present, Ryu sported a satisfied smile, knowing that his hunch had been correct, as the bodyguard was indeed heading straight to the Heavenly Demon. The scene shifts to a dimly lit night under the full moon, where the Heavenly Demon stands on his balcony, gazing at the city below. He's enjoying the peaceful moment and remarks that nights like this are perfect for work. With that thought, he turns away, knowing that he will soon receive a report about Black Scythe and then get to work. After a while, he sits down on his sofa, waiting for the bodyguard to arrive. He can't help but wonder about this mysterious figure, Black Scythe, who holds the #1 ranking in the entire world. Anxious thoughts occupy his mind, and he begins tapping his fingers on the table, contemplating whether Black Scythe had attacked the bodyguard and Aaron. In the midst of his anxiety, he slowly raises his hand and declares that if Black Scythe dared to harm his people, he wouldn't let him go unpunished, no matter his world ranking. At this moment, we finally get a glimpse of the Heavenly Demon's face. He sits with a dead serious expression, clad in a black suit, holding a glass of wine in one hand, the other on his cheek, and his legs elegantly crossed. He means business and won't take any threats lightly, even from the top-ranked player in the world. Then, as he was thinking about what he would do to Ryu, the bodyguard finally arrived at his place and started knocking on his door. They greeted each other, and then the bodyguard, again with a smiling face, congratulated the Heavenly Demon for getting a unique class as well as surviving the round. The Heavenly Demon sat on his sofa and, while drinking his wine, said the second round was easy as a piece of cake. He obtained the unique class as he was lucky, and he is nothing special. The bodyguard said that luck is also a skill. Plus, getting second in the whole of Korea is not something that luck can achieve, and it's an honor that he is working with someone like the Heavenly Demon. While the Heavenly Demon was hearing all the praises with a little smile, sipping the wine and glaring at the bodyguard, he placed his wine on the table and said that the bodyguard must want something from him. That's why he is flattering him so much. While the bodyguard was silent. Then, with a gentle smile, the Heavenly Demon asked, while nodding his head, saying he can ask anything if he wants to, and not to be scared. It's not like he will eat him or something. The bodyguard hesitantly asked if the Heavenly Demon could tell how or from where he obtained his class. The Heavenly Demon, with a smile waving his hand, said it was nothing special, as he was just killing some monsters. And suddenly the system notified him that he obtained a class. That's all. Now let's take a closer look at the Heavenly Demon, grinning mischievously. He's got a little secret up his sleeve. You see, it's not because he battled some monsters that he landed himself a new class. Nope, he was just plain lucky. When that angel handed out unique classes to everyone, he didn't score any regular old skills. Instead, he got his hands on a nifty item that lets him switch classes. All he needs to do is reach level 10, and bam, he'll automatically become a Dark Knight. So when he bragged about his class, he wasn't fibbing. Luck was on his side big time. But here's the kicker. He can't spill the beans about this vital piece of info to just anyone, not even his closest comrade. You see, people can change their tune at the drop of a hat, and he's not about to trust anyone but himself. He's playing his cards close to his chest. Now our Heavenly Demon gets down to business, his tone serious as a heart attack. He's eager to hear how they got banged up during the second round. His eyes turn icy as he asks, Was it Black Scythe? It's a chilling look, let me tell you. The bodyguard, quick on his feet, reassures him it wasn't Black Scythe who did the damage. In fact, he was their savior in this mess. The heavenly demon raises an eyebrow, surprised for a moment. He wants the full scoop, every last detail. So the bodyguard spills the beans, telling the whole tale of what went down, and then he drops a concern bomb. He's worried that Aren might have taken a hit mentally from all of this. The heavenly demon sat there, deep in thought. His fingers were all twisted up, showing just how close he came to losing his trusted subordinate and nearly losing Aren. It was a real serious situation. He picked up his glass of wine from the table, taking a sip, and then he asked about the fate of the guys who tried to off his bodyguard. He wondered if Black Scythe had given them a painful end. The bodyguard spilled the beans, saying that Black Scythe had really given those guys a beating, tortured them till they were begging for death, but he didn't go all the way and kill them. The reason? Well, he figured there was no point in offing them, and he also mentioned that fewer people meant less spots for others to make it through. Hearing this, the heavenly demon nodded in agreement, thinking that Black Scythe wasn't completely off base. But he had a question in mind. What if those guys came back for revenge down the line? The bodyguard laid out the whole torture scenario, and the heavenly demon sipped his wine, going deep into thought. It seemed like Black Scythe wasn't exactly a do-gooder. He probably had his own motives for helping the subordinate, and our heavenly demon didn't like being in anyone's debt. So he decided that he had to meet this Black Scythe character soon. He stood up from his seat, thinking that when he did meet Black Scythe, he'd have to thank him from the bottom of his ass. Sorry, from the bottom of his heart. He made it clear that he wanted to keep an eye on Black Scythe, and that if the guy needed anything or asked anything of the bodyguard, he had to report it pronto. Being indebted wasn't his thing, and he wanted to stay on top of things. Then, as he was leaving, the heavenly demon stopped midway, turned back, and with cold eyes like a venomous snake, he addressed those who had attempted to harass Aren, referring to them as sons of bitches. He asked for their usernames. As we zoomed out, we saw Ryu standing outside the building of the heavenly demon. He was ready to leave the place as his work was done. Now he knew where the heavenly demon lived, and his plans would proceed smoothly. The heavenly demon was a very strong player, given his class, Dark Knight, which was terrifying. To use the skills of a Dark Knight, the user had to collect a certain aura called Dark Aura, obtainable only by killing a person and absorbing their life essence. This class suited someone like the heavenly demon, who had a penchant for killing, but he targeted only those he considered bad. Ryu pondered with a sweet face whether having someone like him on his team would be too dangerous. He decided he would manage it when the time came. For now, he had to go somewhere important. He hailed a cab and began to think about recruiting her. The scene shifted to the store where Ryu had bought the lottery tickets. Inside the store, the owner was holding his head, clearly upset and frustrated. He expressed his despair, not knowing what to do. Just then, someone entered the store. It was Juri, the store owner's daughter. Seeing her father in distress, Juri approached him and asked what was wrong. Her father hesitated at first, saying it was nothing, but Juri persisted in her questioning. Finally, he admitted that the government had banned lottery tickets. This sudden turn of events had left him in a difficult situation. He explained that a player had recently won multiple lottery tickets, each worth millions of dollars, and the government suspected it was due to some player skill or related issue. As a result, they had banned lotteries all over Korea, and since their store primarily relied on selling lottery tickets, they were now struggling with very few customers. Juri, with a warm smile, assured her father not to worry. She mentioned that she would be graduating soon and would find a part-time job to help with their financial situation during this emergency. Her father, however, insisted that her main focus should be on her studies, as her dream was to become a doctor, and he would handle the money problems. With a bit of a neutral expression, Juri revealed that she had given up on becoming a doctor due to the current situation in the world. Her father suddenly realized the weight of his worries and anxieties, expressing concern about what might happen in the next round and the thought of something happening to Juri being too much for him to bear. He confessed that, despite wanting to be normal, he couldn't help but worry, and if things continued this way, he felt like he might go crazy. Seeing her father in such a state, Juri reassured him, holding his hand and telling him not to worry. She explained that now that she had a class, she wouldn't easily die in some otherworldly place. Her father, still puzzled, asked what she meant by having a class. In response, Juri used her skill. She placed her hand close to her father's hand, and a bright yellow light emitted from her hand, entering her father's body. The sudden display of her power left her father shocked and bewildered. With a bright smile, Juri raised her hand, which emitted a radiant yellow light. She explained to her father that he should be feeling a bit better now because of her unique skill, which she had gained from the other world. Her father indeed felt a lot better than before, and praised Juri for her abilities. He thanked her, and she assured him that he could let her know whenever he was feeling down, and she would use her skill to relieve his worries. With great enthusiasm, Juri encouraged her father to cheer up, and he chuckled, agreeing that whatever would happen in the future, they shouldn't worry about it now. They would face it together when the time came. Just then, the doorbell rang, signaling the arrival of a customer. Juri's dad turned to welcome the customer, but was immediately shocked when he saw that it was none other than Ryu, the person responsible for the government's ban on lottery tickets. Juri whispered to her dad, asking who he was, and her father panic-strickenly replied that he was the person who had won 115 lotteries, all in first place. Due to his winnings, the government had banned lotteries, causing significant trouble for their store. Ryu, with a pat on his shoulder, slowly approached the store owner and asked if he remembered him, mentioning that he had bought many lottery tickets from here a month ago. Juri's dad hesitated but admitted that he did remember. Before he could say anything more, Ryu bowed down, startling her father. Ryu apologized, stating that because of him, the store owner was in trouble. He had seen on the news that after he had won the lottery, the government had banned it, and since the store's main income came from lottery ticket sales, the store owner was facing difficulties. Ryu sincerely expressed his regret. Hearing and seeing Ryu, Juri stared at him, feeling somewhat tense and nervous for some reason. Her father waved his hand, saying that it wasn't Ryu's fault and that it was okay. They weren't starving because they couldn't sell lottery tickets anymore. However, Ryu insisted that it wasn't okay. He believed that since he had caused this trouble, he should be the one to solve it. Ryu handed Juri's father a white envelope and explained that it was compensation. Inside the envelope was $10,000. Before they could say anything, Ryu left, leaving them bewildered. Holding the envelope, Juri's father deep in thought. Juri and her dad decided to return the money, and Juri hurriedly ran to catch up with Ryu. Then we see Juri finally catching up with Ryu, shouting his name from behind. Hearing her, Ryu stopped, and as she came closer, she wore a curious expression and asked if he was Ryu. Ryu in turn asked if she knew him, and she hesitantly replied that they were in the same class at college. However, Ryu still didn't recognize her, which left her a bit surprised. She asked if he really had never seen her in class. Ryu responded with a warm smile and explained that he was a single, virgin, a shut-in loser, and not good at socializing with people. Then he admitted that he did know her because she was the one he was after for his team. She possessed buffing and incredible support skills, and he had met her in his 27th life on the 7th round, where he had saved her life. There, he had found out that she was his classmate, so it wasn't entirely a lie when he told her he didn't recognize her. Juri, a bit hesitantly, asked Ryu if they could go to a park to talk. Ryu, with a warm smile, nodded and agreed. The scene shifted, and we saw both of them sitting on a bench in the park, somewhat resembling a couple on a date. Juri handed the money envelope to Ryu, insisting that they couldn't accept such a large amount of money. Ryu, knowing that this was precisely why he had given her the money, refused to take it back, which startled Juri. She strongly insisted on him taking at least some of the money, as her hand was starting to hurt from holding it for so long. Ryu firmly declined, explaining that he had given the money to the store owner because he felt guilty for being the reason behind the store's loss of income. Therefore, he couldn't take it back. Hearing this, Juri began to panic, saying that the amount was too large, and they didn't know how to repay his kindness, which was exactly what Ryu wanted. Juri then had an idea and suggested that she would take $1,000 and return the remaining $9,000. Ryu questioned why she was deciding what to do instead of the store owner, and she responded by revealing that the store owner was her dad, so she had the authority to make such a decision. Then, a bit sad, Juri mentioned that she still couldn't believe that Ryu had never seen her in class, as she immediately recognized Ryu when she saw him in the store. Then, her expression turned a little angry, and she pouted, and seeing her Ryu to apologize to her in his thoughts. Then suddenly Juri, enthusiastic, moved closer to Ryu and urged him to look at her closely and remember her face and name, Juri. Ryu responded with a warm smile, assuring her that he would remember her. Realizing that she was very close to Ryu, Juri blushed slightly. However, her mood shifted once more, and she became a bit sad and depressed, feeling like introducing herself to her classmate at the end of their graduation was a bit awkward. Ryu, still smiling warmly, comforted her, saying that it was okay because now they knew each other. He suggested that even after their graduation, they could meet. Then, he asked if she would mind giving him her number. Juri blushed a little and hesitated for a moment, but eventually she gave her number to Ryu. Ryu mentioned that friends usually had each other's numbers, and with that settled, he said he had to go and left. Juri noticed that she hadn't been able to return the money in the end, but that wasn't the main concern now. Her heart raced wildly, and she felt overwhelmed. She started to feel shy and blush, confessing that she liked Ryu. She explained that she had seen Ryu in her first year, getting brutally bullied, and from then on, whenever she saw Ryu being bullied, she would call the cops for help out of pity for him. Over time, she had started following Ryu regularly and had found herself developing feelings for him. However, she had never mustered the courage to confess her feeling. Now that she had met him again, and Ryu had helped her family, she decided to be more open about her affection. With a slightly tilted head, and while holding her hair, Juri asked if she could invite Ryu for a meal. Now Ryu was just chilling on his bed, phone in hand, chatting it up with Juri. She asked if he'd eaten yet, and if he hadn't, could they grab some lunch together around 1? Ryu was like, "Sure thing, I'll foot the bill." They chatted for a bit, but Ryu couldn't help but notice that Juri was being extra friendly and trying real hard to please him. He figured maybe she was really grateful because he'd given her a nice chunk of money, but something about her attitude seemed a bit off to Ryu. He thought to himself that whatever the reason, getting closer to Juri like this might mean he could recruit her into his team down the line. So he put on this serious face, got up from his bed, and made a declaration that he'd do whatever it takes to keep Juri alive until the last round. So guys, today's like goal is 4,200. Please like and subscribe to the channel. I thank you all from the bottom of my ass, bottom of my heart, for supporting the channel. Now let's continue. A little while later, Ryu was all dressed up in a black shirt and black pants. Wani, his little bro, saw him like that and got a bit puzzled. He asked Ryu where he was off to. Ryu simply said he was meeting a friend. Now that threw Wani for a loop, because you see, Ryu's a single virgin loser with no friends. Plus, he hardly ever dresses up and takes showers, so it was a shocker. So, Wani got straight to the point and asked, "Is it a friend or a girl?" Hearing that, Ryu didn't see any issue and asked if he couldn't have female friends. Then he hit Wani with a warm smile and told him to go ahead and have lunch without waiting for him. With that, he left to meet up with Juri, leaving Wani in a state of shock. It was a lot to take in, and he had to process it all. Finally, it hit him. Is Ryu really going on a date with a girl? The scene changed, and we found ourselves at a fancy restaurant called Steakhouse. It was one of those really, really expensive joints. Inside, Ryu and Juri were having lunch. Ryu had this warm smile on his face as he asked Juri if she liked the juicy steak they were having. Juri, still kinda lost in her daydream, only caught the word "like" and blushed a bit, asking, "Do I like what?" Ryu clarified, saying he meant the steak, and Juri finally replied that yes, the steaks were absolutely delicious. Ryu told her to go ahead and enjoy as much juicy steak as she wanted, but you could feel the awkwardness settling in. They both sat there, not saying much, and the atmosphere got a bit uncomfortable. Juri was getting more and more shy, not sure how to break the silence. She told herself to be brave and muster up the courage to say something. Finally, she asked Ryu how he managed to win first place in the lottery 115 times. Ryu, with that same warm smile, replied that an old man with a pig on his head came to him in a dream and gave him the winning numbers. Hearing this, Juri tried to picture that old man with a pig on his head and asked Ryu how much he'd won from all those lottery wins. She made it clear that if Ryu didn't want to share, it was totally fine. Ryu, still with that gentle smile, told her that he'd won enough money that he never had to worry about finances for the rest of his life. But to use that money, he'd have to be alive in the next round. Hearing this, Juri hurriedly inquired about Ryu's experience in the first round of the tower. She shared that it felt like being thrown into hell for her, as she had never even killed an ant before, let alone facing the terrifying challenge of taking down 100 goblins. Ryu, with a neutral expression, admitted that it had been quite a challenging experience for him too. Juri then asked Ryu about the zone he was in. Ryu casually sipped his water and replied that he couldn't remember the exact zone number, but the last digit was a 5. Juri, feeling a bit shy, shared that her zone number ended with 7, so it was a shame that they wouldn't be able to meet in the dungeons. She had hoped their zones would be the same. Ryu, with a reassuring smile, thought to himself that she shouldn't be disappointed because in the future, all the zones would merge into one, and they would definitely meet. Juri then inquired about Ryu's level, to which he replied that he was at level 10. She excitedly shared that she was also level 10 and had acquired a class called Supporter. Ryu, intrigued, asked if that meant she could buff other people's stats like in-game. Juri, now more confident, explained that her skill was called Bless, and by using it, she could enhance all the stats of whoever received her blessing. She activated her skill, and a green light emanated from her hand as she placed it close to Ryu's head. A magical pattern formed, and the system notified Ryu that all his stats had been increased by 50%, an effect that would last for 3 hours. Impressed, Ryu complimented Juri, calling her skill cool. Deep down, he already knew about her skill from his previous life, but the feeling of sharing a meal with a friend was new to him, and he genuinely enjoyed it. The awkwardness that had initially hung in the air had dissipated, and they both continued to enjoy their meal with smiles on their faces. Then, Ryu expressed his gratitude to Juri for the buff, feeling invigorated by the enhancement. Juri, however, gave him a playful glare before breaking into a joyful smile. She assured Ryu that it was no big deal, and that if he ever needed anything from her in the future, he could call her any time, and she would be there with her thing. Ryu simply nodded in agreement, saying, "Okay." Then Ryu inquired about what Juri wanted to tell him on the phone, and Juri seemed a bit startled, realizing she should have mentioned it earlier. She playfully scolded herself for being a bit slow. However, with a gentle and warm smile, she began expressing her gratitude to Ryu for the money he had given them. She explained that the money had been a tremendous help, as her family was in debt, and they had managed to repay all their loans thanks to Ryu's assistance. Her father was now happy, all thanks to Ryu's generosity. She also promised that she would find a way to repay the money in the future. Ryu was a bit surprised by this expression of gratitude and told Juri that she didn't need to repay him. He reminded her that he had already acknowledged that he was responsible for her father losing customers, so it was only fair for him to compensate for it. Hearing this, Juri stood up, clapping her hands, and excitedly mentioned that if Ryu didn't want money, she could offer him something else. Then, her hand started to emit a bright yellow light, and she took out an item from her inventory. Curious, Ryu asked her what it was, and Juri extended her hand, revealing a purple crystal with unusual patterns. She admitted that she didn't know what it was, but she had obtained it while killing goblins. She insisted that Ryu take it, and said he couldn't refuse. The scene then shifted to outside the restaurant where Juri bid farewell to Ryu. Ryu, in return, wished her to take care and not to die in the next round. After Juri left the park, Ryu wore a serious expression and opened his inventory to check the description of the peculiar crystal she had given him. The system notification revealed that it was a low-rank purple mana stone. Ryu hadn't expected to obtain this item so soon, especially not from Juri. As Ryu held the purple mana stone high in his hand and gazed at it with a contemplative look, he remarked that he knew exactly what this item was, but hadn't anticipated receiving it, especially not from Juri. He proceeded to explain that once a player reached level 20, they unlocked a feature called Combination. This feature allowed players to fuse mana crystals like the purple one with their equipment, granting the equipment unique skills or attributes. There were 7 types of mana stones: red for damage, orange for strength, yellow for luck, green for agility, blue for intelligence, and dark blue for defense. Ryu emphasized that the purple one was the rarest, with a very low chance of obtaining it. Unlike the other crystals that increased specific attributes, the purple stone enhanced skills or attributes for all stats. With a gentle smile, Ryu expressed his luck at receiving the purple mana stone for free, considering it a fortunate turn of events. He then realized that his luck stat was doubled due to the Bless skill. Was that the reason he was having such a lucky day? However, Ryu's meeting with Juri was primarily thanks to her Bless skill. With only 30 minutes left until the buff expired, Ryu wanted to open the golden mysterious pouch he had acquired in round 2, capitalizing on his doubled luck stat. But before that, Ryu reached into his pocket and pulled out a packet full of small mealworms. Still holding the worms with a serious expression, Ryu proceeded to explain that his slaughterer skill increased all his stats by 1% for each opponent he killed, and this applied to bugs as well. With that, he threw the packet full of bugs onto the ground and, with a solemn face, offered his apology. Then, he began stomping on the bugs. As he continued to stomp, the system notified him of his progress. 45 opponents killed, then 67, until he finally reached his 100th kill, causing all his stats to increase by 100%. After this bug-squashing exercise, Ryu checked his status window. His luck stat had skyrocketed to an impressive 45. Initially, his base luck was 15, but with the help of his slaughterer skill, he had boosted his stats by 100%, bringing his luck stat to 30. The Bless skill from Jury had further increased his stats by 50%, resulting in his luck reaching 45. Ryu then retrieved the mysterious gold pouch, and the system notified him that it was a gold pouch, and upon opening it, one could receive gold coins ranging from 1 to 9,999, determined randomly based on their luck stat. Ryu cautiously opened the pouch, holding high hopes, but expecting to receive no more than 6,000 gold. However, what he witnessed left him utterly astonished, his eyes wide open in surprise. The system notified him that he had obtained a whopping 9,999 gold. Seeing this, Ryu couldn't contain his happiness, exclaiming that today, the god of luck was truly on his side. With this newfound wealth, he now had a total of 16,249 gold. Ryu added that he could buy an epic item with this amount and still have money left over. However, he had no plans to spend any money at the moment, as the item he desired would become available in the shop after 2 weeks. With that decision made, Ryu closed his status window and inventory. The scene then shifted back to Ryu's building. As Ryu entered the room, he greeted Wani, who was sipping hot chocolate. Seeing Ryu, Wani's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly asked how Ryu's date had gone. Ryu, on the other hand, was momentarily taken aback by the question and paused. Without offering any details about the date, Ryu simply sat on the sofa. Wani, sensing his brother's reluctance to discuss it, asked if Ryu wasn't coming home after a date with the girl he had feelings for. Ryu, feeling a bit awkward, replied, dismissing the question and redirecting the conversation by asking what Wani had eaten for lunch. Wani, feeling comfortable in his seat, replied that he had enjoyed black bean noodles, emphasizing how delicious they were. Ryu, with a joyful smile, assured Wani that he could have ordered something even better. Wani pouted, defending his choice of black bean noodles, explaining that he had been craving them for a long time. Ryu reflected on how just 1 month ago, they were in a dire situation and had to beg for food. Now, with money, Wani still enjoyed his previous lifestyle of food, which Ryu found perfectly fine. He was genuinely happy to see Wani enjoying himself. As Wani engrossed himself in watching the epic battle between Luffy and Kaido in one piece, his excitement palpable, Ryu's thoughts were elsewhere. Ryu had his mind on the price of Bitcoin, contemplating that it would rise by a significant margin in the next 2 weeks before potentially crashing. He knew he needed to withdraw his money before the crash, but he had some plans in mind. One of those plans was to buy a Lamborghini. To make this dream a reality, Ryu first decided to obtain his driver's license. He took the driving license exam and aced it with a remarkable 95% score, leaving everyone astonished. With his license secured, Ryu wasted no time and placed an order for a Lamborghini. Finally, the day arrived when the price of Bitcoin increased by a factor of 10, prompting Ryu to swiftly withdraw all his Bitcoin holdings. Now, with a devilish grin on his face, Ryu was visibly pleased with his actions. Seeing him smile like that, Wani couldn't contain his curiosity and asked if something good had happened. Ryu explained that he had just sold all his Bitcoin and made a massive profit. When Ryu asked how much he had earned, he revealed that he had made 300 billion won, equivalent to a staggering $222,662,700. Wani was utterly shocked by the astronomical amount, and he started to shake with disbelief. Ryu casually mentioned that they had multiplied their initial investment by 20-fold and sat back on the sofa, relaxed. Now, Wani, still in disbelief, said when Ryu first told Wani he invested all their money into Bitcoin, Wani wanted to stop Ryu, but now to think they hit the mega jackpot. Ryu, with a warm smile, replied that he was just lucky as he himself didn't know they would have won that big. That's why he withdrew all the money, as greediness leads to destruction. Then Wani asked, "That means Ryu will not invest in Bitcoin anymore?" And Ryu replied, "Yes, no more Bitcoin stuff." Hearing this, Wani let out a sigh of relief as he took a sip of his hot coffee. However, Ryu dropped another bombshell. He planned to invest all the money into stocks. Wani was so shocked that he ended up spilling his hot chocolate, and with teary eyes, he asked Ryu why he was taking such a risky step when they already had enough money to secure their future generations. Ryu remained cool and reassured Wani not to worry, insisting that everything would work out and that he should trust him. Ryu pointed his finger upwards, explaining that an old man with a pig on his head had come to him in a dream and predicted the rise of Bitcoin, which had led to profits. The same old man had also given him insights into which stocks would increase in value, further reinforcing his confidence in the stock market. Hearing this, Wani, still stressed, believed what Ryu told, saying to do as Ryu wished, but at least to keep some money in reserve just in case something happens. Ryu understood Wani's concern, but knew the future and believed that his investments would pay off. Now scrolling his phone, searching multiple companies, Ryu wanted to invest in the company named Heavenly Demon Consulting. This is a no-name company now, but in the future this will become the #1 in Korea and dominate everyone. Ryu purchased a 31% share of the company, ensuring that he would have some influence as it grew. Then a murmur broke Ryu's attention, and as he turned back, he saw Wani intensely praying to the old man with a pin in his head, saying, "Please make the company that Ryu is investing in grow." Seeing this, Ryu let out a joyful smile. Then, the night had arrived, and Ryu lay on his bed, eagerly anticipating this day. He opened the store window, revealing a list of various items. Among the options was one called Today's Item. Clicking this option allowed you to obtain a random item ranging from normal rank to high rank. To unlock this chest, you had to pay 4,600 gold. It might seem foolish to open a random chest at such a high price, risking getting a common rank item worth only a few gold. But Ryu knew the future. He had opened this chest 99 times, every other day, and he knew which item would appear. With confidence, he opened the random chest, and voila! Ryu received an epic item called the Skeleton Bone Necklace. It was an epic item with a unique effect. After defeating an opponent, it would increase the intelligence stat by 3 points and attack speed by 1. However, this effect would only last for 1 round, and it was capped at 25%, meaning Ryu could only increase his stats by a maximum of 25%. Ryu then used the 50% coupon he had obtained from a class-changing quest to purchase the necklace at half price, which amounted to 2,300 gold. Now Ryu was fully prepared for the next round. As time passed quickly, the day arrived, March 1st, 2023. Slowly but surely, one by one, the players started to appear on the 3rd round of the dungeon. A dense and tense atmosphere enveloped the area as the players whispered among themselves, wondering what this place was. The players began to explore their surroundings, realizing that this place was once a village that now lay in ruin. They saw the remnants of what used to be a thriving village, but it had been reduced to rubble. A massive castle gate loomed over the village, surrounded by the remnants of a fortress. The atmosphere was thick with tension and uncertainty. Suddenly, a massive purple crystal materialized in the middle of the village, causing panic among the players. Anxiety filled the air, but Ryu, standing calmly in the background, didn't seem fazed. Then Ryu noticed the Musclehead. Some players started to gossip while seeing the Musclehead, saying the last round he became the zone leader by threatening everyone, and he literally started slaughtering whoever didn't obey his command. Some even started saying the Musclehead is not worthy of becoming a zone leader, and Black Scythe should be the zone leader. Then one player, in panic, said to his friend not to say it so loudly as if the Musclehead heard him. He could use his authority skill on him and make his life miserable. But he, with an arrogant tone, replied that he doesn't care, as the Musclehead can only use his skill 10 times, and after that, he is no more than an ordinary player, so what is there to be scared of? Now hearing this, the Musclehead got furious and started shouting, calling them bastards, but the whispering didn't stop, and the players again started to make fun of the Musclehead. Now the Musclehead got furious. His blood started to boil, and he turned with great force, started shouting, asking who Mother Air just spoke. But everyone was just silent, and the Musclehead couldn't do anything in this position. He started to grind his teeth in anger, thinking he knew this would happen, only if that bitch Angel didn't reveal everything related to his skill. Things would have been different, but then something funny happened. Well, you see, suddenly Youngman came and arrived on the scene with quite a dramatic entrance. He forcefully bowed his head before the Musclehead, exclaiming a loud and cheerful, "Hello?" The Musclehead was taken aback by this sudden display and inquired about the newcomer's identity. Youngman, his voice tinged with submission, introduced himself as Youngman and respectfully addressed the Musclehead as his senior. He explained that he had come to pay his respects to the Musclehead. This response left the Musclehead somewhat puzzled. He questioned whether he knew Youngman, to which Youngman replied that they were strangers. However, he confessed that his life's ambition was to become a gangster just like the Musclehead, and that he was a massive fan, and how Youngman begged the Musclehead that he wants to come inside. He wants to come under the Musclehead's team. The musclehead couldn't help but be surprised by Youngman's unusual aspirations. He wondered, what kind of crazy guy dreams of becoming a gangster like me? Before the musclehead could respond, Youngman just came to his knees and bowed his head, saying he will serve the musclehead for the rest of his life and will do anything that the musclehead will say. And he requested, saying, "Please, I beg you, take me in." Now seeing this, the musclehead started to laugh, thinking he has seen all types of psychos in his life, but it is the first time he saw this type of psycho. Then the musclehead extended his finger, pointing towards the gathered players, questioning whether something was wrong with Youngman's eyes. He remarked that everyone seemed to dislike Youngman, yet he wanted to join his team. Youngman, filled with excitement, clenched his fist and tapped his chest, wearing a wide smile. He made it clear that he doesn't care what other players think or say. He just wants to come inside the musclehead, and he can do anything to come inside the musclehead. Now the musclehead was hearing this with a serious face, and after a pause, the musclehead, with a grinning smile, replied that he likes people like Youngman, so he would take Youngman under him, take responsibility, and raise Youngman. Hearing this, Youngman was overwhelmed with gratitude, repeatedly bowing and expressing his thanks. It was truly an honor for him. Meanwhile, the other players couldn't help but gossip about the unexpected partnership. They found it hard to believe that Youngman had teamed up with the musclehead, and some questioned Youngman's sanity. However, as they observed the musclehead and Youngman laughing and chatting happily, they couldn't resist making remarks. They suggested that there is a saying that birds of a feather flock together, so it's not weird seeing one piece of shit getting attracted toward another piece of shit. So today's like goal is 4,700. Please like and subscribe to support the channel. Now let's continue. Then out of nowhere, the angel descended from the sky with a dazzling entrance, startling all the players. She floated in the air for a moment, seemingly calculating something. She then announced that there were 90 fewer people than in the previous round. Hearing this, the players started to get confused, asking, "What does that mean?" But before they could say anything further, a quest window came in front of them, stating that their quest was to protect the purple crystal from being destroyed by monsters. Only 1,255 players would survive this round. Now, seeing that there were 90 fewer players than before, confusion and panic spread among the participants. The angel, still floating with her hand on her lips, politely explained that she couldn't go to the real world and kill anyone, as that would mean those players died in the real world for some reason. A player shouted in shock and panic, realizing that only 1,225 players would survive this time, which was 1/4 of the total players. As all the players slowly noticed it, they started to panic, and some started to scream. A player asked the angel, "Is there an error? In every round, only half of the players survive. So how?" But before he could finish his sentence, the angel burst into laughter. She started to laugh loudly while holding her stomach, her laughter echoing throughout the entire area. So there they were, the whole gang of players listening to that angel with their eyes wide in horror and panic. She fired back at him, calling them filthy monkeys and saying angels ain't no dummies. She made it clear there was no error in the rules. With a point of her finger in a cheerful tone, she dropped a bombshell on him. She reminded him that everyone had survived the last round, so it was only natural that only a quarter of them would make it through this time. That sent the already freaked-out players into an even deeper panic. The angel's look turned deadly serious as she laid out the quest details. In this village, there were 4 castle gates, and every 30 minutes, monsters would start pouring out of them. Their mission? Protect the purple crystal from getting wrecked by these beasties. There were going to be 4 waves of monsters, and if they couldn't keep that relic safe, they'd be hit with a big, fat penalty. To make things a bit easier, she said they'd be ranking players based on the number of monsters they killed. That's how they'd figure out the top 25% who'd get to live. And just to sweeten the deal, she dropped the monster's power by 1/3. Now, there was this musclehead in the group, grinning like he had it all figured out. He thought this round would be a cakewalk. All he had to do was slaughter a bunch of monsters, and he even had that authority skill to back him up. Easy peasy, right? The angel clapped her hands, making sure she got everyone's attention, saying she almost forgot to say the most important thing. She stared at the musclehead and said that in the last round, life is a documentary became the zone leader, right? So he can use the authority skill to command 10 people without any class. Then she questioned, did no one think about what will happen if the zone leader dies? And as soon as the musclehead heard this, he became like a statue without saying anything. Then the angel, with a wicked smile, explained that if the zone leader dies from a monster, or any natural cause, like if he killed himself or fell down on a dagger and died, the zone leader's position will remain empty and they will have to vote again to decide who will become the next zone leader. But what if the zone leader got killed by another player? The musclehead was still frozen in his position in shock when the angel continued that if a player kills the zone leader, then the one who will kill him will automatically become the zone leader, and he can also use 10 authority commands regardless of what the previous zone leader had used. As soon as she said this, all the players turned their gaze toward the musclehead with a deadly look, like they would eat the musclehead alive. Then the angel clapped her hands again, saying the monsters will appear in 10 minutes, and she hopes everyone will work together and survive. But then she smiled, looking like she was too happy, enjoying the moment and glaring at the musclehead, saying that she hopes everyone works together, but she is not sure if he will be able to. With those last words, she vanished, leaving the musclehead shaking in anger. Then the musclehead started to scream in anger, cursing the angel and calling her a bitch. However, a whisper caught his attention, and when he turned around, he noticed the players were ready with their weapon, ready to attack. Seeing this, the musclehead also took out his dagger in anger and started to shout, saying if they want to die this badly, they can come and he will fulfill their wishes. But the players didn't back down, explaining that the musclehead could only use his authority 10 times, and if they all attacked him together, he wouldn't be able to defend himself. Just when tensions were escalating, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A heavy, commanding footstep echoed, drawing everyone's attention. It was none other than Ryu, who walked past the players with a majestic aura. They made way for him as he approached the musclehead. Noticing Ryu coming toward the musclehead, he started to panic and asked, "Why is Ryu coming close toward me?" But Ryu didn't say anything, and he just walked close to the musclehead, and with a chilling cold tone said, "Don't be afraid. I'm not here to kill you. If I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be alive in the first place. I'm here to say something to you." The musclehead just stood there with a sweaty face. Then the musclehead, still scared but not showing it to everyone, replied that he's not scared at all and he's listening, so Ryu can say whatever he wants. With a touch of arrogance, the musclehead added that although Ryu was strong, if they were to fight, he would make sure to at least chop off one or both of Ryu's hands. He declared that he wasn't scared of Ryu's threats. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ryu began to smile wickedly. This sent shivers down the musclehead's spine. Then Ryu, with a cold expression and a cool pose, hand in his pocket, and the other holding his black scythe, suggested that the musclehead seemed to be in a tight spot. He proposed an offer. How about he protect the musclehead? The musclehead was left utterly bewildered and stood there in confusion as Ryu explained that he will stand behind the mushhead and protect his ass so that no one can fuck his ass up. Now hearing this, all the players got shocked, saying, "Why is Black Scythe protecting the musclehead? So if they want to kill the musclehead, they have to fight Black Scythe too. And if it is, they will not be able to face two strong opponents." This declaration sent shockwaves through all the players. They couldn't understand why Black Scythe, Ryu, would protect the musclehead ass. They realized that if they wanted to kill the musclehead, they'd have to face off against Black Scythe too, and that it's impossible to fight against Black Scythe. Meanwhile, the musclehead was listening to the whispers, thinking that just the name of Black Scythe was enough to strike fear into the players. With a somewhat unsure and cautious tone, the musclehead asked what Black Scythe wanted in return for his protection. Ryu, always cool and collected, casually replied that he didn't want much. Then, his expression turned serious as he stated that the only condition was for the musclehead to follow his orders. This condition seemed to take the musclehead by surprise, as he realized that Black Scythe was essentially offering him a subordinate role. Curious and cautious, the musclehead inquired why Black Scythe was making such a kind offer. Ryu cryptically replied that he couldn't tell him. When the musclehead asked about the nature of the orders he'd have to follow, Ryu gave a similar response, saying he couldn't reveal that either. He advised the musclehead not to talk too much and simply follow his commands. He doesn't have the entire day here. The musclehead found himself in deep thought. He didn't want to become Black Scythe's subordinate, but he feared what might happen if he rejected the offer. Would Black Scythe come after him? In a state of panic, he nervously gulped, feeling the pressure of the decision weighing on him. Ryu urged him to give his response quickly, as the other players were eagerly waiting for his answer. Hesitantly, the musclehead declined Black Scythe's offer, stating that he wouldn't come under his command. Ryu fixed him with a cold, deadly look, and the other players started to get happy, saying, "Is the musclehead dumb? If he had accepted the offer, Ryu would have protected his ass, but no, because of his ego, he rejected the offer. The atmosphere grew tense as a girl prepared her long sword and her friend readied his spear. Slowly, everyone geared up to attack the musclehead. Ryu, on the other hand, distanced himself from the scene, stating that he no longer cared about what happened to the musclehead. Whether he lived or died was none of his concern. Just as the players were about to make their move, the system sent out a notification. The first wave of monsters would arrive in a minute, catching everyone off guard. Their priorities shifted instantly, and protecting the crystal became their top concern. The players abandoned the idea of attacking the musclehead. Seeing an opportunity, the musclehead decided to follow Ryu, thinking that whatever Ryu was up to might be a better option. As he trailed Ryu, he noticed that Ryu was heading toward the third castle entrance, which was unguarded. Suddenly, a loud sound signaled the start of the first wave of monsters, startling everyone. Slowly, the massive castle gates began to creak open, and a chilling wind swept through, making everyone shiver. The system then delivered a grim notification. 9,800 weakened goblins were approaching, intent on destroying the crystal. Panic and fear washed over the players as they stood, clutching their weapons tightly. With creepy smiles and eerie noises, the bloodthirsty goblin horde emerged from behind the gates. They looked as if they hadn't eaten in 1,000 years, their hungry eyes fixed on the defenseless players. Even the musclehead got panicked, as he himself didn't expect 9,800 goblins to come. Without wasting any time, the musclehead started to run, finding a hiding position and started thinking, "Why isn't Black Scythe running? Is he planning to fight against all the goblins alone?" Then the musclehead started climbing a staircase, trying to go to a higher ground, saying, "Even if it's Black Scythe, he will not be able to face against thousands of goblins at a time." As the musclehead reached the top of the building, he noticed hundreds of goblins marching toward Ryu, and Ryu just standing there. He said, "Now Ryu will run with his tail between his legs, and this scene will be a sight to see." Then the horde of bloodthirsty goblins dashed toward Ryu, screaming, and Ryu prepared his black scythe. A group of goblins jumped toward Ryu, and Ryu, as cool as ever, without breaking a sweat, in a flash, chopped all the goblins. He didn't stop there. Like a killing machine, he continued to chop each and every goblin into small pieces with great force, displaying tremendous strength and precision. The musclehead, on the other hand, was left speechless. Seeing this, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Then he thought, as Ryu got a class, that's why he must be so strong. After he obtains his class, then he will beat the crap out of that arrogant bastard. With that, the musclehead left to kill some goblins to level up and obtain a class. He also started to kill a single goblin at a time without any issue, thinking that in no time, he will obtain a class. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air, narrowly missing the musclehead's face. He managed to dodge most of it, but the arrow grazed a small part of his ear. Angrily, he began searching for the person responsible. But in the chaotic crowd of players, it was impossible to identify the shooter. Fuming with rage, the musclehead declared that he didn't know who had attacked him, but once he found the culprit, he would peel his skin off. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a piercing pain. As he looked back, the spear guy had already thrust his spear into the musclehead's stomach. The musclehead was really angry, so he grabbed the spear stuck in his stomach and with his dagger thrust it into the spear guy, killing him instantly. However, that was just the beginning. One by one, other players began to attack him, and he found himself desperately defending against their relentless onslaught. Even if he managed to survive this battle, he hadn't killed enough monsters to avoid automatic death when the round ended. Amidst the chaos, he spotted a barbarian-like player, Black Flame Dragon, ranked third in the zone. With a cunning grin, the musclehead used his command skill on him, instructing him to protect him at all costs. Meanwhile, Ryu was doing his favorite thing, yes, bullying the goblins. At this point, Ryu had slaughtered 502 goblins, and all his stats had increased by 100% because of the rain of slaughter. And because of the skeleton bone necklace, his stats further increased by 25%. On the other hand, the other players were barely defending themselves against the goblin, and finally, after a hellish battle, the first round got over, and 3,933 players were left, while 936 players died in this time. Then, Ryu slowly approached the battlefield where dead bodies of players could be seen. He was searching for the musclehead, wondering if he was still alive. On the other hand, the musclehead was heavily injured, but his suffering was far from over. With the players no longer distracted by the goblins, they started to attack the musclehead. One player bravely attacked him, but his attempt was swiftly crushed by the combined might of the barbarian guy and Youngmin. Seeing this, the musclehead was thankful that he had those bastards to protect him because of the authority of command. He managed to survive the first round. Then, Youngmin asked the musclehead in concern if he's okay, and seeing that the musclehead was in deep thought. Youngmin followed him, even though he did not use command authority on him. But then, he started groaning in pain as the wound in his stomach was too deep, and he was bleeding heavily. However, before he could even take a sigh of relief, the second wave of goblins began to surge towards them. The goblins started running towards Black Scythe, Ryu. With a serious expression, he did not hesitate to slice the goblins with his scythe. He continued to attack multiple goblins at the same time. The bodies of the dead goblins were piling up on the ground. Then, the system notified him that he had reached level 20. His rank had risen from apprentice to regular. He could now use the combination function. He wiped his sweat as he rejoiced in reaching level 20, saying that now he could use the combination function to create unique items that can't be obtained in the store. Then, another window screen appeared before him, displaying important information. The first announcement was about the strengthening of the Death Seal due to his rank increase, now boosted from 100 to 120%. Additionally, he had unlocked a Reaper-exclusive skill called Night of Death, which could create an artificial night within a 500-meter radius. Combining this skill with his Grim Reaper's abilities would double his attack power and increase his attack speed by 50% during the night. This was indeed a formidable combination. After quickly reviewing the screen, the goblins came charging towards him, driven by their bloodthirsty instincts. He welcomed their approach with a confident smile, eager to put his new skill to the test. With a swift activation, Night of Death shrouded the area in impenetrable darkness. The goblins, unable to see through this pitch-black veil, were disoriented and panicked. In the midst of this darkness, Ryu became a reaper of death, precision, and swiftness personified. He systematically beheaded the goblins, causing chaos among their ranks. Their panic escalated as they tried to flee, but in a single sweeping motion of his scythe, Ryu carved through them like a hot knife through butter. When he turned around, a gruesome pile of goblin corpses bore witness to his deadly efficiency. The system chimed in to announce the end of the second wave, giving Ryu a moment of respite. Seizing the opportunity, he opened his in-game shop, eager to spend the gold he had earned from his goblin-slaying spree. He invested in the precise location skill, which granted him the ability to sense every particle within a 30-meter radius. With this newfound skill, he was well prepared for the arrival of the third wave of goblins. As the third wave approached, Ryu remained unfazed. With eyes closed, he moved effortlessly through the goblins, slicing them down as if he were casually sipping his morning coffee. Meanwhile, the musclehead found himself in a dire situation, forced to fend off the goblins while protecting himself despite his severe injuries. The musclehead had been intensely focused on the front, engrossed in the battle before him. However, a sudden eruption of screams from behind shattered his concentration. When he turned around, a horrifying sight awaited him. His subordinates were being mercilessly slaughtered, and a group of aggressive players was advancing, determined to end his life. Arrows rained down upon him, and in a desperate bid to shield himself, he grabbed two of his subordinates and used them as human shields, blocking the deadly projectiles. Now only he and 3 others were left, facing a larger group of players ready to kill them. Realizing that he couldn't win this battle, the musclehead made a quick decision to flee. He started running from the scene, with the players hot on his heels. His only goal was to survive for 1 more hour. If he could do that, he would make it to the next round, as he was already among the top 25%. However, the relentless players chasing him had other plans, and they were determined not to let him live. In his desperate flight, the musclehead encountered Ryu up ahead. Panic overcame him, and he rushed toward Ryu, offering to accept any deal Ryu proposed. He was ready to do anything, from licking Ryu's feet to killing anyone for him. But Ryu merely glared at the musclehead with a cold, deadly look, and firmly stated that he refused to accept the musclehead. As shock registered on the musclehead's face, Ryu went on to explain that he had already made it clear earlier that he didn't care whether the musclehead lived or died. It was none of his business. As Ryu prepared for another round of bullying the goblins, the musclehead couldn't contain his desperation any longer. He started screaming, begging Ryu to save him. In response, Ryu calmly stated that he would have considered taking the musclehead under his wing if he hadn't already used all his authority skill charges. But now, in Ryu's eyes, the musclehead was nothing more than trash. Hearing this, The musclehead felt a surge of frustration and helplessness, not knowing what to do. Meanwhile, the other players behind them began to laugh gleefully, relieved that Black Scythe hadn't intervened to save the musclehead. In a fit of intense rage and determination, the musclehead drew his dagger, clutching his wounded stomach with his other hand. He screamed, vowing to take at least 10 people down with him before he met his end. However, at that moment, Youngman appeared from behind and, in a concerned tone, assured the musclehead that he was there to help. Seeing Youngman, the musclehead's face lit up with happiness and he gave a wide smile. He expressed his confidence that Youngman would come to his rescue and promised to reward him generously once he survived this round. And when he was too weak to fight back, instead of protecting the musclehead, Youngman, being an even bigger piece of shit than the musclehead, delivered a heavy, skull-crushing blow to him, causing him to fly backward with his nose broken. Then, Youngman grabbed the musclehead by his collar while the musclehead was in pain, grinding his teeth. Youngman gave yet another heavy punch to the musclehead's face, causing him to start coughing up blood. But Youngman was even more of a bigger piece of shit than the musclehead. So, Youngman started a barrage of heavy punches all into the musclehead's face. After a few hundred punches, the musclehead was now lying on the floor, blood coming from his nose, ears, and mouth. His one eye got injured, and slowly his vision was going blurry as Youngman glared at the musclehead with a wicked smile. But wait, it was not enough. So today's goal is 4,900 likes. Please like and subscribe to support the channel from the bottom of your ass. Then Youngman lifted his foot high and, with all his might, bam! He smashed the musclehead's head. The system notified Youngman that he had killed the zone leader. So now he became the new zone leader with the authority skill. Now, seeing Youngman all covered in the musclehead's blood, he shouted in excitement, saying he is the king of this zone now. Then, Youngman started to laugh mischievously, and the first thing he thought was that now that he had the authority skill, he could control Aaron and do whatever he wanted with her body. Youngman, while looking at the dead, lifeless body of the musclehead, said that he would use the authority skill very well, and now the musclehead could rest in peace. Youngman turned back with a proud face and walked toward his friends. He told them that he had promised to kill that piece of shit, and his friends hesitantly replied that they were happy for him. However, deep inside, they were a little scared because Youngman was getting more psycho and perverted day by day. As they saw the musclehead's blood dripping from Youngman's hands, they became even more terrified. Youngman had killed someone barehanded, without any weapon. Now, the other players also started gossiping, realizing that Youngman was indeed the biggest piece of shit in the entire universe. His goal was to kill the musclehead from the start, which is why he had joined the musclehead's team. And now that someone like him had become the zone leader, all the players were getting very angry. They said they had to kill him because leaving someone like him alive would decrease their own chances of survival. But Youngman, for some reason, was not scared at all. He was just laughing with an arrogant smile. Seeing his arrogant smile, all the players prepared to attack Youngman. Then, Youngman suddenly, still with a confident smile, started running somewhere, shocking everyone. And guess what? He went running toward Ryu, shouting his name, and hurriedly asked Ryu if he saw how he killed the musclehead. And now he became the zone leader, and he even had the authority skill. Then Ryu asked, "So what?" Youngman, tapping his chest confidently, asked Ryu if he had made an offer to protect the musclehead because of his authority skill. He explained that he had the authority skill and then promised Ryu that he would do whatever Ryu asked. If needed, he could even wipe Ryu's ass if necessary. Then, Youngman, after saying this, was just very happy, thinking Ryu would accept his offer because he had the authority skill. But Ryu, with an annoyed face, replied that he didn't like Youngman's attitude, which startled Youngman. Ryu continued, saying that if Youngman got on his knees and begged, then Ryu could think about it. Now, hearing this, Youngman got confused and in a state of confusion asked Ryu if he heard what he just said, that he had the authority skill and could use it 10 times. Ryu replied, saying he knew, but Youngman must be misunderstanding something, as the one who was in a dire situation was Youngman, not Ryu. If Ryu really needed the authority skill, did Youngman really think he couldn't get it by killing him? Then Ryu, with a kind smile, explained that he just wanted to protect the musclehead because he was a piece of shit, and he wanted to tease and humiliate him in front of everyone in place of protection. Youngman, being even more of a piece of shit, needed to earn Ryu's protection, so he should get on his knees and bark like a dog 2 times now. As Youngman turned back, he saw all the players glaring at him like hungry dogs ready to devour him. Realizing the dire situation he was in, Youngman turned toward Ryu, and after taking a deep breath, he bowed down in front of Ryu, saying he was Ryu's slave and barked like a dog. "Ruff! Ruff! Ruff!" Then Ryu just stared at him as he barked like a dog for a while with a satisfying look, thinking that he really didn't care about the musclehead. But unlike the musclehead, Youngman did have some value, and he had future plans for him. But before that, he wanted to bully him to his heart's satisfaction. And after begging like a dog, Ryu finally accepted Youngman to come under him. Hearing this, Youngman started bowing heavily with a surprised face, thanking Ryu continuously. Seeing this, Ryu, with an annoyed and disgusted look, said that if Youngman ever even thinks of betraying him like what he did to the musclehead, he will chop Youngman into small pieces and feed it to dogs. With that, Ryu, with a majestic aura, started walking toward the players, leaving them in a state of confusion, wondering what was happening and whether Ryu would really protect Youngman. Some foolish individuals even contemplated attacking Ryu and Youngman together. However, one wise person panicked, warning others not to even think about attacking Ryu. He recounted how Ryu had slaughtered 100 goblins at once and emphasized that they couldn't possibly challenge such a formidable opponent. Before the wise man could finish his sentence, Ryu spoke loudly, asking if some of them wanted to attack him. This sent shivers down their spines, and Ryu continued with a serious expression, presenting them with two options. First, they could go and kill goblins to reach the top 25% and survive this round. Then, with great force, he pointed his black scythe toward the players, and with a deadly stare, announced that they could choose to die, and he wouldn't mind. He even jokingly mentioned that it would give him a good warm-up before the next wave of goblins arrived. After hearing Ryu's command, all the players immediately hid their weapons and panicked in a state of fear. They started running away from Ryu as if their lives depended on it. Meanwhile, Youngman was simply amazed. He couldn't help but marvel at how just a single word from Ryu could send all the players into a state of terror, causing them to flee like frightened rats. Youngman started laughing and gave Ryu a knowing look, realizing that when he used to be Ryu's enemy, he had also witnessed just how terrifying Ryu could be. Now, he felt safe with Ryu on his side. As Ryu observed the players battling the wolfmen, he couldn't help but smile to himself. He thought that now that he had everything he wanted, he could finally begin his grand plan. Ryu called Youngman over, and Youngman happily approached him, addressing him as Sir. Ryu spoke in a deep voice and made a serious request. He asked Youngman to use all his 10 authorities to break the purple relic that all the players were protecting. Youngman was shocked by this command. He remembered that the angel had instructed them to protect the relic at all costs, and failure to do so would result in a heavy penalty. Youngman was frustrated and puzzled, wondering why Ryu was ordering him to break the relic. Using all his 10 authorities would also mean he couldn't control Arin and engage in any lewd activities with her. Youngman hesitated, scratching his head, as he asked Ryu why he had to break the relic. Ryu's response was stern, telling Youngman to shut up and obey his orders. Youngman then made a request, asking if he could please use only 9 of his authorities and save 1, as he had other plans for it. But Ryu replied in a cold tone, making it clear that he wouldn't repeat himself and that Youngman had to do as he was told to if he don't want to die. With a sad expression, Youngman agreed and assured Ryu that he understood. Then Ryu dropped yet another bombshell, revealing that he would now dictate whom Youngman had to use the authority skill on. As Ryu began reciting the names, Youngman realized that these were all the names of his friends. He couldn't help but wonder why all of his friends were on the list of people he had to use his command skill on. Youngman apologized to his friends, explaining that he couldn't deny Ryu's command. He used his authority skill, uttering his friends' names one by one. A strange purple symbol appeared on the heads of his friends, and they started to get mind-controlled. With the final command, break the relic, they succumbed to the mind control. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in front of all the players, stating that the relic was being attacked. Shocked and panicked, the players turned toward the relic and saw 10 people breaking it. In a state of panic, they rushed toward them to stop the destruction. Some players managed to trap a few of the culprits, while others were killed in the chaos. However, before the players could take further action, a crack formed in the crystal, and with a resounding crash, it shattered into small pieces. A massive system window appeared, announcing that the relic had been broken and that they had failed the main quest. As a penalty, the agent of divine punishment would be summoned, attempting to kill everyone for 30 minutes. After that, the round would be over. A sense of horror and panic enveloped the area as players grappled with the gravity of the situation. They questioned who this divine punisher was and what they should do next. Meanwhile, Ryu stood holding his black scythe with a slight smile, confident that everything was going according to his plan. A system window appeared in front of everyone, announcing that a sub-quest would begin, and upon completing it, all players would receive 3,000 gold. As players contemplated this offer, they realized that getting 3,000 gold for surviving the 30-minute punishment was a better deal than the 2,000 gold they were receiving for protecting the relic. This realization led to some optimism among the players. However, Ryu noticed the naive players getting happy and started thinking that the larger reward indicated a more significant threat was coming to attack them. He also considered the reason he didn't break the relic himself, but before he could finish his thoughts, a big system notification appeared in the sky, stating that the 10 players who attacked the relic would receive a substantial penalty, which was a 50% reduction in all stats for those players. Hearing this, Youngman's friends were left speechless. Some felt depressed, while others were angry, and they started cursing Youngman, blaming him for their predicament. Youngman could only reply with a simple sorry, as he didn't know about this penalty. However, deep down, he felt a little relieved as nothing penalty had been applied to him. But before he could finish processing this information, a system notification appeared in front of him, stating that since the zone leader couldn't protect the relic from being destroyed, the zone leader's stats would also be permanently decreased by 50%. At first, Youngman took his time to comprehend this information, but when he realized what had just happened, he exploded in anger. He began kicking objects nearby, and his friends cursed him while he vented his frustration. Meanwhile, Ryu enjoyed this scene, as he had planned all along to make Youngman's life a living hell, just as Ryu had experienced himself. Without wasting any time, Ryu opened the system shop and purchased an assassin hoodie and boots with the rest of his remaining gold, which slightly increased his movement speed. Then Ryu opened his combination window, a feature he had gained after reaching level 20, where he could fuse crystals into his equipment to gain bonus stats and abilities. He began the process by placing the skeleton necklace into the combination window and combined it with a mana stone. The system notified Ryu that the combination was successful, and all his stats increased by 1. Ryu repeated this process for all his mana stones, which he had obtained after killing the goblins, enhancing all of his equipment. As Ryu finished preparing himself, a chilling wind suddenly swept through the area, causing panic among all the players. Youngman and his crew were even more panicked, as their stats had already been decreased by 50%. In contrast, Ryu remained calm and collected, awaiting the arrival of the Divine Punisher. He knew that even for the Divine Punisher, it wouldn't be easy to defeat him. In his previous life, there had been a time when they had failed to protect the relic, and only 500 players had barely survived by fleeing from the Divine Punisher. However, Ryu wasn't here just for himself. He was on a mission to make every holy being into holy shit, and the Divine Punisher was next in line. Suddenly, with a crackling sound, a large crack formed in the sky, and from that crack, an angel with big bright wings wearing a hoodie and holding a large golden staff with a chilling aura appeared. The Divine Punisher slowly descended to the ground, raising his wand up into the sky. Under his hoodie, 2 creepy eyes stared at the players as he asked, "Any last words?" With that, he tapped his staff onto the ground, and the entire ground started shaking. All the players were hit by a tremendous pressure and could barely stand, while Ryu gazed at the Divine Punisher like an ice cream ready to be licked. Now, a new quest has been issued, and everyone has to survive or dodge the attacks of the Divine Punisher for 30 minutes. The Divine Punisher slowly descended to the ground, raising his wand up into the sky. Under his hoodie, 2 creepy eyes stared at the players as he asked, "Any last words?" With that, he tapped his staff onto the ground, and the entire ground started shaking. All the players were hit by a tremendous pressure and could barely stand, while Ryu gazed at the Divine Punisher like an ice cream ready to be licked. Then, the purple energy wave slowly started to cover the entire area, and the system notified everyone that the agent of Divine Punisher had cast a restriction field. As the players tried to run from that area, the purple aura formed a barrier, restricting the players from going outside the area. The players started to panic and feel scared as they tried to break the barrier, but their efforts were in vain. So today's like goal is a little high. It's 6,900 likes. Please like and subscribe to support the channel. Thank you. Now let's continue. Another system notification appeared, hitting all the players with the news that the stats of those inside the barrier would be decreased by 50%. Ryu observed this from outside the barrier, realizing that 300 people were now trapped inside, and he couldn't break the barrier to save them. The Divine Punisher started to laugh, and with a flick of his wand, thousands of purple auras formed around him. Ryu, with a saddened expression, turned away from the 300 players and said, "So it has started." Just like that, the Divine Punisher launched his attack toward all 300 players inside the barrier. Each and every arrow found its mark mercilessly, despite the players' attempts to run, hide, or defend themselves. The arrows struck them down mercilessly. Then Ryu explained that under the Divine Punisher's domain, he could gain full control over the space and use his arrows just like his own body parts, ensuring that his arrows would hit the enemy no matter what. Suddenly, Ryu positioned himself at the edge of the barrier, stating that it wasn't a big deal for him since he had fought the Divine Punisher countless times before. Standing just behind the Divine Punisher, Ryu explained that now that he was positioned behind the Divine Punisher wouldn't be able to see him. The Divine Punisher lacked ears and could only sense everything within his barrier. With this advantage, as soon as the entire barrier lifted, Ryu, like a venomous snake, leaped high with deadly intent. He used his seal of death on the Divine Punisher, and before the Divine Punisher could react by turning back, Ryu thrust his black scythe into the Divine Punisher's right eye, popping it like a cherry. Golden blood splattered everywhere, and the Divine Punisher started to scream in pain. Ryu elegantly landed on the ground, and behind him the Divine Punisher was still screaming. In just one hit, Ryu had already drained 40% of the Divine Punisher's health. Then Ryu suddenly started running, and in anger, the Divine Punisher tapped his staff on the ground, initiating the formation of his domain expansion barrier. At this point, Ryu had already memorized each and every move of the Divine Punisher. So before the barrier could trap Ryu, he was already outside the barrier and standing behind the Divine Punisher in his blind spot. Ryu explained that as soon as the Divine Punisher saw that no one was trapped under his barrier, he would release it. During the release of the barrier, the Divine Punisher couldn't attack for 2 seconds, and Ryu only needed that 2 seconds. As soon as the barrier lifted, Ryu, with a dead serious look, dashed toward the Divine Punisher, jumped high, charged his black scythe, and in a swift slash, chopped the Divine Punisher's last eye like a cherry tomato. Golden juice splashed all around the place, and now the Divine Punisher was in immense pain. This was the first time in the last 500 years that anyone had even made a scratch on his body. He didn't even know how pain felt, and now both of his eyes were punctured. As Ryu slowly landed on the ground, the Divine Punisher was still crying in pain like a baby. In immense anger, before Ryu could leave the Divine Punisher's domain, he casted his domain expansion barrier. Now, Ryu got trapped under the barrier, and all of Ryu's stats got dropped by 50%. Sensing Ryu was trapped under his barrier, the Divine Punisher started to laugh wobbly, saying that now he would kill Ryu by piercing thousands of arrows into Ryu's ears and every hole. But Ryu just stood there with a confident look and a slight smile, saying that without the Divine Punisher's eyes, he would no longer be able to land his lightning arrow on an enemy. He explained that first, he had to see his enemy and mark them, and only then would the attack automatically hit the enemy. Now, without his eyes, he was nothing more than a living waste. In his last cry, the Divine Punisher charged his ultimate attack. He summoned thousands of lightning spears, covering the entire barrier with them. But Ryu had had enough playing with the Punisher. In an instant, he jumped, activated his black scythe, and had already activated the Seal of Death on the Divine Punisher. Thanks to his skeleton necklace and the title he gained from killing the angel, his stats were now 7.5 times more potent, and with a single slash, Ryu chopped the Divine Punisher left wing. Then, the Divine Protector, still blind, tried to counterattack, but Ryu swiftly, using the staff of the Divine Punisher, jumped even higher into the sky, dodging the attack. Once again, with a swift slash, he chopped off the last wing of the Divine Punisher. As Ryu swiftly landed on the ground, the Divine Punisher was already in immense pain. With this, the Divine Punisher was left standing in silence, wondering what was happening. His job was supposed to be slaughtering players for 30 minutes and torturing them as much as his heart desired. But this was out of script. Suddenly, the Divine Punisher began to tremble and mutter something. Ryu immediately started running away from him. Now, the Divine Punisher was furious, and in a deep voice, he threatened Ryu, saying he didn't know who Ryu was, but now he would chop him into pieces and feed them to holy dogs. Ryu would not have a peaceful death. A system notification then informed everyone that the Divine Punisher had activated his passive skill. He would become invincible and all his stats would be doubled for 10 minutes. On the other hand, Ryu watched this from the side, realizing that this was why he had popped out the Divine Punisher's eyes. Before his death, the Divine Punisher became invincible, and when the Punisher was blind, he was just a punching bag, as he could only land his attacks by seeing his opponent. Then, with a loud scream, the Divine Punisher waved his staff, and multiple small purple portals appeared around him. Deadly light strikes started landing everywhere under the barrier at random places, trying to hit Ryu. However, Ryu, with all his stats multiplied by 7.5x, easily dodged all the attacks with a smile on his face. Finally, the time came as the Divine Punisher's invincibility wore off. Ryu immediately charged toward the Divine Punisher, and before the Punisher could even move an inch, Ryu chopped off the Punisher's head with a cold look. Golden blood started to splatter like a fountain, and Ryu stood there with a satisfying look on his face. The system notified Ryu that he had murdered the Divine Punisher and leveled up 3 times, gaining a total of 12,200 gold. Additionally, as Ryu was the first in history to kill a Divine Punisher, he earned the title, the one who opposes the divinity. Because of this title, when fighting any divine being, he would take 80% less damage from them. Now, Ryu was standing beside the Punisher, and he had finally made the Divine Punisher into a divine milkshake. But it wasn't the end. The system notified Ryu that an additional reward would be given, as he didn't even get a single scratch from the Divine Punisher's attacks. Just like that, 2 items appeared in Ryu's hand. The first item was the skill Radiance, and without wasting any time, Ryu clenched his fist, breaking the seal, and started to absorb the skill. The second reward was a Condensed Ether. Ryu explained that this was called Condensed Ether, and despite all the gold, skills, and level-ups he had gained, the main reason he defeated the Divine Punisher was for this item. It was an important material for crafting a divine-ranked item. Finally, he successfully absorbed the skill Radiance. With this skill, he now had a passive ability. Ryu's intelligence would increase by 1 with each level, and all his divine-type skills would receive a 1% boost with each level. This meant that as he was now level 30, he would automatically have 30 intelligence, and the same applied to his divine-type skills. Now, the Punisher had been turned into a holy shit, and everyone was just standing there cheering and calling Ryu a monster. Some were even calling him their savior, as he had single-handedly slaughtered the Punisher like a vegetable. As the Punisher's body was disappearing, there was a jittering sound, and an angel appeared from behind, amazed by what she saw. She commented with a, "Wow, amazing." Hearing this, all the players turned back in shock. The angel was floating just above Ryu's head, holding her chest and speaking in a kind voice as she praised Ryu. She couldn't believe that a human had managed to kill a Punisher, even now seeing it with her own eyes. However, Ryu didn't give a shit. He straight up ignored her and was only checking his stats. Noticing that Ryu wasn't responding, the angel playfully came floating closer to Ryu with a smile, folding her hands, and suggested doing an interview. She asked Ryu how he even thought of murdering the Punisher when the system clearly stated only to survive for 30 minutes. Ryu, still not turning back and not seeing the angel's face, replied in a cold tone that he killed the Punisher because he wanted to, plain and simple. The angel curiously asked why Ryu took the risk when with his skills, he could have easily survived the round without risking his life. Ryu explained that even though he could have survived the round, he didn't want to bear the burden of seeing countless players getting slaughtered in front of him when there was a chance to save them after killing the Punisher. Now, hearing that, all the players started to see Ryu with respect and admiration. They thought Ryu was a cold-hearted killing machine, but behind the cold-hearted man, there was a kind soul hiding. Hearing this, the angel went into deep thought, saying, "1 minute, humans kill each other, and the next minute, they want to save each other. Humans are really weird." But then she turned her head away, saying it's none of her business. Ryu, with a warm smile, thought to himself that these celestial beings would never understand human emotion. Then the angel cleared her throat to get everyone's attention. With a mischievous smile, she announced her intention to announce the top 25% and eliminate the remaining players. A huge hologram appeared in front of everyone, and upon seeing it, every player was bewildered. Ryu alone had killed 3,600 monsters, and on top of that, he was level 30. The second ranked player hadn't even killed 1,000 monsters. Ryu was simply too much of a monster. As always, the system recognized Ryu as the #1 ranked player worldwide and rewarded him with a special prize, an intermediate grade rare ring selection coupon. Ryu didn't waste a single second and used the coupon. 3 rings appeared in front of him: the Ring of Rushing Wind, the Ring of Azure Magic, and the Ring of Resistance. Ryu chose the Ring of Resistance, which increased his luck by 4 and enhanced his resistance by 30% against status effects. This choice was crucial, as acquiring resistance against status effects was only possible by ranking first in round 3. Lastly, the reward for ranking 1 in his zone arrived as always. This time, Ryu decided not to choose the 50% stat boost, stating that in round 4 there were no monsters to kill, making a stats boost a waste of time. Instead, he chose 4,000 gold. While Ryu was busy managing his stats, a chilling and terrifying voice echoed from behind him. The angel, with a joyful expression, announced that it was time for her favorite game, killing the useless player. After some calculations, she grinned and flicked her hand. Just like that, the players who hadn't made it to the top 25% slowly began to disappear, experiencing immense pain. Finally, after agonizing moments, they died, screaming. The scene then shifted, and we saw Shrin waking up from her bed. First, she checked her body for injuries. Then, she slowly got out of bed, and with a flick of her hand, a cute little creature appeared. This creature had a bee-like head, butterfly-like wings, and a bird-like body. The creature landed on her shoulder, and she explained that these cute creatures were fairies. Thanks to them, she had survived round 3, as the fairies worked as shields to protect her and even healed her wound, and took out a purple crystal from her inventory, saying that she had obtained this mysterious crystal while killing monsters. She stood beside the window, pondering whether to give this crystal to Black Scythe and wondering if he would like it. A blush crept onto her face as she thought about it. Meanwhile, as soon as Youngman woke up from his sleep, he grabbed his lantern and angrily threw it into the wall, shattering it. He was sweating and clearly furious because the system had notified him that the penalty had been applied. Now, all his stats had been permanently reduced by 50%. Now, Youngman was really nervous and worried as he watched his phone ring in his hand. It was a call from his friend, the one on whom he had used his authority skill. After staring at his phone screen for a moment, he finally answered it, his voice chilling. He tried to say hello, but his friend cut him off midway and started cursing him, calling him crazy. Youngman, still attempting to act like he didn't know what was going on, asked his friend what he was talking about. On the other side of the phone, his friend was becoming increasingly frustrated. He couldn't hold back any longer and burst into anger, shouting furiously and continuing to curse Youngman. He accused Youngman of playing the innocent card after ruining his entire life. So guys, today's goal is 9,000 likes, and I thank you all from the bottom of my ass, from the bottom of my heart for supporting this channel. Now let's continue. He asked how Youngman could use the authority skill on his own friends, causing all their stats to decrease by 50%. Now, how would they survive in future rounds? Youngman, attempting to justify himself, replied that he didn't have a choice. Black Scythe himself had given him the order, and if he hadn't followed Black Scythe's command, he would have been killed. So, he claimed he had no choice in the matter. His friend, annoyed and still furious, retorted that Youngman should have chosen to die rather than harm his friends. He said that someone who, just because they were at risk of dying, would harm their friends was no true friend. Youngman hadn't even tried to find a way to convince Black Scythe otherwise or explore alternative options. Instead, he had blindly followed Black Scythe's orders and used the authority skill, indicating that he didn't care about what happened to his crew members and friends. His friend told Youngman that if he wanted to learn about true friendship, he should watch One Piece, and now Youngman could go and die in a gutter because they were no longer friends. Youngman listened to this in silence, but then Youngman, also shouting and tapping his chest while addressing his friend angrily, replied that he was also affected, as his stats got decreased by 50% because he was the zone leader and failed to protect the Crystal Ruin. However, his friend cut him off mid-sentence and started shouting at Youngman again, accusing him of playing the I am also a victim card. His friend emphasized that all of this had happened because Youngman was greedy. Youngman had been obsessed with getting the authority skill to confront Aaron, and this was all he used to talk about. His friend continued to curse Youngman, while Youngman could do nothing but listen with an annoyed and frustrated expression. Then, Youngman tried to say something about figuring out how to get their stats back, but his friend cut him off once more. His friend stated that, as he had mentioned before, Youngman could go and die in a gutter, and from that day on, they were no longer friends. His friend made it clear that Youngman should not call or try to contact him. He warned Youngman that if they ever met in the real world or the other world, he might be tempted to kill Youngman out of anger. With that final warning, his friend ended the call, leaving Youngman standing there silently, glaring at his phone screen. Then, in frustration, Youngman immediately started dialing his other friend's number, stating that he would command all his other buddies to crush the friend who had just called him. However, each and every one of his friends had already blocked his number, and he was unable to contact a single friend. Frustrated, Youngman threw his phone onto his bed and glared at it in anger. He said he didn't need anyone to live his life, as only pigs and sheep roam in groups, and tigers move alone. He considered himself a tiger, even though his stats had decreased by 50%. Grinding his teeth, Youngman vowed to rip each of their body parts one by one, torture them until they begged to die, and then kill each and every one of his buddies, reducing them to pieces of shit. The scene then shifts back to the Imperial Hotel, where the Heavenly Demon is staying. We see the bodyguard bowing his head politely, and the Heavenly Demon, casually dressed in his usual black t-shirt and pants, sitting in his office chair. He complimented the bodyguard for passing the third round and expressed relief that he was alive. However, the bodyguard, maintaining his polite tone, replied that he was just lucky and that he had passed the third round because the monsters were weakened, making it easier to deal with them. The Heavenly Demon then asked the bodyguard about his current level and whether he had managed to obtain a class. The bodyguard replied, still maintaining his polite tone, that he had reached level 11 and had been fortunate enough to acquire the class of Knight. Then the bodyguard said that Aaron had also reached level 11, but she got a rather unique class called Summoner. Hearing the term Summoner, the Heavenly Demon became curious and asked the bodyguard to explain this in detail. The bodyguard raised his hand and, with a serious face, started explaining that, at first, he himself had been surprised. Now, Aaron can summon little creatures called fairies who can cast magical spells. These spells can do things like using skills such as Protection Shield, or even healing minor injuries. Thanks to Aaron's ability, he had been able to successfully hunt and survive the third round. The Heavenly Demon listened in silence. After thinking for some time, the Heavenly Demon, with a smiling face, said to the bodyguard that he should maintain a close relationship with Aaron because she seemed to have a really interesting class. In the future, she might become a very strong and important person. The Heavenly Demon also suggested that if the bodyguard wanted to, he could even date Aaron, as she was actually quite a gorgeous lady. So if the bodyguard managed to become affectionate with Aaron, she would always be with them, and their team or forces would grow stronger because they needed more powerful awakeners, as Earth would no longer be peaceful in the future. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard became a little flustered, saying he couldn't do it because he was a virgin and didn't have the courage to be romantic, especially with Aaron. He just lacked the confidence. However, Heavenly Demon, with a chuckle, told him he was just teasing about the dating part, as he hadn't seen the bodyguard laugh in a long time. But seeing the bodyguard getting shy indicated that he had feelings for Aaron. Heavenly Demon suggested that the bodyguard could try dating Aaron. Hearing this, the bodyguard grew a bit worried, realizing that even if he tried, Aaron would likely reject him outright. He was certain of it. Heavenly Demon then asked if the bodyguard was still a man, to which the bodyguard replied that he was, but the problem was different. Aaron still addressed him with a formal tone, calling him Mr. Bodyguard. Heavenly Demon decided to put an end to the playful banter and urged them to discuss the serious matters at hand. The bodyguard bowed his head and began explaining. He first apologized, stating that he had failed to carry out the Heavenly Demon's order to help and approach Black Scythe. Additionally, he hadn't been able to deliver the message that the Heavenly Demon had intended for Black Scythe. The bodyguard took a seat on a sofa and proceeded to recount everything that had occurred in round 3, starting from the death of the musclehead and covering all the events. The Heavenly Demon listened attentively with a serious expression, maintaining silence throughout the narration. After the bodyguard had explained everything, the Heavenly Demon sat in contemplation, placing his hand on his chin. He remarked that based on the description of the bodyguard, the Divine Punisher seemed like a powerful entity, and even he, the Heavenly Demon, wouldn't have been confident enough to face it alone. The atmosphere turned gloomy. Hesitantly, the bodyguard continued, suggesting that individuals like Black Scythe who were exceptionally strong and self-reliant, often had significant egos, making it nearly impossible to work together with them. The heavenly demon remained silent, wearing a serious expression, contemplating the information. He began to think that Black Scythe's stats must exceed their imagination, and his class, Black Scythe, sounded incredibly formidable. So much so that the heavenly demon felt a sense of shame, considering himself strong with his unique class, Dark Knight. With determination in his eyes, he wished to meet Black Scythe face to face and engage in a manly conversation. Then, still maintaining his serious expression, the heavenly demon replied that it was not the bodyguard's fault, and they couldn't hold him accountable for the mission's failure. The bodyguard once again apologized for falling short in the mission. The heavenly demon, while taking a sip of his cold whiskey with his usual serious demeanor, diverted the conversation away from Black Scythe and asked about the results of tracking down the thugs who had attempted to harass Aaron. The bodyguard responded by mentioning that the boss had a nickname, Youngman, although it was unclear if that was his real name. The challenge was that there were thousands of people with the name Youngman worldwide, making it nearly impossible to track them all down. However, assuming he was in his 20s and looked identical to his real-life self, they narrowed the search to Koreans, reducing the pool of suspects to 5 individuals. Upon hearing this, the heavenly demon inquired about the current locations of these 5 people. The bodyguard, still a bit nervous, explained that it would take some time to pinpoint their exact home addresses due to the world's current situation, causing delays in the investigation process. Holding his whiskey with a disappointed expression, the heavenly demon remarked that he wouldn't be able to locate that individual before round 4, even though he was eager to confront them. The bodyguard refilled the heavenly demon's glass with more whiskey and reassured him that there was no need to rush and they could take their time. The heavenly demon then asked the bodyguard about his gold reserves, and the bodyguard mentioned that he had 10,000 gold. The heavenly demon deemed it sufficient and explained that there was a skill called tracking available in the shop for 20,000 gold, which the bodyguard should learn as soon as he collected enough gold. The bodyguard agreed and expressed his determination to acquire the skill. The bodyguard hesitantly called the heavenly demon and mentioned that he had forgotten to mention an important detail. He explained that last month, an individual had purchased a significant number of stocks in the heavenly demon's company. The heavenly demon, maintaining his usual serious demeanor, inquired about the specific company involved. The bodyguard replied that it was the main company, Heavenly Demon Consulting, which he had been actively working for over the past few weeks. The heavenly demon paused for a moment, then set his whiskey glass on the table and asked about the quantity of shares the person had acquired. The bodyguard revealed that the individual had bought all the available shares on the market and now held a 31% stake in the entire company. Upon hearing this, the usually serious expression on the heavenly demon's face gave way to a mild shock. He exclaimed his disbelief, wondering how one person could purchase 31% of an entire company. The heavenly demon sat on the sofa, deep in thought, contemplating the market value of Heavenly Demon Consulting, which stood at 720 million United States dollars. To acquire 31% of the company, someone had invested a staggering 212.8 million United States dollars. He pondered who this wealthy individual could be, and whether it might be one of his brother's actions. After reflecting for some time, his expression turned serious once more, and he concluded that someone who bought such a significant stake likely intended to become directly involved in the company's management. He picked up his phone and instructed his department head to gather information about the person who had acquired the 31% stake in the company. Meanwhile, Ryu lay on his bed, holding his phone, eagerly awaiting a phone call. He knew that even though he wanted to meet the heavenly demon, he couldn't contact them first. He had to demonstrate that he was the real deal. Ryu was confident that the heavenly demon would contact him any moment now, especially after discovering that someone had bought a 31% stake in his company, which had only started a few months ago and wasn't particularly big or well known. Suddenly, Woonie burst into Ryu's room, shouting loudly, "Brother, what level are you?" Ryu, startled by the sudden door slam, dropped his phone and it hit him in the face. With a slightly red face due to the unexpected impact, Ryu asked Woonie why he was asking this out of the blue. Woonie, with a worried expression, explained that there was a kid who acted all high and mighty, bragging that his brother was a high-level player. This kid and his friends kept making fun of Woonie, saying that his brother was already level 11, had a class, and was very strong, while Woonie and his brother were losers. Upon hearing level 11, Ryu let out a sigh and a playful smile. assuring Woonie not to worry because he was higher level than that. Excitedly, Woonie asked Ryu what level he was, and Ryu began to ponder. He considered whether he should tell the truth, knowing that if he did, Woonie might get into trouble again. With a warm smile, Ryu told Woonie that he was level 12. Hearing this, Woonie's eyes filled with excitement and admiration, and he exclaimed that Ryu was the best in the world. He then asked if Ryu also had a class, to which Ryu replied affirmatively, saying he did indeed have a class. Woonie's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he asked about the name of Ryu's class. However, Ryu simply lied down on his bed, going under the blanket, and playfully mentioned that it was a secret. He added that he would tell Woonie everything when the right time came. Frustrated, Woonie insisted that there should be no secrets between brothers, but Ryu, claiming fatigue, said he needed to sleep and promised to tell Woonie later. Annoyed, Woonie left the room, stating that he would definitely find out Ryu's class when he woke up, and he closed the door in frustration. Then, as Ryu was about to sleep, his phone started to ring, and it was the call of the Heavenly Demon. Ryu picked up the call, and the Heavenly Demon introduced himself as the CEO of the company. He inquired if it was a suitable time to talk. Ryu, with a slight smile, decided to play the role of a naive beginner who had just started investing in the stock market. He thought that the more he appeared like a pushover, the more the Heavenly Demon would let his guard down, making his plan go smoothly. So Ryu replied that it was indeed the right time to talk. The Heavenly Demon, with a polite tone, asked if Ryu had purchased a large amount of stock in his company, and Ryu pretended to be startled and nervous as he confirmed that he had. The Heavenly Demon then informed Ryu that, with his recent purchase, he now owned 31% of the company. He expressed his desire to meet Ryu and suggested going for a meal. He proposed a lunch meeting on Friday. Ryu, after a moment of thinking, remembered that on Friday he had an important task. He was planning to make the person who kidnapped Wani on his 7th life regret it, so he politely declined the offer for Friday, citing his prior commitments. Instead, he suggested Saturday, which the Heavenly Demon agreed to. With that, the phone call ended. Ryu, now wearing a confident smile, muttered to himself, "Tomorrow is Friday, and it's the day when Wani's kidnapper will face justice. I'll make so many holes in that bastard's body that he won't know from where to fart and from where to take a breath." He went into a deserted factory at night. As Ryu walked, he explained that there are many ways to obtain a skill rune. Until now, people believed that skill runes could only be found inside dungeons after fulfilling special conditions, such as killing the Divine Punisher. In extremely rare cases, one could get a skill rune by killing normal mobs under certain conditions, like killing 100 virgin goblins while still being a virgin on a full moon night. However, this wasn't the only way. Skill runes could also be obtained in the real world. Ryu reached a deserted factory as he continued to explain. He secretly entered the factory and clarified that the time had finally come for him to confront the person who had kidnapped Wani in his previous life. Ryu went inside the factory and sat beside some boxes, waiting patiently. He explained that a person named Jang would come there, a morally corrupt man who had killed Wani 9 times. Ryu couldn't do anything but cry in pain in those past lives. Now, Ryu intended to torture him in such a way that he would beg to be killed. Ryu was determined that anyone in the world who even thought of harming Wani would face his wrath, even if they were a god. Then we jump back to a flashback of Ryu, where for the first time the morally corrupt man kidnapped Wani and brought him to this very same factory. Wani's eyes were covered with a black cloth, and Jang was holding an ice dagger threatening Ryu. He demanded Ryu spill all the details about future events, or he would kill Wani with a wicked smile. Naive Ryu, on the other hand, didn't know what to do. He tried to pretend he was clueless, questioning how he could possibly know what's going to happen in the future. Hearing this, Jang started to laugh maniacally. Then his expression turned sinister, and with a deadly look, he accused Ryu, "Don't lie, you mommy milker. I know you're a regressor." Hearing this, Ryu panicked. The only person he had told he was a regressor was Wani, and he knew Wani would never reveal this under any circumstance. So how? As Ryu reeled in immense shock and tension, Jang, continuing with his wicked smile, explained that he possessed the skill of inner thought, allowing him to read anyone's mind. Wow, if I had that skill, I'd be a banger in bed with my girlfriend. Now back to the story. Ryu was tortured by the sight of Wani being kidnapped and killed 11 times in his first 11 lives, even though he never told Wani that he was a regressor. One way or another, Jang always ended up discovering that Ryu was a regressor. In the end, Wani always ended up kidnapped and killed, even after Ryu divulged all the details about the future. This was because Zhang was a morally corrupt, violent criminal who knew nothing but violence. Now back to the present, Ryu was wearing a white, creepy mask while explaining that this was the only reason he was killing the king of shit each and every time, before he ended up kidnapping Wani in each of his regressions, and this was his 100th time. This time, Ryu's mission was not only to kill Zhang by torturing him, but also to acquire the skill of inner thought. Just then, Zhang entered the factory, carrying a woman tied with ropes over his shoulders from the back. He forcefully threw the woman onto a mattress he had prepared in advance for all his victims, those he brought here to satisfy his naughty need. With a creepy voice, while removing the tape from the woman's mouth, Zhang said he was going to remove the tape so she wouldn't yell. The woman was terrified, shivering in fear. As soon as Zhang removed the tape, the woman, with a trembling voice, started to beg for mercy. She repeatedly pleaded to be spared, but Zhang, sitting casually and with a laugh, replied that was all she had to say once he let her talk. She should say something dirty and sexy. Then Zhang's expression turned a bit creepy. His aura became sinister, and with a deadly look, he said, "Save me, I have a kid, or I will give you as much money as you need." But this plea was futile. The only thing Zhang wanted was to have his twisted form of fun with her. Then Zhang threw the tape backward and with a serious tone asked the woman if she knew why this was happening to her. The woman, even more terrified, joined both of her hands. Still with her trembling voice, she replied that Zhang is probably doing this because she glared at him the other day. That day, Zhang had offered her to spend a night with him, and she's really sorry for rejecting him, explaining she's married with a kid. How could she sleep with another man? That's why she rejected his offer, not because he looked like a piece of shit. Hearing this, Zhang got even more pissed off. He remembered that day and how he felt so damn shitty when she rejected him. Then we go back 2 days to when all this started. Zhang was just walking on the street searching for a girl to have fun with. Yeah, Zhang is a big pervert. Just then, he noticed a pretty girl walking beside him. After checking her out, Zhang commented on her nice body. He followed her as she walked into a dark, less crowded alley. Zhang activated his skill, and his whole body started to glow, startling the girl. In panic, she dropped her phone. The light was so intense that her vision went dark, and she became blind for a moment, panicked and trying to comprehend what was happening, but Zhang, taking advantage of this situation, grabbed the girl's boobs. And well, you know what happened next. After having his twisted fun with the girl, Zhang, with a sinister smile, quickly made his escape before she could regain her vision. He casually mentioned how he enjoyed doing this with different girls every night, reveling in his sadistic acts. He explained that just a few months ago, his life had been rather dull after his release from jail. He didn't care whether he lived or died until that fateful day when a hot angel transported him to another world and granted him a skill that allowed him to temporarily blind anyone. It was then that he realized the sinister potential of this newfound ability. Returning to the present, Zhang decided to visit a store to buy some coffee. In the store, a woman in her mid-30s welcomed him with a warm smile. As soon as he saw her face, he couldn't help but once again laugh wickedly, thinking about her attractive appearance and curvaceous body. Approaching the counter, he ordered an Americano, and she, still maintaining her warm smile and polite tone, informed him that the Americano would be ready in a few minutes and that the total bill was 5,001. With a wicked smile and a lustful demeanor, Zhang handed the woman the money and inquired if she was new here. He mentioned that he was a regular visitor to the cafe but had never seen her before. The woman, still maintaining her smile but sighing softly, explained that due to the current chaos in the world, all the part-timers had left the shop, so she had taken up the vacant position. She apologized for not recognizing him earlier as she was new to the cafe. Then, maintaining his flirting tone, Zhang asked the woman if she was the owner of this cafe. She, while bringing the Americano, replied, yes, she is the owner. Then Zhang playfully asked how old she was, noting she looked quite young and pretty. She replied she's 32 years old. Zhang, again with an ugly smile, asked if that meant she wasn't a player. She replied yes, she wasn't, gladly stating she wouldn't have to live with the constant fear of dying every month. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Zhang, maintaining his ugly smile and shit-like face, said with a lustful look that he really liked the cafe woman and asked if she'd go out with him. Hearing this, she got a little confused and paused for a moment to process what she just heard and what to say. While she was standing still like a statue with a confused look, Zhang, seeing this, got really pissed off. Banging his hand on the counter, He asked if his face was that ugly that she was making this type of face while staring at him. Was she disgusted just because he had a few spots on his face? If she was, she's a huge dummy, as his banana is really huge, and she would beg Jang to go out with him every night once she rides Jang's banana. Hearing this, the cafe woman really felt disgusted and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Jang got even more pissed off and punched the counter, declaring he wouldn't be drinking coffee here anymore. He demanded his money back, saying she was really an ugly old hag and she should fuck off. Now, hearing this, the cafe woman got a little scared, thinking Jang was a psycho who might do something unthinkable. With trembling hands, she returned the money. Jang forcefully took the money from her hand and furiously left the store, calling her a bitch. He ranted about how she was looking down on others just because she was a little hot and he had some spots on his face. Jang vowed to make her pay for looking down on him. After that, he followed the cafe woman for 2 days. When she was in a silent, dark alley, Jang struck her head with an iron bat and brought her to this deserted factory. Now, back in the present, the cafe woman was still begging, joining her hands and bowing while trembling. Jang was enjoying the scene, seeing her begging and getting scared. Then after some time, Jang turned back, saying this wasn't fun as she wasn't being sincere enough and not begging sincerely. He pushed her back onto the mattress, and she fell to the floor. Jang held her hand and opened his pants zip, stating he knew everything, that she was only pretending to apologize to get out of the situation and she still didn't like Jang. He asserted that only by riding his banana and enjoying the night could she prove that she was really sorry. This, he declared, was her punishment. While the cafe woman continued to beg and cry, Ryu from the shadows slowly walked forward with his black scythe. Then Jang's facial expression really became sinister and full of lust. Lust was just dripping from his face as he began his play by removing her bra. But just then, a deep footstep echoed through the entire hall. Hearing the sound, Jang got startled, and fear covered his entire body. He panicked, thinking that he thought this place was deserted. Why was there a person here? He wondered if this person was a detective who had followed him to arrest him. In panic, he turned back, shouting, "Who is it?" while cursing whoever was there. Ryu, while holding his black scythe on his shoulder and walking sideways, said in a deep tone not to curse and not to waste his energy by shouting. He told Jang he would be cursing and shouting a lot, so he should save his energy. Seeing Ryu, wearing a white mask and carrying this huge-ass scythe, Jang started to think who this guy might be. Then he realized that he was not a detective or police, as no police or detective would come here hiding their face. So Jang, continuing with his trashy personality, said, "Does Ryu think this is a place to play with that toy of his?" He said that now Ryu had seen Jang's face, so Ryu had to pay the price by dying. As he continued to spew his bullshit, Ryu just listened with a silent face. Then, after hearing Jang's bullshit, Ryu finally raised his black scythe with a deadly look, saying it looked like Jang hadn't figured out the situation yet. While swinging his black scythe with great force, Ryu said, "Does this look like a toy? If yeah, then Ryu will be putting this toy of his into Jang's ass and he'll make sure Jang enjoys it." Just the swing was enough to create a small shockwave around Ryu. Seeing this, Jang realized that the black scythe was indeed real. Then Ryu turned towards the cafe woman and, politely addressing her as ma'am, said she could leave now, and he would take care of this king of shit. She, still trembling and joining her hands, first paused for a moment, then tried to get up. But before she could do anything, Jang shoutingly turned towards the cafe woman and started yelling at her in a loud voice. He demanded to know on whose permission she was trying to get up, asking if he had given her permission to go. This made her tremble in fear even more. Now, having had enough of Jang's bullshit, Ryu dashed towards Jang with his black scythe. Jang also got alert and got ready to defend himself. But even before he could react, bam! Ryu popped Jang's balls by giving a good hit to Jang's balls. The pain was so intense that for a moment, his breath stopped. His whole body felt like it was on fire and getting electric shocks all over. Then Jang fell on the floor, holding his little PP, screaming in pain. His whole body was shivering, and he was cursing Ryu. Ryu stood with a satisfied look, watching Jang in pain, and reminded him that he had just said a moment before that Jang would be swearing his ass off. He told Jang this was just the beginning, and just like before, he should save his energy. Ryu, once again, turned toward the cafe lady and said now was the time for her to leave. He advised the lady not to talk about what happened outside and to act like nothing happened. The cafe lady, after seeing Ryu, got so scared that it felt like her soul had left her body. With a shaky voice, she thanked Ryu and, in an instant, started running toward the exit. Ryu, swinging his black scythe downward, turned his attention back to Jang. He said that now, in this deserted factory, there were only the two of them, so they could enjoy the entire night without anyone interfering. Jang was still kneeling on the ground, holding his little PP, still shaking in pain. The pain was so intense that it was getting hard for him to even breathe. After watching Jang moan in pain for a while, Ryu's facial expression became really sinister, and he gave a creepy smile, saying, "Now, shall we begin the real game, shall we?" Then Jang got furious, veins starting to foam on his face. His eyes widened as if they would pop out any moment now. He continued to curse Ryu, saying he would kill him, and prepared to attack while holding his dagger. Ryu, seeing this, let out a slight laugh, saying he liked Jang's reaction. He mentioned it's no fun to torture and kill someone who has left the hope to live. One who wants to live and has ego, it's his favorite thing to break that ego. Jang, seeing Ryu smiling, had enough of Ryu. With one hand on his little PP and the other hand holding the dagger, he charged towards Ryu to kill him while shouting and screaming. Jang dashed towards Ryu and started a barrage of attacks with his ice dagger. But Ryu just dodged all the attacks. Jang continued to attack Ryu. After a moment, Jang was really getting frustrated, thinking how the hell Ryu was dodging all his attacks like he could see the future. He was getting sweaty and more frustrated. Ryu, still dodging the attacks like playing with a 2-year-old kid, commented laughingly that he couldn't believe Jang was still carrying that shitty ice dagger that a goblin holds that everyone has in round 1. Now, at this moment, Ryu had enough play. So the next moment, Ryu jumped beside Jang, and just as Jang stretched his hand to attack Ryu with his dagger, Ryu, in a single slash, chopped off Jang's hand. Now, blood was splattering from Jang's hands like a fountain. Jang, seeing this blood, first got a panic attack. Then, as the pain kicked in, he started to scream his lungs out, just standing there not knowing what to do. His whole body was trembling, and Ryu was just watching this scene with an enjoyable mood, getting happy seeing the morally corrupted king of shit crying in pain. Then, Ryu tauntingly asked Jang, "Does it hurt, huh?" He said if it does, Jang should brace himself as he hadn't even started yet. It's just the trailer. Jang, at this moment, still in immense pain, grinding his teeth, his face turning pale, holding his hand with his other hand to stop the blood from splattering, realized he was fucked up. But before he could even take a breath, Ryu just vanished from his position and, in an instant, dashed toward poor Jang. Whoosh! Ryu slashed Jang's other hand also in a swift slash, and Jang couldn't do anything but scream like a donkey. Blood was just splattering from both of his hands, his vision was getting blurry, and he was feeling dizzy. His whole body was on fire, and fear overtook his mind. Jang was scared to his core, thinking at this rate Ryu would really kill him like a chicken getting slaughtered for dinner. And if he really wanted to live, first he would have to use his ability to blind Ryu, then he would run for his life, depending on it. Then Jang glared at Ryu for a moment, and seeing that Ryu was just standing there watching and getting happy from Jang's screaming, he saw an opportunity. Jang instantly activated his skill while screaming and cursing Ryu. Jang's whole body started to glow, and at that moment he decided before running he would at least pop Ryu's fucking eyes. He shouted, "Die, you fucking shit!" But the next moment, something unexpected happened. His body, which was glowing, slowly saw its light start to dim, and then his entire body's glow began to fade, effectively canceling his skill. Jang got confused, thinking, what the hell is happening here? Then, with a jolt of realization, he understood that whatever the reason, his skill didn't work, and now he was going to die. On top of that, he had just cursed Ryu, saying he would kill him, so there was no room for even begging. Thinking this, he was dripping with sweat while grinding his teeth. Ryu, still laughing under his mask, explained that Jang's shining skill would not work on Ryu, as no light on Earth could even come near him. Ryu knew this would happen, so in advance, he had cast his skill Night of Death that he acquired in round 3. By using it, he could command the darkness, ensuring no fucking light on Earth could even come near him. Then Ryu once again prepared his black scythe to attack Jang. Jang was so scared that he felt he might shit his pants any moment now. Even before Jang could do anything, whoosh! The next moment, Ryu, in an instant, cold-heartedly, in a swift slash, chopped both of Jang's legs like cutting butter. For a moment, Jiang didn't even realize what happened, and he was just standing there. The next moment, his torso got separated from his legs, and his balance was lost. Jiang fell down on the floor while screaming. Just like before, Ryu was just watching this beautiful scene from behind, enjoying it. Now, Jiang's spirit finally broke. He, while dragging his body, came close to Ryu while crying. His whole body was trembling, and at this moment, so much blood was lost from his body that his whole body was turning pale. Cryingly, Jiang asked Ryu why the hell he was doing this to him, addressing Ryu as a demon. Just hearing the word "why," Ryu got really pissed off. First, he raised his black scythe high, and with a pinch, stabbed and punctured Jiang's left leg, while continuing to make multiple holes on Jiang's body and piercing his black scythe with a break. He said, "Why do people kill mosquitoes? Because letting them live, they will at the end come to suck people's blood, so it's better to kill them even before they bite." Now at this moment, Jiang, who had lost his will, still had tears in his eyes. He was really getting frustrated, saying that Ryu is a psychopath and asking if he had run out from a mental asylum. Ryu, hearing this, again laughed, saying it looked like a little bit of spirit was still dwelling inside Jiang. He wondered how long Jiang could keep this attitude of his. With that, Ryu continued to puncture Jiang's body with his black scythe. Jiang continued to scream, and Ryu took his sweet time to slowly make so many holes in Jiang's body, just like he said he would, so that Jiang would get confused about from which hole he would fart and from which hole he would breathe. After a few minutes, Jiang had finally lost it, as Ryu was not hitting any vitals and was attacking Jiang in such a way that he stayed awake while feeling this hellish pain. Jiang started to think about what grudge Ryu had against him. Now, at this moment, the last bit of spirit just left Jiang's body. Saliva was coming out from his mouth, mucus from his nose. He was crying, thinking of just killing himself, as it was better to die than to suffer this hellish torture. Then, after gathering some courage, Jiang finally decided to kill himself by biting his tongue. He closed his eyes, opened his mouth while sticking his tongue out, and prepared to bite his tongue. But before he could bite his tongue, Ryu stopped him by placing his black scythe near his neck, startling him. Jiang slowly turned his gaze upward, seeing Ryu. Ryu, furious with a deep, chilling voice, asked, "What's wrong? Is Jiang planning to die by biting his tongue? Does Jiang think Ryu will just let him die this easily?" The next moment, Ryu, continuing with his cold aura, raised his black scythe and swish, pierced Jiang's shoulder, and again blood started to splatter. Ryu declared he would not let Jiang die until he made Jiang beg on his knees for death. Jiang could do nothing but scream, and once again Ryu began his piercing game. He continued to stab again and again on all parts of Jiang's body, from his ass to shoulder to even his little pee-pee. Ugh, just by seeing it, I am feeling a little dizzy. Well, anyways, at this moment, Jiang had lost his mind. He was just lying on his back, barely alive but still feeling the hellish pain. Tears were not stopping from coming out of his eyes, and blood was coming from his nose. With a shaky voice, Jiang was begging to get killed and die. At this point, even I am feeling a little bad for him. Then Ryu, hearing this, asked Jiang to say it again, as he hadn't heard what Jiang said. Jiang, still with a shaky voice, said, "Kill me, please." Ryu just watched him begging to get killed with a satisfying look. Then, after some time, Ryu, finally feeling satisfied, withdrew his black scythe. Placing his black scythe on his shoulder, Ryu, with a joyful tone, said Jiang didn't know why he was doing this to him, right? To Jiang, Ryu was a total stranger, and Jiang, at this moment, was in such a state that he just glared at Ryu, not even able to say anything. Then Ryu continued, telling Jiang that Ryu might be a total stranger. But to Ryu, Jiang was not. He was a guy because of whom Ryu got nightmares at one point. Now, hearing this and realizing Ryu even knew his name, Jiang started to think who even Ryu was. With his shaky voice, he asked if Ryu was someone who was related to the cafe woman, or anyone he had fun with in the last few months. Ryu smilingly replied that he had no connection with any woman. Hearing this, Jiang asked then why Ryu was doing this to him. Ryu finally revealed the truth, saying Jiang kidnapped his little precious brother and threatened Ryu to give Jiang the hidden information he had. Hearing this, Jiang was shocked, saying he didn't even know who Ryu was, let alone about his little brother. Now, hearing this, Ryu laughingly commented, "Of course Jiang doesn't know it because it's an incident that will happen in the future. After 15 days from today, Jiang will kidnap his little brother and then torture him and then kill him. And there's a second reason Ryu is doing all this to Jiang, to acquire the ruin of inner thought. Today was the day Jiang was destined to acquire the skill inner thought." Hearing this, Jiang was confused, asking, "What the hell is Ryu talking about?" Ryu explained that today, Jang would have raped the cafe woman, and after begging from her heart for Jang not to do it, Jang would have gotten the ruin of inner thought. The condition to get the ruin of inner thought was that, in this exact deserted factory, a person had to beg from his heart, and the person to whom the person will beg will get the ruin of inner thought. After acquiring this inner thought, Jang will become the biggest criminal the world will ever see. So Ryu was just doing his job, removing a bug from this already messed up world. As Ryu continued to explain, Jang just listened with a bewildered expression. Ryu continued to explain that in his past 99 lives, even when Ryu tried his best not to come face to face with Jang, one way or another, Jang always ended up finding out about Ryu that he is a repressor, and each and every time, Jang kidnapped his little brother and killed him. So Jang is really a morally corrupted individual who deserves to just die. Hearing this, Jang said if he really deserved to die, then just quickly kill him, as he couldn't bear the pain anymore. But Ryu replied, "Nope, I'm not even going to touch a single hair of Jang now." Hearing this, Jang's whole world turned upside down. He started to scream and cry even more, saying he just wanted to die now, and started to beg greatly. Ryu, having heard enough of this, raised the handle of his black scythe and placed it on Jang's mouth to shut him up. With a cold, chilling aura while glaring at Jang, Ryu said, "Now, I will not do anything. I, Ryu, will just sit here and watch Jang die slowly, tortured by the pain." Jang's vision finally became dark. He was not able to feel his arms or legs, but the pain was not going away. He was trembling in pain, thinking if Ryu really wanted the ruin of inner thought, he would want him alive, right? So why was Ryu giving him such a hellish punishment? Ryu then replied that he was not letting him speak because he wanted to test the skill inner thought. Hearing this, Jang's eyes widened, and Ryu explained that just a moment ago, he finally got the skill inner thought. Ryu was just testing the skill, so he was really sorry for that. As just a moment ago, Jang really begged from his heart to get killed. At that moment, Ryu got the skill. Then we go back a few moments to when Ryu got the skill inner thought. As soon as he acquired the skill, the system notified him that he had obtained the skill inner thought. The system explained that by observing the target, Ryu could hear the inner thoughts of his target, and he could only read the thoughts of the person when the target is within 30 meters of him. Now, back to the present, Ryu, still placing his black scythe's handle on Jang's mouth, said he was just testing the skill to see if it was working properly or not, and it looks like it is working. Jang, in his mind, thought that since Ryu finally got what he wanted, he once again begged Ryu to kill him. But Ryu, continuing with his cold aura while glaring, said, "Nah, I can't kill Jang so easily. That would be too unfair for all the victims of Jang's." Hearing this, Jang could do nothing but grind his teeth, trying to chew the handle of the black scythe while thinking Ryu is a damn demon. After half an hour, Jang finally slowly dies. Then Ryu stood up, glaring at Jang with a satisfying look as if he had won a war. He then used the skill Erase Traces that he bought in round 3. By using it, he could erase all the traces of blood, corpse, fingerprints, or anything. Just like that, a green aura surrounded Jang's body, and in an instant, Jang's body started to disappear. After a moment, everything was clear. Jang's body disappeared. Not a single hair of Jang was left. Then Ryu finally took off his mask, turned back, and while walking outside the factory said, "Now it's time to meet the heavenly demon." Now, after dealing with Jang, Ryu was getting ready to meet the heavenly demon. He wore a formal black shirt with a black coat and a gray tie. His hair was styled just right. Seeing Ryu dressed like this, Wani also got shocked and in awe. He asked Ryu if he was going on a date with a girl, keeping his hand on his mouth in shock. He was himself surprised at how his virgin brother could look so hot. Ryu turned toward Wani and paused for a moment, as he may be the god of death, but he is a total loser when it comes to dating. So Ryu, with a sweet smile, replied, "Nope, I'm not." Wani asked this because Ryu just wore this black suit out of nowhere. Ryu, still with a sweet smile, explained that it's because he has an important meeting with someone, and it's not a girl, it's for a business-related thing. Wani, a little concerned, asked if Ryu was starting a business. Ryu, with a slight smile and holding his iPhone 21 Pro Max Ultra Giga Max Edition, nodded in response. Hearing this, Wani scratched his head and got a little worried. He thought about how Ryu had invested all his money in stocks last time, and now he was trying to start a business. Wani was really concerned for Ryu, as what if his business failed and didn't work out? From a young age, Ryu wasn't good at studies, let alone running a small candy shop. But Wani decided to trust Ryu. Then Ryu turned his attention toward Wani and noticed that Wani was panicking and worrying. Seeing this, Ryu smiled a little and sighed. He wondered if Wani was getting worried, thinking he wouldn't do well in business or get too busy again. But seeing Wani like this, he realized how cute and adorable he could be at times like this. To ease Wani's worry, Ryu pointed his thumb towards him and replied with a confident smile that he would tell all the details about the business after he's done talking with the person he was going to meet. So Wani didn't have to worry too much and should just trust his big brother. This business idea, too, Ryu had seen in his dream, and the old man with a pig on his head had told him about it. So just like always, it would work out. Wani, hearing this, got a little embarrassed, and with a panicked voice replied that, of course, he trusted his big bro. Who else could he trust if not Ryu? It was just that the whole world was in chaos, so business seemed too risky, that's all. Ryu, while keeping his phone in his pocket while walking toward the door, replied that if Wani really trusted Ryu, then he should be a good kid and wait at home and not go out until Ryu returned home, because it's not safe outside the building due to some players turned criminals who gained powers and were committing heinous crimes in broad daylight. As Ryu was heading toward the door, Wani also followed him with a worried face and his arms crossed. He mentioned that he saw this in the news, that the whole world was in utter chaos. Players, after gaining powers, were starting to misuse them and committing crimes. The worst part was that some criminals in jail had also gained powers, and now they had broken out of jail, remaining openly in the city. The crime rate was soaring and outside was no longer safe. Ryu, with a serious face, replied that yes, as long as a human was of the right age, they would become a player, and not all people would use their powers for good. That's why at any cost, Wani couldn't go outside. Wani listened to Ryu carefully and nodded in agreement. Then Ryu's facial expression became serious, thinking and explaining that every month the number of players would go down, but the remaining players would become even stronger than before. In the future, the crimes happening now would be child's play compared to what would happen in the future. In the future, players would dominate the world in such a way that not even the government would be able to do anything, and the players would start to enslave the non-players and do whatever they want. An era where players would be considered king, and no laws would be able to bind them. Ryu became even more serious, and explained that before the city turned into that lawless place, he had to become so strong that just his name would be enough to scare the shit out of each and every player, so that they would think 100 times before even taking a shit, let alone committing crime. As Ryu came close to the exit door, he once again told Wani to be careful, and Wani said yes, he would. But he asked Ryu when Ryu was going to tell him what his class is. He was really curious. Ryu replied that it's a secret, and Wani pouted and sighed, insisting that Ryu tell him. He said he wouldn't let Ryu go until he found out. Ryu, hearing this while pinching Wani's cheek, scolded him. He said he would tell about his class and powers very soon, so Wani should stop whining and eat his lunch. He also told Wani to order something expensive and not the usual black bean soup noodle. Wani should eat something healthy and grow stronger. Wani, with his cheeks stretched, wobbly, replied, "Gwa in," trying to say, "Got it." The scene shifted, and we see Ryu standing in front of a huge building. With a slight smile, Ryu said, "I knew it. Heavenly Demon would call me to this hotel. It's advantageous to play on their home turf." As Ryu entered the hotel, he explained that the hotel was under the name of Osung Group, but the original owner was Heavenly Demon. It served as his personal hideout and secret base, a fact known only to Ryu. As Ryu approached the counter, he tried to appear like a naive newcomer, intending to make Heavenly Demon let his guard down in front of him. Finally, he reached the counter, wearing a nervous expression and looking around. He said he had a meeting scheduled there today, and he was told to check in at the counter upon arrival. He started to fumble with his word. The receptionist, wearing a warm smile, asked, "Are you here to meet the CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting?" Ryu, still shaking and nervous, replied, "Yes." The receptionist then guided Ryu to an empty room, instructing him to sit on the sofa and wait. She assured him that the CEO would arrive soon. Ryu, still fumbling and nervous, said, "Okay." He then bowed his head with a warm smile and thanked the receptionist. Then Ryu continues with his Oscar-level acting, trying to look like a loser. He looks left and right, slowly sits on the sofa, trying to act like he is overwhelmed and nervous. Then, with a straight expression, he looks at the ceiling and exclaims, "Whoa, the chandelier's so cool!" Just then, a voice asks if he's Ryu Min. Yup, it was their bodyguard. Ryu, trying to act startled, hurriedly stands up, saying yes he is and greeting him. The bodyguard, upon seeing Ryu, gets a little confused and pauses for a moment, noticing how much of a loser Ryu appears to be. He realizes that Ryu is the exact guy whom he met a few months back when he came with his little brother to give rice cakes. On that day, he rudely shooed Ryu away. With a slightly shocked and confused face, the bodyguard asks Ryu if they have met before to confirm if he really is the same person. Ryu confirms and says yes. He thinks Ryu saw the bodyguard when he and his little brother were giving rice cakes to all the neighbors in the building. Then Ryu saw the bodyguard with the actress Ahrin. Realizing that Ryu is the person he showed away that day, the bodyguard first bows his head and then apologizes, saying he is really sorry for being rude that day. While bowing his head, he is really confused and a little frustrated, thinking that the kid in front of him doesn't even look like he is 20 years old. So how the hell did he invest 280 billion wons in the company and become a major shareholder? Then Ryu thought, as expected, the bodyguard is suspicious of him, which would be a natural reaction since someone in his 20s couldn't have that much money. So it's natural. Ryu continued his act, holding his neck and with a warm smile, his hand slightly lower, giving a submissive vibe. He politely replied that it's okay after all. The bodyguard acted that way because he didn't know Ryu. Ryu himself didn't know that the CEO of the Heavenly Demon was living just above his floor. The bodyguard, upon seeing Ryu, thought he was the Heavenly Demon and explained not to misunderstand as he is not the CEO. With a serious face, he introduced himself as Shang Chiel, the department head and the bodyguard of Arin. He mentioned that the CEO was busy in a meeting, which is why he came to greet and receive Ryu. The CEO would be coming in just a few minutes. The bodyguard asked Ryu to come and follow him inside to wait, and Ryu, still acting nervous, replied fumblingly, "Okay." Then the bodyguard left the room, and Ryu sat on the chair. As soon as the bodyguard left the room, he instantly opened his phone and started messaging the Heavenly Demon, writing that he just met Ryu. But Ryu doesn't look like a person capable of investing that big of money. On top of this, Ryu is really a loser and naive, and he can't be someone smart. It's highly likely that someone else is above Ryu, giving Ryu instructions to do all this. The Heavenly Demon has to be careful. Ryu, from behind, was watching this from behind. Then Ryu, seeing this, smiled a little, thinking that he knew that the Heavenly Demon would be sending the bodyguard as a scout, as there is no way that someone as disciplined as the Heavenly Demon would be coming late because he is busy in another meeting. Just then, a walking sound distracted Ryu, and as Ryu turned back, it was none other than the Heavenly Demon himself. He, with a confident smile, said hello and introduced himself, saying he is Gyeong, the CEO of Heavenly Demon Company. The bodyguard followed him from behind. Heavenly Demon, maintaining his polite smile, came close to Ryu and extended his hand for a warm handshake. Ryu also extended his hand and shook Heavenly Demon's hand, still acting nervous and fumblingly introducing himself, saying hello and his name is Ryu Min. Heavenly Demon told Ryu to have a seat, and Ryu said okay and sat down. Then Heavenly Demon instructed the bodyguard to sit. On the other hand, Ryu noticed that he was a major shareholder so he could join this meeting. But Heavenly Demon, even without asking for his permission, gave permission to the bodyguard to sit in this meeting. That means his acting like a naive and submissive individual worked, and Heavenly Demon thinks that Ryu is a pushover. Then Heavenly Demon, with a warm and polite tone, gave a single command, and his servants started bringing dishes one by one. Heavenly Demon explained that they should eat breakfast before discussing business, as he had specially prepared delicious Korean food, hoping that it would suit Ryu's taste. On the table there was hot pot, sushi, sashimi, grilled meat, pickled vegetables, and many other delicious dishes. Heavenly Demon, laughing, said that any food served at a high-end hotel-like place would be tasty anyway, even before Ryu could comment on the food. Ryu, playing his role as a naive and loser, took a bite and said the food was really delicious. Heavenly Demon replied that he was really glad Ryu liked the food. As they had their breakfast, Heavenly Demon, after observing Ryu for a while, concluded that the bodyguard was right. Ryu indeed seemed naive and like a loser, and he was too young to have invested 280 billion won alone. Someone was definitely behind Ryu, pulling the strings. Heavenly Demon's face turned a little serious, and he started to wonder who would be behind Ryu. Would it be his brother or his uncle? Whoever it was, he had to get to the bottom of this. Then, Heavenly Demon, with a polite tone and a smile, asked Ryu about his age, wondering if Ryu would mind sharing it. Ryu, while taking a sip of water, replied that he turned 20 years old this year. Then, hearing this, Ryu just turned 20 years old this year. Heavenly Demon paused for a moment, trying to process what he just heard. He thought Ryu might be around 24, 26 years old. With a sweet face, still maintaining his polite tone and his warm smile, he replied that he himself is 29 years old. Seijay also is in his 20s, and he is really glad that he met Ryu today. Ryu replied that he is also happy to meet Heavenly Demon. Heavenly Demon, with a confident and dominant tone, asked Ryu if he doesn't mind telling how he had so much money at such a young age. Does Ryu perhaps come from a very rich family? Ryu, hearing this, thought Heavenly Demon is a straightforward person, as he directly came to the point without wasting any time. Then Ryu, maintaining his naive appearance while waving his hands and with a big smile, hearing this, Heavenly Demon once again paused for a moment in confusion, and with a confused face, he asked Ryu, what does he mean by "until recently"? Then Ryu asked Heavenly Demon if he perhaps heard how, in the news. Heavenly Demon was still confused, so Ryu then politely explained that he is talking about the news about the person who became a billionaire overnight by winning lottery tickets, first place numerous times. And because of this, the government banned the selling of lottery tickets. Hearing this, Heavenly Demon nodded and said he indeed heard about the news. Then Ryu, with a confident smile, said, well, that person is sitting right in front of you, as he is the one who won multiple lottery tickets until the government banned the selling of lottery tickets. Hearing this, both the Heavenly Demon and the bodyguard got bewildered. Their minds were blown with surprise, and they were in a state of shock. The Heavenly Demon asked Ryu if he was really the winner who shook the entire Korea, even the world. Ryu said yes, he is the exact same person. As the Heavenly Demon and Ryu were talking, the bodyguard was still too shocked to even say a word. Then, the Heavenly Demon, with a curious face, asked Ryu about the article and news that said Ryu won 60 billion from the lottery. He pointed out that the news mentioned Ryu wasn't rich and was a student a few months ago. He asked how Ryu got the rest of the money to invest. Ryu, while enjoying the delicious food, politely with a smile, explained that he invested the 60 billion won in Bitcoin. And then, when his investment matured, he multiplied his initial investment by 6. Hearing this, the Heavenly Demon asked if Ryu was really telling the truth, and Ryu affirmed that he was. Now the Heavenly Demon was at a loss for words and commented on how amazing Ryu was. He asked how Ryu even thought of investing such a big amount of 60 billion into Bitcoin so fearlessly, as he himself would never have the courage to do that. Then, the bodyguard finally spoke and said to Ryu that he must have been really lucky that his investment grew, calling it beginner's luck. But Ryu immediately denied that luck played a role and emphasized that he made the decision to invest in Bitcoin, knowing that it would rise. The bodyguard mentioned an article where Ryu claimed to have seen the lottery numbers in his dreams and asked if Ryu also saw that Bitcoin would rise in his dream and invested accordingly. He suggested that if that's not luck, then what is? But before he could finish his sentence, Ryu interrupted him. His face was no longer that of a loser or naive person. It turned serious. While glaring at the bodyguard, he said, "It's just a lie. I didn't see it in my dream." Hearing this, Heavenly Demon had a serious face as he asked if Ryu didn't see it in his dream, how he knew all the lottery numbers and knew Bitcoin would rise. Ryu paused for a moment, thinking that this is the only way to convince Heavenly Demon and get him on his side. Then Ryu, with a serious face and tone, said that it's his first time revealing this to anyone. Even his little brother doesn't know about it, but he has no other choice but to reveal it. As Ryu was telling all this, the bodyguard and Heavenly Demon were just listening with silent curiosity. Then, sitting like a king, holding both his hands with a mischievous smile, his whole body started to glow blue, and his eyes also started glowing blue. He explained that he has the skill Ruin of Future, and by using it he can see what will be happening in the future. Hearing this, the bodyguard and Heavenly Demon were stunned, with their mouths open. They didn't say anything for a few moments, trying to process what they had just heard, and Ryu just sat there, smiling. Now, Heavenly Demon and the bodyguard, after realizing what they just heard with their eyes wide, thought, how is this possible? What kind of explanation is this? Then Heavenly Demon, now a little panicked, asked Ryu, is Ryu being serious? Is Ryu telling the truth? Ryu still confidently explained, yes, I am telling the truth. Why would I lie about something this ridiculous? Heavenly Demon then asked, that means Ryu found out the winning lottery number using his skill, Future Sight. Ryu, now with a polite tone and warm body language, extending his hand, explained, that is correct. The reason I invested the 60 billion lottery winnings in Bitcoin is because I knew the Bitcoin price would rise. I saw it using my Future Sight. Only a pighead would put all 60 billion on Bitcoin just because they saw it in a dream. Heavenly Demon had a doubtful face and curiously asked Ryu, if Ryu doesn't mind, can Ryu use his skill right now and tell what Heavenly Demon's future will be like? What will happen after a few hours, for example, so that the doubt can get cleared? He still found it hard to believe what Ryu was saying. Ryu, hearing this, thought that as he had the inner thought skill, he could easily tell what would happen after a few minutes or hours by reading Heavenly Demon's mind. However, he was not going to do it because if he did, things would get complicated. Heavenly Demon would be calling him all the time, asking for predictions, and it would create many more problems. So Ryu decided to go with Plan B. He had a disappointed and worried face as he explained. First, he said he was really sorry because at this moment, he couldn't use his ability, Future Sight, at will. During the entire day, at random times, he gets visions of the future, and sometimes he sees visions in his dreams. So the thing that he saw, the lottery numbers in his dream, was not entirely a lie. There was some truth in it. He couldn't tell what would be happening just after a few hours. As Ryu was explaining this, Heavenly Demon, while taking a sip of water, thought that whatever Ryu was saying made sense. Just the skill to see the future is an overkill skill, and if one can watch what will happen in the future at will, they will be like a god. So it's natural that Ryu has a restriction like this. Just then, with a jolt of realization, a thought hit Heavenly Demon. He started a bit and then hurriedly asked Ryu if he invested his entire 280 billion in his company because Ryu saw in his vision that his company would grow in the future. Ryu replied, correct. He invested because he was sure his money would grow rapidly in the future, as seen in multiple visions. Heavenly Demon's companies were giving the highest returns. Hearing this, Heavenly Demon curiously asked if Ryu could clearly tell what he saw in his vision, how much his company would grow. Ryu, with a serious face, raised his hand and explained that he had only seen the future of a few years, and in just half a year, Heavenly Demon's company would become a top 10 company in all of Korea and be listed in the index. As Ryu was telling this, Heavenly Demon started to smile happily, with a wide smile that made his whole face sparkle and shine in excitement. He thought about the possibility of his small company becoming a top 10 company in just a few years. How great it would be if that really happened. If this became a reality, not only would his father acknowledge his abilities, but he could also become the next chairman. Reality hit him, and all his excitement evaporated. His face became a little worried as he thought he couldn't believe he got happy thinking that whatever Ryu was saying would come true. There's no guarantee that this will happen in the future, and his company will become a top 10 company. As Heavenly Demon was lost in deep thought, Ryu broke the silence by saying, there is a little problem. In his vision, he saw Heavenly Demon on the top 10 company list, but that company was totally different from the current Heavenly Demon company. It meant they would have to make some changes inside the company. Hearing this, the bodyguard, while banging his hand on the table, started to scream and shout in anger, saying, this is extremely unreasonable. How can they change what the company is doing? At this rate, Ryu might even tell us to change the name of the company. Seeing the bodyguard so angry, Heavenly Demon tried to calm him down, saying to stop screaming and stay calm. But before Heavenly Demon could calm the bodyguard down, Ryu said that if one is changing the business and industry, it's obvious that you have to change the company name as well. Hearing this, the bodyguard was at a loss for words in anger. He didn't like Ryu from the start, and hearing all this nonsense made his anger explode, and he started screaming at Ryu, saying he's a scammer. Now Ryu's patience was getting annoyed, seeing the bodyguard screaming at him. With a serious face and a deep tone, he said to the bodyguard, do you think I came all the way here to make joke? Continuing with his serious face, he continued, saying to the bodyguard and Heavenly Demon and the bodyguard are also players, and they know how huge of a disadvantage and risk it is to reveal your skill to others like this. Heavenly Demon and the bodyguard just listened to Ryu with a little tense atmosphere with worried expression. Ryu continued to explain that despite this, he took the risk and revealed his power to complete strangers, as one can easily take advantage after knowing someone can see the future. He emphasized that if this information gets leaked, Ryu could even get kidnapped, tortured, or experimented on because this skill is really an overkill skill. Ryu only took this risk because he really wanted the company to grow, and that's why he invested 280 billion in the company. If Heavenly Demon truly wanted his company to grow, he had to listen to what Ryu was telling him and make changes inside the company. The worried bodyguard asked Heavenly Demon if he really believed what this Ryu guy was saying, and once again, the bodyguard started to say bad things about Ryu. Heavenly Demon just listened in silence with a serious face, glaring at Ryu with deadly eyes. Then, seeing Heavenly Demon not believing Ryu, with a disappointed sigh, he said, "It looks like Heavenly Demon and the bodyguard don't believe that Ryu can see the future." The bodyguard, with skeptical eyes, said, "Yes, he doesn't believe Ryu." Ryu turned his gaze toward the bodyguard and asked him a question, saying, "Has the bodyguard ever considered why Ryu moved to the same hotel as the bodyguard? Does the bodyguard think it's pure coincidence?" Hearing this, the bodyguard startled for a moment, and sweat started to come from his face. He paused for a moment, not knowing what to say. Just then, Heavenly Demon turned his gaze toward the bodyguard, and with a deadly look, he asked the bodyguard what Ryu was telling. "Same building, same hotel." He commanded the bodyguard to explain what Ryu was talking about. The bodyguard, still panicked and with a nervous face, explained that 2 months ago, Mr. Ryu moved into the house just below the floor where Miss Ah-rin was living. Ryu intervened, saying that after getting his skill, Future Sight, just a few days later, Ryu moved into the house below Ah-rin's and asked them to think why. Hearing this, Heavenly Demon got a little worked up, and raising his voice toward the bodyguard, he asked why the bodyguard was telling him this now. The bodyguard wouldn't say anything, and he started to fumble. As Ryu casually enjoyed his delicious breakfast, Heavenly Demon started to look at Ryu slightly differently and went into deep thinking mode. He began connecting all the dots, considering that if Ryu had known that his company would rise in the future, he might have moved into the same building where the bodyguard was living. Heavenly Demon thought that things might also be a pure coincidence, and just because Ryu moved into the same building as the bodyguard, it couldn't confirm that Ryu could indeed see the future. Ryu, with a mischievous smile, said, "Then?" Seeing Heavenly Demon's skeptical face, it seemed like he still didn't believe that Ryu could see the future. Then, Ryu dropped yet another bomb of information, saying, "I know one more thing. The hotel we are in right now, Heavenly Demon, is the owner of this place, right? And not only this, Heavenly Demon is the eldest son of the Oh-Sung Company, and he runs the company so that he could gain the acknowledgement of his father by growing his company. Am I correct?" Hearing all this, the bodyguard's mental wires seemed to break. Furious, he stood up from his chair and started yelling at Ryu, demanding to know who was behind him and pulling the strings. He emphasized that only Heavenly Demon's father and close relatives knew this information, and it was a top-secret matter that no one else should be aware of. Once again, Heavenly Demon maintained his cool and calm tone, asking the bodyguard to calm down. The bodyguard then apologized to Heavenly Demon, saying he was really sorry, though he still wore an angry expression. Heavenly Demon sat there silently, still deep in thought. After a while, Heavenly Demon, with a serious expression and maintaining his cool tone, said, "Ryu is correct, and all the information that Ryu told is correct, but it's still not enough to convince me that he can see the future. By seeing the future, Ryu could have obtained this information from those close relatives, and there's also an uncle of his who doesn't want Heavenly Demon to succeed, so he might be behind all of this. Yes, at this point, Heavenly Demon is suspecting that Ryu has been hired by someone to come into his company to hinder its growth. Changing the business industry and even the name of the company might have a negative impact, realistically speaking." As Heavenly Demon explained all of this, Ryu listened in silence. Heavenly Demon continued, "It's not that I don't believe that there can't be a skill that can show the future. If someone saw his company's future, and by following some steps, their company could grow easily, why would I say no to company growth? But there are too many enemies of Heavenly Demon, so it's very hard to believe what Ryu is saying." Then Heavenly Demon thanked Ryu for investing in his company and said they should talk again in their next meeting, as he had to attend another meeting. With this, Heavenly Demon concluded that the meeting ends here. As he stood up from his chair, Heavenly Demon apologized to Ryu, saying he really is sorry for not believing Ryu's word, and they would meet soon. But before he could say anything further, Ryu stopped him. Heavenly Demon, with a startled expression, asked Ryu if there was something more that Ryu had to say. Ryu, now really annoyed, thought that there was only one way left to prove he could see the future. He turned his gaze toward Heavenly Demon and said he wasn't going to reveal this information because it was worth billions, but he had no choice but to say it to prove he wasn't some scam. He was going to share what would happen on the 4th floor. He had important intel on the 4th round. As soon as Heavenly Demon heard this, he was in shock and surprise. He once again sat in the chair, and the bodyguard remained silent. Heavenly Demon, still in shock, asked Ryu if he was telling the truth. Ryu replied affirmatively. Just a few days before, he saw in his vision the tragedy that would happen on the 4th round. With a confident smile on his face, Ryu explained that this information should be enough to prove that he could indeed see the future. Heavenly Demon didn't share the intel with Ryu to gain the trust of Heavenly Demon. The scene then shifts and a few minutes have passed. The bodyguard was apologizing to Heavenly Demon, expressing his regret for his behavior during the meeting when he got angry and shouted. Heavenly Demon turned toward the bodyguard with a polite smile and tone, and said that it was fine, as he understood that the bodyguard did it because of Heavenly Demon, not because he wanted to. So, it was okay. Then the bodyguard, a little hesitantly, said to Heavenly Demon that he wanted to say something if Heavenly Demon didn't mind. Heavenly Demon said, "Feel free to tell anything you want to say." The bodyguard, looking a bit worried, said, "To be honest, I'm still suspicious of that man, Ryu. Being able to see the future is too overkill. If he really has the skill, he can live his life like a king. So why on earth would he come and invest all his money in Heavenly Demon's company and help them?" Heavenly Demon, with his hand on his chin, sitting elegantly, said, "Ryu said he wanted to grow along with his company, so if his goal is to earn money, it's justifiable." The bodyguard spoke once again, saying, "Even though he has 280 billion won, that's an amount even 10 people can live their entire lives like kings, and the amount will not get finished. So why would he go to this extent of investing his money and getting into trouble by growing the company?" Heavenly Demon said that amount must not be enough for him, so he invested to grow his money, as we all know how greedy humans are. The bodyguard, at this moment, was determined to prove Ryu wrong and said, "Even that, it's too risky to trust that Ryu." The bodyguard then replied, "Why the hell are you so annoying? Fuck off." Heavenly Demon replied that he totally agreed with what the bodyguard was saying, but if Ryu really can see the future, they have to do anything to get him on their team at all costs. While standing up from the chair, he explained to the naive bodyguard that thinking that if Ryu can really see the future, and if Ryu would give intel on every floor, it's just too much of a thing. Then, growing the company just by having Ryu with their company and their lives in future rounds will be more secure and safe. They could avoid future dangers. But the bodyguard, for God's sake, once again like a fucking tape recorder, asked, "Heavenly Demon, but still they are not sure if he really can see the future." With a confident smile, Heavenly Demon replied, "They will find out if Ryu was really telling the truth or not in time when they will enter round 4. Meanwhile, we see Ryu walking on the street, his hand in his pocket, looking like a prince. Ryu explained that after round 4 ends, Heavenly Demon and that annoying bodyguard will get convinced that he can indeed see the future. Then he can manipulate them, so his plan worked big time. Then, while looking at the hotel, Ryu says he didn't share extremely important information like side quests or any hidden and important information that will get them into top ranks. Then, we got a flashback where Ryu explains to Heavenly Demon that on round 4, there will be no quest related to killing monsters. In fact, there will not be a single monster present. There will be a massacre among players, and Heavenly Demon and the bodyguard must not be negligent of their surrounding. Now, back to the present, as Ryu was walking, he thought to himself that that should have been enough to prove that he can indeed see the future. And after round 4, they will start to treat Ryu differently. They will treat him with utmost respect and protect him because he can see the future, as no one would want an enemy who could see the future, right? Then Ryu took out his iPhone Ultra Pro Max Giga Chad edition and started to text someone, saying that it was finally time to meet her and start his second step of the plan. Then the scene shifts, and we see Juri walking on the street in a hurry, thinking she needs to hurry as at this rate she will be late. She was wearing a hot black mini skirt, a white shirt, and a brown coat. Juri was still a little panicked and nervous as she reached the zebra crossing. Seeing the red traffic light, she started to pray for it to change to green as she really didn't want to be late. She began to wonder why Ryu had called her in such a hurry, lost in her daydreaming. Just then, a red limited edition Lamborghini swiftly came to a stop just on the zebra crossing, right beside her father's store. Seeing it, Juri muttered, "What is wrong with this car? This car is blocking the storefront gate, and what kind of careless person would—" But before she could finish her sentence, the window of the Lamborghini slowly started to come down, revealing Ryu inside. With a warm smile, he waved and said hello to Juri, urging her to hurry up. Juri, seeing Ryu inside the Lamborghini, got a little startled and panicked. as just a moment ago she was about to say something bad about Ryu. As the traffic light turned green, Juri, still a little panicked, hurriedly ran toward Ryu's limited edition Lamborghini. She came close to the car's window, her face nervous and a little worried, and asked Ryu if this was his car. Ryu, maintaining his warm and polite tone with a confident smile, replied that yes, this was his car, and he was really sorry for parking it in front of her store. Ryu had parked the car there to pick her up. Now, at this point, Juri was taken aback and thought, "Can Ryu read his mind?" She replied that it's okay and she doesn't mind, and with that she entered the car. Afterward, within seconds, the Lamborghini whooshed, instantly accelerating. Juri, on the other hand, still felt a little nervous watching the outside view from the car. She said with a nervous smile that this is her first time riding a car like this. Ryu, on the other hand, also said it's his first time riding a car like this. She knows that just a few months ago, he was just a poor loser, so they are the same, and she can be a little more comfortable and not be nervous. Then Juri, now a little more comfortable, turned toward Ryu and asked him how much a car like this costs. She always wanted to own a car like this, but, well, it's just an unachievable dream. Ryu casually replied, "Not much, just around 900 million won." Hearing the words 900 million won, Juri was shocked and stammered, 9.900 million. Ryu was saying it's not much. Then she asked Ryu if he knows how many convenience stores she could open with 900 million won. If her family didn't eat anything for 30 years and only saved money, even after that, it would be nearly impossible to get so much money. Ryu, casually driving with concentration, replied that compared to the money he earned from the lottery, this much is not much for him, so it's okay. Juri, on the other hand, hearing this while enjoying the view, thought that he's right. Ryu is no longer that pathetic loser who used to get bullied. He is a changed man now, and on top of that, he is a rich guy with a whopping 60 billion won to his name. Now she feels like they live in different worlds, and Ryu is going further and further from her. Then suddenly, a thought came to Juri's mind, and she got a little shy and flustered. While holding her hair, she thought that the way they are on a ride together, all dressed up, it definitely feels like a date, and she is kind of feeling a little shy. Just then, Ryu silently said, "Honestly, there is something that Ryu needs to confess to Juria." Hearing the word confess, it was enough to blow Juria's mind. Her whole face turned red, and her brain seemed to short-circuit. Smoke started to overflow from her head like a volcano eruption. Now Juria's whole face was red. Her vision was becoming blurry, and she was all sweaty. With a trembling and shaky voice, she asked, "What? Confess. She is not ready for that yet. She needed to be mentally prepared for that," she muttered. And Ryu, seeing Juria like that, at this point, Ryu also heard what Juria was thinking because of his skill, inner thought skill. Ryu also became a little nervous, and he said, "It is nothing weird to confess, and it's not what Juria was thinking, so not to misunderstand it." Juria instantly came back to her senses, saying, "Misunderstood? What is Ryu talking about?" She waved her hand and said, "It was just that something went into her eyes, so she was acting that way." But deep inside, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to jump out of the car window or hide in a rat hole. After that, as the situation became a little more normal, Ryu said, "He told Juria that an old man on a pig on his head came to his dream and told him about the lottery number, right? That's how Ryu won the lottery." Juria replied, "That is correct. That's what Ryu told her." But then Ryu said, "Actually, that's not true." And he admitted that he had lied. Hearing this, Juria was a bit taken aback and confused at first. Ryu continued to explain that in reality he got the information about the winning lottery number from his skill. He explained that he has the skill of future sight, and because of that skill, Ryu occasionally gets visions of future events. That's how Ryu found out about the winning lottery number, but it's totally random, and Ryu can't see any specific future he wants to see. Sometimes, Ryu sees weird visions like the color of his neighbor's underwear or other strange things. Hearing this, Juri excitedly started clapping and congratulated Ryu, saying Ryu really got a cool skill. And just on top of that, Ryu's class is a totally unique class. Ryu, well, he may be the god of death, but he is indeed a virgin loser in front of a girl when he knows she likes him. So, with a sweet smile, he replied, "It seems like it is, but his skill is not so great as it doesn't help him in battle, and his combat is really weak." Then Juri, feeling more comfortable in front of Ryu now, said, "It's nothing like this. Ryu might get intel or vision of what might happen in future rounds, and by using that knowledge, he can survive. Juri thanked Ryu for telling her the truth, and she was really happy that Ryu trusted her to reveal his secret. Just then, Juri, even more excited, said, "Since Ryu told me about his secret, I also want to share some of my secrets." Ryu, hearing this, tried to say it's okay, but even before Ryu could say anything, Juri started talking about her secrets. She explained that during the first round, she got the skill Protection. Using her skill, she could either boost others' stats or boost her own stats. She explained that if there are 5 people within a 10-meter radius around her, she would be able to cast 5 layers of a barrier and boost herself, making her even stronger. So the more people around her, the stronger she become. Ryu just listened to all of this with a smile. Finally, after she was done explaining, Juri turned her gaze toward Ryu with a big smile and said that she feels really great to share her skill with someone she can trust. She's really happy. Ryu just laughed a little, not knowing what to say, as he already knew everything about her skill from his past life. Then Juri asked Ryu, "But why did you suddenly tell me all about your skills and secrets?" Ryu explained that keeping it a secret from a friend was bothering him, and he also felt like Juri wouldn't tell her about his skills. Hearing this, Juri, a little surprised, asked Ryu if there was something more he wanted to tell her. Ryu proceeded to explain everything that was going to happen in round 4, confirming that Juri was right. He had indeed seen a vision of what would occur in round 4. He shared all the details with Juri about round 4. Hearing this, Juri was shocked and exclaimed in surprise, "Is Ryu telling the truth? Is that what's going to happen in round 4? Ryu, with a serious expression, confirmed that it was true and warned Juri to be alert at all times, as there was no telling what the other players might do in round 4. Juri replied with determination, "Okay, I will." Then Juri, looking outside the window with a warm smile on her face, relieved and very happy, began to think and thank Ryu silently in her mind. She felt truly grateful to Ryu for sharing everything about round 4 out of concern for her safety, so that she could survive round 4 without any serious injuries. Later, Juri, feeling a bit shy, slowly turned her head toward Ryu and took a thoughtful glance at him. She wondered whether Ryu might have some feelings for her, and if that was why he was worried about her. Or maybe Ryu was doing it simply because they were friends. Whatever the reason, Juri secretly hoped that one day Ryu would develop feelings for her. While she was lost in these thoughts, Ryu continued to drive the car, unintentionally overhearing everything Juri was thinking because of his skill in her thought. The scene shifts, and we see Ryu now sitting on his bed while holding his iPhone Ultramax Giga Edition, looking at Juri's photo. Ryu was really in serious mode. He was also a little nervous, thinking he had no idea Juri had feelings for him. Now he realized that in his past life, whatever the situation was, Juri always helped him, and sometimes she even sacrificed herself to save Ryu. Now he realized why, because Juri always liked Ryu from the bottom of her heart. After that, Ryu closed his phone, placed it beside him on the bed, prepared his pillow, and went to sleep. He thought he didn't have time to think about feelings and love now. He would when the right time came. For now he had to do everything to protect everyone he cared for, and for that, he had no luxury for something like love. Then, just like that, time flew by and the day came March 31st. It was 11:55 p.m., just 5 minutes more before starting round 4. Ryu, lying on his bed, was browsing the store, searching for equipment. He bought Shadow Gloves of Darkness, which were of epic grade. Its ability was that after wearing it, the glove would become transparent at night, and whatever weapon the wearer would be holding would become semi-transparent. It would also increase strength and agility by 5 points. Ryu, in deep thought, was now fully prepared, as this glove would play a great role in round 4, and he was really excited for this round. As Ryu was in his deep thinking, there was a knock at the door. Ryu turned toward the door, and it was none other than our adorable Wani. He was a little scared and worried, and he asked Ryu if it was almost time. Then Wani came close to Ryu, saying if Ryu was fully prepared and would Ryu be able to complete this round. Ryu, on the other hand, to tease Wani, said Wani will find out once Ryu enters round 4. Wani, still worried, said that when Ryu told him that his unique skill was to see the future, he was really happy, thinking that using this skill, Ryu would be able to clear all the floors without dying. But now that the time has come, he is really worried. Ryu said that seeing the future and acting according to it are totally different things. Hearing this, Wani got even more scared and panicked, saying Ryu has to come back alive at any cost. Ryu teasingly told Wani not to say unlucky stuff like that, as it's a death flag right there. They continued to chat for a while, and now only a few seconds were left. Ryu slowly closed his eyes, thinking that this round is indeed tough, as it is called the death round. Then, as Ryu finally closed his eyes, we are shown that everyone arrived at round 4. Youngman was standing in frustration, holding his head because the system once again notified him that, because of the penalties, all his stats were permanently decreased by 50%. Youngman, a little panicked, grinding his teeth, thought he can't believe this is the result of betraying the muscle head. On top of that, now he didn't even have his 10 commands to use in round 4. Still panicked, Youngman started looking left and right, trying to find if there was any person or his former friends hiding or planning to kill him to become the next zone leader. A son of his friend even warned him that he would kill Youngman in round 4. But then, as Youngman looked around him and looked up, he got bewildered and surprised. The entire place was built with a material full of white. There were weird structures floating in the sky, but everything was white. Seeing this, Youngman got even more panicked, thinking, what the hell kind of quest will be taking place in this weird place? As far as he could see, there was nothing but whiteness, and all the white color around him made him feel like he was a lab rat, and someone was observing him from above. Just then, Youngman's attention turned toward Ryu, and seeing him, he got more frustrated, thinking all this is happening because of that bastard Black Scythe. That wicked devil knew what the penalty of breaking the crystal was, which is why he didn't break it himself but used him and his friends. On top of that, Black Scythe also single-handedly killed that divine punisher like it was nothing. Now glaring at Ryu like a hungry dog, Youngman thought, only if he would be powerful enough, he would beat the shit out of that fucker's face now. He was grinding his teeth and clutching his hands. He said to himself that he can't do anything, and it's really frustrating. He didn't have any other choice, but at least he wanted to save his life. And to do that, if he had to shake hands with the devil, he had to do it. Then, Youngman slowly walked toward Ryu, saying his name, and Ryu turned back and asked in a deep voice, "What is it?" Youngman, now with a polite and respectable tone, asked Ryu if their agreement from the last round still stands, as Ryu himself had said that he would guard Youngman's ass if he becomes Ryu's subordinate and does whatever Ryu says. So he did whatever Ryu told him to do in the last round. Ryu, hearing this, gave a slight laugh, saying that yes, he did remember saying that, but he didn't need a subordinate anymore. Youngman explained that he didn't even have the command skill anymore. So what's the point of keeping a zone leader without the command skill? It's like having a dog who doesn't bite, and he doesn't need a dog without its claws and teeth. Not to mention, most of the players now have gotten their classes, so even if Youngman did have his command skill, he still wouldn't need him, as the command skill doesn't work on players with class. Hearing this, Youngman was speechless, not knowing what to do. Ryu, with a warm and bright smile, said, "You no longer hold any value, so you can go and fuck off." Hearing this, Youngman got devastated, his whole face turned pale, and fear was all over his face. He thought that now everyone would be targeting him to become the next zone leader, and while he's in this state, he can't do anything. It's karma for him. Hearing this, Youngman started to look left and right, searching the area for potential threats, but he found no one coming to kill him. Today's goal is 6,700 likes. Please guys, many of you are not subscribed to the channel, so please like and subscribe to support the channel. Now let's continue. Then Ryu, with a smile on his face, said not to take too much stress, as Youngman is only at risk of getting targeted. It's not like everyone will come together to kill him right now. In reality, there are not many people targeting Youngman. Hearing this, Youngman worriedly asked Ryu to clarify what he meant by the players not targeting him in reality. Ryu politely explained that Youngman should know better than anyone else what happened to the previous zone leader. Well, he died, and zone leaders will always get targeted by other people. So not many people will risk becoming a zone leader just to get targeted by other players. The reward just isn't worth the risk. Hearing this, Youngman agreed with Black Scythe. He himself thought that even he would like to hand over the zone leader position to other people if he had the choice. So yeah, he's not in great risk now. As Youngman was in deep thought, from behind, the bodyguard and Aaron slowly walked toward them. They were wearing some fancy clothes, armor, and were equipped with high-quality weapons. Seeing them, Youngman got startled and a little worried, thinking, why the hell are they coming toward us? Are they here to kill me or take revenge? But Aaron straight up ignored Youngman, and with a polite and warm smile, first greeted Ryu, asking how Ryu was doing. Ryu turned back toward Aaron with a cold look, and then the bodyguard also politely said hello to Ryu. He asked Ryu if he remembered them, and Ryu replied that of course, he remembered them. Then he asked why they were here and if they wanted something from him. The bodyguard, while glaring at Youngman, maintained his polite tone and warm smile as he said it was nothing much. They just wanted to say thank you to Ryu once again, because he had saved them from a certain scumbag. Hearing this, Youngman got furious and asked who the scumbag was, ready to start a fight. However, Ryu stopped him with a single wave of his hand, like a loyal dog obeying its owner. Ryu, still with his cold killer look, told the bodyguard that they had already thanked him before, and thanking him once was enough. The bodyguard replied that they were just very, very grateful, so they were expressing their feelings. He thanked Ryu once again, mentioning that this thanks was from their CEO, Heavenly Demon, who was also very grateful to Ryu. As they were discussing, Youngman continued to glare at the bodyguard like an angry dog ready to bite. Then the bodyguard continued his talk, saying that since they were on the topic, but even before he could start his sentence, Ryu stopped him and turned back, saying he wasn't interested in whatever the bodyguard was about to say. Now that Ryu had accepted the thanks, they should also leave. Hearing this, Aren got a little sad, and the next moment, with great concern and a little nervousness, she stopped Ryu while holding a low-level purple mana crystal. She said, please just listen to her for a moment. She wanted to give this stone to Ryu as a token of gratitude, and she would be very happy if Ryu accepted it. She insisted that he not reject it. Ryu, on the other hand, noticed the rare low-level purple crystal in Aren's hand and was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Aren to have her hands on something like this. Aren, still nervous and a little panicked, said to Ryu that she thought it would be better to give him something rather than just a plain thank you. After all, Ryu had saved her life from being ruined, so she was really thankful to him. Ryu then extended his hand and gently picked the low-level purple mana crystal from Aren's hand, expressing that he really liked the gift. In response, Ryu thanked Aren as well. Now holding the purple crystal in his hand while studying it, Ryu thought that there was no reason for him to reject her gift when she was giving him such a valuable item for free. He decided that when he returned home, he would try to create a low-rank mana stone from it. On the other hand, Ahrin, still nervous and holding both of her hands, wondered if Ryu liked her gift. She started to get more nervous, thinking about what if Ryu got offended because the stone she gave him looked very ordinary. She worried that he might not talk to her in the future. Meanwhile, Ryu was using his skill of inner thought and could hear Aren's thoughts. He thought that Aren didn't know the true value of the purple crystal, and if she knew its worth, she probably wouldn't have given it to him. Youngman, observing all of this, thought to himself that he also had a similar stone. Ryu could hear Youngman's thoughts since he was within his 10-meter range. Youngman, while scratching his face, remembered that the stone was called something like a black diamond. As Ryu heard the name Black Diamond, he was shocked, wondering if Youngman really had the black diamond. If he did, Ryu would have to figure out a way to get his hands on it. Ryu explained that black diamond is a material item that has a very low chance of dropping upon killing a monster, an item that is ultra hard to find, harder than mana stones, and getting one in round 4 is practically impossible. Then Ryu, while smiling a little, thought that Youngman got caught having such a precious item on him by Ryu. Ryu just doesn't know if he has good luck or bad. Then Aren, still nervous and holding both of her hands, asked Ryu if he needed a protection barrier. If he needed one, she could cast it on Ryu, and it would greatly increase Ryu's defense. Ryu, upon hearing this, asked Ahrin what this barrier was. Ahrin explained that just in round 3, she got a unique class, a summoner, and then her expression became a little excited and happy. While holding her chest, Ahrin said that now she can summon little fairies, and those fairies can create a protection barrier and even do some minor healing magic. So if Ryu needed one, but boy oh boy, Ryu is really a Giga Chad and will always remain single, virgin, and a loser. So he cut Aren midway and with a cold tone said he appreciated the offer, but no thanks, and he didn't think he needed the protection barrier. Hearing this, Aren got a little sad and said, okay, it's okay then. Then Aren bowed her head, saying they should go now, and she hoped Ryu would do his best in this round as well. Ryu replied, saying he also wished Ahrin and the bodyguard good luck. With that, Ahrin and the bodyguard left and started walking away from Ryu. Youngman also started to move away from Ryu, but Ryu's attention was toward Youngman. Before Youngman could leave, Ryu stopped him, which startled Youngman, and he turned back and asked, "What?" Ryu then, with a serious tone, said to Youngman that he will gonna regret leaving like this. Hearing this, a confused Youngman, while scratching his head, asked Ryu what does he want to say as he is unable to understand. Ryu further explained that he already told him before that Youngman is a walking target, didn't he? Youngmin, on the other hand, replied that just a moment ago, Ryu himself told him that there are not many people who are going to target him, and now Ryu is telling him he is a walking target. Ryu further explained that he said there are not many people who are targeting Youngmin. It is not like there is 0 people who are targeting him. Ryu, maintaining his serious tone while looking left and right, explained that most players got classes after hitting level 10, but there are definitely classless players too, so they will definitely target Youngmin as soon as the round will begin. Hearing this, now Youngmin got a little worried and startled, realizing what Ryu is saying. There is some truth in it. Ryu continued his explanation, saying there is at least 1,000 people, and does Youngmin think not a single one of them will target him? Then a worried Youngmin, with concern, asked Ryu then what should he do then? Ryu, with a warm and mischievous smile, replied, "Well, Ryu will help Youngmin to avoid being targeted, so Youngmin should not worry." Hearing this, Youngmin got really happy, and about to say thank you to Ryu, but Ryu stopped him midway, saying, "Who told Youngmin that Ryu would help Youngmin for free?" Ryu continued, saying, "Youngmin saw Aaron giving him a stone-like thing, right, for helping her. So does Youngmin also have something like that? Only if Youngmin gives something to Ryu, then only he can help Youngmin." Hearing this, Youngmin, with mixed emotions, a little happy and excited and a little nervous, immediately opened his inventory, saying he indeed has a stone like that. Then he took out the black diamond, saying, "This is not exactly the same, but he also got this while killing monsters. So will this work?" And Ryu immediately took the black diamond, and the system notified Ryu that he acquired a black diamond, a material for crafting. Ryu, after checking the description of the black diamond stone, first asked Youngmin if he has any more items to give. Youngmin, grabbing his chest, said panically that nope, he doesn't have any other items. That is all he has to give to Ryu. He only has some gears, though. Youngmin was acting like Ryu asked him to show his naked body or something. Ryu then, maintaining his cold attitude, said not to worry, as Ryu will not take Youngmin's gears even if he gave them for free. Youngmin replied that now that he gave Ryu the item he wanted, will Ryu help him now? Ryu turned back and, while walking forward with confidence, said sure, he will keep his promise, so Youngmin should stop worrying. Just then, a wicked smile echoed throughout the entire area, and yes, it was the damn hot angel. She appeared in the air, saying, "You filthy monkeys, you have all gathered on time as usual, Then, with a mischievous smile while floating in the air and counting the players, she commented that there seemed to be fewer players than before, meaning some of them died in real life. Well, it's none of her business. Ryu, on the other hand, just glared at the angel's face, thinking about his secret future plans. After that, the angel, with her sweet, polite smile, raised her delicate finger and said that now that everyone seems to be here, she will be announcing the quest of round 4. With a flicker of her hand, a quest window appeared in front of everyone. In the quest, it was simply written, "Kill each other for 3 hours." The total participants were 1042, and only 521 would survive, meaning only half of them would make it. Seeing this, a dense and chaotic environment covered the entire area. The players started to panic, and the angel, looking excited, said, "Look at these people panicking." She tried to clear the confusion while spreading her hand with a warm and gentle smile. She politely explained that this quest is really simple. All they have to do is kill the next person next to them, and voila, they will pass the round. So simple, right? The players just listened to her in silence. Then the angel continued her explanation, saying that she had to explain further. This round is meant to reduce the number of players by having them kill each other, and unlike the last rounds, there will be no monsters at all. Now the reality hit all the players, and they were confused, panicked, scared. Out of all the players, a black-haired guy raised his hand and asked, "That means half of us can survive this round, meaning everyone has to kill only one player, right?" The angel, still maintaining her smiling face and raising her finger in front of her lips, said, "That is a secret. If I tell you this info, where will be the fun? So they have to find this themselves." Ryu, on the other hand, stood still, glaring at the angel. He thought, wouldn't it be fun? Well, the angel was just trying to show. She was all high and mighty, and that was the thing he hated the most about these damn bitches. Well, these angels couldn't change the rules on their own. They had to follow the god who gave them orders. In this damn survival game, the angels were simply guides, and those damn perverted gods just watched the players killing each other, laughing, crying, and even having sex. Ryu would make sure to kill those damn bastards. As Ryu was deep in thought about how to kill the god, the angel continued to explain that there would also be a ranking system. How the ranking system would work was also a secret. Then, while raising her hand toward her mouth and with a mischievous smile, she said she was feeling a little generous today and would give a little hint. She said that just by killing someone quickly wouldn't make someone number one. After that, the angel flicked both of her hands and said that was it for the explanation. Now, kindly kill each other. With these parting words, the angel disappeared, and the timer of 3 hours started. Now, everyone was just standing in their place like statues, thinking about what the hell to do, whom to kill, or how to defend themselves. How could they kill someone even though they had nothing against them? This round was totally crazy. Youngmin, on the other hand, was just standing with his hands crossed, smiling and thinking that this round was really a fun one. He already had someone he wanted to kill, and this round was perfect for it. Killing that person and passing the round was like killing 2 birds with 1 arrow. As Youngmin was lost in his daydream, Ryu, using his inner thoughts, found out that Youngmin was planning to kill his previous friends, just like in his previous life. And in each and every life, Youngmin turned out to be the king of trash. Then Youngmin suddenly remembered something, and he started to laugh with a big, fat smile, thinking just a moment ago he gave Ryu some trash black stone, and in return, Ryu promised to protect him for this round. Youngmin, grinding his teeth, started to curse his friends, saying he doesn't know where they are, but he will make sure to find them and kill them with his own hands. But before he could finish his thought, footsteps approaching from behind scared the living daylights out of Youngmin. He turned back, screaming, and upon seeing Ryu, he waved and said, "Ah, you scared me." Ryu just glared at Youngmin with a silent face. Youngmin, a little confused, asked Ryu if he wanted to say anything to him or needed anything from him. Ryu, walking toward Youngmin with a serious face, said he told Youngmin that he would help Youngmin from being targeted by other players, right? So he's here to do his job. As Ryu was walking, he summoned his black scythe, and slowly, the black scythe started to spread in Ryu's hand. Seeing this, Youngmin was too shocked to say something, and suddenly, Ryu raised his black scythe backward, leaving Youngmin utterly shocked. With a single swift slash, Ryu chopped Youngmin's head. Youngmin didn't even realize or feel any pain. It was so fast. The next moment, Youngmin's head flew backward, blood splatter everywhere, and Ryu just stared at it with a cold look. Then, the system notified Ryu that he completed the hidden quest of round 3, successfully eliminating the zone leader within the limited time. And for that, he got a low-rank Mana Stone token as a reward. Using this low-level Mana Stone token, one can get from 1 to 5 mana crystals. Now, Ryu, with a serious face, was thinking that he got the reward he wanted. He killed Youngmin specifically to complete this hidden quest and get this reward. But this was not the only reason. As Ryu was in his deep thinking, players were shocked and in terror, shouting that a person is dead. They saw Black Scythe murder someone, and Black Scythe is a murderer. Ryu, on the other hand, maintaining his serious face, thought that not long ago, they were the ones who were targeting Youngmin to kill him and get the zone leader position. Now they are acting all kind. Wow, what hypocrites. Meanwhile, the players continued to badmouth Ryu, saying Ryu can't just go around and start killing other people. Doesn't Ryu have even a slightest bit of humanity within him? Is Ryu a demon in a human body? They continued to shout, "Ryu is a damn murderer!" Ryu just stood there silently, watching them, and thought that they are in no position to tell him anything. He indeed killed Youngmin, so technically, he is a murderer. But he is not going to stop killing people. Then, with a serious face, he said he will be going to kill countless people until the last round. But he will never kill anyone without any reason, especially in this round where he has no choice but to kill for the sake of clearing this round, whether he likes it or not. So he doesn't care what others are thinking. On the other hand, the other players were in confusion. They had mixed feelings. Gangnam Style was thinking if this goes well, he could influence people to kill Black Scythe. Huddy Guy was thinking he had to use this chance to bring down the image of Black Scythe. And Stone Face Guy was thinking if they all attack Black Scythe together, even he would not be able to do anything. Sissy Guy was thinking they can't let Black Scythe become the zone leader, so they have to stop him somehow. Ryu, using his inner thought skill, was hearing what everyone was thinking, and he let out a slight laugh, saying they think they've got their hands on him. What a joke! On the other hand, the players, seeing Ryu smiling, got furious. With annoyed and angry reactions, they started to shout at Ryu while pointing their fingers, saying, "Does Ryu think this is some kind of joke? Is Ryu a psychopath? He's laughing after killing a person like a cold-blooded murderer." Just then, a loud notification startled everyone. The system notified everyone that Black Scythe had become the new zone leader. Seeing this, Everyone got nervous and panicked, thinking it wasn't good news. It was like giving a gun to a guy who was already too deadly. Now what should they do? Ryu, on the other hand, stood with a confident smile and his arms crossed tauntingly. He said to all of them, "What's wrong? Why aren't you shouting anymore, huh? Or did you suddenly get scared now that I've become the zone leader?" Then Ryu turned toward the sissy guy, continuing his taunting tone. He said, "Oh, come on, if you're scared, that means you didn't get a class till now. That's the only reason a guy can be scared of me after I became the zone leader." Hearing this, the sissy guy got even more nervous, and with a shaky voice and fumbling words, he replied, "What bullshit Ryu is sprouting? He already has a class, and he's not scared at all." Just then, the stone-faced guy shouted from behind, saying everyone to look at the name tag of Black Scythe. The name tag of Ryu changed color. Seeing this, the already scared and panicked players got even more scared and nervous, thinking, why the hell did Ryu's name tag change? Did he get yet another powerful skill? Ryu realized his name tag must have changed from white to red. Well, this was because in rounds like this, players' nicknames turned red once they killed someone. The more one killed, the darker the color of the name tag would become. The change in the color of the nickname was meant to distinguish those who had murdered and those who had not. In his previous lives, people ended up choosing to kill players with red name tag, as killing a person who had already murdered someone was more comfortable for players than killing an innocent person. But this is a very deadly cycle, as if one killed a red name tag player, their own name tag would become red, and they would become the next target. As a result, players ended up killing and slaughtering each other. Ryu, watching all the players, explained that they may be hesitating to kill each other right now, but this would be the reason for the death of many in just a few minutes. Then, with his cold and serious look, Ryu said to the players, "What are you doing? If you want to kill me, come fast. I don't have the whole day here. And if you're not coming, I'll be coming toward you." Hearing this, once again, the hoodie guy and his nervous companion continued to say to Ryu to just stand there, addressing him as a murderer. Then Ryu, now a little annoyed, replied to all the revolting players that they were making him look like he was the only one who wanted to kill young Min from the start, and they were the heroes trying to save young Min. He mentioned, did they already forgot what kind of person Young Min? Did everyone had forgotten about the people who ran into the Musclehead, the previous round's zone leader, where he was slaughtering players, and Young Min was one of them? He questioned where their kindness was at that point. Hearing this, they fell silent, not knowing what to say, and they started to back off a bit. Ryu spoke with a deep and serious voice, stating that it's a kill or be killed world now, and they should have figured out the kind of world they were living in. He continued, telling them to stop their hypocrisy and face reality. Ryu emphasized that if someone is trying to kill him, there's no way he will let that person succeed. This is the new reality of their existence, and they must accept it. Then Ryu suggested that now was not the time to be idle. If they didn't want him to be the zone leader, they could either try to kill him or they could all vote and decide on a new zone leader. He reminded them that this was not the time for such conflicts. They should focus on completing their quest, or they would die. With that, Ryu turned back and started moving forward, thinking that even if he didn't tell them all this, they would eventually start killing each other, but it would be too late by then. But if he didn't say this much, they would have continued to waste time. And if that happens, it is a possibility that almost 90% of people will die, just like in his previous lives. Even if he has to encourage people to kill each other, he will not hesitate to do it, as it is the only way to keep more people alive. Then Ryu, thinking this, slowly turned back, seeing that people had already started to argue. This Indian-looking girl said she didn't think they should just be doing nothing like Black Scythe said. She questioned why they shouldn't do something. The black-shirted guy then asked, so what is she suggesting? Should they talk? Hearing this, she got annoyed and furious, shouting that he didn't have to be so sarcastic about it. She was just discussing what they should do. The black-shirted guy suggested a fair and square one-on-one showdown. The guy beside him remarked that they didn't have time for this and that it wasn't a game. Amidst their arguments about what to do and whom to kill, Arena and the bodyguard watched from afar. Arena, a little nervous, asked the bodyguard what he thought. Did they really have to kill someone like Black Scythe said? The bodyguard replied that of course they had to. If they didn't, they would get killed by that angel who cared about the lives of some strangers they didn't even know. The bodyguard continued his harsh lecture, and Arena listened with a panicked and nervous face. Then the bodyguard, while moving forward, turned toward Arena and said he completely agreed with what Black Scythe said. He told Arena to prepare herself mentally to kill someone because the experience of murder is not a pleasant one, and she had to brace herself. Arena, still extremely panicked, asked the bodyguard if the way he was saying it meant that he had killed someone before. The bodyguard casually replied, "If I had, I'm just speculating here." After that, Aren asked the bodyguard, "So who should they kill?" The bodyguard replied, "It will depend on the situation. If someone comes to kill them first, well, they will kill them. If they have to find someone who deserves to die, like Youngmin." Meanwhile, panic and chaos were everywhere, and a group of players were arguing. They decided that they should first focus on killing criminals and murderers. Then this guy with a ponytail, looking a little scared, said, "So that means they have to kill Black Scythe. Is that what they are suggesting?" A cool-looking dude replied, all sweetness on his face, "Black Scythe? Only an insane person would even try to get close to that beast. How can someone kill a guy who is level 30, almost 3 times more than them, and God knows how many skills he even has?" Another guy jokingly said, "I'm sure if all of them attack him together, they will definitely be able to kill Black Scythe." His friend put a finger on his lips and asked him to quiet down, saying, "What if Black Scythe hears you?" On the other hand, he was just standing with his arms crossed, observing and listening to everything. The player who noticed Ryu was listening to him all along got scared out of his wits. Now, once again, all the players started to argue. This kind-hearted guy, very angry, shouted, "What the hell are all of them saying? Life is precious and they should not kill anyone, even if they are criminals and murderers, and become murderers themselves." This hoodie guy agreed, saying, "Indeed, even if they kill a murderer, they will themselves become murderers and will end up getting targeted by others who are not murderers." Then, this short-haired guy asked, "Then what should they do? Play Ludo until the time is over and wait for the angel to come so she can kill all of them, huh?" This criminal-looking guy said to stop the argument and agree on only killing the criminals. Then, this green-haired girl tauntingly asked, "And how are they even going to identify who is the criminal? Are they going to ask those who are criminals to raise their hands? Are they dumb?" The other players started to laugh upon hearing this, and the criminal-looking guy, grinding his teeth, got really angry, saying, "Who the hell is she to insult him? If she's so smart, how about she tells them about a good solution, you damn bitch?" Hearing the criminal guy calling her a bitch, she got furious and started to curse the criminal guy, saying she should just kill him as he indeed looked like a criminal. And just like that, the two of them prepared their weapons, ready to kill each other. Ryu, on the other hand, was standing with his arms crossed in the same spot, looking like a college professor, disappointed and shaking his head. He thought the entire thing was an utter disaster. Everyone kept talking about killing each other, but not a single one of them had the courage to even lay a finger on anyone. Then Ryu's face turned serious, and he said there was nothing to worry about, as he had already made the proper arrangements at the start, so they would have to fight no matter what. In just a moment, they would start killing each other. Just then, something unexpected happened. While trying to manage the whole mess and trying to discourage fighting among themselves, Ryu stopped midway as he saw something. Seeing this, he got bewildered and shocked, and he started to shout. Hearing him, everyone's attention turned toward him. In front of them, young Min was sitting, yawning, all healthy, without a single scratch on his body, fully alive. Everyone just watched young Min in utter silence. Ryu then explained that there was a hidden rule of this round that after 10 minutes of death, players would respawn with all their injuries healed, like nothing happened. Young Min, on the other hand, slowly stood up, confused about why people were staring at him. Then he realized they weren't just staring at him. It was like they had seen a zombie in front of them. After that, young Min turned back, and while looking at Ryu and scratching his head, thought he was really confused. He was definitely talking to Black Scythe a while ago, and after that, he didn't remember what happened. The next moment, he was just sitting on the ground. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, the other players, after noticing that young Min was alive, started to shout in confusion, asking how the hell young Min was alive and how he had resurrected like a god. Then they realized, did young Min get respawned like in a game after dying? Then they started to come to the conclusion that if people who die in this round will get resurrected and come back to life, then it should be okay if they kill each other, right? After that realization, everyone took their weapons out, saying that if young Min really came back to life, then so will others. So this will not be called murder, and they should start the quest. With this, they started walking toward a big melon lady who was really weak, with no class or any weapon, an easy target. She was really scared, saying everyone to calm down as they were not even sure if they would get resurrected like young Min. This might only be a one-time thing, but even before she could finish her sentence, someone with great force slashed her back, giving her intense pain, and blood splattered everywhere. But it was not enough. The guy continued to smash her ass. So sorry, continued to stab her back mercilessly until she died, crying, and everyone watched this in horror. Well, he watched too much Wolverine, now covered in blood, holding 3 claw blades, glaring at her dead body, shouting at her to come back to life. If she didn't come back to life, how was he going to kill her again for rejecting his proposal? Seeing this, everyone was just too shocked. They couldn't believe someone killed his own crush with such brutality. She was lying on the floor lifeless, and everyone just glared at her, horrified and disgusted. They started to panic, asking why she was not coming back to life. Another guy said they should wait, as she probably couldn't respawn right away. Then they remembered that Young Min also didn't respawn right away. He respawned after 10 minutes, so they decided to wait for 10 minutes, and until then, they decided not to kill anyone, and everyone agreed. Finally, after 10 minutes, the body of the girl started to glow, her blood becoming golden, and slowly her wounds started to heal. In an instant, she was all healed. Even her torn clothes were healed. She then slowly woke up, stretching her hand like she had a very good nap, and once again everyone was surprised by seeing this scene. Then, with a jolt of realization, she remembered someone had just stabbed and attacked her from her back. She turned around and started to shout furiously, asking which one of them was that fucker who had attacked her from behind. But before she could do anything further, the Wolverine guy with a psycho smile jumped to kill her once again, saying this is the result of rejecting him. But surprise, surprise, before he could kill her, someone slashed the Wolverine guy in half from his back, killing him instantly. This guy was Black Flame Dragon, a meathead guy. Seeing how people were coming back to life after 10 minutes got him excited, saying now he could kill an unlimited number of people, and started to laugh. Wow, who would get happiness from killing people? Seeing him, the sissy and weak-hearted players got disgusted and vomited by all this bloody mess. Ryu, on the other hand, was just watching the mess from the back, thinking even though players can get resurrected, they will feel the pain of getting hit and killed. Now the situation was getting out of hand. One by one, everyone started to kill each other. Some started to kill for fun, and others started killing because of the flow. Now, seeing all this bloody mess, Ryu also decided to make his move. He summoned his black scythe and, with a cold look, started to walk forward, searching for his next target. He used his inner thought skill to find people who were planning to kill him, and Ryu killed them even before they were done thinking. Just like that, Ryu started his slaughtering. Seeing this, a group of 3 men decided to attack Ryu from his back when he was distracted. With swift movements, they dashed toward him. However, even before they could take their next breath, they died without even knowing what killed them. It was just too easy for Ryu. He explained that there was no way he could be ambushed from the back now that he had the inner thought skill. Then, Ryu noticed the meathead guy. He was brutally smashing players with a satisfying smile. Ryu explained that this guy was Black Flame Dragon, and he had the skill absorption. Ryu explained that from how deep Meathead's name, Tag, was, he must have killed more than 10 people, and this round was like a feast for him because of his absorption skill. Then, the Meathead with a psycho smile glared at his status window, and Ryu continued to explain that by using his skill absorption, with each kill, his progress bar would fill, and once it got full, he would gain a random stat point. He thought he would only gain stat points by killing monsters, but he was wrong. Even by killing players, his absorption progress was increasing, so like a mad psycho, he continued to slaughter everyone, and his progress continued to increase. Then Meathead realized that the higher-level players he killed, the more his progress bar increased. So a thought came to his mind. What if he killed Black Scythe? How much would his progress bar increase? He was sure that in one go, his progress bar would be full, not just once, but many times. However, after realizing that he would die like a dog if he even thought of fighting Ryu, he ditched the idea and decided not to even come near Ryu. Then his attention turned toward the weak players, and like a greedy fox, he glared at them. The next moment, he started slaughtering them. While doing so, he said, "This is such a stress-relieving thing to do." He was enjoying this so much that he could do it all day. The meathead was just too happy as before because, with Young Min and the musclehead, he couldn't even hunt properly. As a player tried to sneak attack him from behind, he instantly dodged and with a single swing, smashed the guy's head, killing him instantly. He explained, "Others are just killing for their survival, but me? Well, my stats get a boost for killing, and this round is like a paradise for me." He continued to kill. his progress bar filling up to half. After some time, everyone the meathead killed slowly started to respawn, and he was ready with his axe. Once again, even before they could take cover, the meathead started to slaughter them. Finally, after doing this for a while, all bloody, with blood covering his body, he thought he himself had lost count of how many people he had just killed. He would have to continue killing to be on top of the leaderboard. Just then, a footstep startled him, and as he turned, it was none other than Ryu. Seeing him, the meathead got startled and took one step back. Ryu continued to walk toward the meathead with a dead serious look, glaring at him, holding his big, fat, black stick. Before the meathead could do anything, Ryu used his skill, Night of Death, and the surrounding area's entire light got sucked in. In front of everyone, a black cloud appeared, and their vision got blacked out. The meathead noticed Ryu's black scythe just became semi-transparent, and he thought he just had to be careful and dodge Ryu's attack. Then, the first chance he got, he would kill Ryu. But the next moment, his vision became twisted. In front of him, Ryu was standing upside down. After a moment, he realized he got fucked up. His head had just been sliced off, and Ryu was just standing effortlessly, slicing Fire Black Dragon's head. In his last moment, Fire Black Dragon said he was Black Scythe for a reason, and from now on, if Ryu even came close to him, he would kill him, but he would not come anywhere near Ryu. On the other hand, Young Min was just watching the chaos, everyone killing each other like animals. Then, a girl respawned just beside him, which surprised him a bit. The girl, after waking up, yawned like she took a good nap. Seeing her, Young Min finally understood what happened. In this round, after dying, anyone would be automatically resurrected. Seeing this, he clenched his fist, and with a smirking and evil smile, he thought that the game had made this round for them to kill each other. This was a great opportunity to take his revenge on those sons of bitches who stabbed him in the back. He said he would kill them all the traitors, and give them a painful death. He didn't waste a single minute and started to search for his ex-friends. Finally, after some time, he spotted one of them. He noticed the bow and arrow guy, who was also busy killing people. Young Min, with a happy face, started running toward his friend, which startled him. He was about to ask why Young Min was here, but before he could finish his sentence, Young Min, with a happy and devastating punch, hit him in the face, and he went flying backward. His friend was already in great pain, crying and holding his head, but Young Min didn't care. With a wicked smile, he raised his hand, saying that he had told Young Min on the phone that the moment he saw Young Min, he would kill him. Now, why wasn't he killing him, huh? With that, Young Min continued to smash his friend's head until it became flat, brutally killing him. As his friend dies, Young Min just threw him on the ground like trash, saying it was refreshing. Well, what is wrong with their minds? How can one get refreshed by killing anyone? Well, back to the story. Then, Young Min turned back with a wicked smile, saying, "Now, where are the rest of the sons of the bitches?" Guys, I thank you all from the bottom of my ass for supporting the channel. Please help us reach 4,000 likes to support the video. Let's begin now, shall we? The entire field became a bloody battlefield. Everyone was killing each other. And Arin, well, she was scared to her inner core, just holding her swords, terrified, trembling, thinking if there was a hell, would it look like this? A field of massacre filled with only murderous intent for each other. Then, Body was engaged in killing when he noticed Arin freaking out. He asked if she is okay and if she is tired, but with a trembling voice, she explained that rather than being tired, she is having a hard time mentally. Seeing all this bloody mess, she feels like she will faint and feeling like vomiting. The bodyguard, with an annoyed face, thought she is really annoying, a sissy, weak-minded. If it was not for protecting her, he could have killed many more and got a higher ranking on the leaderboard, but he can't do it. If anything happened to her, how will he be able to face Heavenly Demon? Just then, he noticed something, and from behind, someone grabbed Arin's hair strongly. She felt sharp pain, and a man with a dagger raised his hand to make a hole in her chest. She couldn't do anything. She was just standing there, scared, screaming. But before he could kill her, the bodyguard came to her rescue. With a swift swing, he disarmed him, and then the next moment, the bodyguard pierced the man's chest, and blood splattered everywhere. Arin, on the other hand, still continued to be scared. The man was groaning in pain, holding his chest, and the bodyguard turned back, calling Arin and asking her to finish him off. Arin, on the other hand, was still preparing her mind, too terrified to even move an inch, just staring at the bloody sword. After staring at the sword for a moment, she finally prepared her mind, and with courage, she stood up and gave the final blow, killing the man. Just after that, she started to vomit, seeing all the blood. She was still struggling, and the bodyguard was glaring at her with a disappointed look. After a while, Aren stood up, still feeling like she would faint any moment now, and asked how much longer they have to keep fighting like this. The bodyguard explained that according to him, there is still 1 hour left before the round gets over. Hearing this, Aren got even more panicked, saying that just watching all this is killing her from inside. She didn't understand how everyone could kill each other like they were eating food, like it's a normal thing to do. Even though she knew that if she did not kill, she would die, she was not able to do it. Once again, after hearing all this, the bodyguard started to get annoyed, thinking she was just so damn weak, acting like a delicate flower that would break with just a slight touch. But he couldn't do anything. He had to protect her even though it annoyed him. Then, with a serious face, the bodyguard suggested to Aren that if she was tired, she could rest. He told her she had already killed enough to be in the leaderboard. After hearing this, Aren agreed. She thought the bodyguard was really kind and always protected her, without knowing all the toxic thoughts he had for her. With that, the bodyguard turned and started to walk forward, telling her to stick close to him. Now the bodyguard was really happy, thinking he should be the one thanking her. Now he could concentrate on killing others and didn't have to spoon-feed her anymore. So with that, he also started his killing. 50 minutes passed, and Ryu continued his one-sided slaughtering. At this point, he was starting to get bored. He had done this round so many times that he could complete it blindfolded, and he wished for the round to complete soon so he could go home. After checking, he realized that only 10 minutes were left, and he decided to speed up. Just then, a person who was fed up with his life charged toward suicide, and like a very kind person, Ryu granted his wish by killing him in the most brutal way possible. Now, with only 10 minutes left, he needed to speed up to rank first all over the world once again to get the reward he wanted. With immense speed, he dashed forward to find new targets, and the other players were running away. They say, death. Well, Ryu is indeed death himself. Just like any ordinary day, Ryu casually started dashing forward, killing players who were in his way like it was not a big deal. He killed 3 of them but spared the last one. The last player was confused, sitting and thinking why Ryu didn't kill him. Perhaps Ryu liked him, but Ryu explained that there was no need to kill someone he had already killed once. In round 4, the kill count is not decided by how many players one killed. It's decided by how many unique kills one has. This means that if a person kills the same person multiple times, only 1 kill will be counted. So he didn't have to kill unnecessarily, and only needed to find who he hadn't killed yet. Then Ryu noticed young Min, who was, as always, on the road to become the king of trash. He was casually smashing his friend's skull. Ryu explained that this was the perfect example of what he was explaining earlier. Young Min continued to smash his friends again and again for hours. Then he started to laugh, and Ryu couldn't believe how Young Min was killing his friends repeatedly for more than 2 hours now. Ryu thought it would be an incredible feat for him to pass this round like this. Just then, one of Young Min's friends got regenerated, and with drooling mouth, Young Min dashed toward him and once again started smashing his face, saying that's what he gets for going against him. He scolded him, saying he should have resurrected faster. Ryu started to feel bad for Young Min's poor friends, as Young Min was not getting any kills, and their friends were also stuck in an endless killing cycle. That's why you should never have psycho friends, or you will end up like this. Okay. Now there was only 1 minute left, and Ryu sped up even more to get as many kills as possible. After scanning the area, some were acting like psychos, some were holding their husbands and crying. Well, Ryu had already killed them once. Finally, when there were 10 seconds left, Ryu noticed someone he hadn't killed before, and even before he could react, Ryu smashed him in half. The timer ended, and a yellow shield formed, circling every player, shocking them. With a crackling sound, the hot damn angel appeared with her fake warm smile, saying, "Did you all have a fun time killing my monkeys, huh?" All the players got furious hearing her words. Just the sight of her was enough to scare the players to death, and Ryu was just standing with his cool pose, glaring at the angel as if he might also make her into a holy mess. The angel, on the other hand, tauntingly said that humans are very dirty creatures. She pointed out the dirty blood and how they turned this once clean place into a bloody mess. Amused, she played with her hair and praised everyone, saying they did a great job killing each other. She found it truly fun to watch them like that and had a wonderful time. Then she mentioned that once she brings the dead back to life, she will look at the leaderboard to announce the top players. However, Ryu was getting more and more annoyed, thinking that she is just acting like a god. But in reality, even if she didn't do anything, Once the round gets over, everyone will eventually come back to life. She just wanted some attention. One by one, everyone's body parts started to regenerate, shocking them. Everyone who died started to come back to life, including Young Min's friends. They were all shocked and surprised that finally the killing cycle was over. As they woke up, Young Min's friends started banging on the barrier, shouting at Young Min, calling him names and threatening to kill him once they got out of there. Young Min just stood there with a smirking smile, adding fuel to the fire. His friends continued to shout, and the angel noticed this. She got annoyed and, with an annoyed death stare, warned everyone that if any human talked now, she would pop their heads. So everyone fell silent. After that, excited and holding her hands, the angel, while singing and dancing, one by one flew past every player. They said that now that they are silent, they are looking like nice little obedient monkeys. Despite feeling like killing her in the most brutal way possible, everyone remained silent. Then she flew up, saying that now that everyone was respawned, it was time to look at the leaderboard. But then she stopped, saying that before that she had to see who completed the hidden subquest. This shocked everyone, and they questioned if there was a subquest in this run too. But there were no monsters here, so how? Before they could finish, the angel with her face-warm smile explained that they were indeed dumb little monkeys. Did they think subquests can only be completed by killing monsters? With a flicker of her hand in front of everyone, the subquest window appeared. There was written that upon killing the zone leader in the limited time, one can complete the subquest, and the reward will be the lowest rank Mana Stone draw token. This shocked everyone, as this time the subquest was to kill a person, not a monster. The angel nodded and said that was right. Foolish humans. She informed them that, for the record, only one person completed this quest in her zone, and that was none other than Black Scythe. As she mentioned Black Scythe, everyone started glaring at him, and Ryu, well, he didn't give a shit. He was just standing there, thinking about when he would go home and meet Wani. Everyone then started gossiping that Ryu had indeed killed Young Min as soon as the round started. If they had known about this, everyone would have run to kill Young Min like a madman. Just thinking about everyone trying to kill Young Min was enough to send chills down Young Min's spine. Then he remembered Ryu told him he would save his ass, so he killed him, and he became the zone leader to save his ass. Young Min thought that Black Scythe indeed kept his word. Then the angel finally decided to announce the ranking of the leaderboard, and with a sinister smile, she said this was her favorite part, and they must also be excited to know who will be surviving this round and who will die. She knows. Then she explained they will be ranked according to the order in which they killed unique individuals, meaning even if they killed someone many times, only one kill will be counted. This shocked and terrorized everyone, and almost everyone had killed the same person over and over. Seeing this, the angel sighed, saying she started to pity them, saying how could they even think the round would be so damn easy. With a flick of her hand, she announced the results and revealed the world leaderboard. There, Ryu was on number 1 with a staggering 772 kills at level 30. Even the second-place person was only at level 13. Ryu was just overpowered. Seeing this, even the angel got all horny, witnessing Ryu's ruthless side, saying, "So, Black Scythe took first place once again, and Ryu, well, he just continued to glare at her like he will now eat her alive." Hearing this, everyone started to whisper, saying, "How in the God's name did Black Scythe kill 700 people? Did he kill 70% of them alone? Is he a demon?" The angel got excited and started clapping her ass. Fuck. I mean to say, and started clapping her hands happily, saying, "Whoa." She can't believe Black Scythe smashed a whopping 722 people all alone. He is really amazing, and for that, he deserves a reward. Then the system congratulated Ryu on coming first rank in his zone and first rank worldwide. For that, he received a rare armor selection coupon and a special reward selection coupon. Ryu was glaring at it with a serious face, thinking he indeed needed good armor, and this coupon came at the right time, or he'd have to waste his gold coins. He used the intermediate armor selection coupon and selected the assassination suite. Wearing this, his defense, agility, attack speed, and speed would increase drastically. Next, he opened the special reward box, and as always, there were 3 options: 5,000 gold, info on the next round, and a 50% stats buff for the next round. Ryu explained that round 5 had a great subquest reward, but it was on the difficult side, and considering all the monsters he would kill, he chose the 50% stats buff. After that, the angel, with an excited tone, said, "Did everyone check their ranks? Just as a reminder, anyone ranked below 512 will be wiped out." Then, with a sinister smile, licking her fingers, she said, "Now shall we start the annihilation, shall we?" And with a flicker, Everyone below rank 512 started vanishing. They got panicked, watching themselves disappearing. Their strength started to leave their bodies. Some of them started to pray to God, and some were begging the angel, saying please leave them alive and they would do anything, even wipe her ass or do anything. They just didn't want to die. But the angel didn't stop. As everyone was disappearing, Young Min was watching them in panic, thinking if he would also get wiped out, because he had killed his 6 friends over and over again. To his surprise, he didn't disappear. Ah Rin, on the other hand, was just tightly holding her ear, trying not to hear the screams of the people. She was trembling in fear. The bodyguard was just standing like nothing happened, and Ryu, with a silent face, closed his eyes and started praying for the dead and saying he will make sure to make each and every holy being into holy shits, and he will make sure to take revenge. Then Ryu opened his eyes as the system notified that now 90,953,209 people survived in the entire world, and Ryu's zone had 521 survivors. The next round would begin at midnight on May 12, 2023. With that, the round finished, and every survivor got back to their bodies. The scene shifted, and we see the bodyguard running panicked and worried. He opened the door with a bang, shouting Heavenly Demon's name. Heavenly Demon. Well, he was just sleeping on his back, shirtless. Heavenly Demon slightly opened his eyes, holding his hair, and boy, oh boy, he was looking fabulous. Still sleepy, he said, "Didn't I tell you not to wake me up during my beauty sleep?" And asked, "Did something urgent happen?" The panicked bodyguard explained that even after calling him for a while, he didn't answer his call, so he thought something happened to him, and he ran here to meet him. Well, I am telling you, the bodyguard indeed got riled up by Heavenly Demon. With a little smile, Heavenly Demon asked, "Did the bodyguard think he will die in just a puny little round 4? And didn't he see my name on the ranking?" The bodyguard explained that he did see Heavenly Demon's name on the ranking, but he was still worried. See, didn't I tell you the bodyguard is overly protective against Heavenly Demon? Now even the bodyguard was getting a little annoyed, and he explained that round 4 was just too crazy, and he was mentally exhausted, so he was sleeping as soon as he came back to Earth. With a poisonous look joining his hands, Heavenly Demon said that even for him, this round was a hell of a round, and he can't believe what kind of crazy demon this Black Scythe is to kill 722 people all alone. He really wants to meet him now at all costs. Then the bodyguard said he thinks Black Scythe is probably an active-duty Special Forces soldier. Otherwise, he would have told a trained murderer. But Black Scythe is not a bad guy and doesn't kill mindlessly, so he can't be a murderer. Someone with that guts and skill in Korea, he can't think of any other thing. This left Heavenly Demon in deep thinking. He thought the more he thought about him, the more he started to admire him. No matter what Black Scythe's real identity, only if he would make him join hands with. And then he thought he indeed has someone who can help him. And Ryu's face came to his mind, thinking he will ask him if he knows anything about Black Scythe. Then, the shocked bodyguard said he was shocked after seeing with his own eyes that round 4 actually went just like Ryu had told them. He honestly thought Ryu was a scam, but after witnessing it with his own eyes, he can't believe there is a person who can see the future. Heavenly Demon agreed with every word of the bodyguard, and said Ryu had told them that round 4 is not a monster hunt. It will be a massacre among people. It's exactly what happened. The bodyguard asked Heavenly Demon what they should do now and whether Heavenly Demon really plans to let Ryu be his business partner. Heavenly Demon said, of course, because Ryu is a major shareholder with 31% ownership. What can he even do? He's 31% of the company's owner. In fact, as things are going now, the company is basically in Ryu's hands. This once again left the bodyguard in a panic and asked if Heavenly Demon is really going to completely withdraw from the industry just like Ryu said. While wearing his jet black nightgown, Heavenly Demon explained what's the point in talking about it now. He doesn't care even if Ryu bankrupts the company. Now in this world, information is real money, and with Ryu's future sight, this is a very small price to pay. And if Ryu really did make the company one of the top 10 in Korea, then it's like they're getting the iPhone Ultramax Giga Chat Edition for free. Then, with a naughty smile while looking outside the window, Heavenly Demon said that even if the bodyguard did not like his behavior, the Heavenly Demon wanted him to praise Ryu and dance to his tune, because only then they would be able to get all the juicy, sweet rewards for themselves from Ryu. The bodyguard bowed his head down in agreement, telling the heavenly demon that he would be careful with his behavior when he deals with Ryu from the next time. Hearing that, the heavenly demon was delighted and told the bodyguard to call Ryu right now and inform him that they would be having a grand party later today to celebrate their survival in round 4. He even wanted Ryu to come with his family, if he had any, and asked the bodyguard if they should invite a harem to the party too. According to him, they had to have celebrities with them at the time of celebration. As the scene shifts, we see that our boy Ryu was standing near a cafe waiting for someone. He waved his hands with a handsome smile as he looked at Juri, who was coming towards him. She complimented Ryu, telling him that he looked very handsome in the outfit he wore that day. But our boy Ryu knew how to flirt and told her that she was looking way prettier. Juri asked Ryu about his sudden plans for lunch, and he explained that they should celebrate their survival from round 4 with a hearty meal. They walked towards the car, while Juri told Ryu that if that's how this worked, she would take all the advantages of having a rich friend. As the car sped through the streets, Ryu and Juri sat inside with each other. Juri thanked Ryu, telling him that it was only because of him that she was able to get ready for round 4. With a smile on his face, Ryu asked Juri if she ever thought that Ryu was lying, but Juri replied that she never thought about it because she couldn't understand what Ryu would gain from lying to her. Upon hearing this, Ryu thanked Juri for trusting him, but she immediately told Ryu that she should be the one who should be thankful to him because if Ryu had not told her to kill at least 30 people, she would already be dead by now. But according to Ryu, there was no reason for Juri to be thankful to him because even if he didn't tell her, she would have survived due to the rune of protection in her possession. In her every life, she always survived this round. She was actually resourceful too. In comparison to Aren, who was like a protected flower in a greenhouse, Juri was more like a weed outside the garden of Aren. After some minutes of driving, Ryu and Juri arrived at the expensive restaurant and ordered a meal. Ryu told Juri to enjoy her meal too, and they started eating. Ryu smiled as he tried to remember the number of times Juri had already thanked him. But on the other hand, Juri was depressed. According to her, a murderer like her should not even be eating a meal like the one in front of her. Seeing this, Ryu asked Juri why she was not eating, even when he knew that Juri was still feeling guilty about killing other people. Juri replied that she was not feeling so great, but our boy Ryu directly asked her if she was feeling guilty because she killed someone during the round. He advised Juri to not take it too hard and blame herself because she really had to survive the round. Also, it was not just Juri who did it. Keeping the situation in mind, killing was inevitable for her survival, and even Ryu, for that matter. Juri almost started crying even after hearing all that, telling Ryu that ultimately it's a fact that she killed someone. But Ryu screamed at her, telling Juri that it was enough, that if something similar happens in the future too, will they let it happen without doing anything? What about the families they had here? What will they do if a player didn't wake up the next day? An image of Ryu's younger brother flashed into his mind while he told Juri that all the players had their families waiting for them to return. Hearing these words coming out of Ryu's lips, Juri realized that if she didn't wake up after a round of the game finishes, her dad would be deeply saddened by this loss and would be crying all day. Juri admitted that Ryu was right, telling him that she forgot about her family for a second, not realizing that her dad was the whole reason because of which she was able to last so long. With a determined look on her face, Juri thanked Ryu for comforting her well and also knocking some sense into her, but Ryu asked her not to mention it and told her to eat the food quickly because it was so delicious. Juri agreed to Ryu's proposition and started eating the meal, telling him that the food was really very tasty, and she was able to feel her exhaustion from round 4 melting away with every bite she took. Ryu was glad to hear what Juri was saying, while the readers have a wide shot of tasty-looking food. After a while, when they finished their food, Juri thanked Ryu for giving her such a good treat. Ryu pointed Juri out for calling him without his surname for the first time. Hearing that, Juri was surprised and asked him if she can call him that way from now on, if Ryu does not mind, of course. Ryu immediately agreed to this question, guessing that Juri's mood was now all right and she was feeling better. Ryu wanted to come straight to the point and ask her out. Wanted to share something important with her. Ryu's face turned into a more serious one as he told Juri that he called her today, mainly so that he can share some information about round 5 with her. Juri was shocked to the core, asking, did Ryu had saw the future once again? Ryu told her yes, and round 5 would be the hardest of all rounds. And in this round, every zone in the world will be merged. This surprised Juri. Hearing this, surprised Juri asked, Does that mean they will be able to meet each other inside the dungeon? But Ryu quickly said yes, but not in round 5, because they will be teleported very far from each other. And in his vision, he saw they were very far apart, so meeting in round 5 would be impossible. Well, he can't meet Juri. What would he say? Hell, I am Ryu, aka Black Scythe, who just killed 722 people in the previous round. If she found out Ryu is Black Scythe, she might faint in shock. After that, Ryu explained that round 5 is going to be a very tough and dangerous one, and she might not even make it alive from it. But there is only one way to clear this round. Curious, Juri asked, "What is it?" And Ryu said only one word, Black Scythe. If she wants to survive, she, in all costs, has to find and ask for help from Black Scythe. This shocked Juri to her core. Surprised, Juri asked Ryu if he's talking about Black Scythe, who is ranked number 1 in the entire world. Ryu confirmed, which confused Juri even more. With a sweet tone, she asked if Ryu is telling her to get Black Scythe's help to clear round 5, and Ryu explained it's not help, but more like cooperation with him. It's like forming a temporary alliance, and that's the only way of surviving round 5, or she will die. Hearing this, Juri got a little worried, and she asked why Black Scythe, a high-level player, a level 30 player, would form an alliance with her, who is such a low-level player and very weak. Ryu explained that Black Scythe will definitely make an alliance with her because of her buff ability. Even after Ryu's assurance, Juri was still worried, thinking it would be great if someone like Black Scythe would help her clear the round, but she worriedly asked if Black Scythe would want to join hands with her just for a mere buff. As she was worriedly explaining all this, Ryu just laughed, thinking it's not just a mere buff. She doesn't realize how miraculous her blessing is. Guys, I thank you all from the bottom of my ass for supporting the channel. Please help us reach 4,000 likes to support the video. Then Ryu explained to Juri not to worry about it, and Black Scythe will definitely cooperate. He's 100% sure, and not just for this round. Black Scythe will be helping her for all the rounds that will be coming too. This made Juri curious, and she started thinking, is Ryu smoking weed? She asked why Ryu is so sure, and Ryu explained because he saw in his vision Juri and Black Scythe working together not just for this round but for many coming rounds too. So he insisted Juri not to worry too much. Hearing this, Juri smiled for a bit, her worry lifted, and with a trembling voice she asked, is Ryu telling the truth? And Ryu said, yes. Hearing this, Juri gave a warm smile, thanking Ryu for telling her such precious information. She really didn't know how she could ever repay him for all the help. Ryu, in return, said, between friends, they don't have to say sorry or repay kindness. Even after Juri insisted on giving Ryu something, she asked Ryu to extend her hand. As Ryu did, Juri used her skill, blessing, and gave her blessing. Ryu's whole body started to glow, and he felt the warmth of Juri's blessing. He gave a warm smile, thinking Juri is a really kind woman, and with a smile that can melt anything. Ryu thanked Juri, which was enough to melt every fiber of Juri's cell. It was too much for her, and she started feeling all tingly all over her body, and her chest started to feel tight. After that, as Ryu reached home, the system notified that all his stats increased by 50%, and as Ryu killed 100 innocent insects, which activated his slaughtering skill, which increased all his stats by 100%. Sitting on the sofa, he thought now that all his stats are increased by 150%, he can get the item he wants. He opened his status window and noticed his luck is at a staggering 84 point, which was insane. He is so lucky at this point that even if he stands in front of a train, the train will start to move backward and not hit him. Ryu took out his low-rank Mana Stone lottery token and explained normally only 1 or Mana Crystal will be drawn, but a maximum of 5 can be drawn, and he wondered will he be able to pull all 5 of the Mana Crystal with 84 luck? Then Ryu started thinking, at a time like this, normal people would pray to God to get good results. Then, with a sinister smile, Ryu said, "Be he and pray?" No, what a joke. That piece of shit God with the angels just kidnapped half of the Earth's population and is making them play a death game. And probably that shitty God is watching this from somewhere. Then Ryu swore in the name of himself, saying he will make sure to reach the final round, and the skills he gained from that God, he will make holy milkshake, drink it, and then will poop in the face of those gods. With that, Ryu opened the low-rank Mana Stone token, and the system congratulated Ryu for getting 5 lowest rank Mana Stone. Ryu obtained 2 red low-rank Mana Stones, 1 yellow, green, and purple. Seeing this, Ryu got surprised, thinking he really didn't expect he would be getting 5 mana crystals. Even though his luck is 84, it was too rare. And though he cursed the gods, he got good results. So from today, he will be cursing gods for doing each and everything. Then Ryu started combining all the low-rank mana crystals and explained that if he combined all the low-rank mana crystals, he would get a higher-rank mana stone. As he did, he indeed received a red mid-level mana crystal. Then he used and placed it onto his assassin's hood 2%. He also used the mana stone he got from Ahrin, and from combining all the low-rank mana stones to all his equipment, all his luck, agility, and defense increased by 2%. Now Ryu was satisfied with the result he got. He didn't expect these results and thought Jury is really like a good luck charm for him. Then Ryu said it was time to get ready to meet the heavenly demon at the grand party. Then the scene shifted and we see Woonie get bewildered and too shocked to even talk. Panicked, he asked if Ryu was telling the CEO of the company they invented and bought 31% of the shares, is the heir of Osung Group. And while wearing his black coat, Ryu explained, yes, he is. And he also got invited to the party as a future business associate and as a welcome party. Hearing this, Woonie started trembling with nervousness, as Osung is the world's top 10 rich person, and his big bro got invited to his party. Ryu, on the other hand, was making Woonie ready by wearing his clothes, saying family members are also invited. So Woonie also has to go, and not to get too nervous, as his big bro is now a 31% shareholder in that company, so he is 1/3 owner of the company. As Ryu finished dressing, the doorbell startled Wani, and he started shouting they must be here. He really is nervous. Ryu saying to be calm, Wani was still nervous, trying to maintain a calm face. As Ryu opened the door, Wani got surprised as in front of him was the bodyguard. He first bowed down, his head saying hello, and he is here to attend to them. Seeing the bodyguard, Wani got annoyed and clinged to Ryu's shoulder, saying he was the same person who insulted them the other day. But Ryu didn't say anything and just introduced Wani to the bodyguard, saying he is his little brother, Wani. Seeing this, the bodyguard bowed his head and apologized for the other day, and then introduced himself to Wani, saying he is the department head of Heavenly Demon Company, and once again he is very sorry from the bottom of his ass to insult him, and he hopes Wani will forgive him for that day. Wani didn't know what to do, just forgave him, and Ryu watched all this with a satisfying smile. Then the bodyguard said not to get worried, and as an apology, they also prepared a great party and said to follow him. As the scene shifts, we come to the Imperial Hotel. As Ryu and Wani walked towards the inside of the hotel, Wani was extremely nervous because of coming to such a huge place for the first time. Suddenly, the heavenly demon with a warm smile called out to Ryu while telling him that he felt great to see him well and alive. Ryu shook the heavenly demon's hand while he asked if the person standing beside Ryu was his younger brother. Knowing that Wani was nervous, Ryu immediately introduced him to the heavenly demon, telling him that he was Wani, his younger brother. The heavenly demon introduced himself as Ma Gyeonggrak, the president of the Heavenly Demon Consulting. As Wani was nervous to the core, he shook the heavenly demon's hand with his left hand. Seeing this, Ryu corrected him, while the bodyguard looked at the brothers in confusion. Then, the heavenly demon asked Wani if he was a player in the death game as well. Wani answered timidly, but in a fast tone, that he was not a player. Ryu added that his younger brother was only 14 years old and was thus not eligible for the death game. The heavenly demon smiled as he told Wani that it was divine luck that saved him, because to be able to escape the death game by just 1 year was truly enviable. For Ryu, without wasting any more time, the president asked both the brothers to come along with him. He told them that although it was a bit simple, the party was still prepared nonetheless for them. As they entered the dining room, a chef and a maid were ready with bottles of wine to serve them for the great occasion. Delicious food lay down onto the big dining table, ready for the members of the party to enjoy. As the maid took their coats away from the brothers, the younger brother Wani had a golden glitter in his eyes, which came from seeing this much preparation and food for the first time. The president told the brothers that they must be hungry. He added that although there was not much food prepared, they would still be able to have their fill. Hearing that, Wani was in shock to the core, knowing that the president was saying that this huge amount of food was not much. Seeing that, Ryu smiled and called out to his younger brother, telling him to come along with him. As Heavenly Demon told the brothers to eat first, a gate opened with a thud. Hearing that, both the brothers turned around just to see that it was none other than Ahrin with a fucking jet black dress walked into the room, surprising Ryu. Seeing her hot body, it was too much for Wani. After all, he was her biggest fan. He was not able to believe that Aaron was standing right in front of his eyes. Heavenly Demon also stood up from his chair and welcomed Aaron, but Aaron first apologized with a sad face to Heavenly Demon, saying she is very sorry that she is a little late because she had to attend her friend's funeral that died in the last round. Heavenly Demon casually said it's okay, as it is totally understandable. And then he asked Aaron to say hello to the most important guest, addressing Ryu as a major shareholder and a very important man. Aaron turned her attention toward Ryu and said hello to introduce herself while holding her hair with glamour, but she stopped midway, seeing Ryu's face. Meanwhile, Wani was still standing like a statue with his mouth open, as if he saw a ghost. Then Aaron asked Ryu, "Are they the neighbors she met the other day who came to give her rice cake as a welcome gift?" And Ryu confirmed, saying yes, they are the same persons. Then Aaron, with a warm smile that I know is warming something else of you guys, introduced herself, saying she is very happy to meet them. But from inside, she was shocked, thinking Ryu looks younger than she, and yet he is a major shareholder. She thought if Heavenly Demon is playing a prank with her. Meanwhile, Wani was losing his mind, asking Ryu if the person in front of him really Aaron. He is not dreaming, right? And Ryu, noticing Wani acting like this, thought he forgot to tell Wani that how Aaron works under Heavenly Demon. And then he thought, is this how normal people react when they meet a celebrity? And he was supposed to act like a noob and naive, so he decided to start acting his naive character, and also glared at Aaron, trying to look like he was also interested in Aaron. Well, he was awkward as hell from inside, but his acting worked, and Heavenly Demon, seeing Ryu, believed that Ryu is interested in Aaron and gave a wicked smile, thinking Ryu is still young and a virgin loser, and there is no way one can resist the beauty of Aaron, and he believed calling Aaron was a blockbuster idea. Then Heavenly Demon spread his ass, spread his arms, and with a warm smile and said they must be hungry, so he requested them to make themselves comfortable and enjoy the food. After a while, we see everyone enjoying their meal, and Winnie, while eating, can't stop praising how good the food is. Ryu was getting happy seeing Winnie enjoying the meat. Then Heavenly Demon asked Ryu how is the food. He told the chefs to put extra care for tonight. Ryu and Wani were having a good moment which got disconnected by Heavenly, and with an awkward face, Ryu said the food is indeed tasty. Then, Heavenly Demon asked Wani how is the food. He also got startled as Ryu was in the process of feeding meat to him. Then, with a warm smile, Wani said the food is really delicious. In fact, this was the most delicious food he ate in his entire life. This made Heavenly Demon proud, and he said he is glad that they liked the food. From inside, he was thinking it was worth nagging the chefs. Then Heavenly Demon asked why Ryu only came with his younger brother. What about their parents or relatives? This question made Ryu a little sad, and with a sad face, he explained that Wani is the only family member he has. His parents passed away when he was a kid. Seeing Ryu, Heavenly Demon first apologized, saying he is really sorry to hear that. From inside, he was getting furious, thinking why the hell did he ask this shitty question? He made the atmosphere gloomy and totally ruined the mood. Now he wondered how he could lift the mood up. While drinking his coffee, he was pondering what to do to lift the mood up and annoyedly looked at Aaron, hoping she would look back at him. He wanted Aaron to do something to lift the mood up, but she was busy drinking her tea. Then, Heavenly Demon kept his coffee on the table, stood from his seat, telling Aaron to follow for a second, saying he had a very important thing to say about business. This sudden call startled Aaron, but she agreed to come. In the next scene, we see both of them walking in the hallway, and after a silent walk, Heavenly Demon stopped and called Aaron's name, asking, "Was the food tasty?" Aaron politely replied with a warm smile, "Yup, the food was really tasty, and I really enjoyed it." Hearing this, Heavenly Demon gave a wicked smile, and the atmosphere became darker. Suddenly turning back toward Aaron, with an annoyed and disgusted face, he said, "Do you think I called you here to feed you?" This startled Aaron, and maintaining his deep voice, Heavenly Demon continued, saying he called her to brighten the mood. How could she be so clueless? Aaron just stood there without saying anything. Then, Aaron apologized, saying she thought she was simply invited to enjoy the party, but Heavenly Demon stopped her midway, asking why would he simply invite her to an event like this to simply enjoy? Does she think she is some kind of big shot? Then, Heavenly Demon, while holding his hand, got normalized and explained he is sorry for getting angry, and now that she knows why she was called here, she has to do her job. He said Ryu is not just a major shareholder, he is the unique class to see the future. This shocked Aaron to her core, and Heavenly Demon explained that is why he was so angry when she acted so clueless, and now her only task was to make Ryu happy. Only by keeping him happy can they get all the juicy information about what is going to happen in the next round. Then, with a deep and excited voice, while clenching his fist, Heavenly Demon told Aaron to use her pretty body of hers and seduce Ryu, do anything to please him. This made Aaron a bit uncomfortable. Worried and panicked, Aaron said she is sorry to be rude, but she can't do that. But even before she could finish her sentence, Heavenly Demon started to threaten Aaron, saying he was the one who made her a celebrity, and he can also ruin everything for her, so to think carefully before speaking. Aaron remained silent with a depressing and worried face, and Heavenly Demon continued to instruct her on how to seduce Ryu, saying that whatever it takes, she has to seduce Ryu and make him hers. But she still remained silent without saying a single word. This once again annoyed Heavenly Demon, and with a deep voice he asked Aaron why she was not answering him. Hesitantly, and with a trembling voice, she agreed to do it. While leaving, Heavenly Demon said good, and he will be watching her to see how well she is doing. He instructed her to start her job right away, and Aaron hesitantly said she understood. Meanwhile, the bodyguard and the boss were sitting silently with a giga level of awkwardness. When Heavenly Demon walked into the room, he apologized, saying they had to wait so long because he had to have a very important talk with Aaron about business, so it took some time. Then, with a confined smile while looking at Aaron, Heavenly Demon said now that they have finished eating, why don't they take this party somewhere else? Aaron was still very uncomfortable with a sweaty face. Then, Heavenly Demon opened the door and told the boys to follow him. Next, we see Heavenly Demon getting frustrated watching Aaron struggling to make a move on Ryu, and he started cursing Aaron in his mind, thinking she only had one thing to do, which is to make good use of her body, and this useless shit can't even do that. But before Aaron could make a move, boy oh boy, our boy Wani made a move on Aaron. He nervously came close to Aaron, still shy, addressing Aaron as Miss. Shy as hell, he somehow confessed that he is a very huge fan of her, and she looks way more beautiful in real life than the pictures, which made Aaron think Wani is really a cute little fan of her. She thanked him. Then, Ultra Max Pro Shy. Wani asked if it is okay with Aaron if he could take a photo with her if she had the time. Aaron smilingly replied she would be glad to. Seeing Wani happy, Ryu was also happy. Meanwhile, Heavenly Demon hurriedly opened his phone and started texting something, thinking the younger brother looked way more excited than Ryu, and Ryu seemed to be an Ultra Pro Max Giga Chad, so he can't get rizzed up by any girl in the world, so he has to change his plan. Then Aaron got a message on her phone. Curious, she immediately checked the message and got shocked after reading what she saw. This was the message Heavenly Demon sent saying the plan was changed and now she has to seduce Wani. This disturbed Aaron's mind, thinking how in the God's name she can seduce such a cute and innocent fan. Even his cherry might not have popped. Meanwhile, Ryu noticed Aaron behaving a little uncomfortable and decided to investigate. Heavenly Demon was getting very happy, thinking once Aaron successfully managed to seduce Wani, the older one would naturally come to his side. They would then be able to easily get information about the next round. Little did he know that at this point, Ryu was hearing everything Heavenly Demon was thinking, using his inner thought skill. After a while, Heavenly Demon took everyone into a huge, fat-ass red room and welcomed everyone, saying this is a private room made especially for VIPs like them. In this room, they have unlimited access to drinks, snacks, songs, and everything they can imagine. Well, Wani was too amazed seeing this grand room, and Aaron was, as always, stressed. Wani worriedly said he is still in middle school and is a minor, so he can't have drinks. Heavenly Demon, while flapping his hand, said it is totally okay and it is not a big deal as they also have orange juice specially made for him. He immediately ordered the bodyguard, instructing him to bring special orange juice freshly squeezed from the freshly picked oranges, and the bodyguard agreed and nodded his head. Just then, Ryu also spoke, saying he also can't have drinks either. Heavenly Demon replied that Ryu is of their age, and if Ryu hasn't tried drinks until now, he can try today as this is a party specially prepared for them. At this point, Ryu had enough of Heavenly Demon's bullshit, so he politely asked Aaron if she could go outside with his little brother and click a few photos with him. Well, it was way better than seducing him, so she immediately agreed. They both left, but Wani and Aaron seemed to notice something big was going to happen. As both of them left in a pitch-silent room, Ryu first called Heavenly Demon's name, and as soon as he said yes, Ryu turned back with the creepiest and deadliest look on his face, glaring at Heavenly Demon like he will eat him alive, and said, "Does Heavenly Demon think he is a fool, huh?" Heavenly Demon was very scared. He didn't understand. How did Ryu know all this? Did Ryu see it in his future? Then, with dead serious eyes, Ryu explained that it was Heavenly Demon himself who had told Aren to win Ryu's favor. Heavenly Demon quickly apologized, but Ryu only got angrier. Ryu thought to himself that if Aren had tried to seduce him, but Woonie? Nope, Heavenly Demon had crossed the line by trying to use his little brother. Hearing that, Heavenly Demon's condition worsened. His real face became visible, full of fear and shame. He quickly apologized again, admitting he had made a foolish decision against a prophet. He swore from the bottom of his heart that he was wrong. Ryu was still very angry, but since he had future plans with Heavenly Demon, he barely held his anger back, though his fingers twitched like he wanted to slap someone's cheeks, and not necessarily the ones on their face. Heavenly Demon promised it would never happen again. He quickly called the bodyguard and ordered him to clear the room, saying he and Ryu need the next room alone. The bodyguard immediately emptied the room for them. What kind of alone time two grown men needed? Aha! Inside, Heavenly Demon kept thinking that he had really made a foolish decision. He was trying to use Aren to fix the mood by seducing Ryu, but the situation had only gotten worse. Finally, Ryu broke the silence. He asked, wasn't Heavenly Demon needed information about the next round? That's why he was using these dirty tricks? Hearing that, Heavenly Demon got even more nervous. Then Ryu explained that the only reason he accepted the invitation was to give Heavenly Demon information about round 5. But if Heavenly Demon kept treating him like trash, giving him information was another thing. The partnership would break. Heavenly Demon quickly apologized again, swearing it would never happen again. He said it was a one-time mistake, which to Ryu sounded a lot like the excuses of every virgin after their first awkward night. Then Ryu, in a strict and dominating tone, made it clear. From now on, whatever Ryu said, Heavenly Demon would have to obey. He would have to give blind love, blind trust. Furthermore, all the shareholders would be pressured to follow Ryu's words. Heavenly Demon accepted every condition. Ryu even gave a faint smile, saying he'd do his best to grow the company, though in his head he thought, and maybe grow something else while I'm at it. Then, Ryu said he'd finally share the information about round 5. Hearing that, Heavenly Demon felt relieved and even a little excited. But the next moment, his smile turned into terror. Ryu revealed that round 5 was going to be one of the most difficult rounds yet. But there was no need to worry. Heavenly Demon could complete it easily. Heavenly Demon was confused. Then Ryu explained the next quest was to kill 300 orcs. But it wouldn't be as easy as it sounded. The next thing would shock him even more. In the next round, the regions would be combined. Hearing that, Heavenly Demon froze in shock. But Ryu explained that since the number of players had dropped, the separated regions would now start to fuse. After hearing that, Heavenly Demon got a little excited. He wondered if he could finally meet players from other regions, like Black Scythe, for example. Ryu nodded slightly and said Black Scythe wouldn't be in the same region. Heavenly Demon then wondered if Ryu knew Black Scythe's real identity. Ryu smirked faintly and said he didn't, but Heavenly Demon would meet Black Scythe very soon. Inside, Ryu thought to himself how amusing it was. Black Scythe was standing right in front of Heavenly Demon anyway. After that, Ryu got serious again. He said Heavenly Demon was following Young Ming and he should stop. Heavenly Demon was shocked and thought, Ryu knew this too? Ryu said there was no point in hiding anything. Ryu laughed, saying he even knew the size of Heavenly Demon's pee-pee and about the mole on his ass. Heavenly Demon was dumbfounded. He expected Ryu's ability was terrifying, but to even know about that mole? Damn. Then Heavenly Demon asked, why shouldn't he uncover Young Ming's real identity? Ryu explained that if Heavenly Demon used more manpower to find out, he would definitely suffer heavy losses. When asked for details, Ryu simply said he couldn't tell yet. After thinking for a moment, Heavenly Demon finally agreed. On the other side, Ryu smirked, thinking he still had a lot to do with Young Ming. He planned to keep that bastard alive, for now at least. After that, Heavenly Demon agreed not to investigate Young Ming anymore. When the tension settled, Heavenly Demon invited Ryu to continue the party and have some alcohol. Ryu agreed. The next moment, though, when Heavenly Demon with serious eyes glared. His anger flared, and he thought, genuinely, this party had ruined his mood. He needed to blow off some steam tonight by inserting his longsword into someone. After that, the scene shifted, and an ugly bastard was running into a narrow hallway. Blood covered his hands as he cried and panted loudly. He came to a dead end and froze, terrified. From behind, in this lonely hallway, heavy footsteps echoed closer and closer. Hearing those footsteps, the man grew even more scared. Suddenly, with a slash, someone cut the man's leg. With a loud bang, the man fell to the ground in great pain, screaming. Finally, it became clear. This was no one else but Heavenly Demon. Heavenly Demon glared at the old man with cold, deadly eyes and warned that if he didn't want his tongue cut off as well, he better shut the fuck up. The old man begged, sobbing, asking why Heavenly Demon was trying to kill him and what mistake he had made. Heavenly Demon growled that a few months ago, this ugly bastard had smashed a 14-year-old girl. Hearing this, the ugly bastard started crying even harder. He begged for mercy, promising to give as much money as Heavenly Demon wanted if he would just let him go, even throwing in, or anything else you want if you like them young, trying pathetically to tempt him. But Heavenly Demon didn't listen. His anger erupted, and he inserted his long sword deep into the old man's back, slowly twisting it. The ugly bastard screamed in agony as Heavenly Demon muttered that the 14-year-old girl must have felt the same kind of pain, and trash, like him, didn't deserve to live on this earth. Suddenly, a dark aura erupted from the sword and began to suck all the energy from the man's body. The dark aura coiled around him as he felt immense pain and screamed louder and louder. On the other hand, Heavenly Demon thought about how his ability worked. If he killed people and didn't absorb the dark aura, his mana capacity didn't increase. Normally, killing monsters increased it, but killing evil humans tripled it. He smirked to himself, thinking if only more trash gave him that much mana when they went down, he could keep sticking it in all night long. Finally, the human died completely. His body stopped moving. Heavenly Demon pushed his wet hair from his face and gave a deadly killer smile, thinking how perfect the Dark Knight class was for him. Cleaning up trash, hearing them cry, feeling their life drain away. It gave him a raw kind of orgasm inside. He chuckled darkly, whispering that this was better than any woman he ever had. Then he sensed something. It felt like someone was watching. He turned back and saw only a cat. Heavenly Demon scanned the area with his ability. No one else was here. No one would know about his murder, except one person, Ryu. Because he was a prophet, Ryu might already have seen a scene like this using his ability. If that was the case, it meant Ryu already knew Heavenly Demon was a serial killer. Yet despite that, he still came to work with him. That thought made Heavenly Demon's lips curl into a very excited smile. He muttered that it was really interesting. After that, Heavenly Demon called the bodyguard and told him to clean up all the mess. The scene shifted again. 2 weeks passed. Ryu was finally lying on his bed, scrolling on his phone, thinking all his important work was done. There was just one last thing he needed to do, to get one of the 5 ruins he genuinely wanted. The Clone Ruin! After that, the scene shifted, and we saw in an article that over 1.8 billion people had been taken to another world, reduced to just 90 million in only 3 months. Economic crisis had come. All schools had closed. Countless people had been killed. The situation was very bad. This news was being read by an ugly, fat bastard sitting on a chair, all bloody, making irritated faces and calling all the dead players idiots. There was another article written that many players were also committing criminal activities, and no one was doing anything to stop them. Hearing this, the ugly fat bastard laughed again, calling all the news fuck off, saying they could have done the same thing if they'd become players too. What was wrong with doing what he wanted before dying? The world was doomed, and there was no telling if he'd even be alive in the next round, so why not go wild now? Saying this, he picked up his big axe, which was already covered in blood. Looking around the area, it was clear. The floor was soaked in blood, and there were dead bodies of students too. Then the ugly fat bastard muttered that this was why they should never have opposed him from the start. He gripped his axe tighter and slammed it into the ground with a loud bang, wearing the ugliest smile you could have ever seen. He sneered, saying he was a player far superior to most. Man, if even a dead guy saw that smile, he might just come back to life out of pure fear or disgust. Then we were shown a wide-angle shot where dozens of students in the classroom lay dead, all killed by him. Well, he was also a student in this classroom. Really, when you saw this pig, you'd think he was in his 30s. No doubt he didn't have a girlfriend, not with that psycho behavior. We got to know that the more people he killed, the more points he earned. For every 8 points, he could increase one random stat point, but by killing a civilian, he only got 1 point each time. But by killing monsters, he got more stat points. Because of this, in the 4th round, his power had increased a lot. Fatso walked out of the room and thought, if he killed a high-level player, would his stats increase even faster? After that, the ugly, fat bastard scrolled through Reddit and found an article where a lot of players had formed a group together. That group was recruiting organization players. Fatso, with a creepy smile, thought to himself, if he joined that organization and killed all the players there, how much more powerful could he become? Saying this, he sent an application to join the group. But the criteria of the application required all his personal details, and there'd also be an interview. He sighed, thinking the interview sounded like a hassle, like sitting through a date knowing nobody's gonna get laid after. But if he wanted to kill a high-level player, then he had to go to this interview. So he decided to go to this interview. The scene shifted, and we saw that Fatso stood in front of a cafe in the middle of a jungle. Previously, Fatso got a message to stand in front of the Hello Cafe at this location. And now, Fatso stood in front of the same Hello Cafe. But the problem was, this cafe was in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by nothing but trees. And there was no bus here, so he had to walk for an hour to get here. Because of that, he was very pissed off. He entered the cafe in anger, muttering to himself that if the interviewer pissed off this Fatso even a little bit, he would kill that interviewer along with all the players too. But as soon as he went inside the cafe, it turned out to be far better furnished than he expected. Polished floors, clean seats, not what he thought for a jungle shack, and finally 2 people were sitting there, a woman in a pink hoodie and the interviewer with green hair. The interviewer came forward and asked if he had come to join the Players Change the World group. Fatso grunted and said yes. The interviewer asked his name. Fatso smirked and said his nickname was Fat Black Anaconda in his right hand. Yes, he actually said it with a straight face. The interviewer also introduced himself, saying his nickname was I Am 30. Hearing that, Fatso was shocked. He didn't expect that the interviewer was also a player. The interviewer finally asked Fatso to sit and introduced him to the woman in the pink hoodie, saying that she too was a player. They should talk and get familiar with each other. While sitting there, at a single glance, Fatso thought irritably, this femboy-looking motherfucker is a player too? He looks weak as hell. Still, he greeted him, and the femboy greeted back. That confused Fatso even more. He glanced left and right. He noticed there was no customer here, and no CCTV camera anywhere. The interviewer explained that this was a remote area. That's also why they were borrowing this place for the interview. Fatso understood. He asked if there really was no one else around. The interviewer answered that the owner of the cafe was cooking food in the kitchen. Fatso noticed again. No CCTV, no other people. In his mind, Fatso already started plotting. He thought, if he killed these 2 players right now, no one would know, and his level would increase. Fatso thought about how to kill both of them right here. After a few seconds, Fatso asked why his interview hadn't started yet. The interviewer said there was 1 more player who was coming. Fatso's face lit up. He was wondering if he would get the chance to kill 3 players instead of just 2. Finally, the 3rd player appeared. He was wearing a black suit and walked in with a drip aura. The interviewer, for some reason, got hyper-excited to welcome him. He asked the 3rd player his name. The 3rd player replied with confidence, Black Scythe. Hearing that name, I Am 30 literally got an orgasm. Yes, an actual orgasm over hearing that name. Then a flashback played. A Players Unite organization meeting was being held. 7 people on a video call. This was Spectacle, the leader. The other 6 were vice leaders. They discussed how they would recruit more players. The president asked if any interesting players had applied to join. The pink-hair, pink-dress girl's name was Paparine. The blue-shirt girl's name was Lost Yak. And then there was this iPad guy. His name wasn't revealed. The president asked again if there were any interesting applications. 2 notable names came up, Black Anaconda in his right hand and Cute Teenager. They claimed that Black Anaconda was rank 3 in his region and level 10. The president was surprised, saying his ruin must be strong or he was lying. Then the iPad guy mentioned another player, Cute Teenager, from Region 4, level 15. Apart from them, there were 50 other players in the top 100. The president got very excited and said all of them must be recruited immediately. At the same time, Lost Utah got a message from another player, Black Scythe, asking to join the forum. Hearing that name, all the leaders were shocked. Back to the present. I Am 30 welcomed Black Scythe and asked if he had any trouble coming here. Black Scythe said the area was uncomfortable, to which I Am 30 apologized, explaining that the remote location was part of the test. Finally, I Am 30 put Black Scythe in front of Fatso and Cute Teenager, letting them talk to get familiar. On one side, Fatso was very angry and worried because he hadn't expected Black Scythe to show up. He couldn't kill Black Scythe. On the other side, Cute Teenager greeted them in a very cute way, introducing himself sweetly. Black Scythe also introduced himself with an arrogant tone, with just 2 words, Black Scythe. But who the fuck is this guy? This isn't Ryu, right? But this clown said it proudly. His name was Black Scythe. Finally, Cute Teenager introduced himself, saying his name was Cute Teenager. And damn, I really thought this pink hoodie kid was a woman. I was about to say smash that pink hoodie girl, but this dude turned out to be none other than Ryu. Fatso, on the other hand, was in a very bad condition because the person sitting next to him was Black Scythe, the one who had killed him 5 times. Fatso really wanted to ask him if he ever met him in real life. Why the hell was Black Scythe so obsessed with smashing him in the 4th round 5 times? I Am 30 noticed his face and asked Fatso what happened, if there was a problem, and why he was looking like he needed to do a big fat poop. Shouldn't Fatso introduce himself, right? Fatso, still very stressed, forced himself to say hello to Black Scythe by introducing himself with his nickname, Black Anaconda, in his right hand. Black Scythe didn't say anything, just gave a small shake of his head. Fatso got even more irritated because Black Scythe didn't react at all. Like, even after hearing Fatso's ridiculous nickname, he didn't seem to remember who Fatso was, even after killing him 5 times. On the other hand, Ryu was quietly drinking his strawberry milkshake, thinking to himself that this guy was a real fraud. The fake Black Scythe's real name was Kukuru Bing Bong. He was a professional fraud who had done every kind of scam that could make him money. He wasn't a big deal yet, but in the future, he would obtain the ruin of cloning and become famous. Well, more like infamous than famous. This was because he used the ruin of cloning for all kinds of crimes, including using his clones to bang women from both sides. But today, Ryu was going to use him to get the ruin of cloning for himself. I Am 30 clapped his hands and said that now everyone had introduced themselves, it was time to share personal information. Cute Teenager introduced himself in a nervous way, saying his name was SEO June, that he was 20 years old, had just graduated from high school, and didn't have any job yet. I Am 30 nodded and asked if Cute Teenager was level 13, an assassin, and ranked 4 in his zone. Cute Teenager answered yes, but inside Ryu sneered to himself, thinking, truth my ass. He knew it was all lies except for the username. Cute Teenager existed in real life, but Ryu was just pretending to use his name and act like a liar. And 30 finally turned to Black Anaconda in his right hand and asked him to tell about himself. Fatso said his name was Sim Hong and that he was 16 years old and still studying in middle school. I Am 30 smiled and said that he was the youngest here, but inside he was shocked, thinking, holy shit, this piece of rotten pig is a middle schooler? Really? Meanwhile, Ryu was quietly listening to all these thoughts with his ruin of thoughts and snorted silently to himself. If I Am 30 had known that this fatso had just killed all the kids in his classroom, he wouldn't have made such a comment in his mind. Anyways, finally it was time for the fake Black Scythe to introduce himself. The fake Black Scythe said his name was King Yong, that he was 28 years old, a fund manager, and had never come down from the first rank in his zone. I Am 30 stayed very nervous and didn't ask Black Scythe for more details. On the other hand, Ryu was getting very irritated, thinking, fund manager my ass, more like fraud manager. Very soon I'll send him to his place. After that, I Am 30 got serious and told everyone he would now need to confirm everyone's identity to begin the interview. I Am 30 announced that everyone's identity was now confirmed and they could begin. He asked everyone what their intention was for joining the PCW. Cute Teenager, looking very nervous and shy, answered that the world had become very dangerous and it was hard to survive here alone, so he wanted to join a community of players. When it was Black Anaconda in his right hand's turn, he thought to himself that he couldn't say he had come here to kill everyone. So he also said his reason was the same as Cute Teenager, that he also wanted to join a community of players so he wouldn't be alone. Next came Black Scythe's turn, and Black Scythe said in a very arrogant way that he was just getting bored, so he had come here to have fun. Then he looked at I Am 30 and asked if there was any problem with that. I Am 30 got more nervous because who could dare to speak like that in front of Black Scythe? He quickly told Black Scythe there was no problem at all. On the other hand, Ryu was getting more irritated every second. On the other hand, I Am 30 got a little wicked and said that all the basic interview was done. He gave a very ugly and wicked, creepy smile and announced that the next and final task to join the community was to murder. After hearing the word murder, Ryu acted shocked and got very nervous, asking why they had to murder. I Am 30 explained that maybe people didn't understand the seriousness of a community, so he would make everyone understand why it was necessary to murder. I Am 30, in a very psychopathic way, said he was sure everyone had seen the article in the news. The government had already begun regulating the players and turning their back on them. They were afraid of players because they were more powerful than normal human beings. The government was doing everything to control the players, to make them submissive. However, players would soon rule the world, and this would become reality much sooner if all players worked together. Therefore, there was no need for them to stay fenced in by law. They needed to show the government that players were the law now by resisting government regulation. Ryu, still acting very shocked, said he understood and asked if that was why those people had to be murdered. I Am 30 said yes. He wanted to show the government that whenever players wanted, they could kill anyone, and the government would not be able to harm them. To show the government they couldn't control players. Fatso and fake Black Scythe were listening to all these things carefully. I Am 30 asked if anyone had a problem with this test, they could leave right now. However, if they left this interview, no matter how big their group became in the future, they would never be able to join this group again. Ryu kept acting nervous. This was how I Am 30 forced players to stay and pressured them by saying their group would become very big in the future, and if they didn't join now, they'd be left alone. Under this pressure, the group forced people to commit murder and then join the community. No one said anything for a while. Everyone stayed quiet, and I Am 30 finally smiled and said that meant no one had a problem, so they would now move to the final test. But then Fatso asked what the final task was. Who would they murder here? I Am 30, with his ugly and wicked smile, said there was no need to worry because he had already prepared everything. The scene shifted. It was raining heavily now, and I Am 30 said they should leave. Finally, the owner of the cafe came and asked why no one had eaten anything yet and why they were already leaving. If they wanted, they could stay here. But suddenly I Am 30 acted very polite and told the owner they had to leave, and then asked where the bathroom was. The owner told him the bathroom was in the right corner. After that, I Am 30 thanked the owner and handed him the car keys, requesting that since he had to go to the bathroom and then rush to an important meeting, could the owner please park his car in front of the cafe. The owner agreed and went outside to move the car. As soon as the owner opened the car door, I Am 30 came from behind, placed his hand around the owner's neck, and pressed tightly. The owner shouted very loudly, clearly in a lot of pain, but he also had no chance to fight back. The owner fainted, and I Am 30, with a very psychopathic smile, started laughing. Ryu acted shocked, and even Fatso was surprised. So the target was the owner all along. I Am 30 told them there was no need to be so shocked and ordered them to sit in the car because they didn't have time. Ryu, Fatso, and fake Black Scythe sat in the car, and the car slowly drove to a deserted warehouse. I Am 30 brought the owner to the warehouse while Ryu kept acting clueless. I Am 30 threw the owner on the floor of the warehouse and asked who among the three of them would kill the owner. No one answered. With a creepy smile, I Am 30 offered the chance to Black Scythe first. Fake Black Scythe didn't refuse, but nervousness was clear on his face. Then I Am 30 asked if Cute Teenager could do the murder instead. With raised eyebrows in surprise, I Am 30 said he hadn't expected Cute Teenager to come forward. He thought Cute Teenager was a shy person, but now he told him since he was giving him this favor, he better do a good job killing the owner. But finally, Ryu, with a deadly side-eye, looked at the fake Black Scythe. Ryu spoke, thanking the fake Black Scythe and saying he would use the ruin of cloning well. The fake Black Scythe clearly didn't know what ruin of cloning he was talking about. But before he could react, Ryu's hand shot out and grabbed his neck. With a loud crunch, Ryu twisted his neck with little to no effort, leaving the fake Black Scythe with his head turned 360 degrees. Bro really got full panoramic vision now. Well, fake Black Scythe, fully enjoying his 360-degree vision, looked at Ryu from behind and with a loud bang fell on the ground. On the other hand, I Am 30 was in a bad state. He grabbed his head and started screaming like a madman, yelling, "What the hell had cute teenager done? He just killed Black Scythe, the legendary Black Scythe. Was he out of his goddamn mind?" Finally, Ryu, tired of acting as cute teenager, dropped the act and returned to his ruthless personality. He coldly said to I Am 30 that he was really noisy and should shut up. I Am 30 froze, confused, thinking, what was with his eyes? They looked like a beast. His whole atmosphere was completely different now, heavier and redder than before. What the hell was going on? At that moment, Ryu got a system notification. He had committed murder while pretending to be someone else. Ryu had fulfilled the activation condition. He had also discovered the hidden ruin of cloning in the current location. All of a sudden, a golden aura started enveloping Ryu's body, and finally, he claimed the ruin of cloning. From behind, I Am 30 was still yelling at cute teenager, asking why he killed Black Scythe. But Ryu, with his deep, dominating voice, pulled out a white mask from his pocket and replied, "Because that fucking idiot was stealing his identity." I Am 30 still didn't understand who was stealing whose identity. But Ryu, without giving any more answers, slowly walked with heavy footsteps toward the cafe owner. He picked up a black cloth while I Am 30 kept blabbering from behind, shouting that cute teenager was supposed to kill that woman. Why did he kill Black Scythe? But Ryu only replied, saying he killed him because he was a piece of shit, just like the piece of shit I Am 30 was too. While saying this, Ryu tied the black cloth over the woman's head and started taking her away. Hearing himself called a piece of shit, I Am 30 became furious, shouting at Ryu to say that again, threatening that he would show him who the real piece of shit was. He summoned his sword, but Ryu had already had enough of his bullshit. Ryu finally summoned his massive black scythe and, in a cold, chilling tone, said, "I called you a piece of shit. I said it again. What will you do, huh?" But as soon as I Am 30 saw the enormous black scythe, he froze for a moment. He had never seen a player carrying such a gigantic scythe before. His mouth fell open as realization struck. He remembered there was only one person in all of Korea who carried such a huge black scythe. That was Black Scythe himself. Then he recalled Ryu's earlier words, that Black Scythe was pretending to be Black Scythe. Finally, it all clicked. The one killed earlier was fake, and the real Black Scythe was standing right in front of him. When he realized this, his condition worsened immediately. His hands started shaking, and he dropped his sword, crouching to the ground in pure fear. He began begging Ryu to let him go, apologizing over and over, but Ryu simply said he didn't want to. And as soon as he finished speaking, he swung his black scythe and sliced I Am 30's neck clean off. The severed head flew through the air and landed far away, right at Fatso's feet. Ryu didn't give a single damn, like killing a mosquito. Fatso's condition got even worse as he saw I Am 30's head rolling on the floor, and he started screaming uncontrollably. But then, as Fatso looked into Black Scythe's eyes, he immediately recognized them. Even though Black Scythe was short in real life, those were the same eyes that killed him 5 times in the 4th round. He was the real deal. Fatso couldn't even see the speed with which Black Scythe turned his weapon and cut I Am 30's neck. It happened just like light speed. After that, Black Scythe raised his enormous scythe toward Fatso in a dominating way, his cold, deadly eyes fixed on him, and said there were only 2 people left in this room. Did Fatso want to say any last words before dying? Fatso started shivering and said he wouldn't bother saying something as obvious as begging for his life, but there was something he really wanted to ask, if he had ever met him before. Ryu, maintaining his cold, beastly glare, replied that Fatso should have asked why he killed him 5 times. Still trembling, Fatso said yes, and Black Scythe explained simply, because Fatso was really strong in the 4th round. That's why Ryu had killed him, to get him out of the way. According to Ryu, Black Anaconda in his right hand was the most skilled player in his region, so he had to dispose of any potential rival. After saying this, Ryu asked if Fatso had any other questions. If not, he would die now. Fatso hesitated and asked if he could ask one more question. Ryu said he didn't have time. Fatso asked why Ryu wanted to kill him. He hadn't done anything. Ryu came straight to the point, saying it was because Fatso was a piece of shit. Fatso tried to defend himself, saying he hadn't committed any crime. But Ryu replied that if he hadn't come here, Fatso would have killed the woman. Fatso protested, saying he had been standing here for so long. How could Ryu say that? Fatso claimed he came here to save the woman. Ryu finally lowered his black scythe and said he would let Fatso go if he did something for him. Fatso was overjoyed. Ryu, still maintaining his dominating aura, told Fatso to give him all his items. Fatso quickly spread all his items on the ground: an axe, lots of clothes, a skull. But Ryu didn't take any of it except 2 enchantment stones. He told Fatso to keep the rest. Fatso gathered his items back and thought to himself, how was it possible that Ryu let him go so easily? Fatso turned back and asked Black Scythe if the promise to let him go was real. Ryu nodded and said a promise was a promise. Fatso thanked Ryu, watching him pick up the woman and leave. Breathing a heavy sigh of relief, Fatso thought to himself that Black Scythe almost killed him today, but just barely let him off. But then, a dark thought entered his mind. Rage and irritation built up inside him because he used to think he was superior to all players. He thought if Black Scythe wasn't in this world, he would have been number 1. It wasn't fair. It was really bullshit. Then he noticed how Black Scythe, defenseless and wide open, was walking out of the warehouse. Fatso thought in this state he could easily kill him, and Black Scythe wouldn't be able to do anything. He imagined the stats he'd gained by killing such a high-level player. Fatso's eyes grew wide, his pupils turned red, and he became a psycho on the spot. Without thinking, he summoned his axe and slowly approached Black Scythe from behind. As he came close, he swung his axe in one single heavy slash, cutting Black Scythe's neck and shouting, "Black Scythe can die now, piece of shit!" Black Scythe collapsed to the ground, his neck torn, and Fatso's axe dripped with blood. Fatso went a little mad, realizing what he'd just done. He killed Black Scythe, the legendary Black Scythe. Laughing like a full-blown psychopath, he started taunting Black Scythe's body, mocking how it felt to die at the hands of a low-level player. He kicked Black Scythe's body, calling him a fucking idiot and telling him he was the most pathetic player in the world. He sneered and said he'd even use Black Scythe's stat points and first of all smash Black Scythe from both sides. But then, a weird feeling crept over Fatso. His smile faded as he realized the system still hadn't notified him of any stat increase. He grew nervous, even scared. Suddenly, a chilling aura filled the air, as if every nerve in Fatso's body was screaming. From behind, Ryu stood there, like a damn fucking demon, silent, radiating pure death, staring at him. It was a, he is right behind me, isn't he? Moment! Fatso screamed and turned back. Ryu, with a chilling aura, asked him what happened. Why was he so scared? Had he seen a ghost or something? Fatso was stunned, sweat dripping from his ugly face. He thought to himself, he just killed Black Scythe, so how the hell was he standing here? Did Black Scythe have some kind of resurrection skill? He turned back in fear only to see that Black Scythe's body had vanished. Ryu calmly explained that Fatso didn't kill him. That was just a clone. Ryu explained that the Ruin of Cloning ability allowed him to create a doppelganger that looked exactly like him. Not that it could fight, though. The cooldown time was 10 minutes, and it could completely fail if misused. But Ruin of Cloning had many hidden benefits. The clone couldn't fight, but Ryu could share its vision and even feel its pain, and he had just experienced death through it. So naturally, Ryu said, he'd have to give Fatso 100% of what he'd just felt. Fatso was confused and didn't know what to do. He accused Ryu of cheating, but Ryu called him a hypocrite. Why was he acting like the victim? Ryu reminded him he'd been given a chance to leave, but instead he tried to kill Ryu, and almost succeeded. Fatso kept blabbering excuses, but Ryu finally had enough of his bullshit. He summoned his Black Scythe and with one cold swing, slashed Fatso's neck. Fatso's neck was cut clean through, but he stayed conscious for a few seconds, realizing he couldn't move his body. His head fell to the ground and he died. Ryu muttered to himself that he got a headache just listening to Fatso talk. He then used his erase ability to wipe all the bloodstains and dead bodies from the warehouse. Ryu thought no one would even be able to tell this was a crime scene, except for one person, of course. Ryu went back to the cafe owner. He told her there was no point pretending to be unconscious. She couldn't fool a player. He could clearly hear her inner thoughts. The woman finally got up and apologized to Ryu. Ryu told her not to remove the black cloth on her head just yet, not until he said so. He asked her if she could answer a few questions. She said yes. Ryu asked if she remembered how many people came to the cafe. The woman said 4 people came in. One was in his mid-40s. She remembered because she spoke to him, but she couldn't remember the others clearly. Ryu read her inner thoughts and confirmed she was telling the truth. She genuinely couldn't remember anyone else's faces. Ryu said it was all right. He told her to count down from 1 to 60, and after that she could remove her black cloth. He warned her not to tell the police anything. Ryu disappeared. The woman started counting down. When she reached 60, she removed the black cloth, nervous and panting. She looked around the cafe. There was no one here, no dead bodies. Yet she clearly remembered hearing people die, the sound of blood splashing. It was like a nightmare. The scene shifted. Ryu had finally reached home. Wani welcomed him and asked why he was wearing his hoodie. Ryu had no answer, saying he was very tired and needed to rest. Wani kept asking where he'd gone and if he'd had dinner. Ryu said he hadn't and suggested they have dinner together. Ryu removed his pink hoodie, thinking it wasn't clean, but he couldn't wash it and give it back to Wani, so he threw it in the dustbin. Wani asked why he was throwing it away. It was his favorite hoodie. Ryu told him he'd buy him a new one. Wani was still sad. Ryu thought about how the school was closed, how Wani couldn't even go outside the apartment. He realized, after all, Wani was just a 14-year-old kid. If he stayed locked up too long, his mental health would break. Ryu decided to take him to an amusement park the next day. Wani was thrilled to hear this, excited like a puppy. The next day, Ryu brought Wani to the amusement park. Wani's eyes sparkled, looking around like he didn't know where to go first. He noticed a family wearing hairbands and got a wicked little idea. He dragged Ryu to a store and put a teddy bear headband on Ryu's head. Ryu looked very uncomfortable, but he'd do anything to make his little brother happy. Wani was all smiles, playing with the hairbands, while Ryu recorded a video of him. They rode many rides. Wani laughed the whole time, but Ryu was bored. No excitement for him, but he endured because Wani was having fun. After a while, Wani remembered something. He got sad, saying that tomorrow Ryu would return to the other world. Wani said they were happy today, but he was nervous. Would Ryu be able to come back? Ryu asked who his brother was. He was Ryu. Of course he would come back. Wani was still worried. Ryu placed his hand on his head and promised never to leave his little brother alone. Wani shouldn't worry, just enjoy the day. Ryu suggested a safari ride, and they spent the whole day enjoying the park. Finally, at 11:50 that night, Ryu lay on his bed. Only 10 minutes left before he'd return to the other world. While lying there, he sent a message to Juri. He wished her good luck and reminded her to only do what he told her, and she'd survive. Juri replied that she was nervous. Ryu smiled and thought she didn't need to worry. He'd protect her. He put his phone on the desk. It turned midnight. With a flash, the scene shifted. Players appeared on a land under a red sky. Finally, Black Scythe appeared among them. Everyone around looked confused. So many players had died this round, both in the other world and the real world. Finally, the bitch angel appeared, with her usual arrogant smile. She welcomed everyone to the 5th round. All the players glared at her, their faces like rotten tomatoes, but she just got more excited. She mocked them, saying they must have enjoyed killing each other in the last round. No one reacted to her tone. She called them boring. She announced there were now only 442 survivors left. 80 fewer than last round, since so many had died in the real world. But she didn't give a fuck. She said whatever humans did in real life wasn't her problem. Then, with a perverted smile, she said she'd prepared something special for everyone this time. The angel explained that this was a surprise, the integration of zones. Some players nervously asked if the angel could explain the integration of zones in detail. The angel got very irritated and snapped at them, asking why they couldn't just understand from the term itself. Were they really making her do more work? She sneered and said integration meant integration, just like the word said. The angel continued, saying everyone must have already noticed how few people were left in each zone. There were hundreds of zones in Korea, 875 to be precise. After hearing 875, all the players were shocked that there were so many zones just in Korea. The angel told them there was nothing to be scared of. It was actually a low number compared to other nations. The players started murmuring among themselves, realizing it made sense. Each zone had started with 5,000 players, so naturally there must have been a lot of zones, which explained why so many people were all trapped in this death game together. Then one player thought aloud, if there were 875 zones in Korea alone and countless zones around the world, didn't that mean there were at least tens of thousands of angels? Our bitch angel smirked and said yes, there was one angel per zone. Then she scoffed, asking if all these dumb human monkeys had only just figured that out now. But then the same player spoke again, saying it meant all these games weren't being conducted by angels themselves. Hearing that, the bitch angel froze for a second, then stepped forward in anger, asking why he thought so. The player, trying to act smart, said that tens of thousands of angels wouldn't work together like this. Surely someone above them was commanding all the angels to run the survival game. Before he could even finish his sentence, the bitch angel flashed right in front of him, pressed her finger to his forehead, and, with a death glare, said if he spoke another word, she'd smash his head like a tomato. He should stop using his brain for useless things and just focus on playing the game. The player's condition visibly worsened. He pissed himself, collapsing to his knees, and started apologizing profusely. Meanwhile, the bitch angel floated back up into the air, explaining the next criteria. Ryu, watching quietly, thought to himself that player might have hit a sore spot. After all, it was a rule that the angels couldn't talk about the creator of the game, and no way was it possible an angel alone could design a giant survival game like this. The bitch angel, now clearly irritated, announced she wouldn't take any more stupid questions. She said the zone integration would begin right now. She flicked her hands and yellow Aura started glowing out of the small blocks scattered across the red-colored grass zone. The entire ground shook like an earthquake. Suddenly, humans began appearing in all those glowing blocks, each representing their original zone. In just seconds, about 5,000 players from 10 different zones appeared in the same place. Everyone looked around, seeing complete strangers, confused as hell. Then, from above, the angels spoke again, this time in unison, their voices overlapping. They announced that the zone integration was now complete. We were shown a wide shot of the sky where 10 different angels floated above the players, each one a total baddie. Finally, it was revealed that the name of our zone's angel was Olive. Among the others was even a purple-haired angel. The players were stunned, seeing so many different angels. All 10 angels greeted the humans, explaining that all 10 zones of Korea had now been combined here, making a total of 4,484 players. They also explained that similar integrations were happening in the other zones of Korea as well. Many players sighed in relief that at least everyone here was still from their own nation, but Olive said this was only the beginning. Zone integration would continue. As the number of players dropped below 500, more zones would merge, and eventually, when only 500 remained in all of Korea, they'd merge with other nations. That, she said with a sly smile, was when the real game would begin, after the 11th round. Ryu thought to himself that soon, these angels would also announce the bonus game. Right on cue, Olive announced that there would be a bonus round before the main quest began. Previously, each zone had its own representative. Now that the zones were integrated, a new representative needed to be chosen. Hearing this, the players grew nervous again. Olive raised her hands, a wicked smile spreading across her face, and announced that a tournament would decide it. The representatives from each zone would fight each other to the death. The one who survived would become the leader of the newly combined zone. Hearing this, the players in the crowd got excited. After all, they wouldn't have to do anything. They'd just get to watch the strongest of the leaders kill each other. But deep down, the condition of the zone leaders themselves was worsening. Inside, they thought bitterly that all these spectators were laughing only because they weren't the ones who'd have to fight to the death. They would have to kill each other just to pick a representative. This was fucking hell. All the zone representatives stood there, visibly nervous. One of them thought to himself, if he died here, would he respawn like in the last round? So many questions were swirling in his mind. On the other hand, Ryu was already ready. He knew the secret of the zone representative, and he told himself that he had to become the representative of the zone. All the other zone representatives stayed tense, but Ryu thought they really didn't need to be nervous at all, because when they died, they would respawn just like in the last round. After that, one of them, a cocky guy, proudly called himself the so-called superstar. Let's call him Superstar Number 1. He grew very confident, thinking that if this was the case, he would definitely defeat all the others and become the leader of the zone. Then Olive explained again, with that wicked smile, that whoever became the leader of the zone would gain advanced authority. By using this authority, the leader could control other players regardless of their class. It didn't matter what class they had. The leader could make them do anything. Before, the authority was useless because it couldn't actually be applied by the leader. But now, this was a game changer. Superstar Number 1's eyes lit up, clearly excited to seize that power for himself and become the zone leader. Olive kept her wicked little smile as if she was already scheming something even more evil. After that, the scene shifted to the angels themselves. We were shown the other angels one by one. They started discussing among themselves. There were 10 angels here, but who among them would lead the angels as their zone leader? One angel jokingly suggested they decide it with rock, paper, scissors, or by rolling a dice, but the other angels disagreed, saying that leaving it up to luck would be too boring. Then we saw a fiery, red-haired angel step forward. Her name was Sheila. Sheila suggested they should decide it based on the game. She said the angel assigned to the human who dies first would have to take on the punishment of being the guide for this round. After all, angels were lazy creatures, and being the guide was more like a punishment to them than an honor. Olive, still wearing her evil, confident smile, suggested another option instead. She proposed that rather than punishing the angel of the first human who dies, they should reward the angel of the human who survives until the very end. She said that Angel would become the queen of all angels. How about that? It was clear from their expressions that the angels' personalities were shit, but you couldn't deny they were all baddies in their own way. So, who's your favorite angel out of all these baddies? Do tell me in the comments below. I'd love to know what you all think. Sheila looked very confused. So Olive, still smirking, explained again that it was just as she said. The other angels must obey whatever the queen orders. For example, if someone was designated to be the guide, then she must accept and do it, because it was the queen's command. Hearing this, another angel asked if it meant that whichever human won this round, their angel would effectively command all the others. That got all the angels excited, and one by one, everyone agreed. Sheila also nodded confidently. She turned to Olive and asked if Olive had suggested this because she had complete faith in her human. Olive casually said, "Of course." But Sheila stayed full of confidence, proudly saying her human had never fallen below rank 1 in her zone, so this round was guaranteed to go her way. Olive didn't respond. She just stood there, smiling faintly to herself, thinking how priceless Sheila's face would be when she learned the truth, especially when she realized that Olive's human had never fallen below rank 1 in all of Korea. Finally, Olive asked the other angels if anyone had any problem with the plan. All of them raised their hands in agreement. Then, with her wicked smile still plastered on her face, Olive turned to the human representatives and told them to get ready. One by one, all the representatives formed a circle, standing in a square formation as they gathered at a spot nearby. Olive stepped forward, flicked her hands, and the whole ground started to shake violently. Suddenly, a massive arena rose up from the earth, huge, ominous, and ready for blood. Dozens of representatives stood in the center of the arena. Olive's voice rang out above them, announcing that the death match would start now. But she added a catch. If anyone died outside the arena, they would die for real in this world too, so they shouldn't come crying later. But then she added mockingly, how could a dead person even complain? With a snap of her fingers, the death match officially began. All the representatives summoned their weapons, the sound of blades and steel filling the air. Then the focus shifted to superstar number 1. He grinned to himself, thinking that if he killed all these people here, he'd become the representative without a doubt. Looking around, he sized everyone up, convinced he could easily kill every single one of them. He noted they were all zone representatives, which meant they must be strong, but he believed no one was stronger than him. Not only had he never lost his position as zone representative and stayed at rank 1, but his rune of dissolution was ridiculously overpowered. His rune activated automatically when his sword stabbed someone, skinning them alive as their soul was ripped away. Whenever he fought, it was like another skilled fighter possessed him. That's how he'd slaughtered 312 people in the last round. The angels floating above began murmuring, clearly agitated that the humans weren't attacking yet. Superstar number 1 noticed this and thought that maybe the angels hadn't even bet on the representatives yet. Not that it mattered. He'd impressed them himself. Confident, he stepped forward, thinking he needed a sacrifice to kick off his performance. He scanned the others and decided he'd pick someone and utterly fuck them up just to show off. Then, with heavy, deliberate footsteps, our Ryu stepped forward, black scythe in hand, and stood squarely in front of Superstar number 1. Superstar number 1's grin widened. Finally, someone had stepped up to die. But as soon as he really looked at Ryu's ridiculously huge black scythe, something in him faltered. He thought to himself, such a massive scythe was rare. He'd seen players with scythe in their nickname before, but to see someone actually wielding one like this, he finally glanced at Ryu's name and read it, Black Scythe. At first, he got excited. Black Scythe was a legendary name, but then doubt crept in. This couldn't actually be that Black Scythe, right? Maybe just someone with the same name. But then reality hit him. In this death world, no one could duplicate their name, which meant he was the real deal. The expert spirit that usually possessed superstar number one froze up. His confidence evaporated. His sword lowered to the ground. His thoughts turned cold. If this was the real Black Scythe, then no one here would stand a chance. Up above, the angels all watched in confusion. Sheila in particular was shocked. Her human had been so confident before, but now he was trembling, shivering like a coward. Olive, still smirking, turned her head toward Sheila and asked sweetly, "What happened to your human?" He had been so confident before, so why was he just standing there now? Sheila kept biting her nails, unable to understand what was happening. Why was her human acting so weird? Why was he just standing there like an idiot, shivering? Seeing all this, Olive couldn't hold back anymore and started laughing. Sheila glared at her and snapped, "What was so funny? Why was she laughing here?" Olive raised her hand slightly, pretending to apologize, saying, "Sorry," but her smirk remained. She said it was just funny because Sheila's human had been so confident at the beginning, yet now he was acting like a scared little cat. Gradually, the other angels noticed it too. Sheila's human was just standing there, trembling as if he had seen a demon. They started whispering among themselves, realizing that Black Scythe's human was none other than Olive's human. Sheila shook her head in denial. She refused to accept that her human was scared just because of Olive's human. She insisted her human was still number one in his zone. There was no way he would be afraid. But Olive, still smiling faintly, corrected her. "Yes, he's number one in just his own zone, right? But my human has never dropped from rank 1 in the entire nation." Hearing that, all the angels went dead silent. They finally understood the nickname Black Scythe. He was the same human who had never fallen from national rank 1. Before Sheila or her human could even react, Ryu moved. In a flash, just a single slash, he sliced Sheila's human's neck into 2 neat pieces. The angels erupted into laughter at the sight, mocking Sheila. Meanwhile, the other zone representatives started trembling uncontrollably. They realized it now. This was no ordinary player. This was Black Scythe, the infamous legend. And defeating him? Impossible. Slowly, they started stepping back, fear in their eyes. Ryu stepped forward, one deliberate step at a time, coming closer to them. One by one, the zone representatives dropped their weapons into their inventories, raised their hands slightly, and bowed. One of them spoke up first, greeting Ryu, saying it was an honor to meet him. Another chimed in, saying they couldn't believe they were standing face to face with the legendary Black Scythe. A third smiled nervously, saying they were happy just to have the chance to see him in person. All around, the representatives surrendered quietly, weapons gone, heads down, their eyes avoiding his. Above, Olive laughed again, taunting loudly. How could all the angels have such cowardly little humans? That angered the other angels, who suddenly began shouting at their humans like drill sergeants, barking commands, threatening them like pets, warning them that if they didn't fight, they'd pop their heads like cherries. The zone representatives, hearing their angels, had no choice. They pulled their weapons back out, forcing themselves to face Ryu. Ryu stood silently for a moment, watching them, thinking to himself that these poor fools still thought the angels were scarier than him. Today, he'd show them. He'd show them there was something even more terrifying than the angels. A slow, cold smile spread across Ryu's face. The other representatives took offense to that smile. Their fear turned to anger as they began shouting at him, calling him cocky, saying that if they all attacked at once, even Black Scythe would fall. The shouting grew louder, a chaotic chorus of threats, steel scraping, footsteps closing in, and Ryu just stood there, grinning, waiting. Ryu, in just a matter of seconds, cut through 5 zone representatives' heads like they were vegetables. The remaining 4 just stood there watching in horror, and before they could even react, their heads too were sliced clean into 2 pieces. Up above, all the angels were left with their mouths hanging open. Even they hadn't expected it to end this quickly. And since Olive was in charge of that human, everyone now had no choice but to obey Olive. She was the new queen now. Sheila screamed Olive's name in rage, shouting that Olive knew this would happen. That's why she had suggested this plan from the start. Olive, smirking as usual, replied calmly. Of course, she knew her human was the strongest and would win. But Olive then turned toward the other angels, her tone turning cold and commanding, asking if she had forced them into this bet. No, everyone had agreed on their own. Everyone had shown their consent to this gamble. So now, they all had to obey. Sheila's face was burning with anger. She floated in place, her aura sharp, looking like she was about to attack Olive right there. But Olive caught the shift instantly and warned her. Fighting another angel in front of humans would be so dignified, wouldn't it? Or should Sheila prefer the archangel lock her away in the insect pantry? At the mention of the insect pantry, Sheila's face turned red as hell. Her mind flashed with the horrible image of herself trapped in the middle of countless deadly poisonous insects for eternity, crawling all over, poking, stinging, penetrating places she didn't even know she had. She clenched her teeth and backed off. Olive told her not to bother fighting anymore. Sheila said nothing. She just floated in the air, glaring. Then, after a pause, she finally calmed herself and asked Olive what to do now. Now that Olive was the queen of all angels, what were her orders? Olive, enjoying herself, ordered Sheila to take responsibility for everything that happened in the game today. Sheila asked bitterly for how long. Olive smirked and said, "Until I feel better." Hearing that, Sheila gritted her teeth and left, now reduced to Olive's new slave. Finally, Sheila appeared in front of all the humans, her voice sharp but composed, and announced that Black Scythe was now officially the new representative of the zone. With this, he now had the upgraded ruler's authority, which allowed him to control up to 10 people however he wished. The other players began whispering among themselves, saying that now Black Scythe was the leader and already level 30. Who in the world could stand against him? One by one, they started trying to get on his good side. Sheila, still irritated, snapped her fingers and revived all the dead representatives. As they came back to their senses, none of them even remembered how they died. Only that Black Scythe appeared before them for a split second. His killing had been so clean, they hadn't even felt pain. The representatives stood there confused, wondering what had happened. Sheila explained bluntly that Black Scythe had killed them all and was now the new representative. They looked downcast, but Sheila added that they shouldn't sulk. There would be another chance to become representative in the future. Then Sheila officially started round 5. The system notified all players. In round 5, they had to kill 300 orcs. A sub-quest also appeared: collect 4 hidden stones, but no explanation was given as to where or why. The system also revealed the shocking numbers: 7.7 million participants in total, but only 1.9 million would survive. And in this zone alone, out of 4,844 players, only 1,211 could succeed. Seeing such a low success rate, many players began complaining loudly. Sheila, already fed up, asked coldly why they were whining. Was it because the success rate had dropped since last round? Everyone went quiet. Sheila reminded them the last round had been easy. The real game began here in round 5, and if they kept making such disgusting faces, she'd lower the success rate even further. That shut everyone up. Then some began asking about the sub-quest, demanding more details. Why was it hidden? Why no information? Sheila dismissed them, saying it wasn't her job to explain. They'd have to figure it out on their own. Ryu didn't care. He already knew exactly what to do. He'd lived this scenario 99 times before. He knew where the ruins were hidden, how to get them, and how to clear the round. Then Sheila dropped one last piece of cruel information. Anyone who died in this round would die in real life as well. With that, round 5 officially started, and the 10-hour timer began counting down. Ryu let out a faint sigh of irritation, thinking how damn annoying all these angels were. But what could he do? Keeping his cold demeanor, he jumped down from the stage and started walking slowly. As he passed, all the players moved out of his path, as if parting for a king. They couldn't even look him in the eyes. Ryu slowly entered the forest. Behind him, the players started whispering. Some wondered if they should follow Black Scythe. One scoffed, saying they'd have to be crazy. If they followed Black Scythe, they'd probably just end up bent over and split open by that giant scythe of his. Another added bitterly that in the worst case, Black Scythe could just use his authority to enslave them all. But then a long-haired player spoke up, saying nothing would happen if they just stood there. At least if they followed Black Scythe, they might learn something. After a few tense moments, several players nodded in agreement. A small group quietly broke off and began trailing Black Scythe into the forest. After that, the scene shifted, showing a small village of orcs, a humble settlement, smoke rising from their cooking fires. Ryu slowly approached the village, and the orc guard on duty immediately went on high alert after spotting him. From a distance, a few players secretly watched, whispering to each other, wondering what Ryu would do next. The orc guard, clad in armor, glared at Ryu furiously, but in just a blink, Ryu sliced through his neck like it was nothing but warm butter. The orc's lifeless body slammed into the dirt as Ryu stepped further into the village. Inside, several orcs were busy cooking meals for their families. When they saw Ryu, they dropped everything, picked up weapons, and charged at him. Ryu, completely calm, cut them down one by one, their heads flying cleanly as if he were carving meat in a butcher shop. He slaughtered orc after orc, moving from house to house, slashing through every orc camp in his path. Each camp echoed with a loud bang before falling completely silent. Once his work was done, he stepped out of the last hut, leaving behind nothing but carnage, and casually walked off toward another direction. The players watching from afar murmured among themselves. At first, they thought killing orcs must actually be easy, a piece of cake. But one sharp-eyed hunter scoffed, saying it wasn't that orcs were weak, it was just that Black Scythe was fucking terrifyingly strong. Even so, the others stayed cocky. They figured Ryu made it look easy, so it couldn't be that hard. They decided to raid an orc village themselves. Full of confidence, they ran ahead, hunting for a target. Soon they found a village and charged in, shouting. The orc guard blew his horn loudly. Within seconds, hundreds of orcs came pouring out of the village. The players froze for a moment, realizing just how many enemies they were facing. The orcs glared at them, eyes hungry, their muscles flexing, ready to tear them apart. The players got scared, but they still drew their weapons, convincing themselves it'd still be easy. The first orc charged at them. A player slashed and managed to barely cut through the orc's thick skin. Cheering, he thought this was easier than expected and stabbed his sword into the orc's chest. But then the real nightmare began. His sword got stuck hard in that orc like his stepsister in the washing machine. Sword got stuck. It wouldn't come out. The orc grabbed him and smashed his head with a club like a ripe melon. Blood splattered everywhere. One by one, the players' weapons kept getting stuck in orc muscles, and the orcs tore them apart. Screams and cracking bones filled the air as the players were slaughtered like amateurs. Meanwhile, Ryu was already far away, sprinting at full speed. He glanced back once, confirming the players weren't following him anymore. He thought to himself, raiding small orc villages like this was easy for him. But if those idiots went to a proper orc town, they'd get shredded alive. He continued raiding small villages methodically, cutting down entire generations of orcs. He noted to himself that the orc skin was thick, making weapons stick, but that was just for ordinary players, not him. He sliced through orcs like he was spreading warm butter on a dirty little croissant. And with a dark grin, he thought, yeah, this rule didn't apply to someone who knows how to properly penetrate. Soon, the system notified Ryu that he'd killed 300 orcs in under an hour, completing his main quest. He was once again ranked first in all of Korea. Having nothing left to prove here, Ryu decided to help Juri. Activating his tracking ability, he set off toward her. The scene shifted to another group. A player wearing a red shirt, nicknamed Mercenary King. He and his team were busy fighting orcs as well. He asked his subordinates how many kills they had. They sheepishly answered, barely 50. Mercenary King did the math and realized, at this rate, they'd never reach 300 kills in 10 hours. He himself was strong enough to solo it, but he didn't want to abandon his teammates. His team urged him to go ahead and finish his kills alone, but he refused. "I won't leave my friends behind to die like this," he said. Instead, Mercenary King suggested they raid a big orc town. His teammates warned him it was risky. Mercenary King agreed. "You're right, but I won't force anyone to come along either. Just keep one thing in mind. There's no future staying on a sinking ship." With that, he tightened his grip on his weapon, his eyes steeled, already thinking about how hard it would be. Yet knowing deep down he'd rather take the risk than die a coward. Once inside, they began scouting the area, trying to figure out how many orcs were in this village. The Mercenary King noticed the town was big, surprisingly big, but strangely not a single orc was in sight. Suspicious but determined, they decided to check every hut one by one. But just as they exited one of the huts, they froze. All the orcs were suddenly standing there, like surprise motherfuckers, silent, grinning, waiting. What followed was a brutal battle. The Mercenary King and his companions fought fiercely, blades clashing, blood spraying. But the orcs began to overwhelm them slowly, their raw strength crushing through. One orc grabbed Red Hairband and slammed him to the ground, shattering his shoulder like it was made of glass. Seeing his comrade like that, the Mercenary King roared in rage and cut that orc down mercilessly. But the reality was sinking in. Fighting this many orcs, even with everyone at full strength, was already damn near impossible. And now with an injured friend, their chances were worse. The Mercenary King quickly signaled and ran into a hut. trying to find another exit. But as soon as they stepped out the back, more than 30 orcs were waiting for them, completely surrounding them. The group fell silent. Everyone thought this was it. Death was certain, but the mercenary king clenched his fists and started speaking, giving them a raw, guttural speech. He told them to look at the orcs laughing at them, treating them like cowards. He told them if they were going to die anyway, at least die swinging, not begging. The orcs sneered and laughed, their tusks gleaming. Something in his words sparked fire in his comrades. They straightened their backs, gritted their teeth, and readied their weapons. If they were going down, they'd make the orcs pay for it. But suddenly, all the orcs stopped. Their laughter cut off, their sneers faded. One by one, they froze, then turned their heads, sniffing the air, sensing something else entirely. And then they ran. Like terrified prey, they bolted from the mercenary king's group, charging toward the village grounds. The mercenary king and his companions just stood there, dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? A few orcs, 5 or 6, stayed behind, still blocking their path. The mercenary king narrowed his eyes and told his group, "Whatever just happened, I don't know what it is. But if this is our chance to survive, we take it. Don't waste it." With renewed fury, they charged. The fight was vicious, bloody, but finally, the last orc fell. The mercenary king leaned on his sword, panting hard, a small grin spreading on his face. They'd survived. He congratulated his comrades for fighting like hell, but his smile faded quickly when he saw Red Hairband still clutching his ruined shoulder in pain. He ordered his friends to take care of Red Hairband and rest. Meanwhile, he decided to check the village grounds. He had to know what scared all those orcs off like that. When he reached the grounds, his eyes went wide. More than 100 orcs lay dead in the dirt, their bodies shredded, limbs scattered like a butcher's table. None of them had heads. Some were missing legs. The stench of iron and blood was thick in the air, and standing right in the middle of the massacre was a lone figure. The mysterious man slowly turned back, noticing him. The mercenary king read the name hovering faintly over his head, and his blood ran cold. It was none other than Black Scythe. For a split second, Ryu's cold, deadly eyes met his, and the mercenary king's memory flashed. Young-Ho. Of course. The mercenary king realized now who this really was, and somewhere in the back of his mind, even through the tension, a dark, inappropriate thought crept up. All this slicing, all this blood, all this moaning of dying orcs. It was almost like Ryu was out here raw-dogging the entire village to death. Not even the orcs' thick hides could stop him from penetrating right to the bone. The mercenary king swallowed hard. He was face to face with the real thing now. The mercenary class was known as one of the close-range combat types, wielding various weapons and even sharing similar skills with warriors. But one thing set them apart. They became truly strong only through contracts with others. Because of this, most mercenaries formed parties with trusted allies or directly served under the mercenary king. The mercenary king himself was a solo class, the only one who could rule over all mercenaries through contracts. When warriors and mercenaries bound themselves to him, their stats and power increased drastically, and now, standing right there amid the slaughtered orcs, was that very man, Young-Ho, the solo-class mercenary king. Ryu hadn't expected to meet someone like Young-Ho in a place like this. The mercenary king stood rigid, clearly nervous to find himself face-to-face with the infamous Black Scythe. His mind raced, trying to figure out what to say. Eventually, he greeted Ryu politely, forcing himself to meet those cold, deadly eyes. Ryu responded with a faint nod, his tone flat as he asked whether Young-Ho even knew who he was. Young-Ho stiffened, replying that of course he did. After all, who in the nation didn't know Black Scythe? The man ranked first across every zone. Even as he stood there, Young-Ho felt his face flush. Deep inside, he was screaming at himself. He thought he'd never get to meet the man who dominated every leaderboard. Part of him even wanted to reach out and shake his hand or ask for an autograph, but he hesitated, afraid of what Ryu would think of him. That kind of man wouldn't care about fans. Meanwhile, Ryu quietly listened to every thought through the ruin of thoughts. He found it almost amusing how pure Young-Ho seemed, his loyalty clear in his mind. Ryu thought to himself that Young-Ho didn't seem like the kind of man who would betray his allies, which made him an excellent candidate for Ryu's own future team. A mercenary king with this kind of character was rare, and exactly the type of ally worth keeping. Young-Ho, struggling to calm his nerves, finally asked whether Ryu had really killed all the orcs himself. Ryu simply nodded, confirming it. Hearing that, Young-Ho's eyes widened in awe. He lowered his head and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. He knew if Ryu hadn't drawn the orc's attention, his team would already be dead. Ryu, however, pointed out that he hadn't even realized Young Ho and his team were nearby, so it wasn't intentional help. But Young Ho insisted that even so, the fact remained. Ryu's presence had saved them, even if indirectly, and he promised he would repay that debt someday. Ryu, cold as ever, simply told him that if he wanted to repay him, he could start right now. Since Ryu had already wiped out the orcs, Young Ho should leave this place immediately with his injured teammates. The mention of his injured teammates caught Young Ho off guard. He didn't understand how Ryu even knew about them. Before he could ask, the sound of footsteps approached from behind. Young Ho turned sharply and saw his teammates limping toward him, some bleeding, all clearly injured. Panic flickered across his face as he scolded them for following him here despite their wounds. But one of his subordinates, voice trembling but firm, admitted they couldn't just sit and wait. They were worried for their captain. If he was in danger, they needed to be there. Ryu stood silently, watching the exchange. He could feel through his ruin of thoughts how much trust and loyalty bound these teammates together. Even in this hellish, backstabbing world, this group still looked out for each other. It was rare, almost beautiful in its own twisted way. But when Young Ho's teammates noticed Ryu properly, their faces instantly changed. Shock, fear, and nervous awe. Every single one of them froze when they recognized the infamous black scythe standing there among the orc corpses. One of them even thought something Ryu couldn't help but smirk at. Quietly, the thought echoed in his head. We came here to save our captain, and now we've walked straight into a fucking gangbang, and I don't even know who's going to be on top. Ryu kept his black scythe resting lazily on his shoulder as he stared them down with his cold, deadly glare. The silence was suffocating, and yet none of them dared move. Ryu said nothing for a moment, letting his black scythe rest lazily on his shoulder, his cold eyes sweeping over Young Ho and his trembling teammates. Finally, in his usual detached tone, he made it clear he was just here for a light hunt. That single remark shocked Young Ho's team even more. The term light hunt felt like an insult after seeing the entire orc village reduced to mangled corpses. Without wasting another breath, Ryu coldly ordered everyone to leave immediately. In his mind, though, he thought differently. The intermediate boss was bound to appear soon, and once it did, protecting this clueless bunch of fanboys would only make things harder. But of course, Young Ho's teammates weren't listening. Not really. They were too busy standing there with sparkling eyes, practically drooling like schoolgirls seeing their favorite TV star. Their knees buckled as they stared at Ryu like he was their idol. One even saluted stiffly as if they were meeting a general instead of a player, and another stepped forward timidly as if hoping to shake Ryu's hand and get an autograph. Then it happened. Too late to run now. The ground beneath them began to rumble violently, and Young Ho's teammates froze, heads snapping toward the sound as a strange, guttural noise echoed from deep within the earth. Cracks split the dirt, and the tremors grew stronger. Ryu merely muttered to himself that the intermediate boss was coming, his voice so calm it felt almost cruel. Young Ho barely had time to process those words before the orc general appeared, striding forward with thunderous footsteps, each one heavy enough to shake the entire forest clearing. The monster was easily 20 feet tall, his hulking frame covered in armor, eyes burning with rage. Every roar he let out sent a shockwave through the air, the sheer force of his lungs rattling every bone in the humans' bodies. Young Ho's teammates went pale, their courage draining out of them as they realized what stood before them. The orc general advanced like an abnormal titan, his speed terrifyingly high despite his size. The mercenary king didn't move. He couldn't. Frozen in place, his injured friends behind him, he couldn't figure out how to even begin fighting something like this. The orc general raised his massive blade, the edge glinting in the red moonlight, and swung it down with impossible force. The ground split apart. Young Ho sat there in a daze, unharmed somehow, staring at the blade buried in the earth where his body should have been. In that split second, he realized what had happened. Black Scythe had grabbed him and thrown him clear of the strike before it hit. Ryu stood there silently, his scythe already at the ready, and asked, almost mockingly, whether Young Ho was planning to have a picnic here. Young Ho understood the point. He stumbled to his feet, muttered a hasty thanks in Ryu's direction, and finally ran, dragging his still-staring teammates with him. Ryu stayed behind, standing tall as the orc general turned its fury on him. The monster lumbered closer, its breath a disgusting stench that made even Ryu's expression tighten. Ryu didn't care to hide his disgust. He muttered under his breath about how revolting the thing smelled. Then, with a blur of motion, he dashed forward, black scythe slicing through the orc general's leg in a clean, brutal cut. The beast howled in agony, swinging its massive sword in retaliation, but Ryu easily dodged, his movements effortless. In one motion, he leapt onto the orc general's raised sword, riding the blade as it lifted him higher, hovering for just a second above the giant's head. He thought briefly that all this muscle and high damage might look impressive, but what was the point if it couldn't even touch him? A big weapon with no precision, just like some of those players who thought swinging a big sword was enough to impress everyone. Ryu smirked faintly at the thought. Some guys never learned, on the battlefield or in the bedroom. It's not the size. It's how cleanly you finish. The orc general roared again, furious, but Ryu was already in motion. With a single, decisive slash, Ryu's black scythe tore clean through the giant's neck. The head sailed through the air, spinning once before it hit the ground with a sickening bang. Ryu stood atop the orc general's body as it collapsed beneath him, his silhouette framed against the glowing red moon. The scene was chilling. It looked as if someone had cast an infinite Tsukuyomi across the land. The system notification appeared immediately, informing Ryu that he'd killed the intermediate boss, earning himself 37% experience points, 4,000 gold, and a bonus 2,000 gold. For the others who might have been watching, the message was clear. Run, if you value your life. The frenzy had begun. The moon was red, and there was no more time left. The orc general's corpse still lay on the ground, and Ryu finally stepped down from it, his boots crunching in the dirt. From behind, Young Ho and his teammates stood frozen, eyes wide, barely able to process how a single man had cleaved a titanic orc in half like it was nothing. The system kept chiming one notification after another in Ryu's mind, congratulating him on numerous achievements. Among them, the most important appeared: one piece of the balanced stone. 3 more remained. Ryu chuckled under his breath as he glanced at his EXP points. In his mind, this proved again that killing one fat boss was far more efficient than hacking through hundreds of small fry. The gold was plentiful, the EXP satisfying. Alongside it, he looted an epic-grade ring, a wicked-looking pommel sword, and even an orc's heart. Most players would have gagged and thrown that disgusting, pulsing hunk of meat away on the spot, but Ryu knew better. The foul-looking organ was a crucial ingredient in upgrading his black scythe. He tucked it away calmly, as if he'd just picked up a candy bar, and turned his gaze toward the gawking Young Ho and his little squad. The team approached him as if they were watching their favorite movie star perform live, gratitude and admiration dripping from their every glance. Ryu, always reading minds through his ruin of thoughts, sensed how genuine they were, so he inclined his head politely in acknowledgement, letting the misunderstanding grow when they asked how he'd known about the boss's arrival. He couldn't exactly tell them he'd already slaughtered this boss 99 times in his past lives, so instead, he simply claimed that he'd seen something similar when destroying another orc town. They swallowed his words eagerly, eyes shining brighter. It seemed they thought Ryu had warned them out of pure concern for their safety. That was fine. Misunderstanding sometimes worked in your favor. He coldly told them to leave quickly and hunt safely. The squad began retreating, but before they could all step away, the red hairband collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest, breath ragged. He insisted they leave him behind, said he couldn't breathe properly and they'd all just die trying to save him. Young Ho refused. His voice cracked as he barked that either they all walked out together or none of them did. Ryu raised an eyebrow at the sight of it. Such devotion to a mere squadmate in this cruel world was unexpected. Young Ho was meant to lead hundreds someday, yet he still acted too soft. Still, it reminded Ryu painfully of himself once, when he'd cared about his brother with that same blind resolve. He sighed and stepped forward, muttering that he had no choice. He knelt beside Red Hairband and coldly assessed the injury. "Serious," he said aloud, "but healable." A faint blue glow emanated from his hand as he chanted. A glowing strip of energy slithered down his arm, and the crushed shoulder of Red Hairband knit itself back together before everyone's shocked eyes. They stared in awe, asking breathlessly how he'd done it. RYU simply replied that it was a skill called emergency care, purchasable in the shop for 20,000 gold. That made them gape even wider. None of them had realized it was that useful. Of course, RYU thought grimly to himself, the skill was actually rather basic. It was only effective because his intelligence stat, boosted by the ruin of radiance, was absurdly high. Ordinary players couldn't dream of using it like he did. He warned Red Hairband not to push himself too much, but the idiot was already swinging his arm like it was brand new. RYU shook his head and muttered that if the fool kept moving like that, he'd have to inject him again, and not in the good way. That earned him a few awkward laughs and Red Hairband's tearful thanks. One by one, the mercenary king and his teammates bowed deeply, murmuring their gratitude from the bottom of their hearts. Then Young Ho did something unexpected. He pulled out an enchantment ruin and handed it to RYU. The others followed suit, producing valuable items and piling them in front of him. RYU flatly refused at first, but they insisted. In fact, they threatened not to let him leave unless he accepted their tribute. Finally, he relented. These trinkets weren't extraordinary individually, but altogether they'd fetch a decent profit. More importantly, though, RYU noted something far more valuable: the unwavering trust of Young Ho, the future mercenary king. That would pay dividends later. Red Hairband, still emotional, promised solemnly that he'd follow RYU's word even if it cost him his life. That kind of blind loyalty was rare in this world. After then, Ryu says bye-bye to everyone and leaves. Then the scene shifts and comes to Juri. Juri sits alone in the middle of the forest, her knees drawn up, her back pressed to a rough tree trunk. She stares at the ground, lips slightly parted, her mind tangled in tension. Already an hour had passed since the round began, and not a single orc had fallen by her hand. Not even one. That thought gnawed at her chest. All of this, she kept telling herself, was her mistake. The moment this round started, she should have gone straight to find Black Scythe. She should have marched up to him and spoken. But the second she saw him, standing there in the arena as one of the representative candidates, she froze. It should have been easy to approach him after round 5, when he stood there waiting like some dark king, cold and silent, watching everyone from under that hood. But no. The moment her eyes locked on Black Scythe ruthlessly, coldly cutting through one representative after another, her body betrayed her. His killing intent hit her like a storm, and her legs went weak. Even now, her cheeks burned, remembering that flash of his eyes meeting hers for only a second, and how his deadly, beast-like aura had made her thighs clench, her breath hitch. Her pants had been damp. Fear, she told herself. But deep down, she couldn't lie. Not entirely. As soon as the representative game ended, she shut her eyes, forcing herself to take deep breaths. She sat like that for 2 full minutes, convincing herself she would find Black Scythe. She would face him. But by then, it was already too late. He was gone. She still heard RYU's words in her head from back in the real world, clear and sharp. Killing 300 orcs wasn't going to be easy. They stayed in packs. They were tough, durable, and they'd rip her apart if she fought alone. RYU had told her, find Black Scythe. He will help you. Stay in one place if you can't find him. He will come to you. She believed RYU completely, every single word of his. But trusting Black Scythe, that was another story. Her faith in RYU was unshakable, but the idea of Black Scythe, of being near him, of feeling that overwhelming presence again, it terrified her. What if he didn't come? What if she waited here, and the orcs came instead? What if she died here before ever seeing RYU again? That thought sent a chill through her bones. Her jaw tightened as she stood up, gripping her blade tighter, her knuckles pale. She couldn't just sit here like a coward waiting to die. If Black Scythe wasn't going to come to her yet, then fine. She would go and find him herself. Her eyes hardened as she set her sights on the distant shadows between the trees. The forest loomed like a labyrinth around her, dark and silent. But somewhere in there, that man, that terrifying, impossibly calm predator who made her legs weak and her heart skip a beat, was waiting. And even if her thighs trembled all over again, she'd rather face that than the shame of dying here alone. We are in a forest. Juri notices she is standing at the edge of an orc village, a small run-down settlement nestled between thick gnarled trees and faint wisps of smoke rising from primitive huts. She wonders for a moment if Black Scythe is already here, hunting somewhere inside this village. Her eyes narrow as she debates with herself. Should she go inside? Should she take that risk? Juri shakes her head firmly. No, it might be too dangerous. She decides she will get away from here for now, slip quietly back into the trees before she draws attention, but it is too late. A shadow falls behind her. A perverted orc, its foul grin glistening in the faint moonlight, creeps up behind her and begins glaring hungrily at her figure. Juri stiffens, her breath catching in her throat. She spins, her blade already sliding free with a soft metallic hiss, and plants her feet firmly into the earth. The orc licks its lips and hefts its massive axe. Juri, like the baddie she truly is, activates her skill. The faint shimmer of blessing flares to life, golden light wrapping her like a halo, and she feels her stats rise by 50% in an instant. Her body becomes lighter, her veins hum with sharp focus. The orc swings its huge axe in a heavy, deadly arc, but Juri is already gone, her speed blurring as she dodges easily to the side. She steadies her breath and finds herself oddly relieved. Two things calm her even as her hands tremble faintly. First, there is only one orc here, no backup. A one-on-one fight. Second, she remembers what RYU told her about orc weaknesses. Go for the neck. Everywhere else is too steady, too thick. The neck is the softest target, but she also knows she only gets one good chance. If she misses, she dies. Juri breathes, her focus like a blade itself, and lunges. Her strike aims dead for the neck, fast, precise, but the orc jerks at the last moment, and her blade pierces only the thick muscle of its shoulder. Her stomach flips with tension, knowing she has failed her killing blow. But thankfully her blade is thin, more needle than sword, and she wrenches it back out easily before the orc can crush her. The orc roars, its foul breath washing over her, and raises its axe again. Juri exhales slow, her boots digging into the dirt as she dodges the next few wild swings, her eyes narrowing, waiting. She watches and waits. Then she sees it. An opening. Her body moves before thought. In one sharp motion, she pierces the neck again, this time closer to the soft gap between muscle and spine. The orc screams and stumbles as black blood sprays from the wound. Juri doesn't stop. She stabs again, and again, and again. Her sword plunges into the orc's neck over and over, small, precise strikes like a sewing needle stitching its death. Finally, with a wet, sickening bang, the orc collapses into the dirt. Juri stands there, her chest heaving, staring down at the corpse. And then it hits her. A thrill, a dark, savage grin tugs at her lips. She feels alive, truly alive. For the first time, she isn't just some burden. She isn't dead weight waiting to be saved. She is a warrior, a fucking warrior. But then she freezes. Footsteps, soft, heavy, measured. The hair on the back of her neck stands on end as her instincts scream. She slowly turns her head, and standing there silent in the shadows, watching her with those cold, beastly eyes, is no one else but Black Scythe. And in that single moment, even with blood dripping from her blade and her adrenaline still roaring through her chest, she feels her knees weaken, because the way he looks at her right now, that gaze alone could make anyone wet. He was slowly approaching, his heavy aura farming out around him like a storm rolling in. Juri stared at him, her eyes wide, her breath caught in her throat, and for a split second she even wondered if she was dreaming. Was she seeing things? Was that really Black Scythe standing right there? She had been searching for him all this time, but somehow he found her instead. And yet, Juri just stood there, frozen, her mind a blur. She didn't know what to say. RYU, on the other hand, walked right past her, not even sparing her a glance, like she was just another tree in the forest, like she didn't even exist. Damn! RYU was doing some real Oscar-level acting right there. Juri blinked, stunned, watching him move past. She couldn't just stand here, spacing out, letting him leave. She had to act. Her hands trembled slightly, her chest tight as she turned around despite her nerves and called out after him, her voice small but firm, breaking the silence. RYU stopped, slowly turning his head. His gaze cut through her like ice. What did she want? Juri swallowed hard, stepped closer and asked if Black Scythe could join her party. His death glare alone almost made her regret opening her mouth. He stared at her as though her words were an insult. A party? Juri's heart hammered. Yes, her party. Black Scythe's eyes narrowed, studying her for an agonizing few seconds. Then coldly he asked, why would he join her party? What would he gain from this? Juri's resolve faltered a little. She hesitated, then stepped even closer, raising her trembling hand toward him as if to prove herself. A faint light flared at her fingertips as she activated her blessing skill. Her kind smile never wavered, even as her nerves screamed inside. A soft glow wrapped over him as the skill took effect, and her voice was steady as she explained it was a buff skill called Blessing, and it lasted for 3 hours. His stats had just increased by 50%. All stats! Maintaining his flawless poker face, RYU glanced at his system notification. Indeed, his stats had risen exactly as she claimed. Juri lowered her hand, asking shyly if that answered his question. With her support, he could complete his hunt far more efficiently. But Black Scythe was already 2 steps ahead. If he wanted her buff, he didn't need to join her party at all. He had authority. He could simply control her and use her skill. So why should he tie himself to her party? Juri stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. His gaze bore into her, unflinching, as he asked a final question. Could she promise, truly promise, never to betray him? Juri's head shot up. Yes, she promised. She would never betray anyone. Finally, after a long pause, Black Scythe raised his hand toward her. His cold voice cut through the still air. All right, he trusted her. Their hands clasped, forming the party. Black Scythe introduced himself, calm and detached as always. Level 32, Class Grim Reaper. Juri introduced herself in return, nervous but proud, nickname Democracy, Level 13, Class Supporter. But he didn't let her off easy. He asked her bluntly, she was a good fighter. He saw her defeat an orc earlier. Why did she even need his help? Juri flushed with embarrassment, her shoulders dropping. That was actually her first kill. RYU's eyes narrowed faintly, his sharp tone reminding her that it had been almost an hour and a half, and she had only killed 1. She nodded shamefully, admitting as much. Then his words fell like a blade. In that case, she didn't have time. He would get her 300 orcs killed himself. Juri blinked at him, confused. How? He said nothing more, just ordered her to stay close to him, not to wander too far. If she did, he couldn't protect her. And as she followed behind him, keeping her steps light, Juri caught something strange. A familiar scent, a faint feeling she couldn't place. Something about Black Scythe. She knew him. He seemed cold at first, but now she wasn't so sure. Deep down, she was glad she listened to RYU and came looking for him. But her thoughts scattered when 3 fat, ugly orcs emerged from the tree line, blocking their path. Juri raised her sword instinctively, ready to fight, but Black Scythe's calm, quiet command froze her where she stood. She was not to move, and then he moved. In a single dash, his blade sang through the air. Hands and legs of the orcs fell to the ground before they could even scream. Their cries echoed through the forest as he cut each of them to pieces, leaving them barely alive, writhing in the dirt. Juri stood there, stunned, her eyes wide. That was not just skill. That was artistry. That was terrifying. And she hated herself for thinking it, but it was hot. Black Scythe stepped back, his weapon dripping, and coldly instructed her to finish them. Damn, that was fucking cool. Anyone watching this scene could have gotten an orgasm just from the sheer dominance of it. Well, I can see a universe where she falls for both Black Scythe and the Prophet, not knowing they're the same person and facing an internal conflict because of it. Juri stands there in shock, and Ryu says, "What is she doing? Why is she spacing out?" Juri says sorry and slowly comes in front of the orc. Juri is still very careful, just in case, but with one stab, she kills the orc, and Juri's experience points increase by 2%, and she gets 40 gold. Juri is still very cautious and thinks, was that it? It was way too easy. She thought it was going to be a bit dangerous. Is it that easy to kill an orc? Well, Juri, looking at Ryu's handsome face, thinks that no, it was not easy to kill an orc. It was just that Black Scythe must be really, really damn strong. Black Scythe made all the orcs incapable of even moving their heads. Ryu turns around and tells Juri to follow him. Ryu runs away, and Juri keeps running behind Ryu, thinking that she was really glad Black Scythe decided to join her party. The scene shifts, and we see Juri killing a lot of incapacitated orcs. She is happy and compliments Black Scythe, thinking that he is really skilled. She didn't expect the hunt to be this easy because of Black Scythe. Ryu asks Juri how many orcs she has killed. Juri replies that she killed 52 in just 30 minutes. That was really fast. But Ryu doesn't find it fast. Juri is still piercing all the orcs easily, like ants. Ryu is very worried. He thinks that for normal people, 50 orcs in 30 minutes would be really damn fast, but for him, it is still too slow. They can't go to the village and kill 300 orcs at once because Juri's life will be in danger. He can't protect Juri while fighting 300 orcs. Then Ryu says that it's time to go to that place with a dead, serious face. On the other hand, Juri is happy and excited and says that they can kill 300 orcs in 3 hours. But before she can complete her thought, Ryu says that 3 hours will be too late and he has to complete the task in just 1 hour. Juri is surprised and asks Ryu how he can do it in just 1 hour. But Ryu doesn't give her a chance, and he says to just follow him. She will understand everything. He is going to a secret place where they can kill all the orcs in just 1 hour. That place is a monster that summons orcs. Well, Ryu has decided to go for an orc spawner. Damn, like a guy who knows how to finish quick but still make it hurt. Ryu explains that there is a place where an orc shaman continuously summons orcs. They will not kill the orc shaman. They will let the orc shaman continue summoning orcs until she kills 300 orcs. Juri is surprised and asks Ryu how he knows this. Ryu says that a while ago he raided a village where he got to know about this orc shaman. Juri, looking worried, glances at Black Scythe again and thinks that he really is very, very strong. Ryu turns back and tells Juri that there is no need to worry because he will make it as safe as possible for her. Juri doesn't need to get scared. Saying this, Ryu leaves from there. On the other hand, Juri again gets a familiar feeling when she looks at Ryu's back. Juri looks at Black Scythe and gives a gentle and kind smile, thinking that Black Scythe is really nicer than he looks. But damn, with that cold stare and that kind smile, he could probably ruin her in ways she didn't even know she liked. One can't judge a book by its cover, after all. Ryu finally entered the village where the orc shaman was hiding. Juri looked around and asked, a little surprised, if there was really a boss in such a small village. She said it didn't look like there were even more than 10 orcs here. Ryu replied coldly that this was the trick. People would assume this was just a small village, expect 10 or 15 orcs, and then walk straight into the real trap. As soon as they stepped into that small hut, an unlimited number of orcs would start getting summoned by the wicked orc shaman, and that would be game over. Ryu slowly approached the hut, and Juri followed behind, still tense. She asked why no orcs were appearing yet. Why wasn't the summoning already happening? Without looking at her, Ryu raised his black scythe and pointed toward the largest hut at the back. He explained that was the real trap. Simple. When players entered that hut and stepped on a particular spot, the orc shaman would unleash his summoning. He would call forth 10 to 20 orcs at a time, enough to overwhelm anyone who got surrounded. Juri got more nervous and asked how they were supposed to handle such a situation. Ryu got close, very close, leaning toward her ear. His breath brushed against her ear and neck, making her whole body tense up with a strange, tingling heat. She became shy for a moment, but focused as he whispered the plan. Hearing his calm but deadly instructions, Juri's eyes widened. She grew serious, placed her hand on her chest, and vowed not to let Black Scythe down. She drew in a deep breath, gathering courage, and said she would succeed. Juri couldn't help but feel a little ashamed for relying on him so much. She wanted to prove she could handle things on her own, too. Ryu just stood there quietly, almost amused. Like encouraging a little baby learning to ride her first bicycle, he simply said he'd be waiting outside. Juri felt a chill but steeled herself. She nodded, built up her courage, and went inside the hut. The hut seemed small from the outside, but as soon as she entered, she realized how big it really was. Inside, she noticed a wide, blood-red carpet, just as Ryu had described. That carpet was the trigger. Step on it, and the orc shaman would unleash hell. But her job wasn't to step on it, it was to approach, turn back, and retreat, deliberately taunting the shaman enough to make him send scouts after her. Juri walked closer to the carpet. As soon as she reached the edge, a chilling, dark aura filled the room, and the orc shaman revealed himself. His presence alone was nerve-wracking, so much that Juri's knees nearly buckled. But she turned around, as planned, and fled the hut. She burst outside and reported to Black Scythe that the job was done. He glanced at her and asked if she was all right. Juri forced a little smile and said, of course. She had gone right up to the carpet and turned around, just like he told her. Then, with doubt creeping back in, she asked if the orc shaman would really send scouts after her. Ryu smirked faintly and said simply, just wait and watch. A moment later, 5 orcs stomped out of the hut, scanning the area. Ryu muttered, "What are they looking for?" And then, faster than anyone could follow, he shot past Juri, whispering, "Surprise, mother father!" And in one clean, vicious slash, all 5 orcs were immobilized, their limbs dangling uselessly. Juri stayed hidden until he called her out. Then she stepped forward and finished them off. But Ryu didn't stop there. He told her, "Again, do it again." Juri hesitated and asked nervously if the shaman would really fall for the same trick twice. Black Scythe's killer smile deepened. He told her that the shaman was smart, but his memory was like a goldfish, so she didn't need to worry. Then, in a rare moment of softness, he leaned just enough to look her dead in the eye and said, "Whatever happens, I'll protect you. I won't let even a single hair of yours be harmed." Juri froze, feeling strangely safe under that promise. She met his gaze and gave him a kind little smile in return, whispering, "Okay." At this point, Ryu was basically rizzing her. In just a few minutes, the entire village was littered with orc corpses, and Black Scythe and Juri stood in the middle of it all. Juri was practically glowing with happiness, and she turned to Black Scythe with a bright smile, saying she had finally killed 300 orcs. Black Scythe glanced at the sky and replied coldly that it had been exactly 1 hour, just as he calculated. Juri's face softened, and she politely said it felt so fast and so easy, all thanks to him. From the bottom of her heart, she thanked him. After that, Ryu looked at her and asked what level she was now. Juri, feeling a little proud, lifted her chin and said she had jumped from level 13 to level 19. Ryu gave a small nod and told her that as soon as she hit level 20, she'd unlock a new skill. And not only that, the skills she already had would also amplify, which would benefit him too. He needed her better buff in order to set a record when killing the final boss. So Ryu decided he'd help Juri get to level 20 right now. Easier to deal with the orcs later that way. Hearing his words, Juri's heart skipped. She thought to herself how incredibly considerate Black Scythe was. It made her genuinely ashamed and a little sad. She really wanted to say something to show how much she appreciated him, but before she could speak, they both heard the sound of footsteps from behind. They turned to see 5 players entering the village. As soon as they arrived, they froze, recognizing Black Scythe immediately. And then they noticed all the orc bodies on the ground and were struck speechless. But then, who was that woman standing next to him? Juri felt their gazes and stood straighter, though deep inside she was thinking that it must look insane to them, that just the 2 of them wiped out all these orcs. On the other hand, the group of players whispered among themselves, wondering if this woman was really Black Scythe's party member. Nobody could believe that someone like Black Scythe, who was infamous for being a solo hunter, would party up with anyone. But then one of them, a perverted bastard with greasy eyes, glared at Juri, checking her out from head to toe, his face twisting into a disgusting little grin. He thought to himself, is that really Black Scythe's type? Damn, she's not half bad. Thick in all the right places, too. That's when Ryu's ruin of thoughts caught every single word. His expression darkened immediately. With a deafening bang, he slammed his black scythe into the ground and glared at them all with murder in his eyes, his voice dropping like ice when he said, "Get the hell out of my sight, right now, or I'll cut every last one of your necks where you stand." The players froze in terror, wide-eyed. They didn't understand why Black Scythe was suddenly so furious. But Ryu didn't care what they understood. His death glare locked on the pervert like a blade. Inside, Ryu thought to himself, everyone is free to think what they want about others, but that line, you don't cross that line with me. The group actually started arguing back, trying to save face. They stammered that Black Scythe was being unreasonable, that they didn't even do anything, and that he was being downright rude to them. Juri couldn't believe her ears. Her jaw dropped as she thought, are they insane? They're arguing with Black Scythe? Are they fucking suicidal? Ryu had enough of their bullshit. He spun his scythe with one hand, and in a flash, the blade passed so close to the pervert's headband that it split clean in two. The pervert froze mid-rant, not even realizing at first what happened. Then, when he felt a thin line of blood trickle down his forehead, his knees gave out. He realized just how close he was to death. One more millimeter, and his entire skull would have been sliced in half. That was it. The pervert's face went pale. He dropped everything, screaming apologies, and ran off into the woods, his voice cracking in terror. The others followed immediately, tripping over each other as they yelled sorry and disappeared into the trees. But deep inside, their thoughts seethed. Ryu could hear every last one of them, calling him an arrogant bastard, a fucking prick, promising they'd pay him back someday. They thought they could hide in the jungle, watch from afar, and swoop in to steal the boss kill when the chance came. Ryu's lip curled in disgust. He knew this type of bastard better than anyone, but none of that mattered right now. First, he'd make damn sure Juri hit level 20 before any of them even got the chance. After that, Ryu told Juri they should start the killing as soon as possible. Juri agreed without hesitation. The scene then shifted to the jerk and his friends who had run far away and were now crouched behind rocks. The perverted bastard muttered that he really wanted to know what that fucker was doing right now. All of them agreed to stay hidden and observe what Black Scythe was doing in the village. They crouched low, eyes glued to the orc village, curiosity boiling over. Where the hell did all these orcs come from in such a small village, they thought. Slowly they hid behind the outskirts, eager to spy. From their position, they saw 5 orcs emerge from a small hut, and as soon as they stepped out, they charged at Black Scythe. Without even using his weapon, Black Scythe set his scythe aside and simply punched the leading orc. The shockwave of his fist rippled through the air, sending the orc flying backwards, slamming into the other 4 and knocking them all down like bowling pins. But before any of them could hit the ground, Ryu disappeared in a blur, and in the blink of an eye, he sliced off the hands and legs of all 5 orcs, leaving them writhing and helpless. The jerk and his friends gawked, mouths hanging open. They were still struggling to kill even one orc properly, and here Black Scythe was, casually murdering them like it was his morning coffee. This was why he was number 1. But something confused them. Why wasn't Black Scythe finishing them off himself? Why was that woman stepping in to deliver the final blow? And then they watched Juri walk up and kill each of the incapacitated orcs, claiming the kills. That's when it hit them, and their frustration boiled over. Here, Black Scythe was, carrying her. The perverted bastard sneered and spat under his breath, calling Juri a bitch. He muttered that she must have let Black Scythe put his scythe inside her to get those easy kills. The others agreed bitterly, saying she was really getting it served on a silver platter while they were busting their asses for a single kill. Their frustration only grew as they saw Juri enter the hut, then come back out as waves of orcs poured forth, Ryu incapacitating them and her finishing them. They finally put 2 and 2 together. There was a spawner in that hut, an orc shaman continuously summoning orcs, and Ryu and that bitch were farming it together. The jerk clenched his fists, realizing now why Black Scythe had told them to fuck off earlier. And now they were even angrier. They started whispering to each other, saying they'd bide their time, and when the right opportunity came, they'd strike from behind and steal the boss kill for themselves. But the scene shifted back to Juri. Juri, ecstatic, announced that she'd finally hit level 20. Black Scythe gave her a cold but approving nod, congratulating her. Then he explained that her blessing skill had improved. It now boosted stats by 60% instead of 50%. Ryu then asked if she could use her upgraded blessing skill on him. Juri smiled kindly and activated it, and a green aura wrapped around Ryu as the system notified him that all his stats had increased by 60% for 3 hours. Then Juri beamed and added that she'd unlocked a new skill called Swift. When she applied it on Ryu, his body glowed faint blue, and the system notified him that his attack and movement speed had increased by another 60% for 30 minutes. This combination was downright overpowered. Ryu was satisfied. Juri promised she'd reapply Swift every 30 minutes without fail, even though he told her not to overdo it. Juri smiled shyly and asked if there was anything else she could do to help. But Ryu simply told her to hide behind the rocks, because now it was time to kill the orc shaman. As Ryu slipped into the hut, Juri watched quietly, her heart pounding. Meanwhile, the jerk and his friends, still spying from their hiding place, muttered among themselves. They noticed that this time it wasn't the woman who entered, it was Black Scythe himself. Something was different. Then suddenly, a red flash illuminated the hut's door, and the next instant, Ryu burst through the doorway, sprinting out with a dead serious expression as dozens of orcs came pouring out of the hut behind him, chasing him into the moonlit village. Juri tensed up when she saw Ryu running through the swarm of orcs. On the other hand, the jerk's teammates whispered among themselves, equally confused. But then, suddenly from that same hut, the ugly, disgusting orc shaman stepped out. He clutched his big, black, filthy staff dangling between his hands, and he started rubbing it in a grotesque way. Thick black liquid began oozing from the staff, slithering after Ryu and covering him entirely like tar. From that sticky, pulsing liquid, more and more orcs started to appear, probably his kids, summoned by his foul magic. Now, Ryu was surrounded by orcs on all sides. The jerk's teammates stiffened as they watched. They finally realized the masked orc wasn't just part of the village. He was the boss. He himself was the one summoning all these orcs. There was no spawner hidden inside the hut. It was him. On the other hand, Juri stood frozen, terrified by what she saw. So many orcs, and all of them converging on Black Scythe. Her hands gripped her sword tight. What should she do? Should she rush out and help him? She took one step forward, her blade ready, but then she stopped. Her eyes locked on Ryu. Even with dozens of orcs swarming him, he was blocking every strike, dodging every claw and blade with the calm, fluid reflexes of a predator. His expression didn't have a trace of panic, only pure confidence, as still and cold as a river in winter. The shaman continued summoning, pouring out more and more of his sticky spawn, filling the area with enemies. And yet, Ryu moved like a cat, slipping through every attack as if he'd already lived this moment 100 times. The jerk's teammates, watching from their hiding spot, felt a chill. They finally understood. Black Scythe wasn't just strong, he wasn't even human. He was a monster. But then the jerk flashed his usual perverted smile and sneered. He whispered to his group that even Black Scythe couldn't keep up forever. Sooner or later, he'd get tired, and when he did, they'd jump in and steal the kill on the orc shaman for themselves. His teammates all nodded, grinning, and started inching closer, waiting for their chance. Some time passed. The jerk's group began moving toward the shaman, but Yuri noticed them. Her heart dropped when she realized what they were trying to do. They're going to kill the orc shaman. She gritted her teeth, her chest tightening. A flashback hit her, of just earlier when they were walking to this village. She'd thanked Ryu for everything he'd done, and she'd even apologized, saying that because of her, he was stuck dealing with all these problems. She remembered how she'd lowered her head and admitted she was scared she might be holding him back. But Ryu had just looked at her coldly and said there was no need to worry. He'd already finished helping her kill her 300 orcs. The rest was just him passing time. Then he revealed something that had shocked her. He said his real goal wasn't the main quest at all. His true objective was the side mission, to collect the Balance Ruin Stone. He told her he had to kill 4 main bosses to collect it. He'd already killed 2, and this shaman was the 3rd. And then he'd said, without a hint of hesitation, that she shouldn't feel bad. He didn't have anything better to do. Helping her was just a way to kill time. That memory rang in her mind like a bell now, and her grip on her sword tightened. She knew she couldn't let those bastards take the boss kill from him. Not after everything he'd done for her. Back to the present, we see that the jerk and his teammates creep right up to the orc shaman. They activate their skills, blades gleaming, ready to steal the kill. Juri watches, her grip tightening, thinking that shaman was supposed to be for Mr. Black Scythe. At this rate, these idiots are about to ruin everything. Juri finally steels herself, ready to cut down the jerk and his crew herself if she has to. On the other hand, the jerk is grinning, fully ready to steal the shaman's kill. But before they can strike, Ryu activates his Night of Death. In an instant, a suffocating darkness spreads. Juri's vision fills with black, and the jerk's team is swallowed in it too. Panic sets in. The jerk screams like a little bitch, but the perverted guy clamps a hand over his mouth. Too late! The orc shaman hears the sound, and that was it. The end of all of them. The shaman's eyes glow with a deathly glare as he lifts his disgusting black staff and starts rubbing it again. That filthy black ooze spills forth and covers the jerk's team like tar. Voila! More orcs appear, surrounding the jerk's team from all sides. They barely manage to swing their weapons before the horde descends, and then, crunch. Jerk falls to the ground, screaming, as an orc raises its massive foot and with a thunderous bang, crushes him like a mosquito under a boot. On the other hand, Ryu, calm as always, effortlessly slices through the remaining orcs like he's swatting flies. Once the last of them fall, he glances back to see the jerk and his teammates still being torn apart, stomped and ripped to shreds by the enraged horde. Ryu watches coldly, thinking to himself, I just wanted to see, are they really that dumb? He smirks faintly. I gave them a chance to run. This is what they chose. These are the kind of people who would rather sit here and watch me, hoping to steal my hard work, instead of killing their own 200 orcs like men. Such people are destined to die. Better they die here and now. And then, it was time for the main course. Ryu slowly walks toward the orc shaman, who frantically summons more orcs to block his way. But Ryu doesn't even blink. He walks straight through them, his scythe cutting them down one after another. He can feel it. He's faster now, much faster. The blessing and swift skill stack has pushed his movement and attack speed up by 120%. On top of that, the ruin of the Grim Reaper is amplifying his stats by another 50%. The result? He feels like a goddamn storm. Ryu doesn't waste a second. In the blink of an eye, he's right in front of the orc shaman. With a single clean slash, Ryu whispers under his breath, "Goodbye." The orc shaman doesn't even realize his neck has already been cut. He's still trying to raise his staff to cast another spell, but his head is already tumbling to the ground. Ryu stands there, his killer smile lit by the faint moonlight. As the orc shaman's body collapses, well, bro really just said sayonara. Immediately, the system notifies Ryu that he has killed the orc shaman, earning 37% experience points, 4,000 gold, and leveling up. He has also obtained the Marvel of Eternal Slumber, a mysterious wooden totem, a low-rank blue mana stone, and, most importantly, another piece of the Stone of Balance. Now, at level 33, Ryu feels the weight of the new chain around his neck, the Marvel of Eternal Slumber. This item is crucial. It's an epic-grade necklace. Every time Ryu kills a monster or any living being, he gains 1 stack. Once he accumulates 100 stacks, it converts into 1 stat point. It's very similar to the Ruin of Absorption, the one Black Anaconda wields in his right hand. The only downside? Its durability, a measly 1,000, meaning Ryu can only extract 10 stat points before it breaks. However, with the Ruin of Durability he can obtain in round 8, and with the help of a blacksmith class, he can repair its durability, making its potential practically infinite. Ryu then remembers he hasn't removed his skill from Juri yet, so he decides to undo Night of Death. But before that, he first uses erase traces to wipe all evidence of the dead jerks and their teammates, erasing their mangled corpses completely. Once the scene is clean, he finally undoes Night of Death. The moment he lifts the skill, Juri's vision comes back. She blinks in confusion, disoriented by the darkness vanishing around her. She runs over to Ryu, worry painted on her face, and asks if he's all right, if he was hurt fighting the orc shaman. Ryu gives her a calm smile and reassures her he's fine. He was just busy killing the boss. Then Juri glances around, still looking uneasy, and asks if Ryu saw any other players. She mentions she thought she heard screams earlier. Maybe someone was trying to steal his boss kill? Once again, Ryu activates his Oscar-level acting and simply shakes his head, replying that he didn't see anyone else around. Juri tilts her head, clearly puzzled. "Strange," she murmurs. "I was sure I heard voices." Ryu glances at her innocent face, her earnest confusion, and can't help but smile faintly to himself, thinking nothing good will come from her seeing their corpses anyway. Let her stay in the dark. And for a fleeting moment he muses wryly to himself, "Well, I must say I really am husband material." Finally, Ryu turns to her and says it's time to move on to their next destination. Juri's expression brightens instantly. Like an excited kid, she beams and falls in step behind Ryu, following him as they leave the village behind. The scene shifts and we see an orc village, home to many archers. The entire village lies in ruins. Ryu, having already cut through the orc archer boss, dodges their volleys with inhuman precision and slaughters them all. The system notifies Ryu that he has killed the orc archer, one of the intermediate bosses. He gains 37% experience points, 4,000 gold, and loots agility archer boots, a rusted arrowhead, a low-level green mana stone, and the third piece of the Stone of Balance. Ryu inspects the boots. They have a durability of 1,000 and clearly outclass his current pair. He swaps them on the spot, feeling the slight boost to his agility stat, a +4. Satisfied, he flexes his feet and thinks, good, snug, fast, and doesn't slip, just how boots, and women, should be. But now only the final boss remains, the High Orc. Killing it was no child's play. There was a strict time limit when fighting the High Orc. The faster he killed it, the bigger the reward. In his past life, Ryu's best record was 43 seconds flat, but with Juri's buffs boosting him now, he was determined to break even that. Juri approached him with a shy smile and said, "Let's go to the next destination." The scene shifts again, and we see Ryu standing over yet another orc village, completely annihilated. His kill count now stands at 999, earning him 9 stat points thanks to his Marvel of Eternal Slumber necklace. The necklace's durability drops by 1, so he decides not to use it further until he can repair it. Having gathered everything he needed, Ryu turns to Juri and says coolly, "That's enough." Juri asks softly if he won't hunt more, if they're really going to face the final 4th boss now. Ryu nods and tells her that he will kill the final boss, but she can't come with him. They should split here. Juri looks down, hiding the sadness on her face. She whispers that she also felt good working with him, but inside she feels a pang of loss. She tries to reason that if Black Scythe says she shouldn't come, he must have his reasons. Maybe the final boss is too dangerous. Ryu, of course, hears all these thoughts through his ruin of thoughts. He sighs faintly, wondering if she really grew this attached to him in such a short time, and though he also wants to keep her with him, the High Orc is no joke. There's no need to drag her into something this deadly. Juri, clearly emotional, uses her buff skill on him one last time. She thanks him sincerely, saying if it weren't for him, she wouldn't have survived this round. Then she pulls a blue mana stone from her inventory and holds it out to him as thanks. Ryu declines, but she panics slightly and insists, saying she already got plenty of experience from killing 300 orcs and that this is just her way of repaying him. What she doesn't say aloud is that she has another mana stone she's saving for Ryu. He smiles, thinking she don't know Ryu and Black Scythe are the same, and how will she react when she know about this? Smiling faintly, Ryu accepts her gift to spare her feelings. He tells her to take care of herself, to find a safe place, and not to hunt anymore today. As he walks away, Juri watches him leave, feeling like a part of her is walking away too. The scene shifts again, and now Ryu is moving at full speed, using his tracking skill to close in on his final target. He thinks that since he can still feel it, no one has managed to kill it yet. In his previous life, no one was ever able to defeat this beast even once. The High Orc, one of the 4 main bosses of Round 5, was in a league of its own. Compared to it, the other 3 bosses were like babies. It might take hundreds of level 20 players fighting together just to bring it down, and even then, barely. Even Ryu himself died 4 times trying to kill it in his 99th regression. His best record was 40 seconds flat on his 82nd regression, but today, he was determined to shatter that. He finally crosses through the dense jungle, and there it is, the High Orc, a towering monstrosity nearly 100 feet tall. But then, something catches his eye. On top of the High Orc's shoulder is a blonde-haired archer player, clearly trying to take the kill. Ryu watches coldly as the High Orc casually swats him off and crushes him like a bug. Now Ryu gets a better look at his target and almost lets out a scoff. This was no ordinary High Orc. It's a disgusting abomination with 2 heads, 5 legs, and, for some reason, 2 swinging peepees dangling between its legs like some grotesque trophy. Ryu smirks darkly to himself and mutters, "Well, at least one of us is getting double the action tonight." After that, we see how the 2-headed orc throws a player onto the ground. This short-haired player, trembling, lies there in shock, thinking to himself, "What the hell is going on? How did this even happen? Everything was fine just earlier." The scene flashes back. We see these 5 players meeting each other for the first time. They decided to party up and hunt orcs together. The short-haired guy introduced himself as John Seog, a level 12 warrior. The blonde-haired hunter introduced himself as Braddy, and then came the fighter, who sheepishly said his name was Wawa Wawa Wawa. Yes, you heard it right. Wawa Wawa Wawa. He apologized awkwardly, explaining it was a mistake while typing his name during character creation. His fingers slipped on the keyboard and it got stuck as Wawa Wawa Wawa. At first, John Seog thought they were all just working together out of convenience, but surprisingly they clicked well. Their teamwork was excellent. They hunted orcs for hours, their synergy so smooth it felt like they'd been fighting together for years. After 6 hours of hunting, they'd all killed their 300 orcs each. Feeling confident and exhilarated, they decided to keep going. Why not farm more levels and rewards while there was still time? One by one, they all hit level 20, unlocking their combined feature and transitioning from apprentices to regular players. With their new strength, orcs became laughably easy. Braddy even joked that it was funny how these things used to terrify them. Then, Wawa Wawa Wawa, still painfully embarrassed by his name, suggested they push further and raid a bigger orc village. But just as he finished speaking, John Seog froze. Ahead of them, in the shadows, something moved, massive, hulking, grotesque, a huge figure with 2 disgusting heads and a long, slimy tongue, each step shaking the earth. At first glance, it looked like just another orc, but deep down, they all knew this was no ordinary orc. This was something else. After some debate, Daisy, the long-haired girl, suggested they go for it. "If it's a boss," she said, "the rewards could change everything." John Seog hesitated, but the others rallied. They were strong now. Brady agreed. "We can handle anything if we work as a team." But the moment the High Orc turned around, they realized how wrong they were. Its two sets of eyes locked onto them. Its dominating aura slammed down like a hammer. John Seog and his team felt their knees lock, their bodies freeze, their confidence shatter into dust. The High Orc leapt, and in a single jump, it landed directly in front of them. Its massive clawed hand lashed out, and one player's chest was torn open instantly. Another was thrown aside like a mosquito. Brady tried to knock an arrow, but his hands wouldn't stop shaking. The High Orc scooped him up and crushed him like a can of soda. From behind, John Seog watched in horror, thinking, "This isn't prey, this is death itself." Wawa jumped in, trying to shield John, activating his armor skill. But the High Orc's tail whipped around, caught him midair, and smashed him into the ground. Another one gone. Within seconds, John's entire party was wiped out, and now it was just him, trembling, heart hammering, legs refusing to move. The High Orc leaned close, its saliva dripping, its two heads staring into him. John felt his heart give out in fear, his body betraying him, even wetting himself. The High Orc raised its hand to finish him, and that's when the shadow appeared. Slow, icy, terrifying. Black Scythe Ryu. He stepped forward, his presence like a blade cutting through the air. Without a word, he drew his scythe and, in a single blinding slash, cut off the right head of the High Orc, the line of the cut continuing through to sever the second head clean. The massive beast dropped to the ground with a thunderous crash. John Seog couldn't even process what had just happened. He lay there, wide-eyed, gasping, unable to believe what he'd just witnessed. Ryu landed on the ground, his aura radiating calm as ever, like nothing had happened. Even Ryu himself seemed a little surprised at how clean the kill was, murmuring to himself that he didn't expect it to die in one attack. The system notified Ryu that he had defeated the High Orc, gained 37% experience, 4,000 gold, have leveled up to level 40 and now classified as an expert player. Negotiation feature unlocked, and with that, Ryu quietly farmed his aura, as though slaying death itself was just another day at work. That made Ryu grin ear to ear. The system kept spamming him with notifications. His shield of death damage just got bumped up from 120% to 140%, and his Night of Death range doubled from 500 meters to a full kilometer. Then came the real cherry on top. He learned a Grim Reaper-exclusive skill, Moonlight Destruction, with the next unlock waiting at level 60. When Ryu read the description, even he couldn't hide his warm, almost smug smile. Moonlight Destruction charges for just 1 second and unleashes a devastating wide-range attack dealing 1,200% hybrid magical and physical damage. And if it's nighttime, it hits even harder, boosted by another 50%. With a 10-minute cooldown, it was basically perfect. Until now, having just one reliable attack skill made every miss a huge risk. But with this wide-range monster of a skill, missing wasn't even a concern anymore. Plus that hybrid damage, absolutely clutch against future bosses with insane physical resistance. Ryu let out a low laugh, muttering to himself how useful this would be, then flicked his screen to see what else he scored. The system kept listing his loot: High Orc Glove, High Orc Molar Tooth, low-rank Purple Mana Stone, and finally, it flashed the one thing he'd been grinding for all this time. Ryu had acquired the Ruin of Balance. This was what he had been working toward from the very beginning of the round. Without wasting even a second, he absorbed the ruin's power straight into his body, and instantly, his entire frame started glowing golden, brighter and wilder than anything he'd felt yet. He already knew exactly how the Ruin of Balance worked. If your stats were kept within 10 points of each other, it doubled every single one of them. That's why he'd distributed his points so damn carefully from the start. Strength at 27, intelligence at 18, agility at 26, luck at 28, everything within range, just as planned. But then something completely unexpected happened. As soon as the Ruin activated, his stats didn't just double, they exploded. The numbers climbed higher and higher, and for the first time in a long, long while, Ryu stood there stunned, eyes wide and jaw slightly open. His strength shot up to 374. Intelligence surged to 614. Agility rocketed to 518. Luck? Also 374. He just stared at his status screen, completely blown away, muttering under his breath, "How the hell are all my stats over 300? Ryu thought to himself that, sure, he knew the round's buff and Juri's blessing were definitely helping, but this was way beyond what he'd imagined. Well, whatever it was, he wasn't complaining. His stats had skyrocketed, and that was what mattered. Deciding to ride the high, he opened up his rewards screen to see what else the system had cooked up for him this time. Immediately, the system chimed in that he'd defeated the High Orc, the boss of round 5, in 1 second flat. Ryu let out a sly grin when it added, the boss qualified for the rule of time attack, awarding him an insane bonus of 100,000 gold for killing it under 10 seconds. He couldn't help but laugh quietly at the screen, thinking back to his previous best time of 43 seconds, and that only got him about 23,000 gold. Now, he'd more than quadrupled it. This was awesome. With that kind of gold in his pocket, he could afford to unlock a handful of new skills ahead of schedule. Then the system dropped something that actually surprised him. He'd set a world record, and his name was now officially inscribed into the Akashic record. On top of that, he was granted a unique item of his choice. Now that, he thought, is rare as hell. Unique items don't even become available until rounds 10 or 11. Feeling genuinely excited, he opened the coupon screen and scanned the list. Weapons, shields, helmets, armor, boots, gloves, necklaces, rings. Easy choice. He didn't need any weapon other than his beloved black scythe. He selected a helmet without hesitation. Behind him, Jun Seog, the lone surviving short-haired player who'd watched the entire fight, was standing there dumbfounded, on the verge of tears. His brain just couldn't process how this monster of a man had annihilated the High Orc, the very same creature that slaughtered his team like insects. In a single blink, Black Scythe didn't even break a sweat. Jun Seog's chest tightened. He wanted to speak up, to at least say thank you, but the moment Black Scythe turned his icy gaze toward him, Jun froze, mouth dry, and said nothing. Ryu glanced at him briefly, then simply turned and walked away, leaving Jun standing there, full of regret for not having said even a single word of gratitude. The scene then shifted to Sheila, who looked down at the human players from above with a smirk, clapping her hands theatrically. She was in a particularly good mood as she asked if everyone had completed their quest. Her eyes roamed the field, noticing how many corpses littered the ground. Dozens of humans dead even after a mere 300 orcs. It genuinely amused her. Pathetic little monkeys, she thought, barely able to crawl yet dreaming of running. Sheila then announced the results. Black Scythe, now level 40, was ranked number 1 for round 5, completing the mission in exactly 1 hour. The next ranks followed. Stupid Idiot in number 2 and Heavenly Demon in number 3. That was the national ranking. On their zone leaderboard, it was Black Scythe at number 1, Juri at number 2, and at number 3, well, no pain, no gay. Even the other players, on the other hand, stared at his stats in disbelief. Level 40, 300 orcs in 1 hour. How the hell was that even possible? Ryu exhaled impatiently, muttering for Sheila to hurry it up and hand over his reward so he could get out of here. The system congratulated him for being #1 in his zone and informed him he'd earned an intermediate epic necklace of his choice and a special loot box. Then it reminded him that he'd been first place in all 5 consecutive rounds, an almost impossible achievement, and awarded him the coveted title, the one ahead of all. That one actually made him smile. It came with a bonus of 1.5x experience gain in the next round, which was exactly what he needed to keep snowballing his lead. Opening his necklace loot box next, he was presented with 3 choices: Necklace of Strength, Skeleton Knight Necklace, and Necklace of Jawa. Most people would pick Strength or Skeleton Knight, but Ryu knew better. He chose the Necklace of Jawa, which provided a 35% resistance to abnormal status effects. A detail most people overlooked, but that would save his ass in later rounds when freezing and suffocation came into play. The fact that it would also become extremely rare in later rounds was just icing on the cake. Finally, Ryu claimed his first-place reward. As usual, the choices were triple experience buff, 6,000 gold, or information about the next round. He didn't need spoilers, and 6k gold was nothing to him anymore. He went straight for the triple experience buff. With that done, Sheila clapped again to gather everyone's attention, announcing her favorite part of the round, the culling. Out of all the players who'd completed the main quest, 1,585 in total, only 1,212 would pass. Everyone below the cutoff started to scream and beg as the erasure process began. The unlucky ones collapsed to their knees, clawing at the ground, wailing for mercy. Sheila leaned back in the air, savoring every second, whispering to herself how truly pitiful these humans were. Even worms have more dignity than this. On the other hand, Ryu simply flashes a dark little smile at Sheila, his voice low and dripping with quiet confidence, as he murmurs to himself that one day he'll make all the angels beg for their lives, and when he finally kills them, he'll do it with a lot of love. The thought makes his grin sharpen even further, just as Sheila catches sight of his name at the top of the board. She smirks too, clearly amused, until her eyes catch the second line of the report, and she freezes in surprise. With a playful chuckle, she announces that, unsurprisingly, no one else managed to clear the side quest, except for Black Scythe. Her lips curl as she mutters that this is why he's not just number one in the zone, but number one in the entire damn nation. Ryu doesn't even flinch. He just meets her gaze dead on, locking eyes with that so-called angel and replying only with a cold, confident death glare. Sheila returns the look for a moment before breaking into her signature sly smile, waving him off like a cat teasing a mouse and purring that she'll see him in the next round. And she really can't wait to see what he'll pull off next. The scene cuts back to the real world, where we find Ryu stretching his arms out lazily, finally feeling the weight of the round settle on him. He's standing at the food table, collecting the empty utensils after finishing his dinner, a faint air of calm satisfaction around him despite the faint bags under his eyes. After wiping his hands and sighing, he mutters that now, since his stomach's full and the fight's done, it's time to upgrade his weapon. Activating his combination skill, he lays his beloved Black Scythe in the center of the workbench and begins surrounding it with all the rare materials he's collected. One by one, they click into place. The mysterious rare drops, the black diamond he ripped from Young Ming 2 rounds ago, even a few leftover scraps he'd kept just in case. Then he slams the combine button. The system glows as the Black Scythe shimmers and reshapes, finally transforming into a blade that looks like it was forged from the night sky itself, a pure black death scythe. The system notifies him immediately. Base damage increased to 300. All stat points increased by 10%. All skill damage increased by 10%. It was, in every sense, a game changer. Ryu stares at the new weapon and chuckles low to himself before breaking into an almost manic laugh, the sound echoing through the room. Anyone watching would have thought he'd finally snapped. Hell, even his little brother gives him a wary glance, wondering if Big Bro's lost his mind at last. But Ryu wasn't done. He still had plenty of gold, and he intended to spend it wisely. First, he picked up surrounding awareness, essentially a living mini-map to scout his environment. Then he added dynamic vision, sharpening his sight to ridiculous distances. Next came basic resistance, giving him an edge against abnormal status effects in the next round. And finally, hand-to-eye coordination, boosting his general skill accuracy by 20%. All of that still left him with 14,000 gold, which he decided to save for later. No point in wasting it on junk now. Satisfied with his new kit, Ryu opened his status window and reviewed the numbers. His stats had dropped back to their base values now. Strength 106, Intelligence 150, Agility 136, Luck 106. But he knew they'd shoot back up when he activated his Night of Death and Ruin of Slaughter. Combined, they'd push him back into the 300-plus range easily, so he had nothing to complain about. Nodding to himself, he closed the window and muttered that it was time to move on to the next stage of his plan. And that next stage was going to need Young Ming. The name alone brings a smirk to Ryu's lips as he remembers him. But then he pauses, realizing he hasn't even checked if Young Ming's alive yet. Flicking open his tracking skill, Ryu confirms his presence. Still alive, barely. Ryu's grin sharpens. Good, he whispers to himself, voice dark and amused. Young Ming still has one more use left to serve, and when Ryu's done with him, he'll toss him aside like the worthless pawn he's always been. After that, the scene shifts to a quiet little restaurant where Juri is sitting by herself, fidgeting with her iced Americano. She looks a little concerned, her mind running wild as she wonders why Ryu suddenly called her here. The thought crosses her mind. Could it be, is he going to confess his feelings? And just like that, her imagination runs loose. She pictures Ryu walking in, his calm gaze locking onto her, gently stroking her hair and whispering how much he missed her. Butterflies flutter in her stomach. And, well, something else tingles too. A romantic aura fills her mind's eye as she flushes deep red, but then she snaps back to reality, covering her face for a second and mentally scolding herself. What the hell am I even imagining? Calm down. You can't let this show on your face when he walks in. The door swings open, snapping her out of her daydream, and in comes Ryu, as calm and collected as ever, but with just the slightest hint of concern in his eyes. He wastes no time and walks straight to her, asking softly, "Are you okay? Did anything happen?" Churi almost jumps up from her chair, quickly assuring him she's absolutely fine. Her shyness from earlier makes her even more flustered now. She mumbles that she already ordered his favorite, iced Americano with an extra shot, and pushes it toward him with an awkward little smile. Ryu thanks her and sits down opposite her, taking the drink and nodding in appreciation. Churi sips her own Americano, trying to act casual but internally screaming. Why does this feel so damn awkward? Clearly because of the nonsense I imagined earlier. Of course, Ryu, thanks to his ruin of thoughts, already caught a glimpse of what was going through her mind, and even he feels himself getting a little shy seeing her in that light. To change the subject, he asks, "So, did you meet Black Scythe in round 5? Juri perks up and nods, saying it all happened exactly the way Ryu predicted. She admits she'd been worried that someone like Black Scythe wouldn't want to party with her, but once she showed off her buff skill, he agreed right away. Ryu smiles knowingly. "That's exactly what I meant when I said even someone like him would want you on his team with that kind of skill." Juri says it went surprisingly smooth thanks to Ryu's advice, and that she actually managed to take second place for the first time ever. Ryu is genuinely happy for her and congratulates her warmly. Juri shyly smiles and tells him she even got a really good reward. She summons a necklace from her inventory and shows it to him. Ryu's eyes widen a little when he sees it's an epic-grade agility-boosting necklace, something he knows would be very valuable for most players. Juri, however, insists he take it, saying she wouldn't have made it through round 5 without his help, and it doesn't feel right keeping it herself. She insists she hadn't really done much, it was all thanks to Ryu and Black Scythe. But Ryu gently refuses, thanking her for the offer but explaining that as a Prophet Seer class, agility isn't really his focus anyway. He even sighs and downplays himself. "I barely survived by killing 300 orcs in 9 hours and 35 minutes. I'm not even level 20 yet." Well, damn. Someone give this MF an Oscar already, because even a seasoned con artist would believe that little sob story. Juri feels bad and tucks the necklace back into her inventory, quietly telling herself it makes sense since prophets aren't meant for direct combat. She then asks how exactly he fights with such a class. Ryo chuckles awkwardly and says his magic skills are so embarrassing he doesn't even want to show them off. Hearing that, Juri takes out a red mana stone linked to intelligence stats and insists he at least accept that as a thank you. Ryu smiles softly and accepts it. As he takes it, their fingers briefly touch, and Juri's face instantly heats up, her cheeks turning crimson. She keeps muttering, "Thanks, thanks," flustered and unable to meet his eyes. After a short silence, Ryu clears his throat and tells her he actually called her here because he had something to tell her. Juri freezes, her imagination spinning once again. Is he about to confess now? Here? But then Ryu says it's about information regarding round 6, and she's left dumbfounded, returning to reality with a sheepish, awkward look. Ryu spends the next while explaining everything he knows about round 6, though the narration doesn't reveal it to us just yet. Whatever it was clearly shocks Juri. Ryu then tells her she'll need to team up with Black Scythe again in the next round. Juri hesitates, wondering aloud if Black Scythe would even want to work with her a second time. Ryu reassures her. If he teamed up with you once for that buff skill, he'll 110% do it again. Juri quietly reflects that Black Scythe was surprisingly kind and considerate, not as terrifying as she'd imagined at first, though he was definitely a bit arrogant. But given his ranking, that was to be expected. Ryu can't help but feel a little awkward hearing her talk about himself like that. But what could he say? Juri then admits she noticed something strange. It almost felt like he could read what people were thinking. His insight was uncanny. That thought stings Ryu just a little. After all, it was because of the ruin of inner thoughts. And yet, even after 99 failed attempts, he knows he's still far from perfect. He sighs inwardly, thinking about how the previous round felt like a scam, since it actually required 5 players to clear, and he couldn't rely on anyone else. He silently vows this is his last chance, and he'll do whatever it takes to make it to the final round and finally escape this cursed loop. Seeing his somber expression, Juri timidly asks, "Are you worried about round 6? Ryu admits, "Yeah, A little. I'm not really a fighter. Juri responds with quiet determination, saying, "If we were in the same zone, I'd bring in Black Scythe and form a team with you. We'd clear it easily." Her words weigh heavily on her as she realizes she feels useless. Ryu helps her in the real world, and Black Scythe carries her through the death game. She feels like nothing but a burden to both of them. Ryu, hearing her kind, self-deprecating thoughts, just smiles warmly and thinks to himself how little she realizes it was thanks to her buffs that he was able to kill the High Orc in just 1 second. But he can't tell her that. Instead, he simply reassures her, "Don't worry, we'll meet again in the death game. I'm sure of it." Those words light her up inside, and she promises to survive every round until they meet again. Ryu echoes her promise with a faint smile, but deep inside, he feels himself sinking. He can't help but wonder, when she finally learns that Ryu and Black Scythe are the same person, how will she react? He doesn't know, and that's a problem for another day. After that, the scene shifts, and we find ourselves at the company of Heavenly Demon. Ryu finally steps into Heavenly Demon's office, where one of the bodyguards greets him at the door. On the other hand, Heavenly Demon himself jumps up from his chair the moment he sees Ryu walk in. His face lights up with excitement as he rushes forward, personally welcoming him. Without waiting, he puts an arm around Ryu's shoulder and leads him to the plush sofa in the corner. Heavenly Demon, grinning ear to ear, asks, "So, black coffee, regular, cappuccino? Say whatever you want, it's yours." Ryu sits down calmly, waving a hand and replying, "Nothing for now, thanks." But Heavenly Demon isn't done fussing over him. He leans in, his tone turning almost comically overprotective. "I really hope the ride here was comfortable. Not even a mosquito dared bite you, right? If one did, I swear I'd hunt that damn thing and tear it in half myself." Ryu chuckles quietly and reassures him, "No need to worry. The ride was perfectly fine." Hearing this, Heavenly Demon lets out a big sigh of relief. "Ah, good. But seriously, if you ever feel the slightest discomfort, just tell me immediately. Whatever happens, I'll come running." Ryu smiles faintly, thinking to himself, this guy's still over the top as always. But it doesn't stop there. Heavenly Demon snaps his fingers, ordering black coffee and a ridiculous spread of food anyway. Ryu, however, shakes his head and says, "I don't really have time for all that. I'm here to tell you something important." This catches Heavenly Demon's full attention. His expression sharpens and he leans forward eagerly. "Is it about the next round?" he asks, almost impatient. Ryu exhales softly, annoyed at how excitable he is. "Yes," he confirms, "it's about the next round." Hearing this, both Heavenly Demon and his bodyguard straighten up with interest, already preparing to thank Ryu for sharing his insight. But before they can say anything, Ryu raises his hand. His tone turns serious, cutting through the room's warm atmosphere. "But before I share any information about the next round, there's something I need from you, a request. It's about the next shareholder meeting." Heavenly Demon blinks in surprise, then nods slowly. "All right, what is it?" Ryu leans forward slightly, his eyes cold and businesslike. "We need to talk business. It's time to change the entire direction of this company, and its name. Don't worry about the details just yet. At the shareholder meeting, I'll present my business plan myself. You just need to back me up and convince the other shareholders to agree with me." Heavenly Demon tilts his head, still curious. What kind of business idea is it? What's going to make them so upset? Ryu meets his gaze evenly and replies without hesitation, "A social open market, but only for players." And with that, the room falls silent, Heavenly Demon staring at him in stunned curiosity. Heavenly Demon looks a little confused at first and asks if Ryu is basically talking about making some kind of website. Ryu nods and says yes, explaining that all over the world, players are sitting on piles of items with no proper source for buying or selling them. These items can't even be sold in the Death Game store, so players just end up hoarding useless junk. At this, Heavenly Demon asks what about the pricing of the items. Ryu confidently suggests letting the players decide their own prices, turning it into a bidding system, like an auction where players compete for items. The next question is about currency, and Heavenly Demon looks genuinely concerned, asking if people are really going to trade these things for cash. Ryu shrugs and says that at this moment, cash is the only viable option. But not to worry, players will do it and in big quantities. Hearing him say at the moment, Heavenly Demon sharpens up and asks if Ryu's implying that some new kind of currency might appear in the future, one that players can use easily for trading. Ryu smiles inwardly, thinking how sharp Heavenly Demon really is, and replies yes. He's seen in his vision that once players hit level 40, they unlock a trading system which allows them to transfer gold directly to another player's ID through a negotiation feature. That feature becomes the foundation for gold-to-gold transactions between players, and all Ryu and Heavenly Demon have to do is build a safe exchange system on their site and charge a small transaction fee in gold for every trade, which would earn them a ton of profit. Heavenly Demon stays quiet for a moment, thinking through it all, then finally realizes this idea could actually be brilliant. If they patent their system early, no other website would be able to copy it, and they could monopolize the player market completely. Still, he asks if players would actually use their site. Ryu smirks and assures him they absolutely would. By round 5, players will already have piles of trash items they don't want. But since upgrading weapons and armor needs random components, people will flock to the site looking for parts they can use to strengthen their gear. That demand alone will make the site a hit. Heavenly Demon leans back, impressed, and silently agrees that it could work, especially if they offer the service free at first to hook people in, and then start charging once players are used to the convenience. Ryu, listening to these thoughts through his inner ruin, thinks to himself that, in reality, this idea originally belonged to Heavenly Demon anyway. It was just that Ryu needed to plant it in his mind now, so that the whole process happens much faster. Who cares who thought of it first? As long as Ryu controls the pace, he can use the market later to grab any rare item he needs to upgrade his own weapon into a unique, legendary, or even god rank item. After that, Heavenly Demon asks if Ryu already has a name in mind for the company. Ryu turns the question back on him, but Heavenly Demon admits he has no idea. Since the business plan is all Ryu's idea, he should decide. Ryu suggests calling it Player Place, emphasizing that it's a space built for players. Heavenly Demon considers it for a second and then laughs, saying it's a good name, easy to shorten to PP too. "We'll make our PP very big, yaha!" he says with a grin. "And soon, everyone in the nation will be using our PP to satisfy their needs. Hoo-yah!" Ryu smirks faintly, but lets it go. Finally, Ryu shifts the conversation to what he really came here for, the information about round 6. We're not told what that information is just yet, but Heavenly Demon and his bodyguard both light up with excitement as Ryu lays it all out. By the end, Heavenly Demon leans back, gives a dark, satisfied smile, and thinks to himself that keeping Ryu on his team was the smartest move he's ever made. Things feel like they're all falling into place thanks to him, both here and in the death game. He promises Ryu with a kind smile that he'll fully back him up at the next board meeting. Both men stand and shake hands firmly, and Heavenly Demon orders his bodyguard to make sure Ryu is taken home safely. The scene shifts, and a few days later, we see Ryu sitting casually on his bed, phone in hand. Checking the date, he notes that today is the day of the epic grade item sale. He opens the store app and scrolls past all the rings, scrolls, and magic items, and stops on a Vanguard raggedy cloth. It's an epic grade armor, priced at 20,000 gold. Most people would never bother buying it because its defense is trash. But Ryu knows better. It boosts his attack and movement speed a ton, and with his already absurd base stats, the effect is even more exaggerated. Smirking, he buys it and mutters to himself that for now, trash like this will do just fine, until Heavenly Demon gets the social market up and running. That's when his real plan will kick in. Ryu already has the exact blueprints needed to turn a normal weapon into epic, legendary, or even god grade, and once the market is established, he'll make unlimited gold by selling those blueprints to desperate players. That, Ryu thinks to himself with a faint, wicked smile, is his grand plan. After thinking through all of this, Ryu finally lay down on his bed, knowing tomorrow would be an important day. When the next morning arrived, we were shown the board meeting already in progress. Ryu confidently stood and presented his social market plan to the gathered shareholders. As expected, all of the members strongly disagreed at first, questioning and pushing back. But with Heavenly Demon's support and his persuasive voice backing Ryu, one by one they all relented and agreed. When the intense, heated meeting finally came to an end, Ryu had won everyone over. Heavenly Demon approached Ryu with his ever-kind smile, telling him he'd done a great job, and he seemed completely unshaken by the pressure. Ryu replied modestly, saying he had practiced this speech many times in his head. Still smiling, Heavenly Demon told him to go home and rest for now, reminding him he needed to stay healthy for the next round, and reassured him that all the paperwork and implementation details would be handled on his end. Ryu thought to himself that of course Heavenly Demon would act so worried, because if Ryu were to die, who else would feed him the future information he craved? Heavenly Demon was just protecting his investment. Then, as they left the boardroom, Heavenly Demon asked if Ryu would join him for lunch. Ryu agreed. Walking alongside him to lunch, Ryu allowed himself a quiet, excited smile, thinking to himself that all the major pieces of his plan were finally in place. And now there was only one last thing left to do: use young Ming one final time. The scene shifted back to the PWC organization, where members were gathering one by one on a video call. Yami cheerfully greeted everyone with a light "Hi!" But it was immediately clear something was wrong. The vice president's face was downcast and his tone somber. He asked the group if they'd all heard the news. Yami, feigning ignorance, asked what news, and the vice president explained grimly that both I Am 30 and Jam Made of Honey, two of PWC's core executives, hadn't been heard from since round 5. At that, Yami noticed the mood across the video call. Everyone staring down quietly, pretending to care, pretending to be sad. She thought to herself with a smirk that all of them were nothing but opportunists anyway, each here only to serve their own interests. Their fake grief was just part of the game. She decided she might as well play along too. After all, the one who originally created PWC was still the most powerful figure among them, a very high-level player, second only to Black Scythe. And it was natural everyone here wanted to stay in his good graces. That man always acted genuinely grief-stricken whenever someone died, playing the role of the kind-hearted leader perfectly. So Yami gave a bitter, knowing smile to herself, thinking maybe it was time she started acting too. She suddenly put on a tearful face and let herself start crying, whispering through sobs about how tragic it was that such good people were gone. That act was all it took. Everyone else on the call immediately joined in, crying and sniffing, saying that if Yami was crying like this, how could they not cry too? Inside, though, Yami wore a wicked smile. She called them all copycats in her head, amused at how easily humans could be manipulated with a little bit of performance. Pathetic. Finally, the chairman joined the call, his presence quieting everyone immediately as he asked why the group was crying. Lost Yag spoke up first, explaining that I Am 30 and Jam Made of Honey hadn't made contact since round 5, and they suspected the worst. The president's expression grew more serious at this news, as he noted aloud that PWC now had only 6 executives left. One member timidly suggested that perhaps they should recruit a new executive to fill the gap, but the leader shook his head and rejected the idea outright. He explained firmly that they couldn't just give such a position to anyone, and the candidate they'd been grooming in the last round, Black Anaconda in his right hand, also hadn't been heard from, and was likely dead as well. At that, the president's brow furrowed deeper in concern. Lost Yag added that they still couldn't reach most of their people, but at least there was one name still on the board, one person still alive. And then he said it almost reluctantly: Black Scythe. Lost Yag continued grimly, saying he didn't know about the others, but one thing was certain: Black Scythe was still alive. At the end of round 5, Black Scythe was still ranked number 1. The president's eyes narrowed at that, and he asked coldly, "Then why did Black Scythe register to join us, only to ghost us afterward?" Lost Yag could only shake his head, admitting even he didn't know. Another member chimed in skeptically, suggesting that maybe Black Scythe was just toying with them all along. Then the vice president added his own theory, saying maybe it hadn't even been Black Scythe at all. Maybe the one who signed up under his name was a fake, an imposter who died during round 5. He pointed out that nothing stopped someone from pretending to be Black Scythe, and if that was true, it would explain why they couldn't reach him anymore. For a moment, the room went quiet as everyone considered the possibility. But then, Humble Bang Bang, the beggar-looking executive, let out a dark chuckle and muttered, "Doesn't even make sense why someone like Black Scythe would join us to begin with." The second the words left his lips, he seemed to realize his mistake. The president's gaze turned ice cold as he locked eyes on him, and the entire board froze under the weight of his glare. "Clarify yourself," the president commanded, his tone razor-sharp. "Are you saying my organization is so worthless that someone like Black Scythe wouldn't even consider joining us? Is that what you mean?" Humble Bang Bang immediately panicked, stammering out an apology, insisting that wasn't what he meant at all. But the president didn't care for excuses. "I don't want to hear another word," he snapped. "From this moment forward, you're no longer an executive. Forget that. You're blacklisted. You'll never set foot in this organization again." Humble Bang Bang begged and tried to plead his case, but the president simply removed him from the call without another word. Returning to his commanding tone, the president told the remaining board members to continue the meeting. The tension in the air was still thick when another staffer spoke up, saying they'd just received a new request to join, and the username was none other than Black Scythe. That immediately drew shocked murmurs from everyone. The president's eyes narrowed again. "Someone applied under the name Black Scythe again?" Lost Yag checked the details and confirmed it, adding, "But his real name this time is listed as Young Ming." The president thought for a moment, then said flatly, "Let him join. We can't be sure he's really Black Scythe yet, but at least we can meet him in person and find out." Another board member nervously asked what they should do if this Young Ming turned out to be another fraud. The president smiled darkly and said simply, "Then he'll pay for the joke with his life." The scene then shifted to Ryu, who was sitting alone, deep in thought. He knew the executives would move soon to verify whether Young Ming was truly Black Scythe. They'd visit him for an interview. Ryu rose from his chair at the gaming cafe, where he'd sent his request, deliberately masking his real location. Pulling his hoodie over his head and walking out into the night, his cold aura radiated as he muttered to himself that this organization was crossing a dangerous line, making murder a condition of entry. That kind of reckless behavior would only destroy society from within. He couldn't just let them continue unchecked. PWC was already growing too powerful. One day, over 30% of the nation would belong to it. Better to seize it and use it himself than destroy it outright. That was why he'd requested to join, because someday he'd take full control and become its underground king as Black Scythe. PWC was the perfect cover for his plans. Ryu smirked as he threw off his hoodie and left the cafe. Meanwhile, the scene cut to a small shop owned by Juri's father. The bell over the door jingled as a customer entered. Juri's father looked up to greet him politely, only to freeze when a black duffel bag was tossed onto the counter and the stranger activated his aura. "Fill this bag with all the money, old man, if you don't want to die," the man growled. Juri's father's face paled as he stammered, asking, Are you a player?" The stranger's expression twisted in anger, and with one devastating punch, he shattered the metal counter into pieces. "Does it look like I'm here to play? Stop asking stupid questions and fill the damn bag before your head ends up like that desk," he snarled. Terrified, Juri's father quickly started filling the bag with cash, hands shaking as he tried to explain they'd been struggling ever since the government shut down the lottery, and the shop was barely scraping by on sales of snacks and small goods now. But the masked man slammed his palm down and cut him off coldly. "That's not what I asked. I know there's a safe in the back. Open it, now!" Yuri's father, panicked that the stranger somehow knew about the hidden safe, hurried to the back and retrieved more cash, adding it to the bag. Finally, the robber seemed satisfied, hefting the bag with a cruel grin. "Looks like a good 100 grand here," he muttered approvingly. Before leaving, he leaned in close and hissed his final warning. "If you tell the cops about this, I'll break out of jail just to come back and crush your skull." With that, he stormed out of the shop into the night. Outside, as he slipped into an alley and pulled off his mask, his true face was revealed. That robber was none other than our dickhead Young Ming. Young Min is very happy, because with so much money he can easily take care of his life. But suddenly, he gets very pissed off, thinking that he can survive in real life with this much money. But what about the other world? Will he be able to survive in the next round? Young Min grabs his mask and says, "This is all because of Black Scythe." Young Min says angrily that this is all Black Scythe's fault. He lost his friend and died because of him, also lost his stats points and suffered hell. Young Min hits his feet on the ground and shouts at Black Scythe, saying he is the biggest fucker in the world. But suddenly, he gets scared, hearing some noise from his back, because he hears a voice from behind. As soon as he turns back, he sees that there is no one there, just a cat. When he realizes that there is no one there, Young Min goes back to his house. He abuses Black Scythe again and calls him a son of a bitch, and tells himself that if he ever meets him in real life, he will beat him half to death. Young Min gets a little nervous and comes to his house, and he notices that there is a person standing outside the door of his house. He is none other than Lost Yak. Young Min asks him who he is. Lost Yak asks Young Min if his name is Young Min, and if this is his address. Young Min gets nervous while holding his bag. He thinks if he is a cop. Young Min asks him nervously if he is a cop. Lost Yak says that from the expression and reaction, it seems that he is Young Min, and no, he is not a cop. Lost Yak laughs and says that Young Min is so nervous he looks like he has committed a crime. Has he committed a crime? Well, leaving this joke, Lost Yak introduces himself and says that he has come from PwC for an interview with Young Min. Young Min gets even more confused after hearing the name PwC and asks if he has committed a crime. What the hell is he talking about? Lost Yak asks if Young Min is not Black Scythe. Has he not applied to join PwC? Young Min says that Lost Yak has either done drugs or he has lost his mind. He is not Black Scythe. Well, Lost Yak understands that someone has definitely pranked him again, and he is about to say sorry and leave from there. But Young Min remains very angry. Young Min shouts loudly and says, "What the fuck is happening? At least tell me what is going on." But Lost Yak says that, seeing as the name and address provided are correct, it seems someone who knows Young Min's personal information played a prank on them. Someone has deliberately sent Young Min's address in the name of Black Scythe. Hearing this, Young Min gets even more angry and nervous. He gets furious and shouts loudly and says, "Who is that crazy fucker who did that?" But before he could complete his sentence, a single command in a deep, threatening voice comes from behind. A single person says, "I used your name." This mysterious person wearing a white mask and a black suit and in a threatening tone says, "Young Min, it was me." "Huh, what did you say you will do?" After that, we see that Young Min gets very irritated and asks that masked man, what the hell is up with him? Does he know him? Does that masked man know Young Min? Young Min, that masked man means our Ryo, says, "Of course. He knows him very well, and Young Min also knows him very well." Young Min gets confused and says that he does not know him. But Ryu finally summons his Black Scythe, which has now become a Death Scythe. The red aura starts coming inside Ryu's body, and he spins his Death Scythe by doing aura farming and asks in a deep and threatening tone, "Does this answer your question?" Lost Yak, on the other hand, gets on his nerves by seeing that huge scythe, thinking, is this really the real Black Scythe? If yes, that sight is going inside his ass today. Young Ming's condition is getting worse. He takes a step back. His entire body starts shaking, because just by Ryu's aura, he understands that he is the real deal. It is really him. His physique might be different, but the atmosphere around him and the way he talks are the same. And most importantly, those cold, bloody death eyes, they are the same as the real Black Scythe. Young Ming starts thinking that he is the real Black Scythe, and he is right in front of him. Suddenly, Young Ming gets even more scared, as if his entire body is paralyzed and he has a heart attack, and he starts thinking, why is he here? Why did he use his real name and address? They don't have anything to do with each other now, do they? Black Scythe can't have good intentions if he is armed. Young Ming keeps thinking about all these questions. And remember, guys, this is what Dickhead said a while ago. If Black Scythe is found in real life, he will beat Black Scythe half to death. And see how he is scared now. On the other hand, when Lost Yag sees how scared Young Ming is, he thinks, is this the real Black Scythe? But because he hasn't seen Black Scythe in real life, he was still skeptical. Is this the fake Black Scythe? But if this is the real Black Scythe, then Lost Yag will not be able to fight with Black Scythe alone. Ryu doesn't even time pass. He maintains his deep tone and tells Lost Yag that he knows Lost Yag hasn't come here alone. Tell all his friends to come out. Lost Yag gets surprised, but from behind we see President and another member whose name is Bulbul. President says that they can't fool Black Scythe. They ask how Black Scythe got to know that they were hiding behind, but Ryu didn't want to do any bullshit. He shows his death scythe to both of them and says that if they even take one step ahead, he will cut their heads. Bulbul is very carefree. He comes in front of Black Scythe in an arrogant way. He takes 2 steps ahead and says that the guy must be fake. His build is so small, he is so short in height, and just because he has a scythe, it doesn't mean that he is the real Black Scythe, but President stops him. President asks Ryu if he is really Black Scythe. Ryu says, can't they tell by looking at this Black Scythe? But Vice President says again that he had heard that Black Scythe uses a very big scythe. But because he hasn't seen it in real life, he can't really believe. Just because he is using a scythe, he is Black Scythe, right? Ryu asks, Then why did he even ask if he doesn't believe him? President says that he just wanted to hear it from his mouth. Ryu maintains his dominating tone. He confesses that he is the real Black Scythe. He is satisfied. Suddenly, President is notified that that guy is telling the truth. Well, President has an ability that he catches lies and truth. As soon as he realizes that this is the real deal, he is shocked. His mouth is open. Bulbul asks, "Is this real?" President says that he is the real deal. Lost Yak is also shocked. He was not expecting this, that Black Scythe would come in front of them. He was not expecting this. On the other hand, Bulbul's condition is getting worse. He takes a step back, slips his hands into his stylish pocket, but starts shivering. Why the fuck did he open his damn mouth? Should he apologize to Black Scythe? But then he thinks maybe Black Scythe didn't even hear him. Why should he put his ego aside and lower his dignity? Still, nervously, he tries to shake hands with Black Scythe by introducing himself. But Ryu, maintaining his deathly glare, says there is no need for introductions. He turns his death scythe toward Bulbul and tells him he should have checked if he was the real Black Scythe. So go ahead, check it out. Bulbul gets scared, realizing Black Scythe did hear his arrogant insult. He doesn't know what to do, shivers even harder, and stammers out an apology. But Ryu just says he doesn't want to hear, "Sorry." If Bulbul really wanted to know if he was the real Black Scythe, then he can test it. Either Bulbul blocks one attack from Black Scythe, or Black Scythe will show him the truth himself. Bulbul starts rambling bullshit, saying just because Black Scythe is strong doesn't mean he can act so arrogant. But Ryu has had enough of his nonsense. Of course, with a single slash, he cuts Bulbul's head clean in two. Everyone is shocked when they see Bulbul's lifeless head roll across the floor like it's ready for Ronaldo to take the penalty kick. Young Ming, already scared, gets even worse, looking like he might piss his pants any second. Lost. Yag shouts from inside, "What the fuck? What the hell is going on?" Black Scythe attacked so fast they couldn't even see it. He was still standing in place and yet cut Bulbul's head in two. "This is too terrifying. This is inhuman." Lost Yag yells at Black Scythe, saying they haven't even done anything. So why is he being so aggressive? Ryu calmly answers that he was just proving he is really Black Scythe. Lost Yag insists they already verified that, so there's no need for conflict. But inside, Lost Yag realizes something. Ryu is such a dangerous Black Scythe that they can't possibly control him. And if they can't make him their ally, then they will have to kill him here. If they don't kill him now, Ryu will only become more dangerous and a threat to their entire organization. Lost Yag and the President exchange glances and silently agree. They'll pretend to be friendly and then ambush him when reinforcements arrive. After all, Ryu is level 40, but they're all level 20, and more backup is coming. If all the level 20 players unite, even level 40 won't stand a chance. Or so they think. But Ryu is already listening to all this through his ruin of inner thoughts. With a mocking smirk, Ryu calls them out. Do they really think pretending to be friendly will work against him? The President tries to act innocent, asking what Ryu means, but Ryu interrupts, saying there's no need to pretend. If they want to kill him, he'll give them a chance to attack. The President still feigns innocence, but Ryu shuts him down cold, saying he already knows they're planning to surrender and ambush him. After hearing this, Lost Yag looks even more startled as Ryu asks, "Did I hit the make?" Now that their plan is exposed, Ryu turns his cold gaze to Young Ming. He asks why Ryu used Young Ming's fake identity, and then answers himself in a deep and threatening tone. It was simple. Ryu wanted PwC's executives dead. The President realizes now that they're completely out of control. They didn't come here to meet Black Scythe. In fact, Black Scythe lured them into a trap. Furious and desperate, the President screams, demanding to know why Ryu is killing everyone, calling it unfair. But Ryu puts his death scythe right up to the Vice President's neck and snarls, "Talk about hypocrite. You shouldn't talk about unfair. PwC has a test method where you kill innocent people just for fun. If you have the right to kill, so do I." The President protests, saying Ryu has no proof they're doing this, but Ryu's patience runs out. With one clean slash, he cuts the Vice President's neck in two, blood spraying and staining Ryu's shirt. Calmly, Ryu mutters, "A piece of shit will always be a piece of shit." Slowly, he turns to the trembling Young Ming, who looks ready to faint at any second. Ryu smiles coldly and says, "Don't be scared, my boy. I'll send you to your friends very soon." Hearing that, Young Min's condition deteriorated almost instantly. The color drained from his face like paint washed away by rain, and as Ryu took further steps toward him, Young Min instinctively stepped backward. But something about hearing the word friends caught him off guard. The young man got confused. He asked how the hell Black Scythe knew about his friends. Ryu responded calmly, saying he even knew about the mole behind Young Min's right thigh. In fact, they used to hang out together, didn't he remember? Hearing so many oddly specific details, Young Min looked more and more confused. His expression was like someone just realized his mom was on his OnlyFans subscription list, horrifying and disoriented. Ryu tilted his head and asked why Young Min was behaving so weird. He said, as a matter of fact, the two of them used to hang out together all the time. So why was Young Min not recognizing him in real life? Young Min was now visibly shaken, like he was experiencing déjà vu from a fever dream. Ryu continued, saying it wasn't just hanging out. It was more like Young Min and his group used to drag Ryu into their mess every single day, treating him like trash. Hearing that, Young Min grew even more confused. When did that ever happen? When did Young Min and his friends hang out with Black Scythe? When did they ever bully him? And then, without warning, Ryu slowly reached for his bloody mask. As he began removing it, he said he was heartbroken that his dear friends couldn't even recognize his voice. It was just so bad. Finally, he took the mask off completely. A soft, unsettling smile formed on his face as he said, "Well, my boy, it's me." And then asked Young Min whether he remembered him now. He was Ryu Min, the one Young Min used to bully every single day like his favorite toy. Rao even added that Young Min liked to bussy him so much back then, emotionally, verbally, and probably even in his dreams. Ah yes, favorite toy indeed. Meanwhile, Young Min's expression had turned into the face of a man who just found out on his first date that his girlfriend had a sword instead of a shell. Everything inside him turned upside down. He didn't understand what was happening. His mind flooded with flashbacks, twisted, broken memories where he, like a madman, used to beat Ryu, threaten him, and extort money. Deep inside, a realization started to take shape. He thought that loser, that Ryu Min, was Black Scythe, the same Black Scythe that made his pants wet just from hearing the name. That same Black Scythe was Ryu, and he couldn't believe it. Ryu, of course, could hear all of these scrambled thoughts echoing from Young Min's broken mind, but he maintained his smile and calmly told Young Min that maybe he just couldn't accept that truth. Maybe it was too hard for someone like him to believe that the weak boy he used to bully had become the one whose name now terrified even criminals. But Young Min remained angry and frustrated. His mind refused to accept what his eyes were seeing. Ryu then reminded him that just last year, Young Min was beating the shit out of him. Ryu said it as casually as if he were recalling a grocery list. Young Min, still in disbelief, asked if that meant Ryu had been pretending to be Black Scythe. Was Ryu pretending to be a loser this whole time, or was he just a loser from the very beginning? Those words, especially loser, made Ryu's expression shift. All the playfulness drained from his face. He had done all the taunting he wanted. Now it was time to end the game. In a chilling, serious tone, Ryu said that he never pretended to be a loser. And then, without hesitation, like someone swatting a fly, he swung his scythe. In a flash, so fast it looked like nothing had even happened, Young Min's hand was sliced into two pieces. It was so quick that Young Min didn't even feel the pain at first. All he saw was a flicker of light, and then his hand was no longer there. A few seconds passed, and then the pain kicked in like a sledgehammer. He screamed in agony, his voice echoing across the space. The bag of stolen money he had taken from the jury's father's shop dropped to the ground, and all the money scattered everywhere. Ryu, still calm, told him that it pissed him off hearing someone like Young Min, a piece of shit, calling him a loser. On the other hand, Young Min was still screaming, yelling about the pain, but Ryu told him to shut up. He said that if Young Min shouted any louder, he would just cut off his tongue next and then let him try to scream. That threat hit harder than expected, and for a second, Young Min froze. Young Min was in intense, death-like pain, but somehow he bit his tongue, literally, and held back the screams. His eyes turned red, filled with tears and rage, and he held his bleeding arm tightly, trying to stop the pain from exploding out of him. Ryu, seeing all this, smiled again. He actually felt good seeing Young Min like that. For the first time, he used a bit of first aid on him, not to heal, just enough to stop the bleeding temporarily. Ryu leaned closer and said in a mocking tone that Young Min was a good boy. At least he listened like a good dog. Ryu said that he would give him first aid just to relieve the pain for now. But it wouldn't matter anyway, because Young Min was going to die regardless. Still, Ryu added, as an act of kindness, he would reduce the pain, like a vet putting down a dog, softly, gently, and with a smile. Young Ming looked at his left hand, or what was left of it, and fear consumed him completely. His eyes widened with horror. his lips trembling, and in a voice so shaky it could barely be heard, he asked Ryu if he was really the same Ryo Ming he once knew. On the other side, Ryu stood firm. His face showed no softness, no emotion, just a deadly seriousness. In that cold, heavy tone, Ryo declared that the Ryu Ming young Ming once knew had already died. Then, without hesitation, Ryu said goodbye to young Ming. At that, young Ming snapped. His screams tore through the silence as he begged and pleaded. He shouted for Ryu to stop, to wait, to just listen, just once. He begged again and again, his body shaking, knees nearly giving out. Young Ming apologized. Genuinely or not, it was hard to tell, saying that he knew he had bullied Ryu, made his life hell, and for all of that, he was truly sorry. He claimed that ever since the apocalypse began, he had felt bad. Deep inside, there was regret, guilt, and a desperate need to meet Ryu again just to say sorry. Now that the moment had finally come, young Ming said he felt a strange kind of relief, like a weight had lifted from his chest. He tried to convince Ryu that he was no longer the same person, that he had changed, that he wanted to help people now, that he wanted to do something good. He told Ryu that if he was given a chance, just one, he would prove himself. He would change completely. Ryu listened in silence, then gave a slight smirk and asked, almost playfully, if young Ming was serious. He asked if young Ming wouldn't betray him the moment he got a chance. To that, young Ming quickly responded, saying that of course he wouldn't. There was no benefit in killing him right now anyway, so Ryu might as well use him, make him a meat shield if needed. He said Ryu could command him like a slave and young Ming would obey without hesitation. He went further, saying that if Ryu ordered it, he would kill someone. Anyone. Hell, he even said Ryu could ask him to lick his ass and he'd do it with a smile. Loyalty from the tip of his tongue to the bottom of his, heart. After hearing that, Ryu remained silent. He didn't flinch, didn't blink, just stared. Young Ming noticed the pause and for a brief moment felt hope. Maybe he'd made it. Maybe he'd finally touched that small sliver of humanity still left inside Ryu. Maybe he wouldn't die here. But then, in a cold, dead serious tone, Ryu spoke again. He said this couldn't happen. Simply, clearly, this can't happen, and he have no use anymore. Well, after hearing this, young Ming started crying like crazy. Tears poured down his face as he opened his mouth, about to say, "Wait, please give me a chance." But before those words could escape his lips, swish! His head went flying to the left, and his boys, yes, those boys, went flying to the right. Just like that, our little piece of shit story comes to a bloody, unexpected end. What do you guys think happened to young Ming? Don't forget to comment. I really want to know your thoughts. On the other hand, we come to Ryu. Ryu, now standing still with blood-splattered silence around him, looks down at the mess that used to be his childhood friend. He softly says that yes, young Ming was in fact his childhood friend. Even though he used to bully him every single day, Ryu admits that he isn't completely cold-hearted. In truth, young Ming was genuinely trying not to betray him this time. But that didn't matter anymore, because in his previous life, Ryu had already faced the exact same scenario. Back then, Ryu had no ruin of inner thoughts ability. He had no way to peek inside anyone's intentions, so he blindly trusted young Ming. And what was the result? Ryu, the naive idiot he was, actually gave young Ming a second chance. He let him live. He even tried to make him his friend. And what did young Ming do? The next opportunity he got, he backstabbed Ryu, literally. He betrayed him and killed him without even a second thought. Thinking about all of that, Ryu calls himself a damn idiot, a fool. He clenches his jaw in anger and looks at young Ming's dead body with disgust. The same disgust you feel when you realize your loyal pet has been licking the neighbor's sausage. From the bottom of his ass, heart. With a final look, Ryu mutters one last goodbye. "Fucked," he says with a face full of loathing, and then turns away. That was it. That was the end of their twisted, ill-fated connection. Ryu takes a deep breath, exhales slowly, and mutters that now, at least, he doesn't have to see that disgusting face anymore. With that, Ryu activates his skill, Erase Trash, and begins wiping out the scene. In mere seconds, young Ming's body, lost Yak, and all the other dead members vanish from existence. No blood, no corpse, no trace. As the last flicker of red disappears from the ground, Ryu gives a calm, confident smile and says that it's finally time to go to that place. What place is Ryu talking about? Well, that's going to be interesting. We'll find out soon enough. Then the scene shifts. We're now inside the PCW community's official video call. The screen flickers on and we see Yami, the always bold, seductive beauty, smiling charmingly at the camera. She greets everyone with a soft, alluring, "Good morning," and waves. But strangely, in this whole video call, she's the only one with the president present. Yami looks around and asks what happened to the other members. After all, they were supposed to go recruit Black Scythe and conduct an interview, so why haven't they come back? The president looks nervous, visibly frustrated and uneasy. In a shaky voice, he informs Yami that all of them have died. Yes, they died during the interview. Yami is shocked. Her smile disappears. Her face turns cold. She asks again, stunned, "All of them? They went to interview Black Scythe and now they're dead?" The president confirms it and says that Black Scythe killed them without hesitation, without mercy. Yami is completely thrown off. She starts pacing and pulls at her hair in frustration. "Why would Black Scythe kill them? They did nothing wrong!" she shouts. But the president explains in a bitter tone that there may not be a good reason at all. Maybe Black Scythe is just doing it for fun. Or maybe, just maybe, he didn't like the fact that they were forming an organization to unite players. Yami, still pacing, looks furious now. She clenches her fists and mutters that there's always someone, always one envious bastard who wants to destroy what others are building. If that's really true, then Black Scythe is a threat, and they'll have to remove him from their path. Yami then says, with a determined and serious face, that she believes they can kill Black Scythe. She discusses this with the president, saying that maybe Black Scythe was just pretending, luring them in with that fake, "I want to join your organization" act. The president agrees. He even admits that had they accepted Black Scythe as an executive, the whole organization would have been wiped out from within. With a grim face, the president makes a cold declaration. From this moment on, Black Scythe is their enemy. They must avenge their fallen members by killing him. Yami nods, but she still looks unsure. She asks the president if they are absolutely certain that it was really Black Scythe. What if it was just someone pretending? But the president says no. It was definitely Black Scythe. There's a witness. The president then calls the witness by name, Lost Yag. He summons Lost Yag to explain what he saw. But hold up, as far as we know, Ryu, the real Black Scythe, already slaughtered Lost Yag. So the guy they're talking to now, the witness on screen, that's clearly a clone. Yep, that's Ryu's clone skill in action. And with that, our boy Ryu is literally playing among us, all alone in real life. After that, the scene shifted, and Ryu completed the meeting. As soon as the chairman left the video call, Ryu told Yami, "See you." Yami responded that he should rest up after what he went through that day. After saying this, both of them said their goodbyes, and the meeting ended there. Ryu thought that it didn't look like they had noticed. He then spoke a word, undone armor. Ryu's skin distorted, and he finally returned to his normal form. Smirking, he admitted to himself, "I guess I am talented at acting." It was revealed that the reward Ryu had received for ranking first in round 5 was the assassination mark mask. He considered it the most useful item he had right then. By using assassination mark, he could disguise himself as the last person he killed. The trigger word was disguise. From appearance to voice, everything changed. The most significant aspect was that he could transform into the very person he had just slain. The easiest way to kill someone was to disguise himself as their ally. Ryu thought to himself that he would love to kill the chairman and take his place, but the mask would not work on him because the chairman was not a player. It was ironic, he thought, that the head of this criminal organization made up of players was not a player himself. On top of that, Yami would get in his way. With her mysterious skill, there was nothing Ryu could do against her with his current abilities. He decided he needed to avoid getting into contact with the executives until he found a way around those problems. For now, he would keep up the Lost Gak act during the regular meetings and keep an eye on the situation. Since they probably would not look for him until the next meeting, he planned to use that time to restore the durability of the marvel of eternal slumber. After that, Kang came out of the building and said it was time to go overseas. The scene then shifted to a peaceful jungle in England. A man was blacksmithing there. He put the hot rod in water and shaped it into a sword. Then he sharpened the sword on a machine, finishing it as a dagger. He became very happy to see it completed. But the next moment, sadness struck him, and he asked himself what was the point of making them when no one was buying them. He admitted he had had far fewer customers ever since that damn angel appeared. He had managed to hold on until now, but he was truly at his limits. He admitted he was broke and wondered if he would have to look for another job. His wish had been to do this all his life, but he doubted if it was even possible anymore. Before the angel came, he had been a good blacksmith, and people used to come. Now his business was over. Then, with determination, the blacksmith encouraged himself again, saying they were supposed to be granted one wish if they cleared up to round 20. He said he couldn't just give up. He was still young, and a man should have determination. He declared he would beat the final round and get his wish. He reminded himself that he had even earned a blacksmith title in the other world. It must be fate. Although it wasn't great for combat, the weapons he crafted increased his attack power by 1.5 times. He had also obtained the weapon polishing skill upon reaching level 20. Excited, he shouted that he would make it to round 20 somehow and wish the world back to normal, so his swords would be sold again. But soon, sadness returned. He admitted that was separate from money, and right now, he didn't even have money for supplies or food. He decided he would have to quit blacksmithing until he gathered enough to survive. Once he had money again, he would return to continue blacksmithing. With that, he packed his things and resolved to look for a job outside the mountain first. On the other hand, Ryu stood outside the blacksmith's house. The blacksmith turned around and saw a black-haired man in a suit. He thought to himself, was this man Asian? People rarely came here. The blacksmith asked Ryu if he could help him, or if he was lost. Ryu smiled and asked if he was Russell Daniel, the famous young blacksmith. Extending his hand, he greeted him. Russell nervously asked who he was. Ryu replied that it looked like he had come to the right place. Russell asked where he had heard about him and grew a little nervous. Ryu said he hadn't heard. He had seen him. Russell asked what he meant. Ryu maintained his smile and said he was a player whose ability was to see the future. Hearing this, Russell laughed a little, thinking it a joke, and called it nonsense. But before he could finish, Ryu revealed exact details. That Russell was level 21, a blacksmith, and from zone Yuka 008. Russell froze, like RYU had just read that info off the little nerve-wracked noodle he hides in his pants. Does he also know why I take so long in the bathroom? The thought hit so hard it almost made him leak. Russell grew unsettled. Level and class could be guessed, but his exact zone from start to end? He asked if Ryu really could see the future. Ryu explained yes, it was rare, but future seeing was one of the solo classes. Only one person in the entire world could have it, and he was that person. Russell then became more polite and asked what brought someone so great to him. Ryu laughed and told him to calm down. He just wanted to negotiate something. He wanted Russell to repair an item in exchange for useful information. Russell asked what kind of information. Ryu said, information on round 6. Russell's mouth fell open. He thought that if he had knowledge of round 6 beforehand, he would have the upper hand and could survive. But he also found it suspicious. Such a great reward in exchange for repairing an item didn't sound right. Suspicious, Russell asked if Ryu was really going to give him information on the next round just for repairing an item. Was that all? Didn't he want anything else? As Russell thought all this, Ryu silently read his mind with the ruin of insight skill. He thought to himself that it was as expected. He would have been disappointed if Russell had just agreed. Out loud, Ryu said he wanted to be direct. He wanted to be friends. Russell was bewildered and didn't expect that. Ryu explained that he had seen the future. Russell would become a great blacksmith and make it to round 15 all by himself, but that was all. His future wasn't bright, and he would die after round 5. It was tragic because he had potential. Hearing this, Russell grew sad. Ryu then told him that he could help. If Russell worked with him, he could grow stronger, faster, and reach further than just round 15. He could also achieve his dream of becoming a great blacksmith. Russell clenched his hands in shock and asked Ryu seriously what he wanted from him. Ryu answered, "Nothing much. Let's help each other out, shall we?" he said, wearing a kind smile. On the other hand, Ryu thought that Russell was the only blacksmith to make it to round 5, and he needed him to infinitely repair his pendant to gain that extra leveling up buff. It would be helpful for him if he could stay on friendly terms with Russell, but Ryu also thought that he was hesitating, so maybe he would give him a little nudge. Ryu maintained his kind smile. On the other hand, Russell thought there was no reason not to say yes, but wondered if it was really okay to trust this person. He didn't look like he was lying, but still, in this world, no one helped for free without some motive. Russell said he was grateful that Ryu thought so highly of him, but he didn't know yet. He asked if he could make a decision on whether they continued this transaction after round 6. Ryu replied, "As you wish." It wasn't like he wanted to sign a death contract or something. He added that Russell could stop working with him whenever he wished. Russell then agreed to fix his item, telling Ryu he could explain about round 6 afterward. Ryu finally took out his pendant, which had only one durability left. He put it in Russell's hand, and thought that the marvel of eternal slumber only had 1 point of durability left. As soon as Russell held the pendant, he activated his skill. The aura around him started shining, and in that instant, the pendant was completely fixed. Ryu checked the system notification and saw its durability had increased from 1 to 100. That was game-changing. Ryu thought it was nice. He would be able to stack up again. If he killed 990 monsters or people, his stats would increase by 10 randomly. On the other hand, Russell smiled and thought he didn't know what kind of necklace it was, but it must be important enough for Ryu to keep using it. Ryu smiled, thinking Russell didn't know about the item, and assumed it was an invasion of a customer's privacy, so he wasn't asking questions. Ryu thanked him, saying it brought the durability back to maximum, and then told Russell about round 6. Russell became tense and said that if what Ryu told him was true, he had better gather strong people. He was about to say something else, but Ryu interrupted, asking if he was willing to sell something by any chance. He mentioned black steel powder. Hearing that, Russell was shocked and thought that Ryu didn't even know what he had. Ryu enthusiastically approached him, asking to buy some, and assumed Russell was looking for a different job because he didn't have enough money for materials or food. He offered to pay handsomely. Russell was still in shock, wondering if Ryu could even see what he did in his toilet. He thought, if this guy tells me what color my last shit was, I'm leaving the continent. That was terrifying. Russell admitted that was shocking and now believed Ryu was a future-seeing player. He confessed he had suspected Ryu might be lying, so he apologized. Ryu replied there was no need. He only said what he had seen, and whether Russell believed him or not was up to him. Russell then became very serious and said he would give the black steel powder for free. He felt Ryu had given him more than he had given in return. Before Ryu could say anything, Russell handed him the pouch. Ryu couldn't believe Russell would just give away something so valuable. Black steel powder was rare and difficult to find until round 11. He thought that Russell didn't even know that, and in truth, he was the one who should be grateful. Ryu smiled and asked again if he was sure. Russell said, of course. He didn't even know how to use it anyway. He assumed that if Ryu could see the future, then he must know the value of the item. Russell thought it was important, but didn't want to interrogate him. He had already received help and didn't want to be greedy. On the other hand, Ryu smiled, reading Russell's inner thoughts. He thought what a kind person. At the same time, Russell also thought about Ryu. After that, Ryu gave Russell a black bag. Confused, Russell opened it and found millions of won, almost $50,000. Seeing the money, his hands started shaking. Ryu said he didn't want to just take something for free and that it should help Russell buy materials. Russell happily agreed, suddenly so moved that he almost cried. He thought he wouldn't have to look for a different job now, and he could craft as many weapons and armor as he wanted. Embarrassed that he was nearly crying in front of a stranger, he asked if it wasn't too much. Ryu replied that the item was worth more and that he wouldn't take the black iron for free. He wasn't a scammer. Then Ryu advised Russell to open an international investment account and invest half in Korean stocks. Russell was confused, and Ryu explained the company was Player Place. He said it would blow up soon, going 10 times in weeks and 100 times in the future. If he invested, he'd never worry about money again. He left it up to Russell whether to believe him or not. Russell said he believed him. After all, Ryu was a future seer, and since the money was basically free, he could invest half. They shook hands, and Ryu asked for his number. Both exchanged contacts. Before leaving, Russell asked what Ryu's name was. Ryu smiled and said, "Call me Mr. Ryu." The scene shifted. It was midnight on June 1st, and magically everyone appeared in the other world along with Ryu. This time, they were in a deserted area, surrounded by sand. Everyone was confused, asking if this was a desert and what kind of quest it was. Ryu thought seriously that round 6 was a co-op. He needed teammates. Juri came first. And although he didn't really need anyone other than her, there were 5 spots per party, so he was forced to find more. Suddenly, someone called him Mr. Black Scythe. Ryu turned and saw Juri running toward him, smiling and asking how he had been. Ryu replied it had been a long time. Juri happily smiled, saying it had been a whole month. Other players became envious, wondering who this woman was, talking to Black Scythe, the #1 ranker. Then they realized Juri, nicknamed Democracy, had also been a high ranker, second only to Ryu. They whispered among themselves, saying she was ranked second last round, and they were envious she was friends with the first placer. Juri asked Ryu if he had gotten the final boss last time. Ryu put his hand in his pocket and affirmed with just one word, yes, it was easy. Juri asked if he had done the sub-quest too, and Ryu said, of course, though he wouldn't reveal the reward. Jury became irritated, asking angrily how he knew she was going to ask. Ryu calmly said he could just tell. Jury smiled, looked into his eyes, and said she felt he had really good insight. After saying it, she became embarrassed, scolding herself inside for saying something so awkward. She stepped back, bowed her head, and apologized repeatedly, saying it was awkward and wrong. Ryu asked why she was apologizing. Jury replied she didn't even know. They both laughed, and Ryu thanked her for the compliment. Jury laughed too, thinking Black Scythe was really nice, charismatic, and cool. But before she could say anything else, Miss Ahirin appeared from behind. For the first time in a long while, she saw this unknown girl with Ryu. She thought to herself, that was Black Scythe, right? But who the hell was this woman, smiling so much with him? After that, the scene shifted, and Seo Ahirin, along with her bodyguard, approached Black Scythe. They greeted him, saying it had been a while. Ahirin also said hello, but he didn't reply. She grew a little jealous and asked if the woman standing beside him was in his party. Black Scythe gave a cold response, saying only one thing. He had no obligation to answer that. Hearing such a harsh reply, Ahirin became sad and embarrassed. She thought to herself that Ryu had been smiling so warmly just moments ago with that other woman, so why was he so cold with her? Black Scythe then asked them directly what business they had with him. Ahirin started stuttering and couldn't say anything. Ryu thought to himself that he already knew the reason. They had come because he had told the heavenly demon off-screen that Ahirin and her bodyguard would have to party with him. Only then would they be able to survive the round. The bodyguard stepped forward and said, to be honest, they would like to join his party. Black Scythe repeated his words, asking why he should let them in. The bodyguard admitted that they might only get in his way, but promised they would try their best not to. Ryu, on the other hand, acted like he was thinking. He knew if he accepted them too quickly, it would look suspicious. He thought to himself that he only wanted these two in his party, but if he picked them instantly without reason, they would think he was desperate. Remaining silent, Ryu stood there. The bodyguard grew panicked and quickly added that they didn't mean to join for free. He said they had information on round 6 and could share it if Black Scythe let them join. Ryu became serious and thought that he was already bringing that up. He should test him. Out loud, he said he didn't need that information. The bodyguard looked confused, asking if it wouldn't be helpful to know about the next round in advance. Ryu dismissed it, saying he did things his own way and didn't intend to rely on information that might not even be credible. Then, Ryu asked where he got that information, who told him. He pressed further, saying if he knew the source, maybe he would consider letting them join. The bodyguard was startled. Ryu smiled and asked again if he couldn't reveal it, even if it meant being allowed into the party. The bodyguard bowed his head, apologizing, saying he really couldn't tell the name. Ryu grew a little serious and thought that he wasn't going to mention the seer, which was actually him. That meant the bodyguard knew how to keep a secret. Not bad. The bodyguard accepted that Black Scythe might not let them join and began to apologize before leaving, but Ryu suddenly said, "You are in." The bodyguard was confused, asking if he was serious. Ryu smiled and said that he genuinely didn't see much value in them, but trusted them because they hadn't revealed the source of the information. He said he didn't like people who couldn't keep secrets. The bodyguard thought to himself that it was good he hadn't said anything. Bowing his head, he thanked Ryu. Seo Ahirin also politely bowed and thanked him for letting them join. Ryu then turned and introduced Yuri, telling them she was a supporter under contract with him. Hearing the word contract, Ahirin and the bodyguard were confused. Ahirin wondered how they knew each other. She politely walked up to Juri and introduced herself, saying her name was Seo Ahirin and it was nice to meet her. Juri introduced herself too, saying she was Juri and her nickname was Democracy. As soon as Juri came in front of Ahirin, she recognized her. Juri asked if she was the actress Ahirin or just someone with the same appearance. Ahirin admitted it was really her. Hearing this, Juri shook her hand with excitement, saying she loved the series she was in. She even added that her father really liked it and had a big thing for her as a fan in his heart. She was his favorite actor. A fan-like reunion took place between the two. On the other hand, the bodyguard asked again if Ryu really didn't need the round 6 information. Juri quickly cut him off, saying he didn't need their help. The bodyguard got serious while saying it. He was disheartened, thinking he had wanted to repay his debt by sharing the information, but decided that if Ryu ever looked like he wasn't doing well, he would give him a hint. The bodyguard then asked Juri what she meant by being in a contract with Black Scythe. Juri explained that she had the ability to buff stats, and so, temporarily, they had formed a party to help each other. Smiling, she said she would even do it for them later for free. Ahirin, on the other hand, wanting to show her worth, said that she had something similar. She was also a supporter. She explained that she had a fairy that could activate a protective barrier. Juri's eyes lit up, and she reacted like a fangirl, saying, "Wow, fairy, is it cute?" Ahirin said she would show her later. The bodyguard then properly introduced himself as Sanchiel, and Juri introduced herself back. Afterward, Juri asked if he already knew Black Scythe, since it looked like they had met before. The bodyguard explained that Black Scythe had saved their lives before, not just once, but twice. Hearing this, Juri turned back and looked at Ryu. She smiled to herself, thinking that Black Scythe might look like a cold-hearted killer, but inside, he was soft like meat. She felt proud that she had been right about him. And then came the moment that broke the serious tone like a cracked egg. Sanchiel, still puffing his chest proudly about the fairy, looked straight at Juri, and he said it again. His fairy could cast a full-body barrier and follow him invisibly. Juri nodded in awe, her voice dreamy, but her eyes narrowed. Finally, Angel Ruby appeared, speaking in a dominating tone. "Hello, human monkey. Did you have a nice break?" She continued, saying there were 1,010 people this time. What a nice number. Then she got to the point, the main quest of round 6. She declared the quest was very simple: defeat one boss within 6 hours. Everyone was confused, asking what it meant to fight only one boss in the entire round. Ruby clarified that they would not play alone this time. Everyone would form a team of 5, but teammates could not kill each other. It was a party system, she explained. To clear the quest, they needed 5 members. Ryu thought to himself that thanks to this system, even non-combat classes could still earn a high contribution rate and complete the round. Ruby continued, saying that if you weren't in a party, you couldn't clear the quest. But if just one member of your party killed a boss, then all of you would pass. There were 101 bosses in total, spread across the region. That meant 505 players who managed to kill a boss would survive. She called it simple. All you had to do was kill one boss. Ryu thought she made it sound easy, but bosses were not easy to kill. Ruby then flew up into the sky, saying then, "Monkey humans, good luck. Oh, and just so you know, there are no subquests." With that, she disappeared. Other Awakeners grew irritated, saying that boss monsters were called boss monsters for a reason. They were super strong and overpowered. Meanwhile, the countdown began. 6 hours to form parties and complete the quest. There were already 4 people in Ryu's team, so he needed only 1 more. Sanchiel thought to himself that he still couldn't believe it was all just like Ryu had said. Round 6 really did require a party of 5. He felt fortunate to have come across Black Scythe. Sanchiel stepped forward and began to say maybe they should also, but before he could finish, Black Scythe cut in, saying they still needed 1 more person. Juri asked who they should pick. Sanchiel said Ryu should decide, since he was the strongest among them. Ryu stood there with his hands crossed, thinking to himself that he hoped the person he was waiting for was somewhere nearby. Who he was thinking of wasn't revealed yet. It would be shown soon. Ryu thought for a while. He considered that if he acted carefully, he could naturally bring the right person into the party while pretending it was random. On the other hand, other players were panicking, shouting over each other about who should take whom into their party. Gradually, everyone began to form their own groups. Many self-proclaimed leaders emerged, starting parties one by one. But everyone's focus was on Ryu, Black Scythe. They all thought that if they joined his team, they would basically pass this round for free. Slowly, 2 players named Big Guy and his friend came forward and politely greeted Black Scythe. Without hesitation, Ryu refused them outright and told them to leave. As they walked away, one of them muttered that he hadn't even hesitated. What a cocky guy. On the other hand, Ryu thought to himself that if this had been before, like during the 99 regression, he would have accepted any 5 random people. But now, to clear round 20, he needed only 5 strong teammates who could grow with him. That was why he couldn't accept just anyone. He looked around at everyone. Players came one by one, but Ryu simply answered with short, cutting replies. "Don't annoy me. No. With those words, he dismissed them all. Everyone grew pissed off. They whispered among themselves that Black Scythe was so full of himself, not even listening, directly rejecting everyone. Meanwhile, a girl watching thought to herself that maybe the people standing close to Black Scythe were already in his party. She wished she was one of them, convinced they were definitely going to survive. The bodyguard thought while staring at Ryu, wondering who he would pick as the last member. He mused that it would have been nice if Mr. Heavenly Demon was here. He could have recommended him. At the same time, Jury thought the same thing, feeling it was a shame Ryu wasn't there to join them. From behind, someone suddenly called out to Black Scythe. The bodyguard turned, already expecting it to be another loser. Black Scythe also turned, and this time it was none other than the Mercenary King. He greeted Ryu warmly, saying it was nice to meet him. Ryu shook his hand politely, replying that it was nice to see him too. He admitted he had wondered if the Mercenary King had failed round 5. The Mercenary King smiled with excitement and told him he had underestimated him. Inspired by Ryu's speed run and the rest of his hunt, he had pushed forward. Ryu asked if that was so, and the Mercenary King nodded, thanking him. He explained that Ryu had saved his life, and his friend added the same, calling Ryu his savior. Ryu replied that they had done great themselves, managing to fight and kill orcs even while injured. They deserved their survival. The Mercenary King then asked if Black Scythe was looking for a party. Before Ryu could answer, he clarified that they weren't asking to join. They already had their own party. He showed proof, the golden rings that all his teammates wore. Ryu asked why they had come then. The Mercenary King said first he wanted to say hi, and second, he had an offer. He proposed forming an alliance between their parties. He promised they wouldn't steal items or experience points. If they encountered a boss, Black Scythe's party could have it first. They just wanted to help. Ryu paused, then refused. The Mercenary King didn't understand and asked if he was worried they would get in the way. Ryu said it wasn't that. He just didn't want complications. He did appreciate the gesture. The Mercenary King admitted it was a shame, but Ryu reassured him that if he truly needed help in the future, he would call on him. Overjoyed, the Mercenary King promised that if Black Scythe ever needed anything, he would be there. After more thanks, Ryu left. The bodyguard grew worried, reminding Ryu that time was running out and they needed a 5th member soon. Ryu turned back and calmly said he had already decided. He pointed his finger at someone. Everyone turned their eyes in that direction. A hooded player stood there wearing a purple hoodie. He looked fragile, womanly, shady, and weak. Nervously, the hooded player stepped forward and asked in a trembling voice if Ryu had called him. Ryu confirmed, saying he had been watching him since the start and asked why. The hooded player admitted he wanted to be in his party. Ryu asked his level and class. The hooded player said level 23, Dark Mage. Ryu replied that it didn't matter. You're hired. That was all he said. Everyone was shocked. Jury, Aharin, the bodyguard, and even the hooded player himself. The bodyguard thought to himself that Ryu had rejected all the other players for someone who looked so fragile. Was there something special about this guy? The hooded player looked confused and scared. Ryu smiled at him and thought, this guy's username was No Pain No Gay. He would one day become the leader of a cult that worshipped Black Scythe like a god. Since he would become a die-hard fan, it was better to form that relationship early. Ryu extended his hand and told everyone to put their hands together. When he said form a party, golden rings appeared on all their hands. The party was officially created. No Pain No Gay couldn't believe it. Black Scythe had accepted him. Finally, his face was shown, and just like his name suggested, was he really gay? Because the way he held Ryu's hand looked like he just had an orgasm. If this guy ever opens a church, the first prayer is going to sound like he's getting rawed in Latin. Red flag alert. After that, the past of No Pain No Gay was shown. He thought to himself that he, the person everyone had always ignored, had finally been accepted by Black Scythe. We were shown his past, back before the system of players existed. He had been just a normal high schooler. Ever since his freshman year, he was bullied by his seniors, treated like an errand boy. They beat him up, took his money, and made him their slave. It was exactly like Ryu's past, bullied in the same way. Whenever No Pain No Gay told them he was poor, living only with his grandmother, the bullies beat him even harder. They mocked him, asking if he wanted to be buried alongside his grandmother when she kicked the bucket. Hearing such insults, No Pain No Gay once tried to fight back, but the result was the same, more beatings. Afterward, he thought to himself that he wanted to die, that maybe it would be better. But then he remembered his grandmother, who worked so hard for him. He resolved to endure everything for her sake, to earn money and give her a good life. With that determination, he endured the bullying for all 3 years of high school. Finally, when graduation was near, tomorrow being the last day of school, everything changed. The angels appeared. He couldn't do anything for his grandmother, not even find a job. After round 2 was over, when he returned to his room, a surprise awaited him. The very same bullies came to his house and started bullying his grandmother. They didn't even spare her. They beat her so badly that she died right there, and that was the trigger point. Poor No Pain. No Gay had just brought ramen for her. At that moment, a terrifying dark energy devoured his consciousness and activated a new skill, the Black Arrow. Without thinking, he fired at all 3 of them, killing them on the spot. His body began to corrupt. The last senior turned out to be an awakener, but before he could draw his sword, No Pain. No Gay killed him too, fully succumbing to corruption. That day, he cried to his heart's content. From that point onward, No Pain. No Gay always ranked first in his region, but in all of Korea, there was always someone better, the one who always stayed on the black side. When he witnessed Black Scythe kill 9 out of 9 zone leaders in an instant, he became his biggest fan. He thought that if only he were that strong, he could reach round 20 and wish his grandmother back. He wanted to know how Black Scythe had grown so powerful, so fast. That was why he had followed him, longing for a chance to talk, and now, standing in front of Black Scythe, he still couldn't believe it. Back in the present, No Pain, No Gay. The way he stared at Ryu, it was hard to tell if he wanted to clear round 20 or just wanted Ryu to beat him into a different kind of awakening. Ryu called on him and told him to introduce himself to the party. He explained that he was a level 23 Dark Mage, using Black Arrow and Black Chain as his main attack skills. But there was something strange. He had always been a shut-in, shy in front of people, but here he felt unexpectedly confident. He wondered if it was because he was standing in front of his hero, Mr. Black Scythe. Ryu then told Juri to introduce herself. With a kind smile, she said she had a buff skill and demonstrated it by casting on the bodyguard and Ahirin. Their stats suddenly rose by 60%. It was bonkers. They even wondered if it was a bug. It felt like cheating. The bodyguard admitted the buff was amazing, and now he understood why Black Scythe kept her close. On the other hand, Seo Ahirin felt a little sad. She also wanted Ryu's attention. She introduced herself, explaining she was a supporter too, and summoned 2 fairies. The cute creatures flew around, impressing Juri and No Pain, No Gay. Juri explained that while the fairies hadn't had combat abilities before, when she reached level 20, one gained new skills. Ahirin continued, flicking her hand to summon a golem. Juri was once again surprised, and Ahirin explained that while the golem couldn't buff, it had insanely high defense and could draw aggro. Juri praised her, saying she was both a supporter and a tank. So cool. Ahirin secretly hoped Ryu would praise her too, but he simply said, "Let's go," and walked forward, telling them all to follow. Ahirin thought to herself that everyone was amazing. No Pain, No Gay, Juri, and she hoped she could be helpful too. The scene shifted to a group of players fighting a monster that looked like a minotaur. They excitedly declared they had found the boss so easily and attacked, but the minotaur was powerful, dodging attacks and kicking players away. Black Scythe just stood and watched as they were beaten back. With one kick, a pink-hooded player was sent flying. That was when her name was revealed, Pink Princess. Ryu scoffed, saying that going for a horse's rear was stupid. The group of 4 kept fighting the boss for half an hour until they finally defeated it. They cheered, bragging that they were the first to finish the quest. On the other hand, No Pain. No Gay only looked at Ryu, his idol, his god. He felt bitter and thought that others had stolen the first kill, the first place, just like that. As the other players celebrated, No Pain. No Gay thought to himself that even Mr. Black Scythe must be disappointed, right? But then he noticed Ryu standing calmly, not showing any reaction at all. On the other hand, Pink Princess asked why, after defeating the monster, they hadn't received experience points or a notification. Ryu explained that it meant at least 4 full 5-man parties had to charge in together just to stand a chance. That meant 20 people at minimum would be needed. This was the trap of the round. The angel had said they had to kill a boss monster with a party of 5, but had never made it clear that it would take 20 to 25 people to actually bring one down. It was a trick question, meant to waste their time. Everyone assumed the Minotaur was the boss, so they lost valuable hours on a fake target. Looking around, Ryu saw the frustration on their faces. They were confused, thinking they had cleared the quest, but nothing had happened. He looked at the bodyguard and thought that, as expected, except for him, who knew about the future, everyone else was lost. Ryu decided it was time to act. He put on an Oscar-level performance, telling everyone that judging by the other party's reaction, that monster wasn't a boss, which meant the real boss was still out there. He He told them his plan. They would level up on the mini minotaurs and save the boss fight for the last 30 minutes. No pain. No Gay asked why. Ryu explained that it had taken 5 level 20 players struggling to bring down just one mini minotaur. The boss would be at least 10 times stronger. If they tried now, they'd fail. Leveling first was their only chance. The bodyguard was stunned. Ryu didn't know the future, yet he had laid out the perfect plan. Even more shocking, Ryu was right. First place wasn't determined only by who killed the boss first, but also by who killed the most mini minotaurs. Still, no pain. No Gay worried out loud. If they delayed, wouldn't they lose first place? Ryu calmly said it didn't matter. Even without the first place prize, they'd still walk away with 6 hours worth of experience and loot. The bodyguard felt like his brain was breaking. How could Ryu know this? Meanwhile, Juri and Ahirin asked if they should move together to hunt the mini minotaurs. Ryu smiled and said yes. Everyone agreed. No Pain, No Gay said with determination that they would follow Black Scythe's plan. In fact, the way he said it made him look like a devoted disciple. But with a name like No Pain, No Gay, it was hard to tell if he was swearing loyalty or begging Ryu to put a leash around his neck and call it training. Ryu smiled, activated his Black Death Scythe, and dashed ahead. Everyone was shocked by his speed. The bodyguard shouted that Black Scythe was running, and they all followed. But in reality, Ryu wasn't even running at full speed. This was his normal pace. The others were in terrible condition, struggling just to keep up. Ahirin and Juri both thought it was insane. Even No Pain, No Gay, who had invested all his stats into agility as an assassin, struggled to close the gap. At one point, No Pain. No Gay called out, warning Ryu of a mini minotaur on his left. The monster lunged at Ryu, but in one effortless slash, he cut it down. Like slicing vegetables, Ryu slaughtered minotaurs, cutting necks, severing legs, peeling through them like potatoes. None could stand against him. The system spammed notifications. Double kill, triple kill, maniac, savage, experience points, and gold rained down. In just 30 minutes, Ryu had killed 172 mini-minotaurs. He thought to himself that 172 in half an hour wasn't a bad start. There were 2,000 in total, and at this pace, he could monopolize most of them. Looking back, he saw the others, nearly collapsing. He told them they should take a break. Relieved, they dropped to the ground, panting. The bodyguard admitted that even just following Ryu was exhausting. Ahirin said she had thought a 100-meter range would be plenty, but catching up to him was impossible. Juri, on the other hand, was excited, praising him for hunting so fast. Ryu laughed and asked if she meant he should slow down. Juri quickly replied no. How could she complain when she was leveling just by being near him? No Pain. No Gay was on the verge of fainting, but still managed a thumbs up, telling Ryu that he had no complaints. Ryu smiled and admitted they were struggling more than he thought. Just then, another group of players appeared in front of them and blocked their path.